We're back, baby. Solo leveling Ragnarok is finally here that you had all asked for. Now, if you've been riding with us through the OG series, you already know the vibes. So do us a solid, smash that like button, and let's hit 1,000 likes on this one. Your support keeps this hype train running, and trust us, we've got way more coming, so don't blink, and let's dive in. Before anything else existed, there were these freakishly powerful beings called the Outer Gods. And to summarize them in one sentence, these are basically cosmic toddlers with a god complex and too much free time. They created and destroyed universes for fun, but eventually, their omnipotent brains got bored of building sandcastles out of galaxies, so they discovered a new hobby: war. Yup, these immortal dumbasses decided that watching entire civilizations beat the hell out of each other was peak entertainment. Death, chaos, genocide, all just another Tuesday night for these divine couch potatoes. But then something unthinkable happened. One of the absolutes got clapped, not by another god, but by its own creations. The other absolutes, instead of mourning their fallen comrade, perked up like vultures spotting fresh roadkill. An all-powerful position just opened up, and the immense power it left behind was up for grabs, waiting for the first motherfucker worthy enough to claim it. Meanwhile, on a backwater planet called Earth, a high schooler named Suho was just trying to escape his own personal hell. He'd just been accepted into Korea Art University, and his friends stared at him as if he'd just announced he was dating a K-pop idol. One friend groaned that he should have retaken the exam, but Suho just laughed, relieved to finally be free from this hell. The celebration was cut short by a voice. Suho turned to see Lee Yun, who was swaggering toward him. Suho, with zero fucks left to give, intentionally butchered his name. Lee snapped back, "I'm Lee Yon Shul," before whining that Suho had ruined his grand plan to take over the school. Suho just smirked, completely unfazed by this wannabe tyrant, and said, "Then I guess you should be thanking me. Now you can graduate without looking like a bigger dumbass." The tension in the classroom thickened as everyone was used to Lee's pointless antics. Graduation was just around the corner, yet here he was, picking a fight with Suho, a guy just trying to keep his head down after his parents went missing. Without another word, Lee lunged. But Suho wasn't the one to back down from a fight. He moved with a calm precision, delivering a crisp knee to Lee's face that sent him stumbling back. Trying not to escalate the thing, he looked at the dumbass and said, "Just make it to graduation," quietly hoping that would be the end of it. But then things went from a typical school scuffle to a full-blown supernatural clusterfuck. A weird, glowing energy began to flicker around Lee's hand. Lee let out a roar and threw a punch, not at Suho, but at the fucking lockers behind him. The metal doors didn't just dent, they imploded, obliterated by a force that had no business being in a high school hallway. The entire class fell silent, their brains collectively short-circuiting at the sight. Suho, now on the floor from the aftershock, looked up in disbelief. Above him stood Lee, his hands still crackling with an otherworldly power. And just like that, we are hit with a time skip. 2 years had passed since that incident, and the world Suho thought he knew was long dead. Now, a second-year college student, he still couldn't shake the memory of his classmate turning a set of lockers into scrap metal with his bare, glowing hands. As he walked across campus, an announcement echoed over the loudspeakers informing the students that all classes in the main building were being moved because a gate had decided to pop up. Hunters were already inside, performing what amounted to cosmic pest control. A curious bystander asked a staff member how long the raid had been going on, and the worker replied, saying that it had been over 8 hours. He added that it's just a D-rank gate, so they should be wrapping up soon. It had been 3 years since reality decided to shit the bed, unleashing mysterious gates that connected Earth to monster-infested hellscapes. For a terrifying period, these things would just vomit creatures into the world, threatening to send humanity straight back to the Stone Age. In response, evolution hit the panic button, and certain individuals began manifesting supernatural powers in a phenomenon called awakening. The world was a chaotic mess until one ridiculously competent dude named Woo Jinchul established the Hunter Association, an organization designed to gather all the superpowered weirdos and point them in the right direction. Thanks to him, society found a fragile, fucked-up balance. Humanity was now split into 2 groups, Team Superpowered Badass and Team Please Don't Eat Me. In this new system, fate was a cruel motherfucker. Some people won the genetic lottery and got god-tier powers, while others, no matter how hard they worked, remained squishy, powerless mortals. Even the weakest E-rank hunter held more influence than a non-awakened person who actually worked for a living, and it somehow made sense because the non-awakened couldn't survive without the awakened clearing out the monster-filled death traps. But the Awakened? They didn't need the rest of humanity anymore. That's why Suho, a proud member of the Please Don't Eat Me Club, felt a deep gratitude for the hunters. Because of them, regular people like him could live in relative peace. And yet, a part of him felt deeply uneasy. Was he just getting good at losing things? Parents? A normal life? The ability to stand near school furniture without someone having a supernatural temper tantrum? There was a time when he believed he could achieve anything, but after having everything ripped away, all that remained was a hollow sense of being utterly useless. His mother had once told him he was just like his father, a man he barely remembered. He wondered how his old man would have handled a world that had gone completely off its meds. Lost in this existential spiral, Suho's hand moved on its own, his pencil dancing across his notebook, sketching something without conscious thought. His art instructor, Lim, happened to pass by and smiled at the intricate drawing taking shape on the page. Looking at the drawing, Lim said, "That's quite impressive, Suho." Suho just looked up, his expression distant as he replied, "I don't know. My hand just seemed to be moving on its own." The professor leaned in, looking at Suho's notebook, and asked, "Is that an ant?" Suho glanced down at the drawing, puzzled. He had no memory of drawing the insect, wondering why the hell his subconscious was obsessed with picnic crashers. Meanwhile, at the D-rank gate, the atmosphere was so calm you could hear a pin drop. Hunter Kim Jong-soo, fresh from a day of cosmic pest control, gave his report. He described a new type of beast that had been found in the dungeon. A humanoid thing that spewed blue flames from its face. He'd gotten scratched, but since there were no immediate side effects, he'd written it off as a minor inconvenience. A staff member, equally clueless, noted that this kind of creature had never been seen before, and cheerfully added, "Good thing it wasn't anything too dangerous," before turning to file what he thought was just another routine report. His body froze mid-motion. Before anyone could ask if he was having a stroke, Hunter Kim turned, his face a blank slate, and fucking obliterated the staffer beside him with a single, brutal blow. Panic erupted as the remaining hunters stumbled back, their faces twisted in horror. They knew what this was, the curse. The blue flames from the dungeon weren't just for show. They were a goddamn virus, and Kim was patient zero. With a twisted grin, he began a one-man slaughter, tearing through the security staff and his former comrades. The crowd of onlookers scattered, their screams swallowed by the chaos. Some tried to run, others simply ceased to exist, their lives extinguished in a spray of blue-flamed carnage. The cursed hunter was a force of nature, a walking apocalypse in a tactical vest, turning the entire area into his personal, blood-soaked playground. Back in a distant classroom, the sudden symphony of screaming jolted the students from their lecture. They rushed to the windows, only to see a scene straight out of a horror movie. Seeing the monsters roaming the streets, they thought that it was a dungeon break. On the ground, civilians' bodies were engulfed in eerie blue flames, and their eyes, glowing with unnatural light, were tearing each other apart. Someone, in a moment of pure desperation, turned to their art instructor and said, "You're an Awakened, right? Do something." The instructor just shook his head grimly and said, "I'm just an E-rank," which was the superpowered equivalent of saying, "I can't do shit." Just then, Suho spotted him, the original cursed hunter, standing outside like a final boss who'd gotten tired of waiting. In the next instant, the hunter launched himself toward their classroom window. Suho's survival instinct, which had been dormant for years, screamed at him. "Run!" he yelled, just as the hunter crashed through the glass in a shower of glittering death. Chaos exploded. Suho bolted for the door, screaming at his classmates to escape. Ahead of him, a girl had collapsed, her legs trembling too much to move. She cried for help. Looking at Suho, she said, "Please help me." Suho stopped just for a second, a flicker of heroism warring with his deeply ingrained desire to not get ripped in half. He chose the latter and ran. To not feel the guilt of leaving her to die, he thought to himself, "I'll call the hunters," as he sprinted down the corridor. But soon the guilt clawed at him, and it became overwhelming. He thought to himself, "What the fuck am I doing?" He very well knew that she wouldn't make it until the help arrived. But then he thought, "I'm not awakened. What else can I do?" He squeezed his eyes shut, and then he thought to himself, if Dad were here, what would he do? Snapping back to a reality filled with screams and blue flames, Suho found his answer. Without a single coherent thought, he spotted a fire extinguisher, grabbed it, and charged straight at the cursed hunter. With all the force his pathetic, non-awakened body could muster, He slammed the metal canister into the hunter's face. As he did that, he thought to himself, this is what Dad would have done. But after those moments of initial badassery passed, he thought, oh shit, what now, you dumbass? He knew non-awakened attacks were not effective against the awakened monsters. Just as panic was about to hijack his nervous system and turn him into a screaming puddle on the floor, the monster froze. The entire classroom fell unnaturally silent. The terrified girl, the screaming classmates, the goddamn dust motes in the air, everything stopped. The world had just hit the pause button. A glowing blue screen, like a cosmic pop-up ad, materialized right in front of his face, informing him that he had met the condition for the secret quest, Courage of the Powerless. The system panel informed him that he had demonstrated bravery in the face of certain death, and as a result, he had earned the right to become a player. Suho's breath hitched. This was exactly like that dream. The universe was offering him a last-ditch cheat code in the middle of a losing battle, a chance to become stronger, to stop being a useless spectator. With resolve burning in his eyes, Suho smashed the accept button in his mind. A brilliant, blinding light engulfed the room as the universe finished installing his main character DLC, and then a notification window popped up informing him that he had become a player, followed by a status window that looked suspiciously like something out of an RPG. Just as I thought, he muttered, before another message interrupted his revelation. He was slapped with an urgent quest to defeat the Mistborn. From the thick, eerie mist now swirling around the room, figures began to stir and the monsters rose from their slumber. The system identified one as a D-rank Mistborn, the cursed hunter. Suho turned to the girl still frozen on the floor and told her to get the fuck out of there. As she fled, he scanned the remaining enemies, 2 non-awakened civilians and the hunter, all transformed into savage, blue-flamed beasts. The 2 civilian zombies charged him with murderous intent, but Suho didn't run. If I've really awakened, he thought, a grim smile creeping onto his face, then I have to fight. He picked up the fire extinguisher again and brained the first creature, the impact echoing in the silent room. He dropped the canister, clenched his fist, and channeled every ounce of frustration and helplessness he'd felt for years into a single devastating punch. He drove it straight into the monster's skull, and the motherfucker didn't just fall, it rocketed upward, smashing into the ceiling with a sickening crunch before collapsing in a heap. Suho stood there in stunned silence, staring at his fist. He muttered, I took it down in one hit? A system notification cheerily confirmed the kill. Before he could process the sheer absurdity of it all, the second enemy charged at him. This time, there was no hesitation. Suho met it head-on with a fierce kick that sent it flying, knocking it out cold. A new notification chimed in, informing him that he had completed the tutorial quest. Riding the high of his first-ever power trip, Suho turned to face the final enemy with a grin plastered across his face. So this is what it feels like, he thought, high on his own supply of newfound power. He wound up and delivered a haymaker that he fully expected to send the beast to another dimension, but the monster didn't even flinch. Suho's eyes widened in a moment of, oh fuck. The creature endured the blow like it was a gentle breeze, and then, in a blur, its claw slashed across Suho's chest. Blood spurted from the deep gash as Suho scrambled back, gasping for air. His brain immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario, turning into one of these blue-flame dumbasses. But just as he started to panic, the system, acting like his personal tech support, casually dropped a notification informing him that the harmful effect of the mist had been removed due to the effect of the longevity. His wound began to stitch itself shut, leaving him staring in disbelief. He barely had time to process this premium healing feature before the monster attacked again, pinning him to the ground with overwhelming force. Struggling under its weight and probably regretting every life choice that led him to this moment, Suho desperately searched for a way out. Then, his brain finally booted up the use your fucking rewards, you dumbass file. He quickly accepted the rewards from the tutorial quest and, while getting mauled, navigated the menu screen in his head to dump all his brand new stat points into strength. A surge of raw power coursed through him, and with a roar, he broke free from the monster's grasp. He lunged forward, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. The creature fought back, but Suho, now with a bit of combat experience under his belt, dodged and countered with newfound precision. He realized he could actually get stronger. With a final, devastating punch, he sent the monster crashing into a wall. Before it could even think about recovering, Suho closed the distance and launched a relentless assault, a non-stop storm of strikes that thundered with fury. The monster was no longer fighting back. It was just a glorified punching bag, enduring a beatdown so one-sided, it was borderline disrespectful. Suho didn't stop until the creature was a broken, twitching heap on the floor. Breathing heavily, bruised and bloodied, he stood over the defeated creature's body. He had survived. A system message flashed, confirming his victory. Exhausted, Suho dropped to his knees, panting like an asthmatic marathon runner. But despite the pain, a look of triumph crossed his face. This was real. He was a real player now, finally strong enough to do something other than just run away. But the universe, being a notorious asshole, decided his 15 seconds of victory were up. Just as he was trying to catch his breath, a new threat emerged. From the smoke and debris outside, a towering figure approached, dragging an enormous sword that scraped against the concrete. With an unnatural leap, the figure soared through the air, peering through the shattered window with glowing blue eyes. Before Suho could even process what he was seeing, another Mistburn lunged at him from inside the building. But this was no ordinary beast. This was a C-rank awakened Mistburn, a genuine threat wielding a sword. The creature slashed through the building, its massive blade tearing through concrete and steel. While the campus turned into a war zone, the rest of the city was just getting the news. Emergency broadcasts blared through the streets, telling everyone to evacuate the area around Korea National University of Arts. At the perimeter, a platoon leader was about to have an aneurysm from pure frustration. He asked, "Why are we just sitting here with our thumbs up our asses while people are dying? When is the Hunter Association sending someone?" A soldier calmly replied that they were still trying to locate a B rank or higher hunter. The leader's face twisted in confusion. This was supposed to be a D rank gate. Why the hell would they need a B rank? The soldier's tone grew grim. The situation had changed. The association now believed the gate's curse had gone viral, and the infected list included C rank hunter Kim Jong-soo. Back inside the shattered building, Suho was having his own oh shit moment, because this new monster wasn't just another mindless beast. This motherfucker had a weapon and at least 2 brain cells to rub together. The system flagged it as a C-rank awakened Mistburn, a significant upgrade from the tutorial mobs. But Suho had just leveled up. Maybe, just maybe, he had a chance. The thought barely had time to form before the monster attacked, its sword strike shaking the entire room. Suho dodged on pure instinct, and in a moment of stunningly unoriginal brilliance, kicked another fire extinguisher at the beast. The monster, unimpressed by his one-trick pony tactics, effortlessly sliced the canister in half. Using the cloud of smoke as cover, Suho bolted, his new plan being to run like hell and pray that backup arrived before he became a red stain on the wall. As the monster followed, it spotted a fresh batch of screaming snacks that was on the rooftop right across from him. With a single feral leap, the monster landed among them, its blade raised. One brutal swing, and blood painted the rooftop in a grim masterpiece. Suho froze, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turned white. His inner protagonist, which had been taking a nap for years, finally got off its ass. No more running. He charged, his foot connecting with the monster's back. The creature barely reacted before retaliating with a swing that split the entire floor in 2, the shockwave nearly sending Suho tumbling into the abyss below. He finally understood that one clean hit from this thing, and he was dead. But he couldn't exactly back down now. He lunged in again, fists moving in a blur of desperate punches. The Mistburn swung back, each strike savage and deadly. Suho dodged, weaved, and countered, slamming his knee into the creature's burning face, only to get a sword slash across his chest for his trouble. Blood exploded from the wound as he was thrown into a wall, his body screaming in protest. A system alert echoed in his mind, informing him that his health was now at a critical 1 horsepower. He coughed up blood, staggering to his feet. Ignoring the pain, he braced for one last suicidal clash. The Mistburn leapt, its sword screaming through the air, ready to strike down Suho. His vision dimmed, and then the air fucking shattered. A dimensional rift tore open, and from its depths a majestic figure emerged. The cavalry had arrived, and it was everyone's favorite overgrown bug. Just as the Mistburn's blade was about to connect, Baru landed between them, shielding Suho. A soft light flowed from his palm, knitting Suho's wounds shut. Barus's voice was low and regretful. He muttered that it was his fault for arriving too late. Beru turned to face the mist burn, and the temperature in the room plummeted. His aura erupted, a crushing wave of power that made the very air feel thick and heavy. With one ruthless, almost casual strike, he didn't just kill the monster, he unmade it, reducing the C-rank threat to a cloud of shredded fragments and blue-flamed confetti. But the job wasn't done. Another mist zombie was crawling along the ceiling, stealthily aiming for a fleeing civilian. Beru didn't even hesitate. He moved with a lethal grace, a blur of motion that tore through the creature without a second thought. Within seconds, every single invading monster had been systematically and brutally dismantled. All that remained was a gory mess of limbs and blood-stained debris. Outside, the smoke began to clear, but just as a semblance of calm returned, every single glass window in the university shattered at once in a symphony of destruction. A radiant, blinding light bathed the battlefield, followed by an eerie silence. Beru returned to Suho's side, his murderous aura dissipating as his gaze softened. Looking at Suho, he said, "It has been a while, young monarch." These words carried a weight of history Suho couldn't possibly comprehend. The story then flashes back to a younger Suho, a quiet kid obsessed with sketching ants. His room filled with incredibly detailed drawings. A shadow falls over him, and Beru stands there, holding a portrait of himself that the boy had drawn. He teases the young Suho with polite praise, clearly touched, as tears well up in his eyes. The memory fades, and Suho snaps back to the present, waking up with a start in a hospital bed. Later that day, his uncle showed up, demanding to know what happened and insisting that from now on, Suho needed to hire a team of awakened bodyguards because the world was clearly trying to kill him. Suho reassured him he was fine, but his mind was reeling. He'd been out cold for 2 whole days. The news was a non-stop loop of the disaster, a national tragedy that had left the country in shock. Reports flooded in about the numerous casualties and the disturbing new threat that was mistburns, demonic entities that could turn even powerful hunters into mindless killing machines. The most damning detail was the Hunter Association's pathetic response time, a delay that had cost countless lives. But one question haunted everyone: who or what had annihilated all the monsters inside the university? Suho turned off the TV. It wasn't a dream. He really had awakened, and even better, he was now a player, someone who could grow infinitely stronger. But one thing still gnawed at him. He had been on the brink of death, a hair's breadth from being turned into a C-rank chew toy. So how the hell did he survive? A familiar, powerful voice echoed in his mind, answering the unspoken question with smug confidence. The voice said, "Because I took care of those pests for you." Suho blinked, confusion warring with disbelief. A moment later, Beru materialized before him, standing in the middle of his hospital room. Our favorite overgrown bug bowed his head respectfully and said, "It has been a while since I last greeted you, young monarch." Tears, actual tears, welled up in Beru's eyes as he looked at Suho, completely overwhelmed with emotion at seeing how much the boy had grown. Memories started to click into place for Suho, fragmented pieces of a forgotten childhood falling into a coherent, if bizarre, picture. He remembered now, Beru was one of the giant black ant-like creatures who had been his personal, terrifyingly overpowered babysitters when he was a kid. But then Suho wondered, why the hell did I forget him? Beru explained that he'd crossed dimensions just to see him again. Suho, his mind a whirlwind of unanswered questions, asked why he was so much smaller than he remembered. Beru just chuckled, explaining that his current, less intimidating form was a side effect of burning a massive amount of mana to cross dimensions. In his true form, he was far more imposing. Suho glanced at the system window, which had labeled Beru as a private grade shadow. Beru scoffed at the insult, cursing the system under his breath, and said that he was a martial grade shadow who could obliterate planets with one punch. Suho thanked him for the save, and Beru, despite looking like a nightmare-given form, scratched his cheek bashfully, revealing he was also a surprisingly skilled healer. Then he got down to business. He told Suho that he had come to break the seal that had been holding Suho's powers back. But to his surprise, Suho had already done the job himself. Beru nodded in approval, impressed by his young monarch's progress. Curious, Suho asked if the seal had anything to do with the vivid, game-like dream he'd experienced. Beru's expression turned solemn. That wasn't a dream. It was a memory. Everything Suho had seen and felt had actually happened. His father, my glorious king, had sealed away both his powers and his memories to give him a shot at a normal, non-monster-filled life. The revelation hit Suho like a freight train. He stood there in stunned silence, trying to process the fact that his dad wasn't just some missing person. The next question was obvious. Was Beru connected to his father, the man who had vanished without a trace? Beru's stern expression softened as he told Suho that my glorious king didn't abandon him. He had left Earth entirely to fight a war in outer space. Confused, Suho pressed for more details. Beru explained that his father had gone off to battle the outer gods, those cosmic toddlers from the beginning of the story who were now trying to invade Earth by sending their minions through the gates. To help Suho understand, Beru conjured shadowy projections, images of a lone warrior fighting against impossible odds. That warrior, Beru said, his voice filled with reverence, is your father. He is protecting this world. Suho's heart hammered in his chest. The gates, the monsters, the entire fucked up state of the world. It was all part of a larger cosmic war, and his dad was on the front lines. Suho then asked if his mother had been with his father when they vanished, but Beru shook his head. He hadn't seen her. A knot of dread formed in Suho's stomach as he revealed a troubling detail. His mother had disappeared on the exact same day as his father. For years, he had assumed they'd left together. A flicker of genuine panic crossed Beru's face. If Suho's mother hadn't gone with Jinwoo, then there was only one horrifying possibility left. She hadn't left voluntarily. She had been taken by the forces of the outer gods. That single horrifying realization shattered something inside Suho. His fists clenched, his jaw tightened, and a silent vow echoed through his very soul. He was done waiting. If the outer gods were the reason his parents were gone, then he would tear down the heavens themselves to get them back. Beru nodded in grim agreement. If Suho wanted even a sliver of a chance, he needed to get stronger, and he needed to do it fast. His father might not be returning anytime soon, but Suho didn't have to wait. He could start right now. As if on cue, the system responded to his newfound resolve and hit him with the quest trial of the shadow. The message was clear. To inherit his father's true power, he had to prove he wasn't just some kid playing dress-up. He had to enter the dungeon and demonstrate his worth. A mysterious black key materialized before him, and the system instructed him to insert it into his own shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he obeyed. The second the key touched the darkness at his feet, a swirling portal ripped open on the nearby wall, its energy humming with raw power. Beru placed a steady hand on Suho's shoulder and said, "Claim the power that rightfully belongs to you, young monarch." For a split second, Suho hesitated. Shadow monarchs, outer gods, cosmic wars. It was all so fucking absurd it was almost impossible to believe. But if this was his only shot at seeing his parents again, he couldn't stop now. I need to level up, he thought. Behind him, Beru's thoughts drifted to the final command he had received from his king. My glorious king had entrusted him with a single mission: release Suho's seal, return his powers and memories, and protect him. For everything else, he was to act as he saw fit. Watching Suho walk into the unknown, Beru whispered, "So you've left the rest in my hands, my king." Straightening his back, he declared aloud, "I, Beru, shall remain at the young monarch's side. I will watch over his growth." Together they stepped through the gate, and with a final flash of light, the portal vanished, leaving behind only the silence of a world that had just witnessed the return of destiny. As they stepped through the gate, Beru started telling him about his surroundings. This place was the land of the dead, a domain where no living being could set foot without the express permission of its master. This was the Shadow Dungeon. Suho looked around at the eerie landscape, a ruined city that felt more like a post-apocalyptic wasteland than a typical dungeon. Strangely, the place felt familiar, like a half-remembered nightmare. A quest notification popped up asking Suho to survive for 4 hours in the Shadow Dungeon. Suho asked Beru if he simply had to run out the clock, but Beru warned him to stay alert. The time for suffering, he announced with grim satisfaction, was about to begin. As they talked, neither of them noticed the monster silently closing in from above. Just as the warning came too late, the creature lunged, attempting to ambush Suho from behind. Reacting with the instincts of a seasoned player, Suho delivered a clean kick to the monster's gut, knocking it off balance but not finishing it. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Beru for an explanation. Beru, ever the helpful monster encyclopedia, explained that if a scout had already appeared, it meant there were likely more of them nearby, and they probably weren't here to ask for directions. Without a second thought, Suho dove in to kill the creature before it could scream for backup. Beru tried to warn him against being so reckless, but Suho said that the Goblin Scout didn't even have a colored name tag, marking it as a low-level piece of trash, barely worth the effort. Suho struck fast, disarming the goblin and then efficiently crushing its skull with its own axe. After the kill, he turned to Beru, explaining that the absence of a colored name meant it was no real threat. It was when the colored name tags started popping up that the real danger would begin. As if on cue, a sound echoed through the ruined city. They looked over to see another Goblin Scout frantically signaling its comrades. Suho's resolve hardened. A whole swarm was on its way, and one of them, a hulking brute, even sported a colored name tag, clearly the strongest of the bunch. Suho asked Beru for backup, but the giant ant-man just shook his head, claiming his mana was running low. The real reason, of course, was that stepping in now would rob Suho of valuable combat experience, a fact that did little to soothe Suho's frustration. Suho turned to him and said, "You're not being very helpful, you know that?" As the goblins began to surround him. As the green-skinned horde charged, Suho activated a new skill, Ruler's Authority. The axe from the first fallen goblin flew into his hand, and he began cleaving through the swarm with an almost supernatural precision, his movements guided by some unseen force. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him. He caught it mid-flight without even looking. Archers. Great. Without hesitation, Suho fashioned a makeshift bow from a piece of rubble and a stray vine, firing the arrow back with a perfect headshot that dropped the goblin archer. Beru watched in awe, impressed by his young monarch's terrifying adaptability. Beru reflected on Suho's childhood. Even back then, he had been able to wield the ruler's authority, a power designed for pure, unadulterated destruction. It had been suppressed in the peaceful world, but now, with the outer gods knocking on Earth's door, the young monarch's power was reawakening to illuminate the encroaching darkness. Suho continued his bloody ascent through the dungeon, a one-man army against a tide of goblins. One managed to sneak up and stab him in the back, its smirk of triumph lasting only until Suho turned and landed a brutal punch that caved in its face. More goblins swarmed him, followed by a towering figure, the Goblin Centurion. Suho grabbed a dagger and, as the boss charged, threw it with the speed of lightning, skewering goblins left and right before finally piercing the Centurion's chest. The battle was pure chaos, but Suho felt more alive than ever. Bleeding and weakened, he refused to back down, grabbing another weapon and lunging back into the fray until, eventually, silence fell. The battlefield was littered with goblin corpses. Suho had survived 4 grueling hours in the shadow dungeon. Beru applauded, proud but not surprised. Then came the reward. Suho checked his system notifications and saw he had earned a runestone for shadow extraction. Beru was genuinely surprised this time. He hadn't expected this dumbass to acquire such a skill so soon. Feeling the new power coursing through him, Suho admitted he felt like a total cheat with all the skills and levels the system had been spoon-feeding him. Beru just explained that the system was based on the same one his father had used, a support program designed to ensure the young monarch's safety and growth. Hearing this, Suho accepted the reward without another moment of hesitation. The system handed him a runestone for shadow extraction and told him to absorb it by breaking the stone. He crushed it, and a new window popped up informing him about the skill shadow extraction and how it functions. No mana required. Creates shadow soldiers from dead bodies. Success rate depends on the enemy's strength and the time since death. For the first time, Suho understood the true, terrifying potential of his power. He could create his own personal army of the dead. Beru elaborated, explaining that this skill was the very foundation of the legacy his father had built. With it, Suho could turn corpses into shadow soldiers, beings just like Beru himself. Suho, however, was skeptical. It sounded an awful lot like necromancy, and to command these soldiers he had to kill them first, which meant he could only control things weaker than himself. He also knew that summoner-type skills were looked down upon in the hunter industry, mostly because they were associated with creepy weirdos who talk to skulls. Still, his curiosity got the better of him. He tried the skill on a nearby goblin corpse. The system told him he needed to assign a command. Suho, deciding to go with a classic, calmly said, "Arise." Dark energy flowed through the corpse, and moments later, 3 shadowy goblins, now designated as Level 1 Common Grade Shadow Goblins, rose before him. "So this is the shadow skill," he muttered, thoroughly unimpressed. Beru explained that newly extracted soldiers were always weaker than they had been in life. Suho noticed they were also smaller, like sad, shrunken versions of their former selves. The system also informed him that they would disappear after a day unless he had a skill like shadow storage to keep them around. Seeing Suho's disappointment, Beru quickly added that shadow abilities were influenced by level and intelligence, which this dumbass thoroughly lacks, meaning this seemingly pathetic skill would eventually become incredibly powerful. Cheered up by the prospect of future badassery, Suho decided it was time to leave, especially since he hadn't eaten in 2 days and was starting to fantasize about the hospital's questionable cafeteria food. Later, back in his hospital room, Suho was practically vibrating with joy as he sat before a warm tray of food, convinced it was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. As he savored the meal, Beru stepped forward, his tone solemn as he outlined their next tasks. They had 3 missions. First, they had to protect Earth from otherworldly beasts, which Suho quickly realized was a fancy way of saying they needed to go dungeon diving and hunt monsters. Beru confirmed this, explaining that as Suho hunted, his level would increase, and as he grew stronger, Earth would become safer, just like his father had done. The second mission was to find his mother by any means necessary. Suho asked if there was any way to track her down, and Beru replied that if they kept hunting the beasts sent by the outer gods, they might eventually stumble upon a clue. The only way forward was to dive headfirst into the dungeons. The third mission was especially important, helping Beru regain his full strength. He wanted to unleash his true power, and to do that, he needed a power-up. Beru explained that he could absorb a target's magical power and knowledge by eating them. It was an inefficient method compared to when he was alive, but since he couldn't directly leech mana from Suho, cannibalizing monsters was the only option. So basically, Suho concluded, we need to keep going into dungeons. After finishing his meal, Suho stood up, ready for action. Beru added one small detail. To enter dungeons officially, Suho needed a hunter qualification, which meant a trip to the Hunter Association to get his magical power measured. Suho nodded thoughtfully, his mind already racing. As someone who had awakened and was growing stronger by the minute, what rank would he get? An S rank? Maybe even higher? At the association, a staff member measured Suho's magical power and announced, with all the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list, that it was 46, making him an E rank awakened, the lowest of the low. Suho stepped outside, the weight of the pathetic result pressing down on him. Beru gently explained that hunter ranks were based almost entirely on magical power. Since Suho had been dumping all his stat points into everything but magic, it was only natural his rank would be lower than his actual abilities. Suho asked if an E-rank loser like him could really protect the Earth. Beru calmly reminded him that he was the young monarch and had a literal level-up system. Ranks were for peasants. He then recalled how difficult life was for E and F rank hunters. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He had an idea. Dungeon raids were split into teams: the assault team, the recovery team, and the mining team. The recovery and mining teams could be supported by E rank hunters. It was his ticket in. That was how Suho found himself wiping sweat from his brow inside a dungeon, standing next to Lim Do-kyun, his former art instructor, who was also an E rank. Suho thanked Lim for the opportunity, explaining that he had only recently awakened. Lim, however, was wrestling with a mountain of guilt, apologizing for being a coward during the university incident. He had run away, feeling powerless. Suho, sensing his guilt, reassured him. "You're also an E-rank. The Hunter Association advises hunters like us to flee with all our might if we encounter dangerous beasts." Lim looked up, surprised. "Wait, you're only E-rank?" Suho nodded calmly. "My magical power is 46. It's low even for an E-rank." Lim blinked, unable to believe it. He remembered seeing Suho fighting a beast on the rooftop, while everyone else was running for their lives. The fact that an E-rank had not only survived but had charged headfirst into danger was beyond impressive. At that moment, Beru appeared beside them, speaking in a tone that only Suho could hear. "The young monarch is, indeed, exceptional." Lim turned, and his brain promptly short-circuited. His eyes locked onto Beru, and pure, primal fear gripped him. He stumbled backward, his voice a choked shout as he screamed at a monster. Suho shot Beru an annoyed glance, silently asking, "Why the hell did you suddenly appear, you idiot?" Beru replied in Suho's mind, "The monarch is as weak as a larva. I must stay close to ensure his safety." Lim stared, his mind struggling to process the scene. "Did you awaken as a summoner-type hunter?" Suho, deciding to just roll with it, nodded. Lim chuckled nervously. "Well, you're lucky. Most E-ranks don't get any skills. All I got was a running skill." Suho smirked. That explains why you escaped so well back then. Lim's face darkened, but Suho quickly added with a grin, "I'm just joking." As Beru complimented Suho again, Suho looked around, realizing this was his first time in a real dungeon. He wondered if the assault team was having any fun up ahead. Deep within the dungeon, the assault team was, in fact, not having much fun at all. They had just cut down the last of the beasts, and one of them let out a weary sigh. The dungeon felt unusually empty, and all they had encountered were wolf-type beasts. Another chimed in, pointing out that even low-tier beasts could have magic crystals, so they had to press on. The captain, trying to rally his troops, reminded them they wouldn't know what lay at the end until they got there. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. "Captain, there's something in the side path." The captain stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he saw there in front of him an ancient, massive ruin standing silently in the darkness. The entire team gathered, staring in hushed awe. Their detection skills were completely blank. The silence, the lack of beasts, and the mysterious structure only deepened their unease. Some speculated that the ruins held treasure instead of a boss. As they searched, their eyes were drawn to a single object, an old sword stuck in the ground, partially buried in rubble. The captain stepped closer and said, "We'll need to appraise it first, but judging by its aura, this weapon could be incredibly valuable." He warned them that treasures like this often came with traps, but one man, a confident C-rank tank named Kim Yong-jin, brushed off his concerns and said, "Even if it's trapped, I can handle it." Without another word, he grasped the sword. The blade immediately began to glow with a crimson aura, and an overwhelming pressure filled the air. The ground beneath them turned red, as if it were bleeding, and the earth itself shuddered as eyes began to open all across the floor. And yet, Kim Yong-jin, the absolute dumbass, pulled the sword free. The captain let out a relieved breath. It looks like there were no traps after all. His words trailed off as he looked into Kim Yong-jin's eyes, now glowing with a malevolent red light. Without warning, Kim Yong-jin turned on the captain and swung the sword, slicing clean through him. Everyone froze in shock as Kim Yong-jin, now clearly possessed, declared in a voice that was not his own, "Who dares claim the Fang Monarch's blade?" A voice, cold and ancient, echoed in Kim Yong-jin's mind. "Kill the intruders who dare enter the Fang Lord's territory. Kill them all." As the C-rank tank began his bloody rampage, the support team, blissfully unaware, was having its own moment of confusion. 3 goblin-like shadows were mining magic crystals with a speed and precision that was frankly disturbing. Lim stared, his brain struggling to comprehend what he was seeing. He'd heard of summoners, but they usually maxed out at 1 or 2 creatures, but Suho had 3 goblins, plus the giant, terrifying ghost knight that had appeared earlier. That made 4. It was unheard of. Suho stood nearby, reflecting on his powers. Shadow extraction was supposed to require fresh corpses, but he'd found a workaround, using the goblin remains from his own personal pocket dimension. They were perfect for simple labor, and best of all, they didn't complain. "Shadow extraction is really convenient," Suho murmured to himself. Beru responded gruffly in his mind, "Please do not praise me while assigning me grunt work, young monarch." His tone turned serious as he said, "We came here to level up, not to run a mining operation." Suho nodded. He was planning to power level and then request a reevaluation from the Hunter Association. He also hadn't forgotten their secondary goal, restoring Barus's strength. Scattered across the cave floor were fragments of low-grade magic stones. Looking at them, he said, "They might help restore your power," nudging a few toward Baru with his foot. "Eat up." Baru complied, but as he chewed on the crystal shards, his body tensed. He froze, turning to Suho. He said, "I just sense the presence of a monarch." Suho's heart skipped a beat. "You mean my father?" Baru shook his head. "Number, if it were your father, my power would have been fully restored on the spot. This presence is different." His eyes narrowed as he scanned the dungeon's energy. "It's probably the beast monarch." Back near the entrance, a miner stiffened as a deep rumble echoed from the tunnel the assault team had entered. He turned slowly, and from the shadows, 3 blood-red eyes opened, glowing with ominous intent. A monstrous beast, its form cloaked in thick shadows, stepped forward, its eyes glowing with bloodlust, and its jagged teeth gleaming beneath a snarl. Panic rippled through the miners. One of them, in a moment of pure, idiotic desperation, swung his pickaxe at the creature. The beast caught it in its jaws and shattered the metal like a twig. The man stumbled backward, paralyzed by fear. Then a shot blurred between them. Suho surged forward, wielding his own pickaxe, and with a sharp swing, struck the creature across the head, forcing it back just long enough to create some space. Then he turned to the miners and told them to evacuate. The miner didn't need to be told twice, turned, and ran for their life. Suho squared his stance, his eyes locked on the beast as its oppressive aura thickened the air. He recognized it, a steel-fang lichen, a creature with power that matched the D rank he'd fought at the university. But this time, he wasn't alone. Behind him, Lim Dok-yun stood frozen, radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated panic. Their eyes met, and Suho's gaze offered him a simple choice: retreat or stay. Do-yun, his voice shaky but firm, made his decision. He wouldn't run away by himself anymore. Suho gave a nod of approval and said, "Help me when I'm in danger," before summoning 3 shadow goblins with a fluid motion. From his inventory, he drew a dark, curved blade he'd harvested from the shadow dungeon, a weapon far deadlier than a simple pickaxe. Lim stood there, his brain buffering. Not only was Suho summoning monsters, but he was summoning weapons too. Before he could even begin to process the sheer absurdity of it, Suho moved, launching forward with a sudden burst of speed. The lichen barely had time to react before Suho's blade sliced through it with surgical precision. The beast collapsed, and Lim's jaw hit the floor. The goblin shadows leaped up and down, celebrating the swift, brutal kill. Then Suho raised a hand and spoke a single chilling command: "Arise!" The lichen's corpse began to tremble as darkness surged beneath it. Another lichen lunged at them, but this time 2 blades met its charge. Suho deflected its strike, and his newly born lichen shadow countered with a crushing blow that sent the monster staggering. Baru, watching from the edge of the tunnel, couldn't hide his pride. He thought about how the young monarch is already adapting to combat with shadow powers. Suho remained focused, a crucial realization dawning on him. Extraction and summoning didn't consume mana. As his magical strength increased, so would the number of allowable extractions. He could build an entire fucking army. Determined, he struck down another lichen with swift precision. "Arise!" he commanded again. Another shadow rose. Do-yun stood stunned, barely breathing, as Suho faced the final beast and defeated it without hesitation, and spammed the Arise command. Do-yun remained rooted in place, staring at the impossible. This wasn't the strength of an E rank. This wasn't normal. Suho, seeing the disbelief in his eyes, gave a small, amused smile and said, "I'm just a really good E rank." Do-yun's thoughts ground to a halt as a terrifying possibility crossed his mind. A false ranker. Someone who intentionally registered under a lower rank. Just then, Suho's eyes flickered. A system notification had appeared informing him about the quest info. The panel read, "An entity with murderous intent is approaching. Eliminate the threat to secure your safety." Suho scanned the battlefield. He'd defeated every lichen he could see, yet the system insisted there was one more enemy. A chill crept through the air. Ahead of them, someone approached through the smoke-filled tunnel. Lim squinted and whispered that the man was definitely part of the raid party, but something about him felt off. Suho stepped forward to intercept him, but before he could act, Lim, in a moment of pure, idiotic bravery, rushed forward to question the man. And that was when it all went wrong. Without warning, the man lunged, a blade tearing through the air, aimed straight for Do-yun's chest. In an instant, Suho moved on pure instinct, grabbing Do-yun by the collar and yanking him back just as the blade was about to find its mark. As Do-yun stumbled away, his eyes wide with shock, Suho raised a hand. With a sharp gesture, his shadow wolves burst into action, snarling as they charged the attacker, ready to tear him limb from limb. But Suho's instincts screamed at him that something was deeply wrong. Dragging the unconscious liability that was Lim Dok-yun to safety, Suho questioned the nature of their attacker. This wasn't just some hunter having a bad day. This motherfucker was possessed. He glanced up and saw it, the glowing red name tag hovering above the hunter's head. Suho's chest tightened. He'd seen that before, back at the university, and he remembered what it meant. A red name was the universal gaming sign for, "You are about to get fucked." He turned to Baru and asked, "This doesn't mean it's a monarch like my father, right?" Baru answered immediately, his tone grim. "It carries great power, but no, it is not at the level of a monarch. However, that doesn't mean you can handle it right now." Suho didn't even flinch, his gaze locked on the enemy. "The system said it's an auxiliary tool to help me grow. If the system gave him the quest, that meant it was possible, right? More than anything, he needed to get stronger. He needed to reach his father." The possessed hunter roared, slashing down Suho's newly acquired shadow soldiers with brutal, horrifying ease. Yet Suho didn't waver, his determination burning in his eyes. He would defeat this enemy, and he would grow stronger. Right here, right now. Baru watched from the shadows, a flicker of awe in his gaze. Despite all the overwhelming trials he's faced, he never runs, he thought, seeing the echo of the Shadow Monarch himself in Suho's still-developing frame. Stepping closer, Baru, acting as his personal strategy guide, offered a tip that the thing's true form is the sword. If you can sever its arm and separate it from the host, it won't be able to move. Hearing this, Suho nodded and summoned his shadow wolves. The possessed hunter sensed the shadows and let out a deafening roar as the 3 wolves lunged at him. One of them clamped its powerful jaws around the blade itself, halting the enemy's motion. Suho's eyes widened in surprise as the other wolves, after being cut down, began to regenerate. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies, Baru confirmed. As long as you supply them with mana, they'll keep rising. With that, he looked at Suho and asked, "What do you think about these powers now, you dumbass?" Before Suho could even answer, the possessed hunter unleashed a violent sweep, and his entire force of shadow soldiers was annihilated in a single, brutal instant. Suho's voice wavered. What's so fucking great about the power of shadow soldiers if they just die? Baru's expression hardened, his tone dropping to a cold, deadpan roast. They were defeated because your mana is still weak, young monarch, which ultimately translated to it being a skill issue. Then, unexpectedly, the possessed hunter spoke, its voice thick with disbelief and rage. "How can an insignificant being like you wield the Shadow Monarch's power?" Suho's eyes narrowed. The monster can talk. Before he could react, Baru's voice rang out with pure, undiluted fury, snapping at the possessed man for daring to disrespect the young monarch, who was of the same bloodline as my glorious king. The enemy's burning eyes narrowed in recognition. A hateful growl escaped its lips, the Shadow Monarch's bloodline. "To think I would encounter it here," he roared, declaring Suho the sworn enemy of the Fang Monarch. Suho responded by doing the only logical thing. He hurled a dagger at him. The possessed warrior deflected it with ease. Without pause, Suho summoned more weapons from his inventory and launched them like a storm. But the enemy batted away each weapon effortlessly. "It was exactly what I expected," Suho muttered to himself. "A red-named monster could easily deflect attacks of this level." His eyes swept the battlefield, scanning for opportunities. Scattered weapons lay strewn across the ground. Suho raised a hand, and one by one, the weapons trembled. With a fierce command, he launched the entire arsenal toward the enemy. Baru observed from the sidelines, his eyes filled with admiration. What Suho was displaying wasn't just raw instinct. It was a natural aptitude for the ruler's authority, a power he'd been unknowingly using since birth. But even that wasn't enough. The possessed warrior let out a furious roar and with one sweeping motion shattered the entire volley of incoming weapons, the sheer force of it sending a tremor through the tunnel. Suho charged again, sword in hand, but with terrifying ease, the enemy cleaved the blade in two. A flicker of panic flashed through his mind. If even a goblin-forged weapon couldn't survive a single strike, what the hell did he have left to fight with? He barely dodged the next blow, his body moving on pure, adrenaline-fueled instinct. One wrong move, and it was all over. The enemy sneered, mocking him cruelly. "Why do you keep running, coward? Just like the Shadow Monarch you idolize, always hiding behind his shadow soldiers." Suho gritted his teeth. The insult stung, but he forced his emotions down. It was bait, meant to draw him into a reckless attack, and deep down, he knew the truth. Right now, he didn't have the confidence to face this enemy head-on. "If only I had more power," he thought, his mind drifting back to the hospital. He had asked Baru why. Even with the seal broken, his old strength hadn't returned. Baru had explained that the seal had suppressed his abilities since birth. What he was experiencing now wasn't a regression. It was the slow reawakening of his true potential. The overwhelming strength he'd once wielded in the tower had been a part of the trial itself, a temporary power-up to show him what he could become. A realization struck Suho. He remembered his fighting style back then, close quarters, hand-to-hand combat, and Baru's words echoed in his mind. Shadow soldiers are spiritual bodies. As long as there's mana, they can regenerate infinitely. His eyes flicked to Baru. If Baru could shift his form, what about the others? Suho summoned his shadow wolf. The enemy just laughed at the display, mocking him for resorting to another pathetic trick. It lunged, its blade drawn, ready to end the fight. Suho dodged again, creating just enough space. As the cursed blade came crashing down, Suho's hand moved. The shadow wolf, instead of attacking, began to merge with his arm, its shadowy essence fusing with his limb. The cursed blade slammed into Suho, but it didn't cut. The enemy's smirk twisted into pure, unadulterated confusion. The strike had been blocked. Suho raised his arm, revealing a dark, armored gauntlet formed from the wolf's shadow. He commented dryly that the Steel Fang lichen was certainly living up to its name. The clawed gauntlet held firm, stopping the sword in its tracks. Now free from the enemy's pressure, Suho grinned. This changed everything. With this, he muttered, close combat is more than enough. At that moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes, informing him that the shadow extraction had leveled up to level 2, and a new ability form change had unlocked. Suho's smile deepened. The real fight had just begun. As the tunnel echoed with the clash of steel and shadow, he and the possessed hunter collided in a ferocious close-range duel, neither one willing to back down an inch. From the shadows, Beru observed silently, his mind reeling to weaponize a shadow soldier. Though the shadow monarch far surpassed all others in terms of mastery, Suho, this young, fledgling monarch, was just beginning to grasp the nature of his powers. And yet, with no teacher, he had instinctively unraveled the next step in mastering the shadow authority. His combat sense, his innate feel for the ruler's authority, and his improvisational use of shadows all pointed to one undeniable conclusion. Suho was a natural-born prodigy, a monster in the making. Blow after blow, Suho pummeled the enemy, slamming him into the dungeon wall. Dust billowed, but before he could finish it, the enemy rose again, defiant. Without hesitation, Suho surged forward, and the scattered weapons on the ground responded to his call, lifting into the air like a deadly storm before crashing down on the enemy. This was Suho's moment. His fists, now cloaked in pure shadow energy, drove into the enemy again and again, each hit echoing with the force of his resolve. The possessed warrior had no time to recover, and finally, with one last brutal punch, it ended. Suho exhaled, a trace of worry still lingering. The red-named opponent had been dangerous but not invincible. Beru remained quiet, pride flickering in his glowing eyes. Suho, catching his breath, reflected on the battle. At the very least, he'd learned a new fighting technique, an unexpected but valuable reward. Then, a system notification appeared informing him that he had learned the skill Storm Slash. Suho's eyes lit up. It was exactly the kind of reward he'd been hoping for. His gaze landed on the cursed weapon, the Fang Blade. From within the sword, a whisper of defiance echoed in his mind. How could I be defeated by the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch? This is humiliating. It sensed Suho's approach and seethed. This isn't over. Humans are always greedy. Let him touch me. The moment he does, I'll devour him. Suho's hand closed around the hilt as the notification panel announced that he had acquired a new item, Raken's Fang. He smirked, weighing the sword in his hand. It looks a lot better than those goblin swords. Yet, within the weapon's consciousness, the prideful spirit still rebelled. How could a sword that inherited the power of the Fang Monarch not be able to dominate a mere human? Just then, another notification popped up. The panel read, Blessing acquired, Great Shaman Kandandiaris Blessing. Suho steadied his breath, eager to test out his new skill. Shadow energy surged as he activated Storm Slash, sending out a shockwave that destroyed everything around him in a massive arc of pure devastation. He admired the damage, but frowned slightly because the sword had drained all of his mana in a single use. Staring at the sword, Suho commented, I like the power. Beru commented that his shadow abilities would eventually prove to be thousands of times more powerful. Later, Lim groaned and slowly regained consciousness, his vision swimming. Suho stood beside him, calm and composed. Lim, utterly confused, asked what the hell had happened. Suho, deciding the full story would probably give the poor guy a stroke, just replied, It's a long story. Let's talk on the way out. Outside the gate, Suho paused, turning back toward the portal. He thought to himself there might still be survivors inside before stepping back through. Lim just watched, his mind racing. An E-rank summoner. It sounds so unimpressive, yet he shook his head. It didn't matter. What mattered was that Suho was saving people. Back inside, more Steel Fang lichens emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malice. Suho met them head-on, smashing through them with raw strength. He noted, however, that his new sword's damage output had suddenly dropped. He questioned the Fang Blade, and the weapon answered coldly, stating its refusal to cooperate with the bloodline of the Shadow Monarch. Beru mocked the blade, calling its power petty. The sword retorted sharply, "What kind of hunter seeks prey stronger than themselves?" Beru responded proudly, "The young lord just defeated you, and you were relatively strong." As the two bickered like an old married couple, Suho just sighed. A talking bug, and now a talking sword. This was getting ridiculous. But then his attention snapped to something nearby. He moved swiftly through the dungeon and soon arrived at a chilling sight. The Sanctuary of the Fangs. Hunter corpses were strewn across the floor in silence. Suho's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword's voice erupted with a twisted, seething rage. It said, "The Monarch of Shadows is the enemy who killed my master, the Monarch of Fangs. If only my strength remained uncorrupted, I would have torn you apart." Despite the blade's fury, Suho remained composed, his tone steady and understanding. "My father must have fought the other monarchs to protect the earth, just like you fought to defend this sanctuary. Both of you acted to protect what mattered." He stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "But there's something that doesn't sit right with me. Your assumption that you have to fight me just because I carry his blood." Suho's voice sharpened. "If your mission is to protect this place, then isn't it foolish to turn against the son of the one who already defeated the Monarch of Fangs?" As he said that, a heavy silence fell. Suho stepped forward again, gripping the hilt firmly. "I want to find my parents. They were separated by invaders from the outer gods, and I'll do whatever it takes to get them back." Then he added, "This sanctuary might not survive the outer gods' invasion on its own, but if you help me, then I'll help you protect this place." The sword hesitated. Suho lifted it slightly, his voice firm with resolve. He said, "Shadow and Fang," a silent pact forming between them. "Let's fight together." The scene then shifted to a quiet cafe, where a reporter sat across from Lim Dok-yoon. The reporter asked, "Can you tell us what happened in the D-rank dungeon yesterday?" Lim, one of the few survivors, nodded slowly. Even if Suho is just an E rank, he thought, he deserves recognition for what he did. This is my chance to repay the debt I owe him. And so, he told them everything. Later that evening, an article began to circulate online. The article told a gripping, almost unbelievable story of how a full strike squad was wiped out in a D-rank dungeon, only for a lone E-rank hunter to emerge as the unexpected savior. It detailed how one young hunter had charged headfirst into the fray, fighting off deadly magical beasts to save the lives of countless others. The piece was filled with interviews from witnesses who had seen it all, ordinary people and fellow hunters alike, who all remembered one name, Sung Suho, the E-rank who didn't run. The scene then shifted to the Black Tortoise Guild's management office, where Lee Young-ho leaned back in his chair, tapping a pen against the table, and then he said, "We should consider recruiting a few more porters." A staff member nodded, but Young-ho slid a candidate profile over on his tablet. "Take a look at this one." The staffer read the report aloud. "An E-rank hunter evacuates an entire mining team, fights off magic beasts, and carries wounded strike team members to safety." His eyebrows rose. "An E-rank did all this?" Young-ho gave a sharp nod. "Reach out to him immediately. A hero rises from the E-ranks. It'll make a killer headline." Moments later, the staffer dropped his phone in disbelief. Young-ho asked, "Did Hunter Sung Suho reply?" The staffer hesitated and then said yes, but he declined the invitation. Young-ho blinked, his brain failing to process the information. An E-rank, a fucking E-rank, had turned down the Black Tortoise Guild, one of the top guilds in the country. That doesn't make any sense. What kind of rookie refuses an offer like that? The staffer just scratched his head. He said he's not planning to join any guild right now. Meanwhile, Suho stared at his own phone, letting out a soft sigh as unread messages piled up. Guild invitations, scouting requests, and more. Since returning from the dungeon, he told Beru, "I've been swamped with offers." Beru's tone was full of pride. "It's only natural, young monarch," but Suho looked unimpressed. Most of them just wanted to hire him as a collector or a porter. He knew the real reason he couldn't join a guild yet. It would restrict his freedom and limit his potential growth. He changed the subject. "Shall we continue the discussion about Raken's Fang?" He remembered the moment he'd extended the offer. "Shadow and Fang, let's fight together." Raken's Fang had hesitated, baffled by his audacity, but a realization had dawned on it. If this shadow became an ally, not an enemy. Finally, the sword had agreed on one condition. Suho had to take it to another sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs. Now, back in the present, Suho looked at the blade. "Do you know how to find the next sanctuary?" Raken's Fang pulsed with confidence. "If it's a sanctuary of the Monarch of Fangs, I can sense it no matter how far. But something's off. I can feel it. The gate has vanished. A dungeon break." Suho's expression hardened. So the sanctuary turned into a field-type dungeon, Field-type dungeons were a whole different kind of nightmare. Corrupted zones overrun with creatures, untouched by humans. Suho quickly typed a message to his uncle, notifying him of his new objective. With that, he turned to Beru and said, "Let's go. It's time to go to the sanctuary of the Monarch of Fang." That wraps up the first few chapters of Solo Leveling, Ragnarok. If you're enjoying the series and want to see what happens next, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. We've got plenty more story coming your way, so stick around, and we'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, and thanks for watching. Up in the mountains, where everything's dead quiet, it's like the world hit pause. Suho's standing in front of this sketchy-ass gate carved right into the cliffside, with the rusted emblem of the Hyena Guild slapped across it like a middle finger to outsiders. And right below that is the same classy little message: private territory. Trespassers will not be spared. Suho, radiating the energy of a man who's about to solve all his problems with violence, doesn't even flinch. Beside him, the talking sword Fang vibrates, confirming this is the dump they're looking for, a cursed sanctuary run by a bunch of D-list thugs who call themselves hunters. From the shadows, Beru materializes, playing the role of the party's designated fun police, urging Suho to turn back and focus on the level grind. Suho says nothing, instead flicking a glance at a nearby surveillance camera. He does some weird shit, and the camera fucking explodes, showering the ground in a pathetic rain of metal and glass. Suho steps forward with full main character about to wreck your whole guild energy. As he enters the dungeon, the fog thickens around him like it's alive, coiling through the trees with bad intentions. Fang's voice cuts through the gloom, throwing out lore bombs. He turned to Suho and said, "Look, dumbass, this isn't your average morning mist, it's chaos magic, straight up interdimensional BS, which ultimately got translated to, it's a breach that lets creatures like Fang slip in from God knows where." But Suho's unfazed by all this, because apparently you need a brain to process all this, and this motherfucker doesn't have a working one. So he turns to Fang and says, "If the monsters are strong, it means they take longer to cross over." As he moves deeper, the real freaks start crawling out. Twisted beasts with claws and bloodlust charged at Suho without warning. Suho just stands there like he's bored, not even reaching for his sword. That thing is literally buzzing for blood, but Suho's like, "Nah, fists today." Fang's spirit is practically begging him to use the damn blade, but Suho's already decided he's throwing hands first. The monsters leap, and Suho meets them head-on. The first punch lands like a thunderclap to the jaw, and the beast goes flying. The next one's even nastier. Every hit is clean, brutal, and exactly where it needs to be. Then comes the real Flex Ruler's authority kicks in. Suho doesn't even touch them, just mentally yeets the rest like he's moving furniture. With one hand raised, he calls in Fang's energy and drops the skill. Storm Slash. Boom. A hurricane of blades erupts around him. Mist gets shredded, and monsters get diced like vegetables in a blender. Their howls echo as limbs hit the ground, but Suho knows that it's not over yet. Suho's hand lights up again, this time all dark and demonic. Shadow magic creeps up his arm and forms a giant gauntlet, jagged and humming with raw power. Suho charged back into the chaos like he was built for it. Up above, Beru hovered with his usual emotional constipation, silently shook over how Suho was throwing hands like a monarch straight out of legend. The sword strapped to Suho's back glowed with blue fire, practically thirsting for violence and flexing its royal bloodline loyalty. But Suho still didn't use it. Every beast got folded by bare hands and shadowed fists. His gauntlet cracked bones like candy. Shadow magic surged like a storm. And in the middle of all that, the dude calmly summoned 5 shadow soldiers. Beru's jaw metaphorically dropped. This looked like the monarch's army. But there was something off, something new. Before he could say anything poetic, Suho cut him off like, "Shut up, we don't have time for a history lesson." Then the sky pulled a drama queen move, darkening while the wind howled like it sensed Suho's mood. From the cover of trees, he and Beru watched a sketchy facility up ahead, dim lights flickering. A gate dead center, guarded like a low-budget villain base. Civilians walked nearby looking stressed. Suddenly a truck rolled in, headlights slicing through the mist. Suho tensed as he sensed that something was off. The truck stopped, guards jumped out, and then chains. They yanked people out like livestock and shoved them into cages. And then Suho saw her, a woman, scared but still staring them down with fire in her eyes. That was it. His chest tightened and the switch flipped. Beru muttered a warning from the shadows, but Suho was already gone, swallowed by shadow and rage. The dude blinked across the field like teleporting anger, punching one thug so hard the guy forgot his own name. The camp snapped into panic mode. Guards froze, confused and screaming questions that Suho had zero plans of answering. This was enemy turf. And yeah, it was technically illegal to invade another guild's ground. Suho paused just for a second. His jaw locked. The risk was real. But then his eyes lit up cold blue, soaked in shadow. His aura exploded. The ground cracked, the air bent, and his shadows twisted around him like pissed-off demons. The Hyena Guild roared and rushed in like they were ready to fight. But Suho, he didn't even blink. He dodged them like they were moving in slow motion, ducking one swing and responding with a punch that left the dude airborne and unconscious. Just a D rank, hardly worth unleashing his full power. He's an annoyance, not a threat. Then, in one smooth, fluid motion, Suho leaps into the air, his body twisting mid-flight. A perfectly timed double roundhouse kick connects with the side of some poor dumbass's head, sending him into unconsciousness before he even hits the dirt. Baru hovered in silence, clearly impressed. Like a proud uncle watching his nephew beat up the local school bullies, Suho barely looked winded. These D-rank losers couldn't even scratch him anymore. He took a breath, opened his status window, and yeah, the grind had paid off. He was now level 16, but the numbers didn't sit right. That fight was too easy, too clean. Baru dropped a line like he was narrating a coming-of-age documentary. Very clean finish, young monarch. The captives were still frozen, probably wondering if Suho had just walked off an action movie set. One of them asked if he was from the Hunter Association. Suho just shrugs. He couldn't care less what they called him. He tells them to find shelter, his voice steady but sharp enough that they listen immediately. But while the crowd tried to breathe again, Suho's instincts started screaming. Something was off. The aura pulled him to a half-buried garage nearby, the kind of place serial killers in documentaries love. He raised the door. The thing creaked like it was haunted, and inside was pure nightmare fuel. Empty cages, chains, strips of clothing, pills scattered on the floor. And it wasn't just for humans. Baru drifted in, all antennas up, feeling the same eerie energy. Deeper in, Suho froze, eyes locked. There, huddled in the dark, was a tiny creature, shaking like it had seen too much. It looked like a puppy, but Suho knew something was wrong. The air around it felt different. Then Fang's voice dropped in, quiet and heavy, explaining the truth. That wasn't a dog. That was a wolf cub, the last heir of the Monarch of Fangs, the only survivor of a bloodline that had been wiped out when the Shadow Monarch Suho's own father ended that chapter. The former monarch didn't leave a ruler, just this one fragile child. Hiding it was his final move. Suho crouched next to the trembling creature, something shifting in his expression. Even in its weak state, the pup still held power. Baru's voice floated in again. "What will you do, young monarch?" Before Suho could respond, a sudden jolt of energy hit him like a cold slap. Something was here. Suddenly, a massive, menacing form steps into the light. It's a beast-like man, his eyes glowing with pure fury, but not at Suho, but at the absolute fucking incompetence of the Hyena Guild members who couldn't even handle a simple trade. He was done watching these human failures. Just then, Fang's voice cuts through the tension again, revealing the truth that this guy was Brocky, the ancient guardian entrusted with protecting the Fang Monarch's heir. A purpose he has long since twisted for his own gain. Without warning, Brocky roars, a sound more beast than man, and lunges, his claws aimed to tear Suho in half. Suho barely dodged in time, the air tearing beside him as Brocky's claws slammed into where his chest had just been just a nanosecond later. This motherfucker was moving with the unholy speed of a Dark Souls boss. Brocky leapt again, fury glowing red in his claws as he dropped like divine punishment. And when he hit the ground, it split open. Earth cracked, stone flew, and the shockwave blasted through the air hard enough to make even Baru yell out, wings flaring as he raced towards Suho. Amid the rubble, Suho pushes himself up, bruised and bleeding, but wearing the grin of a certified dumbass who just enjoys getting his ass kicked. He waves off Baru's concern, his eyes fixed on the system message confirming his suspicion that Brocky's energy wasn't just beastly, it was corrupted, soaked in something foul and ancient. Brocky now stood over the sword of Fang, clutching the tiny wolf pup like it was property. Fang's voice broke through the chaos, thunderous and enraged. He asked Brock if he even knew what he was doing. He asked him if he knew that he was crushing the last heir of a monarch's bloodline, the same guy he was supposed to protect, but Brocky didn't give a fuck. His loyalty was gone, replaced by some deranged survival of the fittest mindset. He spat garbage about strength and about the weak deserving death, And then, like the villain he was, he admitted he'd been feeding on the pup's blood, using it, draining the last remnants of a once great legacy to power up his own sick rise. Fang's rage hit its peak, voice cracking through the sky like thunder, swearing to end Brocky himself. But Brocky just kept poking the bear, mocking Fang's bloodline, dragging Raken's name through the dirt, and calling Raken weak. He roared like a lunatic, claiming he was the next monarch of Fangs. But then, before that delusion could echo, a flash of raw power ripped through the air. Suho moved. His blade, soaked in unfiltered rage, cut through the battlefield like a god's warning. Brocky didn't see it coming. He never had a chance. The strike hit clean, halting the beast mid-charge. Baru swooped in, wings flapping hard as he grabbed the pup and vanished from the kill zone. Suho follows through with another slash, carving a deep gash into the beast's side as sparks fly. The alliance between Shadow and Fang was just forged in the fires of mutual necessity, and it was already being tested. As Brocky snarls, his red aura crackling with homicidal intent, a goddamn quest notification pops up, turning this life-or-death battle into a high-stakes fetch quest from hell. The system had hit him with the emergency quest: hunt the hyena and secure the monarch's heir. Beru holds the pup, practically vibrating with the desire to jump in and tear Brocky apart. But he knows this is Suho's stage now. In the background, the desperate screams of the hyena guild's captives echo, a pathetic chorus calling for a savior who was currently too busy having a main character moment to give a shit about them. Suho stood tall with his blade in hand, but Brocky didn't waste a second. He lunged like a demon off a leash, jaws snapping shut on anything breathing. Blood sprayed, screams cut off mid-sentence. Limbs hit the ground before anyone even processed what the hell was happening. Suho's eyes locked on the massacre, frozen for half a second, not from fear, but from sheer disgust. This wasn't just power, this was savagery. But he didn't stall long. He charged in, blade aimed for Brocky's heart. He swung with everything he had, and Brocky just caught the damn thing with his bare hands. Like the blade was paper, and because this was as good a time as any to drop your twisted point of view, Brocky growled. The strong decide who lives or dies, and then with one swipe, the whole battlefield cracked. Suho went flying like a crash test dummy and slammed into rubble with enough force to level a car. Before the dust could settle, Suho launched back like a missile. Debris scattered as he carved through it, eyes locked on his target. Brocky stomped down, fortifying himself, but Suho was already in the air, diving like judgment incarnate. His blade hit first steel to flesh, cutting deep through Brocky's defenses and spraying blood across the dirt. But Brocky just laughed and asked him, "That's all you've got?" But then his grin snapped off. A sharp pain ripped through his spine, a backstab, clean, brutal, and it staggered him. Suho stood up straight, blades dancing, eyes blazing with the kind of focus that made grown men cry. This was his battlefield now. Fang's sword flared beside him, asking Brocky what the hell happened. Where was the oath? The honor? The protector? A white symbol glitched across Brocky's eyes. Dark lightning surged like cursed chains, twisting his mind. His face cracked under the weight of desperation. He clawed at the spinning sword, roaring "No!" as he slammed it into the dirt, trying to crush the thing pulling him apart from the inside. But the truth came out: he never cared about loyalty, never honored the pact. Only power mattered to him. He launched forward, fist cocked back with full demonic rage. The punch landed in Suho's gut like a truck, bones groaning under the pressure. Suho dropped to one knee, gasping, lungs barely working. Pain surged like liquid fire. But just before it consumed him, a single image snapped into his mind of his father, the man who'd eaten gods for breakfast and never backed down. And just like that, Suho's aura exploded again, brighter, hotter, and more feral than before. He clenched his fist, energy spiking until it cracked the air around him. Then, with a battle cry that made the heavens flinch, Suho hurled himself forward with every ounce of power behind his strike and slammed it into Brocky's chest. The blow shattered through every defense the beast had left. A shockwave burst through Brocky's body, rippling down his spine like divine punishment. Up above, Baru hovered silently, not moving a muscle, but his entire body was tense. Fang hit the ground shattered, done, and completely useless. His sword was split in two like his dignity. and the blue crystal in his chest barely flickered like it was running on 1% battery. He couldn't move an inch, but his brain was in full panic mode. He wondered if this was it. He thought how he'd carried everything, the hopes, the legacy, the whole damn family tree, and now all of it was dumped on Suho. But Fang, being the stubborn old dog he was, didn't fold. Even while broken, he clawed for every last drop of energy. And that's when something wild kicked in the little wolf pup Suho had saved. Yeah, that furball felt his dying vibes. Their wills synced, and Fang decided, screw it, I'm giving this kid everything. And boom, the pup leveled up instantly, like it just rage quit childhood. Fang's last gift to him was a fucking upgrade. Meanwhile, Suho was still out there getting bullied by Brocky. Every swing got slower, his HP bar was crying, and his vision looked like someone turned the brightness to 0. One more hit from Brocky sent him flying into the dirt like a rag doll. His body was begging to shut down, but Suho, he refused. He stared at the sky like he was waiting for a sign, fist clenched, barely breathing, doubting if he could even stand, let alone win. Brocky stood over him like a schoolyard bully enjoying the slow beatdown, taunting him without saying a word. And Suho just looked up thinking, how the hell am I supposed to beat that? But then a pulse of raw power sliced through the tension. Out of the dust stepped the pup, but not the same one. This beast looked like it drank pre-workout and rage. Fused with Fang's soul, the pup wasn't a sidekick anymore. It was Fang now stronger, faster, and pissed. Brocky's eyes went wide. He knew that aura. The earlier wound from the pup now pulsed like a cursed bruise. And Brocky realized that he was fucking done for. The pup growled, ready to run it back. And Suho, that dumbass, stood up again. Bloodied, busted, but reborn. His will lit up all over again. This time not just for himself, but for the wolf who stood beside him. Right then, the system hit him with a new notification. Fang's descendant honors your struggle, asking him if he wants to recruit him as his companion. Suho looked at the pup, eyes glowing with murder and loyalty. This wasn't a pet. This was a legacy of wearing fur. Fang's will didn't die at respawn, and Suho saw it for what it was. Not backup, but a symbol that they weren't done yet. No second guessing, no hesitation. He accepted the pact. A shockwave blasted through both of them memories, fury, pain, and pride all flooding in. In Suho's mind, he saw Fang's final goodbye, the cloaked figure fading like a ghost, leaving one last message that hit like a slap. Strength is the only way forward, then silence. But not the empty kind, the kind that comes before the storm. Because of this war, just got personal. Brocky, who once seemed overwhelming, was now the one shaking. He stared up at the figure who had just flipped the entire game board. His voice cracked, barely holding together as he asked, "What are you? Why won't you finish me?" But she wasn't here to explain herself. She just smirked and said, "You're still useful." Then she pulled out a crystal, pulsing like it wanted blood, and shoved it right into his forehead. Brocky screamed like his brain was boiling. The mark sizzled into his skin, branding him like cursed livestock. Fang's descendant howled, a sound filled with heartbreak and rage, but the figure just dropped a command like she was placing an order. "Bring me humans, alive. Deliver them." Her voice oozed malice. "If you survive what I've planted, you'll be stronger." And then Brocky started changing. His body twisted like it was being yanked inside out, crimson energy wrapping him like barbed wire. His eyes turned to madness, fangs gleaming in the blood-red haze. Far off, shadowy figures with glowing halos watched everything. They didn't move. They didn't speak, but they weren't just spectators. They were the ones pulling the strings. Fang's descendant finally saw the truth. This wasn't about payback anymore. It was about stopping a train of destruction before it ran through everything. And Suho? That poor bastard wasn't ready. Then the system hit him with the worst ultimatum: recruit the monarch's descendants or fight the apocalypse solo. Without wasting a second, Suho accepted the offer, and as he did, their energies synced like two puzzle pieces snapping into place. Somewhere above, Baru watched quietly, probably realizing the script just got rewritten. Even the Shadow Monarch hadn't predicted this. Brocky's new form lunged like a demon off its leash, but Suho didn't run. He didn't scream. He stepped into the chaos like it owed him rent. The ground cracked from the collision. Dust exploded around them as Suho's figure blurred, wrapped in raw mana and fury. The bond skill kicked in hard. A flood of power surged through him, and it was violent, electric, and alive. And from it, a new power was born. Beast possession. Brocky's eyes locked onto Suho, sensing something primal fused into his aura, something that wasn't just Fang. This wasn't borrowed power anymore. This was a full transformation. Suho's eyes sharpened like they were built to see death coming. His movements turned fluid, precise, less man, more instinct. Brocky charged in, a storm of claws and blind rage, but Suho didn't budge. He moved like a shadow with purpose. Every attack missed, every swing failed. Then Suho retaliated one clean kick to the chest that hit like a truck powered by vengeance. Brocky stumbled back, choking on the shock. Blood trickled down his fangs. His fury turned rabid. He screamed into the air, his voice cracking the sky, and his aura exploded, dark mana ripping through the space around them. This motherfucker was ready to go all out, but our resident dumbass was ready for it. Brocky lunged at Suho, claws flying and eyes blazing with pure fury, but Suho had already downloaded the cheat codes. He moved effortlessly, slipping past each strike like Brocky was attacking a damn ghost. Up above, Baru watched with a kind of expression that said, "Wait a minute, this kid's actually doing it." For once, the calm bug looked stunned. Brocky didn't understand it. He used to be the apex predator, and now he was getting clowned on like the world flipped upside down. Their fists collided again, sending out a blast that cracked the earth and ripped the battlefield apart like it owed them rent. Then another system ping slid across Suho's vision, informing him that unarmed combat skill had activated and his attack power had increased by 33%. Suho had literally leveled up mid-fight. Suho rose into the air, his whole body glowing like someone lit a star inside him, and then he dropped, fast, furious, final. He smashed Brocky into the ground so hard the earth looked like it regretted being born. Dust flew, boulders cracked, and trees miles away shook like they'd felt that trauma in their roots. When the dust cleared, Suho stood alone in the crater, the beast possession fading away, leaving only a drained, bloodied fighter gasping for air. Every step was a struggle, every breath like fire in his lungs, but he was still standing. Brocky, on the other hand, looked like a broken relic from a lost era, bloodied, beaten, and finally realizing he wasn't the main character anymore. The thirst for strength still burned in him, but now it was laced with regret. Real, painful, soul-level regret. Beside him, the wolf pup sat quietly, ears drooping, eyes locked on Brocky's wrecked body like it was mourning something too big to name. Brocky's eyes cracked open, but there was a spark of something human there, something old. His mind drifted far from the wreckage, lost in memories of a time before madness, before power ruined him, of someone he once swore to protect, now lost to time and tragedy. Suho stood above it all, unreadable. There was sorrow in his eyes. Yes, but also anger, exhaustion, and something deeper. The system dinged again, informing him that Brocky had been defeated. But even with victory in his hands, it didn't feel like a win. Beru floated down, wings casting eerie shadows on the cratered battlefield. His voice, calm but carrying weight, broke through the stillness. "You've done well, young monarch." Suho nodded faintly, but his mind was already somewhere else. Something wasn't right. He could feel it, a lingering presence that didn't belong. It wasn't just leftover mana or a fading aura. This was different, darker, wrong. Flickers of unknown figures clawed at the edge of his vision. Creatures that had tampered with Brocky corrupted him. Their presence still lingered in the air like poison. A terrible question clawed its way into Suho's thoughts. Were they with the Itarim, or was this something even worse? When Beru heard the name Itarim, his face turned grim real quick. This wasn't some average dungeon gossip. These were outer gods, cosmic freaks who played 4D chess with planets and didn't even show up in person. They sent apostles to do their dirty work like lazy corporate bosses. Now that hunters under Idrum, one of those gods, were popping up on Earth out in the open, it meant one thing. Earth was already sucked into their god-tier soap opera. While Suho tried to process this cosmic bullshit stew, Beru dropped another bomb. If Suho let him chow down on Brocky's corpse, he could not only peek into the dead guy's memories, but also get some of his old power back. Suho blinked. The dude was casually out here offering the necromancer lunch like it was totally normal. Before Suho could say, "What the fuck did you just say?" he glanced over at the little wolf standing quietly nearby. The poor kid, the heir of Raken, looked like his whole world just got deleted. Suho walked up to him slowly, trying his hardest not to freak him out, knelt down and gave him a choice. Stay with him or go wherever felt safe. The wolf hesitated, obviously, but Suho's calm aura must have hit like a warm blanket, because the pup launched himself into Suho's arms, and that was that. Beru, meanwhile, just stared like, "What the hell am I watching?" Suho opened a portal to his shadow domain, handed Beru the cleanup job and took the new recruit somewhere safe. But because the universe loves being extra, the moment Suho stepped through the portal, the system dropped a notification like, "Name the wolf, bro," and Suho short-circuited for a second. Apparently, this dude could rip monsters apart but had never named a pet before. Still, he went with Gray because of the wolf's smooth silver fur, and Beru, being the salty drama queen he is, immediately threw shade, calling the name boring, but Gray didn't give a shit. The system said trust level increased, and the pup even got his own territory in the shadow domain. The kid had been homeless for 5 minutes, and now he had property. Still, Beru had one very real question. What was this fluffy warrior supposed to eat? Suho didn't even get the chance to panic because Beru was like, "Relax, he's got noble blood and we've got goblins for days." And just like that, Gray dove into the dungeon and bodied a goblin in one shot. Suho posted up on a branch beside Beru, watching the pup still trying to wrap his head around how fast Gray adapted to the system. Being the nosy bitch it is, it chimed in again and granted Suho a new title, Wolf Slaughterer for nuking Brocky. Suho squinted hard, like the system had just glitched. He'd always thought Brocky gave off more hyena crackhead energy than noble wolf vibes, but Beru wasn't about to waste time on animal taxonomy. The system had dropped a new quest. The content read, "Find the monarch's descendants and recruit them as companions." Typical vague system bullshit. Beru explained the system always spoke in riddles, but its main goal was power, real raw power. It was meant to boost the user, sure, but Beru reminded Suho that sometimes the system had its own agenda. He brought up Suho's dad, the original Shadow Monarch's plaything, who was supposed to be turned into a walking puppet for some crusty old god's will, except that didn't go as planned. Instead of getting broken, my glorious king went full rage quit mode, overthrew the system, and redefined what it meant to be a monarch. He said, "Fuck your rules," and ascended on his own terms. But Suho's system wasn't the same. This one didn't come wrapped in malice. According to Beru, it wasn't trying to enslave him, at least not yet, but the ending? Still foggy, Beru hinted that maybe this system was leading Suho toward a rebellion of his own, or worse, preparing him to become something even bigger, maybe the next monarch or a wild card that could flip the whole script. But one thing was clear. Only one shadow monarch gets the crown, and if Suho's heading toward that throne, he better start bracing for chaos despite the mystery. Suho popped open his status window. The growth chart was looking good, especially after slapping around the mist burns, but one annoying thing stuck out. His class was still blank. After all the boss fights and bloodshed, the system hadn't labeled him yet, like it was waiting to see if he was worth a title, and Suho knew without Gray, he'd already be dead in a ditch somewhere. Still with that chaotic roadmap in hand, Suho leapt from the tree and turned to Beru. Beru was just finishing up digesting Brocky's remains and hit Suho with a plot twist. There was no apostle, no brainwashing, but a new level of shady. A human guild had been pulling the strings. The Grim Reaper Guild had been feeding the Hyena Gang captives like it was a damn monster DoorDash, and maybe even more than that. Suho took the news like a punch to the gut. Monsters were expected, but humans playing villain behind the scenes made it personal. Suddenly, this wasn't just about saving people. It was about cleaning out the rot inside the guild system itself. Cut to somewhere far more expensive and suspicious. A man lounged in a penthouse office high above the city skyline, dressed like he robbed a fashion catalog. He picked up a call with too much confidence. On the line was Lim Taegyu, a top dog from the Hunter Authority, and this wasn't a social call. Taegyu went straight for the throat, asking if the man had any ties to the Hyena Guild. The executive didn't flinch when Taegyu called him out. He just smirked like a smug bastard and shut that shit down with a voice cold enough to freeze lava. Without proof, he had no reason to answer to anyone, especially not some Hunter Authority lapdog, but Taegyu wasn't backing off. He left him with a threat and a reality check the Authority would keep digging, and if that sleek little empire of his had skeletons in the closet, it was only a matter of time before those bones came dancing out as the call clicked off. Something cracked behind that fake calm. The man slammed his fist into the desk, shattering it like cheap glass. No ordinary white-collar CEO, this was the vice commander of the Grim Reaper Guild, and he was officially pissed. From his drawer, he pulled out a glowing pearl of bad decisions. Stardust, a rare awakening stimulant that gave hunters a surge in power at the cost of frying their insides or turning them into chemically enhanced murder machines. The orb pulsed with arcane energy, and as he twirled it between his fingers, A grin slowly split across his face. With this poison candy in their pocket, the Grim Reaper Guild could crank up their influence fast and put a boot on the neck of the world while he was cooking up world domination plans back in the Shadow Dungeon. Gray was out here going full anime mode, tearing through goblins like he was farming EXP for a final boss fight. Claws and fangs were flying until boom, a system message flashed up. Daily quest unlocked, and Suho's heart jumped. The mission was simple: slaughter more goblins and keep clearing the dungeon, but the timing felt off. Suho realized something deeper was happening. Daily quests meant the system wanted long-term results and slow, consistent growth. The grind arc had officially begun. Beru watched silently while Suho pieced it together. Maybe the system wanted him to take over the entire dungeon and make it his domain. Suho was game, but there was one tiny logistical issue. How the hell was he supposed to gather that many goblins in one go? Then he remembered he'd picked up a horn flute during a past raid supposedly designed to attract goblins, which was a perfect tool for mass murder sessions. Without wasting a second, he pulled it out, blew into it, and the sound echoed like a dark invitation. Shadows shifted, and goblins poured in from every direction. Suho's eyes gleamed like he was about to drop a mixtape called Goblin Genocide. Beru nodded approvingly as Suho dove into the chaos fists, flying like sledgehammers. The goblins never stood a chance, but as the battle dragged on, Suho started to feel it. The thrill was gone. These goblins weren't threats anymore, just punching bags for his level-ups. Still, the quest had to be finished, so he blew the horn again louder, deeper, and the second wave came this time. Even bigger and dumber. Suho wasn't done, though. With a snap of his will, he raised the fallen goblins as shadow soldiers. Now the fight leveled up from solo grind to battlefield simulator, with Gray charging in like a furry war god leading the shadow army. They tore through wave after wave for 3 straight hours. By the end, the dungeon was nothing but blood, bones, and broken dreams. Gray collapsed, exhausted, but Suho stood tall. Another system message popped up informing him that the quest had been completed, but the kill counter didn't stop at 100. It kept ticking up higher. Suho's eyes sharpened. The dude looked like he was about to speedrun the whole dungeon just for extra credit. His grin came back brighter than his future, and with zero hesitation, he went goblin hunting like it was personal. Gray, meanwhile, looked like a soggy sock on death's doorstep, just barely breathing through Suho's madness. But Suho didn't stop. He wiped the floor with every last goblin until the system finally tapped out and said, "Quest complete." And damn did it pay off. He got a full health reset, 3 stat points, and not 1 but 2 spicy loot boxes, 1 blessed and 1 cursed because, of course, the system had to throw in a gamble just to mess with him. The full heal had Suho feeling reborn. Stat points were a nice bonus, but now came the real test. Play it safe or roll the dice. And Suho, being a dumbass, obviously picked chaos. He cracked open the cursed box and boom, light flashed like the gods just approved the nonsense and left him with a pair of obsidian gauntlets dripping with menace and raw power. They beefed up his physical damage by 30% and made his hands look like they could knock out a tank. Suho slid them on with a little dramatic whisper about not needing shadow weapons anymore. Bro was ready to fistfight fate, but just as the hype hit peak levels, the system popped up with a cold bucket of reality. Gray's loyalty had dropped from admiration to fear. Suho blinked and turned to Beru like he just got slapped by the universe, asking what the hell was going on. Beru exhaled hard and told him that Gray wasn't some disposable shadow summon. He was alive, and Suho had pushed him past his limit. Suho finally got it. The dude had been so caught up in power grinding, he forgot his sidekick was human too, not just a stat boost with legs. With a heavy nod, Suho agreed to back off for now. They stepped out of the dungeon, and Suho's mind jumped to another headache. The Grim Reaper Guild is still shady and still suspicious. But before he could overthink it, his phone buzzed. And surprise, it was Senior Lim sounding like he just got hit with a problem. Lim was already at Soul Station Field pacing and pissed apparently his team was supposed to clean up monster corpses. But they ghosted, probably still drunk from the night before, because professionalism is clearly optional in this world. Suho, being the unpaid intern of Destiny, agreed to help geared up and got ready to start corpse hauling. Then the actual hunting squad rolled up, and their leader was a weird combo of stern dad energy and healer class with top-tier authority vibes. He took one look at the mess and got real salty throwing shade about the dungeon's difficulty and blaming Lim for being short-staffed. Suho kept his cool, but something about this guy felt wrong. Not just the attitude, the aura, and then the puzzle pieces clicked. Lim's urgent call, the Grim Reaper Guild still lurking nearby, and this healer acting sus as hell. None of this was random. Suho wasn't just in the middle of it, he was the damn target. The second Suho stepped into the dungeon with the squad, the mages fired up their magic spells and lit the path ahead. The squad leader wasted no time and barked orders like his paycheck depended on sounding dramatic. Everyone clicked into formation. Meanwhile, the dungeon wasn't feeling shy either. From the shadows came growls and out popped lizard freaks with red glowing eyes looking. The captain clocked the rising danger and threw a side eye at Suho and Lim, telling them to stick close and deal with the dead bodies like good little interns. The squad charged forward like synchronized murder was a group sport. Every move looked rehearsed, probably was because these people fought like they were in a commercial for magical teamwork. Suho, on the other hand, dipped into a corner and pulled out a black key and jammed it into the floor as he did. The ground cracked open and out came his shadow minions, screeching into existence. These goblins locked their soulless eyes on Suho, waiting for him to drop commands. While Suho summoned his edgelord army, the rest of the squad had already made quick work of the lizard things. The battlefield was a graveyard of scales and teeth. The captain called for a break because they didn't have enough people to haul monster corpses. But when he looked around, his rant short-circuited. Every single carcass had vanished. The man froze like his brain needed a reboot. His eyes landed on Suho's goblins doing the heavy lifting in creepy silence, cleaning up. He marched over to Suho, half panicked, demanding to know what kind of nightmare Costco deal he'd pulled this power from. Suho, chill as ever, said, yeah, the goblins were his squad now. Lim mentally braced himself for another one of the captain's tantrums. But the man dropped his pride and practically begged Suho to join the hauling team full-time, offering a top-tier salary. Suho didn't even blink and rejected his offer. Just when things were finally calming down, a hunter screamed like he'd stubbed his soul. Everyone rushed over and found civilian corpse. Blue flames flickered off the body. Suho's face turned serious real quick. He stared at the corpse and muttered that it was a mist, clearly expecting everyone to know what that meant. The captain, not exactly the brightest star in the sky, asked if it was some kind of new monster. Suho explained he'd run into these things during an outbreak at his university. Before the squad could even digest that horror nugget, more hunters shouted out, yep, more bodies, more blue flames, more reason to nope the hell out. The whole vibe turned grim. But Suho stayed ice cold. He suggested they report the mess to the association before going deeper. The captain stood there calculating whether ego or common sense would win. In the end, he decided, since the bodies weren't hunters, it was safe enough to keep moving forward. Suho gave one last warning to the cast full of idiots, but the captain wasn't having it. He flexed his ego and told Suho to shut up and handle the corpses, basically saying, I'm the boss here, so follow orders or get lost. With that level of clueless confidence, he led the squad deeper into the dungeon, their footsteps echoing off stone like the setup to a disaster. Suho watched them go, uneasiness crawling up his spine. He leaned into Lim, voice low and dead serious, and told him to run if shit hit the fan, because something about this mission was off, and not in a fun way. Meanwhile, down in the cursed basement of this hellhole, 3 freaks stood around marinating in bad vibes. They looked like bosses from a game you regret starting at midnight. One of them started bitching about their firewood running low. Apparently their magical meth lab Stardust factory wasn't getting supplies anymore. The second beast piped up saying the Hyena Guild was fumbling the bag, leaving them stuck without enough juice to stay competitive in the illegal mana market. But before they could finish whining, one of them stopped cold, catching the scent of humans above its eyes, lit up, not in fear, not in anger, in pure greedy excitement. They were about to make those poor bastards their next shipment without missing a beat. It offered to go greet the guests and told the others to prep the sacrifices and call in backup. The second beast reminded it not to kill them, as alive humans are more profitable after all. So the first beast nodded, then dragged its giant sword across the floor. Up top, the strike squad was in full beast-slaying mode, tearing through the tunnels like they were on a monster clearance sale. As the captain looked at the loot they had stacked, he grinned widely, and then, like he was flexing on poor people, pulled a glowing rock out of his coat. Stardust, that sweet forbidden boost every sketchy hunter dreams of. He bragged, saying it could amp his mana high enough to cosplay as a C rank or better. The rest of the squad stood around admiring the glow, staring at the cursed object, but while they were distracted drooling over a shiny rock, real danger was already creeping in behind them. A monster big enough to blot out hope was moving so quietly it was practically part of the shadows. One second the squad leader was bragging like he was untouchable, and the next he was on his way to meet Jesus. The monster's sword punched clean through his back and out his chest. Blood shot from his mouth and his body dropped to the ground. The rest of the squad just stood there frozen, eyes wide and brains offline. Then reality slapped them awake. They scrambled into formation, with fast breaths and panicked grips on their weapons, but the creature didn't even blink. It moved slowly and calmly. Then it did something that made everyone's soul leave their bodies. It pulled out a piece of stardust, the same rare stuff their captain had just shown off, and casually ate it like it was candy. That broke whatever spirit they had left. They rushed in trying to stop the buff from kicking in, but nope, too late. The beast went turbo. Its speed jumped past human levels, and its strength turned them into paper dolls. It tore through the squad effortlessly, and the formation shattered instantly, and soon bodies started hitting the floor one after another until the tunnel wasn't a battlefield anymore. It was a slaughterhouse soaked in blood and screams, and then nothing. Silence returned like death had pressed mute. The beast dragged off one of the corpses like it was grabbing lunch, muttered something about fuel, and vanished into the shadows without a care in the world. Far away from the bloodbath, Suho got hit with a system alert. A new quest dropped, and it wasn't sugar-coated. Rescue the survivors. People had been snatched by a demon. The word alone set off alarms in Suho's head. His gut twisted with urgency, the kind that didn't leave room for hesitation. He spun to Lim and told him to get out now. No arguments. Lim hesitated, clearly not ready to ditch Suho, but eventually nodded and bolted, his path lit and guarded by the goblins. Suho watched him go, then took a breath and locked in cold air wrapped around him, and he summoned his beast. Gray, the shadow wolf, burst out with a roar, ready for war without wasting a second. Suho triggered the bond skill. His arms flared up, covered in Vulcan gauntlets, power crackling through him like a war drum. He vanished the moment his foot touched the ground, pure focus driving him toward the hell waiting up ahead. Back in the beast's hideout, the smallest of the trio strolled in, dragging a mess of broken hunter corpses behind it, and dropped them with a wet thud on the cold floor, grinning wide as it announced the firewood had arrived. The oldest beast gave a single nod, eyes glowing cold, as it said the preparations were nearly done. The second demon stood over the final steps of the ritual and started running its mouth about how demons were about to roll in through the gate. The youngest one, cocky as ever, flexed about how fast it wrecked the last task, and was already hyped for round 2. The eldest couldn't give a single fuck about that, and told the youngest to go stack firewood. The youngest looked like it wanted to throw hands, but obeyed anyway. While that one sulked in the corner, the eldest demon was busy holding a chunk of glowing stardust. It stared at it all dramatically, going full anime monologue mode. The stardust was their pride and joy. It explained how their new poison mixed demonic power with mad blood, which boosted magic but snatched away your lifespan. But apparently, they got smart and threw in some magical fire from the mist burns, which helped tone down the side effects. All of this was thanks to the apostles, who basically handed them the cheat codes to break through their weak-ass limits. As the youngest piled up corpses, it nodded along, all respectful and weird, but the good vibes died fast. A sudden pressure rolled in like a slap to the soul. All 3 demons froze. Something was coming, and not in a good way. They all snapped toward the entrance. A second later, the door exploded into toothpicks. Suho stepped in like the final boss, scanning the room. Behind the demons, the Mistborns were chained up and being slow roasted in some dark magic BBQ pit. A system message popped up in Suho's view. Survivors, confirmed. Relief flickered through him. He wasn't too late. But then the baby demon decided it was fight o'clock. The youngest charged in, blade out, looking to make a highlight reel. Suho didn't even blink. He dodged the swing with pinpoint control and cracked the little freak in the chest with a gauntlet-powered punch. Still, it wasn't done yet. The thing bounced back with a wild slash combo, but Suho blocked every single hit like it was nothing. The older demons, watching it all unfold, realized their baby's new upgrades weren't cutting it. They swallowed their stardust and rushed in together, synced up and deadly. But Suho, still unbothered, dodging attacks with clean flips and dodges, gliding like a damn action movie hero. But the moment his feet hit the ground, one of the demons had already slipped behind him. A blast of energy smacked him right in the back. The blast hit Suho like a truck full of lightning and regret. His whole body locked up, limbs frozen, voice gone, and muscles twitching like a short-circuited puppet. The youngest demon saw his shot and darted in, blade ready to finish the job, but Suho wasn't done yet. He forced his body to move, sheer willpower dragging him back from the edge. Then came that iconic word, arise. The ground cracked open with a hiss and boom. Out came the Shadow Squad, like nightmares with swords jagged and wild. They slammed straight into the charging baby demon, cutting its momentum off mid-strike. The hit gave Suho just enough time to shake off the paralysis and get back on his feet. The eldest demon just stood there frozen, eyes wide like it had just seen its ancestors crawl out of hell. Suho didn't wait. He rushed in, snatched its wrist, and launched it across the floor like garbage day had arrived. Tables turned, mood shifted. And now the demons were looking at each other like, oh shit, because in those shadows they recognized something there. Not exactly the Shadow Monarch's vibe, but close enough to trigger some suppressed trauma. Still, they snapped out of it fast. Fear turned into rage. They roared and charged, slicing through the shadows with wild swings, blades flashing through the summoned soldiers. Their confidence came back full force. If Suho wasn't the real monarch, then he was fair game, right? Easy kill. Suho stayed calm, eyes sharp, watching how they moved, realizing quickly that while none of them hit like Brokey, their team attack was a serious pain, and worse, his mana was bleeding out. Reviving shadow goblins over and over was draining him fast. Then Suho remembered Baru's words from back then. The time he'd been questioned about why he kept Brokey's corpse. Instead of using it, he'd stored it away because he'd seen something in Brokey's last moments, not rage, but regret. Regret for being used, for being stripped of pride by the Atarim. That moment of humanity, or whatever passed for it in a giant demon, was enough to make Suho believe maybe there was something worth saving. Maybe Brokey deserved better, and now was the time to find out. With his mind made up and the clock ticking, Suho pulled the Shadow Dungeon key from his inventory, his eyes locked with cold resolve and no hesitation. The left hand moved smoothly and fast, driving the key deep into his own shadow. He whispered the command. As Suho activated the key, the shadows writhed and stretched across the ground like they were hungry, slithering toward Brokey's giant corpse. The ground trembled. Slowly, that massive slab of demonic muscle began to twitch. Darkness wrapped around it like armor, thick and pulsing. Then Brokey roared back to life. Not a quiet little grunt, no. This was a soul-rattling, eardrum-shattering, I'm back, bitches kind of roar. His shadow-drenched body towered over the lair like a walking apocalypse, and every demon in the room froze. The older siblings knew exactly what they were looking at, and couldn't figure out how the hell Suho had tamed this monster in the first place. Suho didn't waste the moment as he re-evaluated the field. Now with both Gray and Brokey beside him, the numbers finally evened out. For the first time, it felt like the tide was turning. The weight on his shoulders lightened just enough for him to breathe. Fueled by that shift, Suho launched himself right back into the storm, diving into the madness like he was born in it. The battlefield erupted again, claws, steel, and shadow soldiers tearing through demons in a blood-soaked ballet of violence. But just as the chaos raged at the center, something changed. From the edge of the madness, a new figure stepped into view. She didn't charge in or flinch at the noise. She just stood there like the queen of every room she entered. Posture perfect, eyes razor sharp. She scanned the battlefield, eyes locking onto the shadows with a flicker of something beneath the surface. It wasn't fear, it was confusion, mixed with something heavier. Her gaze landed on a single shadow soldier, and her face twisted with disbelief. Inside the chamber, Suho wasn't slowing down. He zeroed in on the youngest demon again, dodging its wild, desperate swings like he was born allergic to failure. Its blades sliced the air, but Suho's Vulcan gauntlets met every strike with brutal accuracy. Then came the break. Suho slipped in and delivered a knee straight to the demon's jaw, hard enough to rattle the bones of anyone watching. It staggered back, dazed and stumbling. Suho moved in for the kill, but fate wasn't having it. One of the elder demons jumped in last second and blasted the entire chamber with electrified stardust. The surge lit up the room, and Suho was forced to pull back. Suho barely raised his guard in time. dodging just enough to avoid being roasted by the electrified blast, but the frustration on his face was clear. This fight was slipping out of his grip. The Demon Brothers were moving like a damn esports team, flawless coordination, covering each other without missing a beat. Suho's brain was in overdrive, tracking every movement, every shift in rhythm. But it wasn't just the demons wearing him down. His mana was bleeding out fast. Constantly reviving shadows was already bad enough, but the real energy drain came from Gray's possession. What once felt like a seamless link was now ripping at his insides, tugging his life force like an overdue rent collector. And Brokey, the once unstoppable beast, was barely holding it together, stuck restraining just one opponent with none of the dominance he used to have. That's when it hit Suho. This wasn't a fight he could win by dragging it out. He had realized that if he kept playing defense, he was screwed. But just as he was about to move, the air shifted again. That mysterious woman finally decided to make an entrance. She stepped forward, calm and measured, and absolutely not giving a single fuck about the chaos exploding around her. Her sudden arrival froze everything. Shadow soldiers, demons, even Suho, everyone turned to face her. The battlefield fell into stunned silence as she walked straight into the center like she owned it. Suho's eyes snapped to her, his body still tense from the last attack, and his mind immediately tried to figure out who the hell she was and what the hell she thought she was doing. Then, without missing a beat, she spoke, her voice sharp, clear, and loud enough to slice through the tension like a blade. She wanted to know about my glorious king's whereabouts. Suho was confused as hell when this tall, armored woman popped out of nowhere asking about my glorious king's whereabouts. He barely had time to blink before Baru recognized her on sight. And the man didn't just say hi like a normal person either. Nah, he hit her with that long-lost comrade tone, all emotional and shit. Easel heard him and instantly dropped the war face and straight up tackled him with questions about where Drippy Woo was and who the squishy human next to him might be. Baru was flustered and tried to explain everything at once. But just when it looked like we were about to get a wholesome reunion, the demons watching from afar started getting twitchy. Ezel showing up was not on their bingo card, especially since she came from a noble house and clearly wasn't supposed to be on friendly terms with the enemy. Meanwhile, Ezel was in her own world, happy to see Baru alive, but Baru snapped her out of it, pointing out that there were bloodthirsty demons ready to jump them, and cuddling time could wait. The demonic brothers didn't need an invitation. They lunged at Ezel with zero chill, ready to slurp her noble blood like it was a 5-star meal. Suho asked if Ezel could even fight in that condition. Baru hit him with the she's built different speech, claiming she was S-rank level. Suho was impressed for like 2 seconds until Ezel got bodied by the weakest demon. She face-planted hard, and everyone watching had that aged poorly expression. Baru stared at her as he realized her mana was basically on life support. That S-rank claim, turns out it was expired. Ezel, now crying and with her pride shattered, finally decided to hit them with the backstory of how half a year ago her house got stomped during a rebellion. Everyone died to get her out, and in the chaos, someone jacked her blood, which apparently doubled as her power source. Now she's walking around with high-status last-name energy and no gas in the tank. She begged Baru for help, hoping he'd throw her a bone, but this overgrown bug told her to come back when she's not useless, and that broke her. The demons watching were loving this. They were practically licking their lips, realizing they had a wounded noble heir right in front of them. But while the demons got hyped, Suho's brain actually started working. He knew they couldn't win in a full-on brawl, but maybe if he isolated one of them, he'd have a shot. Time was ticking, mana was running low, and someone had to pull a move. That's when Baru stepped up. He activated a skill called Harsh Orders, basically hitting Ezel with the fantasy version of a motivational slap. Her stats spiked 50% on the spot, and you could see it in her eyes. She was back in the game. Recharged, pissed, and ready to throw hands, she let out a scream that echoed through the air and charged at the demons. Suho watched Ezel light up with borrowed strength. He was relieved she could still throw hands, but part of him knew she was still on thin ice. Either way, her reckless comeback gave him the opening he needed. With the demons distracted, he moved in for the real fight. Brokey threw himself into the chaos, tackling one demon clean off his feet. Ezel, locking onto the eldest demon, launched her spear with full force, but the bastard blocked it like it was nothing, which would have been fine if his little brother didn't sneak up and slash Ezel straight across the back. She screamed in pain, and the smug little demon thought he had it in the bag. Suho wasn't about to let that slide. He exploded forward like a man possessed, grabbed the demon by the skull, and yeeted him like he was tossing tossing garbage. The demon crashed into a mountain of dead beasts with a nasty crunch, but Suho didn't stop there. He zipped in like he had teleport hacks on, and cleaved the bastard's face clean in half before the demon even knew what hit him. It was fast, brutal, and straight-up disrespectful. The system chimed in, informing them that Suho had leveled up, and Vulcan's horns slurped the demon's soul for extra gains. Meanwhile, the eldest demon turned around just in time to see his brother become a corpse, and lost all composure. But he had no time to grieve because Ezel, still burning with whatever energy she had left, charged at him to keep the pressure on. Unfortunately, the hype didn't last. Harsh orders wore off, and Ezel's whole body betrayed her and collapsed right in front of the enemy. The demon grinned, ready to finish her off until Suho popped up behind him like a ghost with an attitude. Just one clean grab, a neck twist so nasty it echoed, and the demon dropped dead on the spot. Now only one was left, and the final demon instantly went from bloodthirsty to scared shitless. Realizing he was outnumbered and running out of luck, he dove at Ezel in a last-ditch effort to suck her blood and pull off a miracle. But Suho was done playing games. Before the demon could touch her, his boot came down with bone-snapping force, crushing the demon's hand mid-swipe. The look in Suho's eyes was cold enough to make hell shiver. He didn't say much, just gave Brokey the go-ahead, and this motherfucker didn't hesitate. He lunged in and clamped down, snapping the last demon in half with one bite. Somewhere off in the mess of ashes and corpses, Ezel twitched her fingers and tried to sit up. Her body was still useless, but her mind was finally catching up to the chaos around her, and what she saw almost broke her. The human standing in the middle of the battlefield was commanding shadow soldiers like it was nothing, the skill that belonged to my glorious king. The realization hit her like a truck. She turned to Baru, demanding an explanation, and of course the overgrown bug just gave her one of his vague, cryptic nudges, but that was enough. Memories slammed into her, the aura, the power, the presence, it was all there. Trembling, she whispered the truth out loud. Suho wasn't just some random hunter. This was the young monarch, the successor to the one she used to worship. Suho stood surrounded by scorched demon bodies and burning piles of mist beasts, when he heard her voice barely above a whisper. She looked at him like she'd seen a ghost, and said he looked eerily similar to my glorious king. But before she could say more, her strength gave out, and she collapsed again. Suho looked down with concern, clearly not used to having someone pass out mid-conversation. He turned to Baru, who checked on Ezel and calmly told him she was fine, just out cold from exhaustion. That calmed Suho down a bit. His eyes drifted toward the hunters Beru was tending to, all barely hanging on but alive, and then the system chimed in, announcing the quest's completion. Suho didn't waste a second. He told the system to open the store and browsed for anything that could help. Without hesitation, he picked a low-grade healing potion, and when it popped into his hand, he walked back to Ezel and gently lifted her head. Pouring the potion into her mouth, he watched as a warm, golden light wrapped around her. Her wounds began to fade little by little, and he let out a breath of relief. But even with her healing, her fragile state gnawed at him. The idea of leaving her behind clearly wasn't sitting right, so he made a decision on the spot to take her with them. Without needing another word, Brokey moved in and started collecting demon corpses, while Gray lifted Ezel with surprising care, placing her on its back. Suho led them through the portal into the shadow dungeon. After Ezel woke up, Baru told her everything, how my glorious king dipped from Earth to go smack down the outer god's invasion himself. Meanwhile, Suho gave her the side-eye, trying to place her face like he'd just seen an old high school classmate he forgot existed. He knew her name now, but his memory was doing the cha-cha one step forward, two steps back. Something about her felt familiar, but the details were all fogged up. Picking up on his confusion, Ezel stepped in and casually reminded him they met during his tutorial phase. You know, way back when he was still baby Suho, grinding floors in the demon castle. That name drop hit different suddenly. A dusty old memory floated up. He saw her, standing beside him while he climbed those hellish floors. It was fuzzy, but it was real. Before he could say anything, though, Baru cut in, demanding to know what the hell happened to leave her this wrecked. Ezel didn't bother dodging anymore. Her face dropped, her soul sighed, and she turned to Suho, ready to unpack the demon realm mess like a trauma dump at 3 a.m. After my glorious king bodied the demon king and nuked the corrupt noble system, the realm chilled out. Peace actually became a thing. The Ridiru clan took over babysitting the demon castle, keeping the chaos on a leash. Things were fine until half a year ago. That's when everything went full apocalyptic. Some mystery juice called Stardust started spreading through the demon ranks. She said the name, and Suho's brain sparked. He remembered hearing demons drop that word in battle. Suddenly, everything started clicking. Stardust didn't do much to the big bosses, but for the weaker demons, that shit was miracle dust. Instant power-up, zero consequences. And with no monarch to lay down the law, the low-tier clowns started acting brave. These hopped-up demons got drunk on power and decided it was rebellion o'clock. They grouped up, aiming their rage straight at the Ridiru clan, the last one standing for monarch rule. What started as sneaky betrayals exploded into a full-on civil war. The Ridiru fought hard, completely unready for the feral chaos they faced. 6 straight months of non-stop war, and it wore them down. Ezel's voice shook while telling it, like the trauma was clawing its way back up. And then she dropped the real horror. The rebels didn't just want power, they wanted blood, noble blood. They started treating the survivors like human batteries, draining their magic, juicing themselves up, and tossing the bodies like garbage. Hazel's father, her people, her clan, all of them got swallowed by that nightmare, and she wasn't spared either. Captured, used, her mana drained over and over until she was a ghost of her former self. As she laid it all out, the shame in Essel's voice was loud enough to choke a room full of demons. She didn't survive because she was strong, she survived because she ran. Everyone else died buying her time. Her clan, her people, all gone. And now, face to face with the son of the man who had once trusted her family with the entire damn realm, she could barely look him in the eyes. Meanwhile, Suho sat there silent, taking in every word like he was downloading trauma. But instead of grilling her or throwing shade, he hit her with something heavier: gratitude. He didn't blame her. He thanked her. He thanked her for enduring, for surviving, and for everything the Ridiru clan had done for his father. And then, dead serious, he swore she wouldn't have to carry that weight alone anymore. They'd rebuild the Ridiru household together. That promise hit deeper than a sword to the gut. Something inside Essel flickered. Something older than the pain. She saw a memory, crystal clear. Jinwoo himself was standing before her, wearing that same look of unshakable resolve. And for a second, it felt like the Monarch of Shadows was back, staring at her through his son's eyes. Right on cue, a system notification popped up in Suho's vision. It confirmed that Essel, the last of the pure-blood demon nobles, had expressed her gratitude. Then another line dropped, offering Suho a choice: recruit the descendant of the White Flames as his teammate. That one threw him. He hadn't clocked that Essel was tied to the second monarch. But hey, the system doesn't make typos. Still stunned, he looked at her again, the truth settling in, and without hesitation, he accepted. The system lit up, announcing that a new bond was formed. Essel was now officially his companion, and their new link came with a bonus, a unique bond skill activated between them. As Essel processed everything, a cascade of notifications blitzed her vision, leaving her looking stunned. A status screen opened in front of her eyes, her first. She blinked at it like it was written in another language. Suho clocked it immediately. This system wasn't just his anymore. Turns out it was visible to his companions too, something he'd never noticed since Gray, his last bonded ally, literally couldn't speak. Seeing her dazed but still standing, Suho figured it was the perfect time to test their new bond skill. He focused on it, and the system confirmed the activation of Demon Blast, and it didn't disappoint. A surge of energy sparked between them. This wasn't some soft little power boost. It was raw, violent synergy, charging through his body like he just chugged a lightning storm. The connection hit hard. But before he could even enjoy the high, Ezil dropped, straight up collapsed. She hit the floor like her soul got unplugged, gasping, shaking, completely spent. Whatever juice she had left, that skill just drained it all. Suho knelt beside her, telling Essel she'd done more than enough and needed to rest. But as she lay catching her breath, he couldn't stop thinking about that new bond skill. Just activating it brought her to this state, so he was curious just how strong Demon Blast was supposed to be. Curiosity got the better of him. He tightened his fist, stepped up to a nearby wall, and threw a clean punch. The wall cracked a little, but honestly, it was just your average Suho punch. Baru pointed out that the hit looked no different than his regular attacks. Suho inspected the damage and had to admit, compared to Gray's bond skill, this was straight up disappointing. Turning to the system screen, Suho checked the status of Demon Blast. The charge rate was sitting at a depressing 0%, and there was zero info on how to actually charge it. He squinted at the screen, getting more annoyed by the second. The power was clearly there, he'd felt it, but now it was acting like a locked feature. Before he could throw a tantrum, Baru stepped in, asking if he could eat the demon corpses they brought back into the shadow dungeon. Suho shook his head. He explained those bodies were for shadow extraction, not Baru's snack time. Baru blinked in surprise. He hadn't realized Suho hadn't tried to extract them yet. He nudged him to give it a shot. Suho lifted his hand and summoned the command that used to raise entire armies. But this time, the system said no. Extraction failed. The souls were too corrupted, and their mana was tainted beyond use. Beru, pulling knowledge from the OG Monarch playbook, reminded Suho that even my glorious king had run into this problem. He couldn't extract corrupted demons, either he had to bind them through contracts, like he did with the Radaru clan. Accepting the L, Suho gave Beru the green light to chow down. Beru bowed, genuinely grateful, then immediately got to work, chomping through corpses. Meanwhile, Suho turned back to Essel and handed her another potion. She took it with a faint but grateful smile. Knowing she had nowhere else to go, Suho offered her a place to stay within the shadow dungeon. She was touched, clearly ready to say something emotional, but didn't get the chance. Because right then, Baru let out a scream that could wake the dead. Suho spun around, ready to fight, but Baru stood frozen among the bodies, face grim as hell. Whatever memories he'd absorbed while feasting weren't just gross, they were game-changing. He'd uncovered something big, something dangerous. The apostles of Ataram weren't just floating rumors anymore. Sensing the weight of what was coming, Suho dropped to the ground, the others gathering quickly. Baru started unpacking the truth. Stardust wasn't just a demon drug, it was universal. The mist burns. Used to make it, they weren't born in hell. They came from space. And that one line hit Essel like a slap. Her eyes shot open, realizing this threat was way bigger than any of them had imagined. Suho sat frozen, like his brain had just blue-screened, because what he just heard was absolutely insane. Turns out the mists weren't just some freak accident or a natural disaster. They were handcrafted nightmare fuel courtesy of some aliens with a god complex. Baru connected the dots. The demons were getting their human ingredients from the Hyena Guild, infecting them, turning them into walking fog machines, and then tossing them into Stardust cookers. And this wasn't some solo gig either. The Reaper Guild was in charge of delivery, like some twisted Amazon Prime and the factories. Suho's silence wasn't peace. It was a full-on mental breakdown because everything clicked. Invasions, corruption, missing people. It wasn't random. It was organized, planned, and running smoother than most governments. But Baru wasn't done blowing Suho's mind yet. This mess had a blueprint and a lead designer, some random human clown who built the entire Stardust operation from scratch, and this dude wasn't freelancing either. He was one of the Ataram's apostles lurking on Earth like a final boss hiding in plain sight. Suho's jaw might as well have hit the floor. Then Beru dropped another bomb. Apparently this apostle had a little sidekick. Lee Min-sung, Mr. Vice Guildmaster of the Reaper Guild himself, was the same dude who'd been playing innocent the whole time. Baru was convinced that if they followed Min-sung's trail, they'd end up face-to-face with the Apostle. Meanwhile, outside the Reaper Guild HQ, the public was having a meltdown. Journalists were foaming at the mouth with questions, and the crowd was seconds away from throwing hands. When Lee Min-sung finally walked out, the man pulled out every Oscar-worthy move in the book. Surrounded by bodyguards, he cried on cue and talked about pain, regret, and the heavy burden of leadership. And like the clowns they were, the crowd ate it up. Confusion turned into sympathy real quick. Suddenly this man was a victim, not the villain. Min-sung wiped away his fake tears, turned around, and smirked like the smug bastard he was. He could already hear the whispers praising him, the sympathy points stacking up faster than Stardust shipments. Suho stood hidden behind a wall, watching Lee Min-sung. The air around him was tense, eyes locked, cold as hell, and brain firing at full speed. He glanced at Beru and asked if Min-sung was dripping with that nasty outer god Ataram energy. Beru focused hard enough to scan a soul and finally confirmed, nope, not even a drop of cosmic creepiness in him. That answer didn't calm Suho. It made things worse because now he knew Min-sung wasn't brainwashed. This psycho was running on pure free will. Suho's fists clenched. Dude was ready to throw hands, but Baru jumped in with a bro, "Don't be dumb" warning and broke it down straight. Min-sung was way out of his league. Meanwhile, Min-sung was out here living like nothing mattered, with no idea someone wanted to crack his skull from the shadows. He hopped into a sleek black car with all tinted windows and rich guy energy. The ride was silent except for the engine's soft hum, and man, was he soaking in the peace when the car rolled up to a luxury hotel already tailored to his spoiled tastes. Everything was five-star food set like a feast. Lounging on a designer couch with some random woman half asleep on his chest. Min-sung laughed at his phone as if the headlines were memes written by his PR team. People were out here calling him a misunderstood hero, praising his guild's spotless finances, and acting like this motherfucker was a saint fresh out of heaven. But the vibe did a full 180 when another woman walked in her entrance, cut through the room like a blade. Not wasting a second, she ordered the others out like she owned the place, and nobody dared argue alone with him. Now she came in swinging no small talk, no fake smiles, straight to the point. She wanted a massive load of stardust and wasn't gonna beg for it. Min-sung narrowed his eyes, annoyed, but calm, flexed his nerves and reminded her their whole supply line just went to shit. One of the factories got toasted and the stash was drying up fast. She didn't care at all, practically dared him to make it work. Her tone screamed, "You better figure it out," and Min-sung hated that, but he kept his cool and nodded, saying he'd contact the supplier. His thoughts spiraled to the one man who actually mattered, the ghost running the whole Stardust operation, the dude who built the system, designed the flow, and kept everything moving, and now he'd gone dark. The Empire was slipping, and Min-sung knew it. The only way forward was to track that bastard down, and fast. The problem was, this wasn't just a missing supplier. He was the main architect, the shadow puppeteer, the actual apostle of the Atarum that Beru warned Suho about. The real monster wasn't lounging in a penthouse. He was hiding on Earth, waiting and watching. Meanwhile, in the shadow realm, goblins were getting absolutely obliterated. Gray and Essel were moving like a damn wrecking crew, slicing through green little freaks like he was on a Elden Run speed run. Meanwhile, Suho was off doing main character shit like always. Every swing of his blade was another step toward maxing out those sweet stats. He summoned the next wave of goblins like he was ordering takeout. On the side, Beru stood quiet, watching Suho go full grind mode. But even that bug-eyed ant could feel it. Suho wasn't just focused, he was pissed. That earlier conversation, still lingering in his head. Beru remembered laying out the game plan for Suho. Track down Lee Min-sung, the bastard running the Stardust distribution, and squeeze out info on the Atarim Apostle. But Beru wasn't here to play therapist. If Min-sung didn't talk, Beru was more than ready to snack on him for the answers. Yeah, literally. The Shadow Monarch gave him that authority, but only if they could actually beat the guy first. And that's where the real problem kicked in. Beru had done some recon at the Hunter Association and basically told Suho, "Bro, we're weak as hell." Suho was ranked C, Gray barely qualified as D, and Essel was holding that C rank. Together, Suho and Gray might fake it as B rank, but that was still child's play next to Lee Min-sung, who sat comfortably in the A rank big boy table. Then Essel asked Beru what his rank was, and this cockroach in a suit of armor puffed up with pride, calling himself a general. Essel hit him back instantly, more like a dumbass with wings, and that was enough to light Beru up. The dude screeched like someone stepped on his honor. While Beru threw his tantrum, Suho was busy checking his quest notifications like a true gamer. He'd gone above and beyond the kill count, but his progress bar didn't give a damn. Looked like that secret reward he got earlier was a one-hit wonder. With no real gains, Suho cracked open a random box he'd earned and pulled out something called the Ash Ring. Boosted his sense stat by 5, not bad, but not game-changing either. Suho stared at the ring like it owed him child support. It was helpful, sure, but not the answer he needed. Suho could feel it in his bones. The goblin grind was cooked. He'd been farming these walking green meat bags non-stop, but the XP drip was starting to dry up. Even killing demons barely did anything for his weapon. It only leveled up by a pathetic 3%. Suho was starting to get real salty about his progress. He wanted power, fast, but all the good opportunities were locked behind a gate he didn't have the keys to. The only gigs coming his way as an E-rank hunter were glorified fetch quests, digging holes and picking mushrooms. And the Hunter Association? Yeah, those rule-hugging weirdos made it straight up illegal to enter dungeons without permission. So Suho was stuck in this sad little loop with no real way out. So our favorite overgrown bug told Suho to just get re-evaluated by the association. Easy fix, right? Wrong. Suho wasn't trying to go viral on some hunter leaderboard. If he awakened again, the whole world would know. And with the Atarim apostle creeping around Earth, Suho was not about to paint a giant target on his back. The last thing he wanted was to be turned into a pawn in some alien chess match, especially when he couldn't even handle Lee Min-sung. Suho was paranoid for good reason, and Baru got that. The Ant General calmed him down, saying the apostle probably wasn't that big of a threat yet. If that bastard had gotten here faster than Baru, chances are their strength was nerfed from the transfer. Baru then hit Suho with a little science lesson no one asked for. Turns out, jumping between universes isn't as easy as taking the bus. Outer dimensional travel meant passing through cracks in space that acted like mana-suffocating straws. The walls of those cracks fought back, snapping shut and draining energy like they were built to ruin your day. Pushing through them drained time and mana, even for the big dogs like the Atarim army. It's why the Shadow Monarch, who could probably bench press planets, still couldn't waltz into this universe whenever he felt like it. Piecing all this together, Suho started seeing the bigger picture. The apostle was probably weak enough to slip through the crack quickly, but not strong enough to start chaos alone. That's why they were hiding, using henchmen like Brocky and Demon Squads to stir shit up while they recharged. Suho knew the real storm was coming. If things escalated, and they would, this quiet period was his only shot to grind hard and power up before the real fight began. While Suho was busy plotting his next move, Baru was deep in his own flashback saga. He remembered the talk he had with my glorious king, and Jinwoo basically handed Baru the keys to the kingdom, both literally and metaphorically. Earth was on thin ice, so Jinwoo told him to make the big calls when needed, and then he gave him a key. Not just some random house key, this one supposedly unlocked a way to find someone who could seriously help Suho out. Back in the now, Baru snapped out of memory lane with full commitment. That key, he was going to use it when the timing was perfect. But before he could even start his dramatic monologue, Suho's brain finally booted up. A light bulb went off in Suho's head so fast he didn't even speak, just whipped out his phone. He'd finally realized there was a loophole, a legal cheat code, a way to slip through the system without setting off alarms. The answer had been in his face the whole time, beautiful world, a VR game with more players than the population of some countries. At its peak, the thing was pulling 12 million users at once, and the mastermind behind this gaming empire? None other than our boy Jinho. Suho showed up at Ajin Soft HQ and got the red carpet treatment. An employee instantly recognized him and said the CEO had been expecting him. Weirdly convenient, but whatever plot armor wins again. As Suho walked through the halls, he noticed something off. Way too many awakened hunters for a tech company. The employee explained that not every awakened wanted to die in a dungeon. Some just wanted chill jobs with benefits, so they signed up as guards or took on company gigs. That gave Suho a pause. Why would a gaming company need muscle-bound man freaks? Was there something cooking behind the scenes? Probably. But Suho didn't say a word and just kept walking. Eventually, they entered the big boss's office, and there he was, Yu Jinho. The man lit up the second he saw Suho and damn near sparkled with excitement. His voice was pure sunshine, all joy and warmth, like he hadn't just been ghosting his nephew for years. Jinho started off with that classic uncle energy, thinking about how the last time they met was back at Suho's awakening ceremony at the Korean Arts University, and gave him a guilt trip straight from the family handbook, saying how Gina wanted Suho to be in contact with them often. Suho hit back with the standard "I've been busy" excuse. Still, Jinho saw past the surface. The kid had changed, grown taller, gotten that aura of someone who's seen too much too fast. Suho played it off as a growth spurt, but the moment had that quiet, mutual respect. They both knew Suho wasn't a kid anymore. Then Suho did the unexpected. He pulled out a folder, slapped it on the desk, and told Jinho he had a proposal. Jinho was caught off guard at first, but his surprise turned into admiration real quick. As he read through the document, he saw Suho wasn't just swinging wild, he had a full-on strategy. Suho offered a deal where Jinho and Ajinsoft could fund dungeon runs by buying gates and hiring strike teams. In return, all the magic essence crystals Suho collected inside would go straight to the company. It was clean, profitable, and completely legal. Suho even said he could solo D to C rank dungeons, prompting Jinho to give Suho a strange look, and that was understandable because officially, Suho was still an E rank weakling, at the bottom of the hunter food chain. Jinwoo raised a skeptical brow, like, how the hell are you going to solo a dungeon? But Suho didn't flinch. He didn't spill all the tea, just hinted he had a way to make it work. Jinwoo, thoughtful as ever, started connecting dots. As a D rank awakened himself, even he knew how tough gates were. He guessed Suho's obsession with leveling up might be personal, maybe even tied to his parents. The theory that Suho believed Jinwoo and Cha-Hai-In had disappeared into a gate during the Great Cataclysm. Jinwoo admitted he'd already hired hunters to search for them, gently asking Suho to stay patient. But Suho wasn't here to wait around. He knew this moment was coming, the one where he'd have to stop dodging and start explaining what he really wanted. From the shadows came Baru's voice. He asked if Suho was really about to drop the truth bomb. Suho didn't say it out loud, but inside he was locked in. Jinwoo was the one dude he trusted more than anyone, not named mom or dad. With that, Suho's face shifted into serious mode. He looked his uncle dead in the eye and hit him with a line no normal awakened would ever dare to say, and straight up told him that he could level up, not metaphorically, but literally. Jinwoo stood there frozen like someone just leaked spoilers from his own life. Suho didn't slow down. He laid out the whole messed up situation. Aliens from another universe were chilling on Earth like they owned the place, and the only way to send them packing was by getting stronger. That meant dungeon crawling, power grinding, and stacking EXP like his life depended on it. Jinwoo blinked like he was buffering on dial-up. Then he brought up some random side project his company was cooking called solo leveling. That got Suho's interest real quick. Jinwoo laughed it off like Suho was pulling an April Fool's prank 6 months late. The game was about a weak-ass E-rank hunter who climbed his way up past S ranks and became the world's strongest. Sounded a little too on the nose. Jinwoo joked maybe Suho had seen the design doc early and was just trolling him. But Suho wasn't laughing because that plot, that felt way too familiar. That felt like dad. Still thinking this was all just some elaborate nephew-level trolling attempt, Jinwoo kept teasing. Said if this was Suho's idea of a prank, he needed better material because he wasn't fooling anyone. That's when Baru stepped out of the shadows, and he hinted that maybe Jinwoo wasn't just clueless. Maybe he was half awake from a past life reboot. That wiped the smirk clean off Jinwoo's face. The man turned toward Baru, jaw dropped, heart doing backflips. Whatever calm he had left, it yeeted itself into the void. Seeing Baru step forward, towering insectoid and radiating ancient menace, shut Jinwoo up instantly. Dude looked like he was staring at his childhood nightmares come to life. He turned to Suho, voice cracking, asking what the hell that thing even was. Baru bowed slightly to Suho and offered his help. Suho was thrown off, not expecting Baru to jump into the convo like that. But Baru wasn't here for small talk. He reminded Jinwoo that back in the forgotten timeline, he had once fought beside Jinwoo. He'd seen wars, chaos, and destruction on a scale no human should ever forget. Baru said that kind of memory doesn't fade, it carves itself into your soul. Jinwoo just stood there, mentally free-falling, trying to process why his life suddenly felt like a sequel he never signed up for. Jinwoo was already trying hard to figure out this shit, but then Baru just floored the gas when he pulled out a cursed-looking key that was dripping with creepy dark energy. And instead of explaining anything like a normal person, Baru just went straight to action mode and just shoved that thing right into Jinwoo's chest. Jinwoo gasped like he'd just been slapped by a ghost. The world around him blinked out and boom, he was in a void. He shouted into the nothing, hoping anyone would answer, and then a figure appeared, slowly walking toward him. It was him, decked out in armor, looking like a war-hardened badass, straight from a fantasy trailer. His brain cracked wide open as a flood of memories hit him like an emotional freight train. He saw everything meeting Jinwoo for the first time, begging him to help start his guild, getting saved repeatedly, and realizing Jinwoo wasn't just a friend. He was the only real brother Jinwoo ever had. One memory stood out the most, sitting with Jinwoo at a cafe after a raid, and thanking him for everything. Jinwoo's answer was simple and brutal in how much it hit. If Jinwoo saw him as a brother, then he'd be one. Then the void pulled back, and he was alone again with tears in his eyes, trying not to break down completely. Back in the real world, Jinwoo sucked in a breath. Everything had changed. He muttered to himself, trying to wrap his head around it. Was there really a way to see Jinwoo again in this twisted new version of Earth? Suho turned to Baru deadpan, asking what the hell just happened to his uncle's soul. Baru calmly explained he just hit the unlock button. Those memories weren't new. They were just buried like emotional landmines And now they were back. Jinwoo, now way less confused and way more emotionally wrecked, looked at Suho like he finally saw him. He understood now just how godlike Jinwoo really was. The man had carried worlds on his back like it was nothing. Then he turned to Suho and asked the question hanging in the air, had Suho inherited that same monstrous power? Suho nodded, but clarified that his flavor of broken was different from his dad's. That opened the door to a darker conversation. The world wasn't just in danger, it was on the brink of destruction. Jinwoo reflected on how Jinwoo had once stood as humanity's wall against the Atarim. Jinwoo was still trying to wrap his head around just how god-tier Jinwoo really was. That man operated on a level where physics and logic just politely stepped aside. Suho explained that the only way to stop the Atarim invasion was to level up fast. Jinwoo respected the kid's determination, but still couldn't help clowning the way he handled it. Instead of rushing in head first like most maniacs, Suho had pulled out a whole business proposal. Charts are probably included. Jinwoo laughed and pointed out how that calm, calculated energy was classic Jinwoo. The dude had always stuck to his principles, like he had a moral contract with the universe. Suho smiled at the comparison, clearly proud to be his dad's son. After all the memories and realizations hit, Jinwoo finally dropped the protective uncle act. He stood up and made it clear that he won't be treating Suho as a fragile child anymore, and that he was all in. That hit Suho hard, and he rose from his seat, more fired up than ever. Jinwoo watched him go with that silent old man wisdom face, thinking back to how Jinwoo used to face the impossible like it was just another Tuesday. But this time, it wasn't just Jinwoo against the world. Jinwoo had his memories, his role, and his chance to fight too. He didn't say it out loud, but in his head, the vow was made he'd help Suho no matter what. The next day, Suho showed up at the gate looking like a whole menace, face hidden behind a sleek mask. Jinwoo had already done his homework and assembled a squad of hunters. But Suho knew exactly what this group was: warm bodies for legal checkboxes. None of them were here for strength. They were hired to make the team count official, and Jinwoo had executed the plan like a pro. Among the hunters, one dude eyed Suho. He thought how he was getting paid millions of won just to stand around. It sounded way too good to be real. Suho calmly told him, yeah, the offer was legit. Another hunter raised an eyebrow and asked, the obvious, was Suho actually planning to go in solo? Was he cocky or just brain damaged? Before the clownery went full circus, a third hunter stepped up. This one wasn't mocking, just genuine. He said if Suho needed help, he'd jump in, even if his body wasn't what it used to be. Suho appreciated the honesty and gave the man a nod, but he wasn't here to tag team. He was here to carry out the damn mission. With zero drama or hesitation, Suho walked toward the gate and said it clearly if he needed backup, he'd ask. But deep down, Suho knew damn well he was walking into this mess solo, no matter what anyone said. The second he stepped through that gate, his brain did a full dad spiral, remembering how my glorious king was basically a one-man army who treats teamwork like it's a disease, had always taken on everything alone, carrying the world like he was contractually obligated to suffer. And now, Suho was doing the same dumb thing. Even this whole strike team setup from Jinwoo felt like a ghost-written letter from his father. Sure, Jinwoo didn't show up in person, but the vibes were there. Suho had made up his mind. Meanwhile, across town, Lee Min-sung rolled up. The car pulled up nice and smooth, too smooth for someone with that much ego, and out stepped the Grim Reaper Guild's vice guildmaster. His face was locked in that fake polite expression. He told his bodyguard to sit tight and strutted into the residential complex. It had been 3 months since he last showed up, but of course that fact clung to him like cologne. The security guard at the entrance spotted him and immediately turned into a fangirl. The poor guy went full stan mode the second he recognized Min-sung. Min-sung, ever the narcissist, soaked it all in like it was his birthright. The man took off his mask like he was unveiling the Mona Lisa, slapped on that award-winning grin, and basked in the praise. The guard was practically throwing roses at him, calling him a hero and everything. And Min-sung, he ate it up. That spark of envy in people's eyes, that was his drug. He didn't just think he deserved it. He thought the universe owed him that spotlight. After all, he'd been spoon-fed success since day one. Born with a silver spoon lodged so deep he probably choked on it. He'd been riding the wave of privilege way before monsters were a thing. Prince of Asia? Please. This man was the poster boy for peaking early. But karma had hands, and they came swinging the day his personal driver, Lim Taegyu, got hit with an S-rank awakening. Min-sung remembered that day like a nightmare on loop. Taegyu, the guy who used to open his car door, suddenly had enough power to make Min Sung look like a mall cop. Dude didn't even brag, he just casually said he was quitting to become a hunter, probably while sipping coffee like it was no big deal. The Hunter Association was hyping him up to start a whole-ass guild, and Min Sung, he was just standing there, mouth open, trying not to cry since he was just an A rank. That event shattered Min Sung's fragile little fantasy, where he sat on top of the food chain, looking down on everyone. The moment his driver awakened and flexed on him, the hierarchy he worshipped crumbled into dust. And instead of adapting like a normal person, he went full cartoon villain. Dude made up his mind. If the world wouldn't fix itself, he'd put it back together himself, even if it meant linking up with some unholy demon like he was doing a collab with Satan. By the time he stepped into the elevator, he was brooding like a rejected Marvel character. Everything about him screamed rich boy rage. As he reached the door, the man looked like he was about to drop a mixtape called Power Belongs to the Privileged. Inside the room, awakened guards stood lined up, all watching him like they knew he was about to say something dumb. Min Sung didn't disappoint. He walked in, radiating arrogance, barking about respect. His irritation peaked when he realized the real boss of the house hadn't even shown up to greet him. Then he saw the kid. Creepy little thing with unnatural eyes and a haircut. Min Sung squinted, brain buffering, trying to connect dots he hadn't thought about in years. He walked closer and poked the kid like he was checking if it was real. He remembered this being back when it was just a wimpy crying baby with zero sauce, but now it was standing tall. The thing didn't just grow up, it leveled up. The kid casually explained it wasn't even growing. It had reassembled itself after splitting across dimensions like it was doing intergalactic hide-and-seek. The first fragment was that weak-ass baby. This current version, a fusion of fragments, with all the memories but a totally different personality. Basically, it used to be Bambi, and now it's trying to be a final boss. Min Sung stood there trying to act like he understood, but you could tell this man's brain was on dial-up. It all sounded like a sci-fi fever dream, but the kid didn't care. It gave Min Sung one last warning to not act as if they were close. Min Sung just stared, unbothered. He didn't care who or what the child was becoming. None of that mattered to him. What mattered was the deal they'd made, the promise of how he'll help him in exchange for wealth, fame, and power. Min Sung's smug little grin spread wider. He was thinking about the one thing that made him feel alive, getting rid of Lim Tae-gyu, the S-rank driver turned hunter who basically stole his spotlight and drop-kicked his self-worth into a dumpster. The child tried to interrupt with some moral clarity, asking why Min Sung even showed up. And of course, the clown answered like he owned the place literally. "It's my house," he claimed, as if squatting with delusions counted as ownership. But the kid wasn't buying it. It reminded Min Sung he was only supposed to show up if he had a damn good reason. So Min Sung dropped the real excuse, saying their Stardust operation was in trouble. Factories blown up, suppliers dead, the whole thing was falling apart. Apparently the Hyena Guild and Sol Factory got smoked, and he needed backup fast. The child didn't even blink, just asked the obvious, did Min Sung know who did it? Rumors had been flying about a masked hunter slicing up the competition, and it sounded like someone was targeting their operation. The child hit Min Sung with a throwback, reminding him that he once claimed his system was airtight, and now it was bleeding from every hole, but Min Sung shrugged it off. According to him, there's no time to fix every crack. You just duct tape it and move on. That answer made the kid's entire aura turn into a horror movie. Cold stare, dark energy, and a vibe that screamed, "You fucked up." Then Min Sung flipped. His fake calm cracked, and in one smooth motion, he reached for the blade hidden on him. He dashed forward and pressed it against the child's throat, thinking this would be the moment he'd prove he was more than just a pawn. In his delusional head, he believed his A rank was enough to kill this kid before it got too strong. Like that meant anything. The child didn't even flinch. It just stared at him and casually ripped his whole worldview in half. Min Sung measured power by mana like every basic human did, and the child straight up called that logic trash. Before Min Sung could puff up again, the kid's whole vibe shifted. It tilted its head, and then boom, pure raw mana exploded from its body. The room went from tense to straight-up doomsday. The air turned thick, and Min Sung froze, his blade still at the kid's neck but suddenly feeling like a toothpick. The pressure was so intense, he legitimately thought the kid had brainwashed the entire building, and the overwhelming mana and the otherworldly pressure made it feel all too real. Min Sung tried to act tough, but the kid didn't even blink. He just stared him down and explained how this so-called partnership started in the first place. The previous personality had picked Min Sung back when the kid was weak and desperate, But now that he was getting stronger by the second, Min Sung's job security was looking real shaky. His usefulness was the only thing keeping him alive. The guards who'd been statues up to this point suddenly snapped into murder mode. Their eyes lit up like they were ready to rip Min Sung apart without hesitation, and that was all the hint he needed to realize he'd just fucked around a little too hard. With the room dripping in killing intent, Min Sung's tough guy act folded, and he stepped back, forced a fake-ass grin, and said it was all a joke. A little test. Nothing serious. Just wanted to see if the kid was really strong enough to take out an S-rank hunter. The kid stared, deciding whether to kill him on the spot or let him live as a walking L, but decided to let him off the hook at least. For now, he didn't make any promises, though, and that heavy wall of mana pressing down on the room slowly faded. One of the guards stepped up with a fancy briefcase and popped it open. Inside were stimulants. Not your average hunter junk either, but straight-up turbocharged stardust concentrated 100 times over. The kid explained that if watered down, it could make more stardust than what most low-rank hunters ever touch in their lives. But this batch? It was strong enough to affect someone like Min Sung, an A-rank hunter. And then the kid told him to go ahead and try it. Min Sung looked at that suspicious mess of glowing chemicals like it was about to bite him back and calmly said, nah. He wasn't about to put unknown space juice into his body, not when everything about this kid screamed danger. The kid used to be some frail little creature, but now he was turning into something terrifying, something that might not stop once it started. Still, Min Sung told himself it wasn't his problem. He grabbed the bag with the drugs, turned around, and dipped. Before leaving, he tossed a final line back to the kid and told him to keep his end of the bargain, because that was the only thing Min Sung gave a damn about now. The kid didn't reply. He was already zoned out, staring through the window meanwhile. Somewhere far off, he felt it. A new fragment was heading his way, the fragment of strength. And once he absorbs that, he won't have to hide anymore. And once that happens, that will be the beginning of the invasion. Outside the gate, a bunch of hunters were just standing around looking confused, because they'd been hired to do basically nothing, just stand guard and pretend they didn't see or hear whatever went down inside the gate. 5 million won just to play dumb, and mind their business sounded like a scam, but the good kind. Still, half of them were side-eyeing the whole thing because seriously, who pays that much for silence unless some shady shit's going down? One guy whispered his doubts to another, wondering why they were being paid monopoly money for glorified babysitting. Another hunter, clearly the I need rent money type, shrugged it off. This wasn't their first rodeo, and every time the money came in like clockwork. Still, one hunter in the back wasn't buying it. His brain was working overtime while everyone else was mentally spending their paycheck. This dude had noticed something off. The man they were guarding never brought in loot squads or collection teams. No one was harvesting anything from the gates, yet he kept clearing them like he was on a mission from God. It started with little baby gates, the kind ranked so low even F-tier hunters used them to warm up. But now he was casually walking into bigger, more dangerous gates alone. Something smelled off, and it wasn't just the sweaty hunter beside him. What the hell was this guy doing inside if not collecting loot? Well, inside the gate, the answer was straight-up unhinged chaos. Mana crystals were getting mined like there was a sale ending in 5 minutes. Goblins zipped around with pickaxes looking like caffeinated gremlins. Baru stood there screaming orders to make them work faster. Essel stood nearby watching the operation like she was the only sane person in the room. Her job was to make sure everything ran smoothly and fast. Every move, every pickaxe swing had to count if they were going to milk this gate dry. And right beside her, Gray was on edge, ears up like someone just said the word bath. Essel's eyes kept drifting to where Suho had gone off on his own to fight the boss. Because of course he did. The motherfucker thinks he's invincible. Deep in the gate, Suho was already in the middle of a WWE match with the boss monster, a giant spider beast with claws that looked like instant death. The thing screamed and lunged, but Suho dodged everything with ease. He pulled out his dagger and hit it with Storm Slash, going all in, but the system hit him with the nope message. Apparently the spider had resistance to his special sauce. The dagger's paralyzing effect didn't do jack shit, so Suho had to improvise. He chucked the blade straight at the spider's face, nailed the shot, and guess what? The spider didn't even flinch, but Suho wasn't the one to back out. He tightened his fists, charged in like he had beef with the entire spider species, and slammed that ugly beast right in the jaw. No flashy weapon, no skill, just a raw knuckle sandwich, and it actually worked better than his last 5 attacks combined. Clearly the spider had never been punched by plot armor before. He grabbed his dagger again and went full anime protagonist mode, slashing left, left, right, up, down, and diagonally, every strike getting cleaner and stronger. The dude could barely hide the smug on his face, realizing he'd just soloed a C-rank boss. Suddenly, he was out here daydreaming about B-rank gates and acting like the ruler of the jungle. He wasn't wrong, though. All that fighting was leveling him up faster than a pay-to-win character on double XP weekend. Mid-swing, he started cooking up a new theory in that little overpowered brain of his. What if he stopped using ruler's authority just for object yeeting and actually punched things with it? He focused hard, clenched his fist, powered it up, and boom. Next thing you know, the giant spider got airmailed across the cave and body slammed into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. The system popped up like, "Congrats, King! You leveled up again." Turns out using ruler's authority like a sledgehammer drains mana like crazy and left him feeling like someone just unplugged his batteries. He knew he couldn't spam that move without burning out, but damn, the potential was wild. On the way back to the others, Suho's brain was running faster than his feet, thinking of all the busted combos he could pull off with that skill. If this was just the start, then his future enemies were going to need therapy. As he stepped out, Essel greeted him with a smile, clearly switching from worried big sister to curious fan club president. Gray barked and wagged his tail like Suho just came home with bacon. Essel asked if the boss was dead, and Suho confirmed it with the same energy as someone saying, "Yeah, I took the trash out, no big deal." Baru joined in with his usual proud minion energy, praising Suho's glow-up and reminding everyone who the real MVP was. With the boss dead and the crystals secured, Suho opened the system window like he was checking stock prices. The auto-sell feature made life stupidly easy. This whole system was so busted compared to regular hunters it was almost funny. Baru, meanwhile, was eyeing Suho like he'd just unlocked God mode again and casually dropped the bomb. Suho was basically knocking on B-rank's door already. Suho wasn't even shocked anymore. He'd just leveled up 8 times in a single fight like it was nothing. Baru, being the clingy hype man that he is, pointed out something wild. The stronger Suho got, the more everyone around him leveled up too. Essel confirmed it, saying her recovery was speeding up after every battle. Gray barked again, probably saying, "Yeah, me too, bro," in dog code. Suho noticed something strange though. Both Essel and Gray now had visible levels. Essel hit level 19, and Gray was sitting at 17. Which made no damn sense because neither of them were players. They weren't like him or Daddy Jinwoo, so having game stats should have been impossible. Essel was confused. Suho was confused. The whole squad was basically glitching through reality. Suho started theorizing out loud like a conspiracy theorist with a whiteboard. Maybe even if they couldn't assign stat points, they were still gaining strength naturally through fights. It was a solid thought, and if true, it meant his team was getting cracked just by sticking around. The system was still a whole mystery box, though. It handed out power, but never gave the manual. Still, Suho, being Suho, decided they'd test it the old-fashioned way. Beat more monsters and get more XP. Essel asked how like she was expecting a plan, but Suho basically hit her with "We raid more, duh." Like, girl, we've been doing this. What do you mean, how? They entered the Shadow Dungeon again, with Suho switching gears to focus on daily quests. Gotta get that consistent grind in. Beru gave him a quick warning, but bro should have known better. Suho already mainlines grind culture like it's his personality. But mid-walk, Suho froze. His eyes locked onto something that had no business being there. A gate inside the Shadow Dungeon, straight up cursed vibes radiating off it like a bad omen. Essel immediately freaked out because even she knew this wasn't supposed to exist, and the heat coming off that thing was enough to cook marshmallows from 10 feet away. Suho turned to Baru expecting answers, but for once, Mr. I Know Everything had nothing to say. That silence hit harder than any boss fight. Then the system popped up with a red alert-style message. A dimensional crack had appeared and the source needed to be destroyed. Anyone else would have panicked. Maybe screamed a little, Suho? Bro smiled like Christmas came early. This unhinged menace didn't see a threat. He saw XP. He immediately pulled out fire-resistant robes, tossed them to Essel and Gray, and got ready to throw hands again. The guy was thrilled. Destiny dropped a surprise gate in his path, and Suho was about to kick it open like it owed him money. He gave his crew the signal and marched straight toward the shady-ass gate like he owned the desert. Essel, Gray, and Beru followed, ready for whatever heat this place was about to throw at them. The desert wasn't playing nice either. Wind kicked up sand like it had beef. The sun was roasting everything in sight, and dead in the middle of it all stood a pyramid so huge it looked like ancient aliens were flexing. That's where the dungeon sat, waiting to ruin someone's day. Meanwhile, a B-rank hunter named Ryo Singh from the Asura Guild was already in the middle of a dick measuring contest. He looked like he'd been screaming into a pillow for hours, sweaty, pissed, and holding his sword. He and his team had found the dungeon first, but now some other clowns wanted to snatch it away. Enter Randolph, an A-rank hunter from the Scavenger Guild, walking up like the desert belonged to his dad. Randolph didn't even blink. He gave one warning, then made it clear, talk back again, and they're catching hands. Rio was about to pop off, and his team braced for a fight they absolutely weren't ready to win. But right when the air was thicker than a K-drama love triangle, a hand appeared, just straight up interrupted the testosterone festival. Everyone froze and whipped their heads around. And guess who it was? Suho, standing there like he spawned in the wrong map. The heat, the dust, the awkward silence, all of it hit him at once as he looked around like he just woke up mid-apocalypse. Bro didn't even know what time zone he was in. That confusion? It made sense once we rolled it back 30 minutes. See, before things got spicy, Suho and his squad noticed something weird. The dungeon gate was leaking sand like it forgot how gates are supposed to work. Suho clocked it first and knew this wasn't your average quest. Essel backed him up, nosy as always, and they walked in. Boom, desert dungeon. But then Beru picked up on something worse. The pyramid nearby was oozing mana, and not the good kind. And just when you thought this couldn't get weirder, they started spotting straight-up human world shit cars, fences, machines just vibing in the sand like they belonged there. Suho's brain nearly blue-screened. This was not how dungeons were supposed to work. Essel threw out some wild theory about timelines merging or whatever, but Beru shut that down real quick. Even he thought that was too dumb to be true. Suho snapped out of it and pushed all the confusion aside. He had bigger problems to deal with. If the original gate back in the Shadow Dungeon still existed, things were chill. So he went to double-check it himself. But the universe said nah. He stepped through the portal expecting a casual peek, but came back looking like someone had just spoiled the ending of his life. His face was stiff, his jaw tight, and the news, brutal. The gate was gone. Just poof, vanished into thin air like it owed someone money. The others caught on real fast, and the panic hit like a truck. If the gate was closed, then that meant one thing. The dungeon boss was already dead. But hold up, Suho hadn't even shown up to the boss fight. Now here Suho was, standing under Egypt's personal sauna, face to face with a damn pyramid that looked like it spawned out of a history textbook with a grudge. His eyes locked onto a group in the distance, and for a moment he felt relief. Humans, finally. Maybe someone here could tell him what the hell was going on. From their gear, their cars, and the language flying around, he figured he had crossed borders, maybe even dimensions. And the real kicker? He actually understood them. Thank God he paid attention in those boring English prep classes. Meanwhile, the standoff nearby hadn't cooled down. Rio from the Asura Guild saw Suho and immediately decided he was bad news. In his head, Suho was just another vulture trying to snatch the pyramid away with the Scavenger Guild. On the other side, Randolph, our professional cold-faced asshole, was already over this entire situation. More hunters showing up meant more problems, and Randolph hated problems unless they bled. His brain briefly bounced to a convo with his boss, Thomas Andre, the type of guy who hears prophecies and immediately says, cool, let's punch it. Thomas had told him about some creepy vision from a grandma seer who dropped horrorcore predictions. A being born from death, tied to tombs and pyramids, showing up to raise corpses like it's casual business. And then bam, the pyramid dungeon appeared. Thomas, being Thomas, told Randolph to grab it for the Scavenger Guild and smash anyone who got in the way. Randolph took that to heart. Back in the hot mess of reality, Randolph stepped forward, staring Suho down like he already regretted breathing the same air. He was seconds away from throwing hands if Suho dared to claim the dungeon. But Suho didn't flinch. His brain was spinning at full speed, connecting every clue. If this dungeon was part of the dimensional crack he needed to shut down, then there was only one thing left to do. Raid the hell out of it and keep moving. Suho turned to Randolph, looked him dead in the eye, and asked one thing: what if I don't move? Randolph, already radiating I skip therapy energy, didn't even try to fake patience. He basically said, cool, then you die. And that was that. His sword lit up and this psycho just lunged straight at Suho with a blade full of fire and daddy issues. The onlookers, completely useless. Froze like their brains needed a software update. The flaming sword crashed down, exploding into sand and heat like it was trying to remake the desert in HD. But Suho? Man was already in counter mode. Suho blocked it clean, stared Randolph down, and reminded everyone exactly who started this fight. Then he punched that armored bastard in the chest so hard it echoed. But even while hitting like a truck, Suho made sure not to go full kill mode. Randolph's armor was tough enough to keep him breathing. Didn't matter though. Randolph came back swinging and knocked Suho into a wall like he was trying to redecorate the landscape with his spine. While the dust settled, Randolph let the psycho out and ordered his guild to wipe out both the Asura crew and Suho, who he lovingly labeled the Asian interference. Racist and violent, peak villain arc. That's when Essel and Gray jumped in, pissed off and ready to throw hands. Rio, not one to sit out when drama's hot, roared like a man finally given a reason to punch someone legally. Suho clawed his way out of the rubble like, okay then, no more Mr. Nice Raid. Beru zoomed over, but Suho waved it off. He was still good. Surveying the mess, he knew there was no getting around it. If he wanted that quest cleared, this guild needed to be turned into dungeon loot. Suho locked eyes with the enemy and launched himself into the fight. He dodged a blade and smashed his foot into a scavenger's jaw clean hit. But instead of dropping, the guy just grinned like getting kicked was a compliment. Then he started running his mouth about how strength ruled the world, and Suho was just another weakling in denial. Suho hesitated. He had a new technique, something that mixed his fighting skills with ruler's authority, but he wasn't sure if it'd go too far. One wrong move and the dude might end up dead, and that wasn't the plan. Just as Suho debated whether to flex or hold back, someone else made the choice for him. A blur slashed through the battlefield, fast and ruthless. One clean swipe, and the scavenger hunter's throat opened. The guy dropped dead before Suho could even blink. Rio stood there, sword in hand, looking at Suho like he was reading his mind. Then he called him out, asked if Suho was scared to kill. Because out here, it's not just monsters trying to end you, it's hunters. The kind that smile while stabbing. The kind who've already decided morality is optional. And those words, they hit Suho harder than Randolph ever could. Suho stood there, letting Rio's words echo in his head while reality slapped him in the face. All this time, he thought he had the resolve to fight for real, but he'd been holding back. Every time he won, it was by overpowering enemies without having to take their lives. But now, he no longer has that luxury. The post-cataclysm world didn't hand out mercy. It forced you to choose kill or die, protect or fall, hesitate and get body-bagged. If Suho was serious about going head-to-head with monsters like Lee Min-sung, he had to ditch that soft-ass pre-cataclysm mindset. Rio, now vibing with the guy who just saved his neck, introduced himself properly. Rio Singh, Asura Guild, Chaos Enjoyer. But before the bromance could fully blossom, a scavenger hunter tried to sneak up on them with a backstab special. Suho reacted instantly, his fist shooting out like a missile and breaking the dude's face mid-sentence. The scavenger dropped, shrieking like he just met karma in the flesh. Randolph watched from a distance, taking notes, thinking how that one hit. It nearly folded a B-ranker, and Randolph, finally giving Suho some credit, started realizing this Asian interference might be a full-blown problem. Suho introduced himself with zero drama, told Rio where he came from, and dropped the idea of teaming up to wipe the floor with the Scavenger Guild. Rio was down, and shit was about to get real. The battlefield exploded in chaos as blades clanged, screams echoed, and scavenger hunters got increasingly unhinged. They had the numbers, they had the cockiness, but Suho had a cheat code. Reaching into his inventory of nightmares, he pulled out the Shadow Dungeon key. Then he dropped a command that sent shivers down the desert's spine. Arise. Darkness cracked the ground open as shadow soldiers clawed into existence. The most terrifying of them? The recently slain giant Arcane is now stomping back to life like a pissed-off horror movie boss. Rio, already impressed, was straight up dumbfounded. Suho wasn't just a martial arts prodigy, this dude was a one-man raid party with summons for days. But Randolph wasn't impressed. The giant Arcane charged at him like a freight train, and this psycho met it head-on, grinning and with one swing of his axe, and boom, the arcane shadow got deleted from existence. Just like that. Randolph was smiling now, thrilled that Suho had been hiding real power. But that only lit a fire in Suho. He cracked his knuckles, eyes locked on Randolph, and called out his name with full-on murder vibes. From the sidelines, even watchful Mr. Calm Analysis had to admit that while shadow versions were weaker, Randolph wiping out something that big in one shot? Yeah, that was a problem. A big, armored, unhinged problem. By now, Suho had realized out that this motherfucker is going to be the biggest headache in the room, so Suho tried to step it up, calling his giant wolf Gray for a bond skill backup. Gray growled like he was ready to commit war crimes, but before they could team up, Mommy Essel slid in, trying to tag herself into the combo like she had been waiting her whole life for this moment. She claimed she'd figured out a better charging method while poking around the dungeon and was dead serious about helping Suho out. But Suho hesitated. He was unsure about syncing up with her in the middle of chaos, and the rejection hit Essel like a brick to the soul. Before either of them could even emotionally process the tension, the ground decided to start shaking. Suddenly, an army of crusty mummy rejects came stomping out of the pyramids. They came from every direction, turning the place into a death trap with no exits. The noise from earlier clearly woke up the whole squad, and now the hunters were buried under an avalanche of undead violence. While everyone fought for their lives, Randolph had a light bulb moment, realizing the prophecy his guildmaster ranted about was actually happening. A being born from death breaking seals and raising corpses. Yeah, that was ringing a few alarm bells, and Randolph, being the power-hungry gremlin he is, decided, screw the orders about controlling the dungeon. The real bag was necromancer hacks. While the other guilds were busy getting smacked by mummies, Randolph grabbed his scavenger guild goons and made a break for the boss room. Man didn't even blink at the chaos, just bulldozed through every obstacle. Rio saw them making moves and screamed for his team to stop them, but the mummies were the perfect meat shield. The scavenger guild was playing dirty, and it was working. Now the boss room was locked behind a tidal wave of undead, and Rio was left stuck raging in place. Meanwhile, Suho clocked everything in 2 seconds, and realized if Randolph got to that boss first, it was game over. So he called Gray again, lit up a bond skill, and went into turbo mode. Gray merged with Suho, and suddenly this man was slicing through mummies like he had DLC powers. And Rio just stood there, jaw on the floor, trying to figure out if Suho was still human or some hybrid summon fusion. From the carnage to the way he moved, Suho was a whole one-man apocalypse. And while Rio tried to wrap his head around it, Suho told everyone to finish this fight fast, because the real race was to catch up with Randolph. Essel, meanwhile, was off to the side crying her eyes out because Suho picked the dog over her for the bond skill, and honestly, same girl, that pain hits different. Deeper in the pyramid, Randolph kept storming ahead, eyes locked on the prize and still thinking about Suho, wondering just how dangerous this kid really was, and secretly hoping they'd go head-to-head after he snagged that corpse-reviving cheat code. The journey brought them to a door so massive it looked like it was holding back Satan's older, meaner cousin, with ancient carvings all over it, glowing. The squad pushed it open, dust flying everywhere, and what they found inside instantly killed the vibe. Chained up in the middle of the room was a magic beast the size of a goddamn building, and even while shackled, it radiated pure power. The hunters froze like NPCs in a cutscene, their bravado gone. Randolph's brain immediately went into full prophecy mode, connecting this thing to the death-born monster mentioned by his guildmaster. Then the thing twitched, which should have been their cue to dip, but no, they stayed, and the beast started growling in a demonic language. No one understood a word, but it sure didn't sound friendly. The beast growled again, this time pissed, and those giant arms yanked at the chains until they cracked. A second later, the room exploded into chaos. The beast broke free with a roar and stood up like a final boss waking from a nap. It didn't waste a second whipping a chunk of broken chain straight at the hunters. Randolph managed to block it barely, but everyone else got folded like lawn chairs, bodies flying across the room like rag dolls. Now the beast was stomping forward, locked onto Randolph like it had beef with his entire existence. The rest of the guild was out cold, and Randolph stood there sweating through his armor, remembering how easily the monster took out their tankiest members. He activated his giant's armor skill, glowing, and threw himself at the beast, swinging his axe with everything he had. The hit landed and made a big sound, but the monster didn't even blink. Randolph looked up in horror, realizing his strongest move didn't even do jack shit. The beast mumbled something again in that demonic tongue, but this time it made Randolph's soul shiver like his spine knew it was over before his brain did. Before he could even react, the beast pulled back its massive fist and sent Randolph flying like a human meteor straight into the wall. The impact cracked stone and probably every bone in his body, his vision fading out as pain drowned him. In that last moment, the beast casually muttered that some living thing had already broken under its power, and this whole fight had just been for fun. The monster's attention now shifted, realizing there were still more playthings nearby. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Suho was still busy chasing those scavenger guild rejects, completely unaware he was marching headfirst into nightmare fuel. The deeper he got into the pyramid, the more the place started feeling. Mummies were coming at him like they had a personal vendetta, and sure, Suho was slicing them up like a pro, but they just wouldn't stop. Realizing this wasn't going to end with just pure skill, Suho pulled his usual power move and tried to summon reinforcements with that classic Arise command. But nah, the system basically slapped him with a pop-up that said, "Old souls not available. Try again never." Turns out, ancient dusty corpses have anti-shadow summon insurance. Suho just stared at the message, annoyed but not surprised. This wasn't the first time the system had blue-balled him. Baru, the silent flying bug bro, stayed close, watching Suho cut his way forward while chaos brewed around them. Then out of nowhere, the ground started doing its best earthquake cosplay. Cracks split open beneath their feet. Shaking everyone, hunters started tripping, and before anyone could even curse properly, giant centipedes exploded out of the earth. These ugly, oversized bugs had the audacity to show up mid-mission, and panic hit the group like a truck. Already getting bullied by an army of mummies, this new wave of boss-tier pests sent everyone's hope levels into the gutter. Essel didn't hesitate, though. She went full acrobat, jumped on one centipede's back, and tried to stab it into submission, except the thing was built like a tank, and her spear barely scratched it. She was giving it her all, but the bug just shrugged it off. Frustrated and exposed, she looked one step away from rage quitting. Meanwhile, Rio yelled for Suho to retreat, trying to be the only voice of reason in this hellhole. Shit was getting too real, and Rio knew they were 5 seconds away from getting turned into centipede snacks. But Suho was stuck in overthink mode. The quest wanted him to fix the dimensional crack, but the scavenger guild was already speeding to the boss like they were trying to beat him to the loot. If they killed the boss first, he'd lose his chance to complete the mission. Suho hesitated, and right then the pyramid decided to level up its nightmare difficulty. A heavy stomping sound echoed through the entire place, and Rio's face turned to straight-up horror. From the direction the scavenger guild went, a new monster walked. This one had been shackled up. Suho's instincts kicked in and screamed danger. This wasn't just any monster. Its name glowed in red like a giant middle finger to everyone still alive. The prisoner of the tomb, Ammit. The moment this beast let out a roar, the entire dungeon flinched. Even the mummies paused, looked at Ammit, and dipped out immediately. That's how you know it's serious when the undead run for their lives. The hunters just stood there, shell-shocked and useless, except for Essel, who, for some reason, decided now was the time to go full berserker and planted herself right in Ammit's path. Suho's heart dropped. He shouted for her, but his voice got swallowed by Ammit's overwhelming presence. This oversized murder lizard from hell locked eyes on Essel. Essel, calm as ever despite standing in front of a creature that could punt her into next week, explained her demonic lineage. Turns out speaking monster wasn't on Duolingo, but her bloodline had the right translation perks. Ammit let out a thunderous laugh, the kind that made you question your life choices. The big guy started venting like he was on a therapist's couch, talking about how painfully boring eternity was just corpses, dust, and brain-dead insects for company. This was the first real convo he'd had in eons, and he was clearly vibing with it. But before Essel could start trauma dumping back, one of the leftover centipedes decided to third wheel and came lunging at her. Essel, for a second, thought Ammit might actually be chill. Meanwhile, the centipede was about to snap her in half, but before it even got close, Ammit went full rage mode. One strike, and that's all it took. The centipede didn't just die, it got deleted. Essel stood frozen, mouth probably hanging open like a stunned goldfish. Ammit casually mentioned that anything dumb enough not to obey him didn't deserve to exist. Then he just snapped. The beast tore through the dungeon after he was finished. The place looked like a bloody blender went off, limbs flying, bones crunching, the ground painted with monster guts. When he finally stopped, it was dead silent. The hunters were standing there wondering, did we just watch a god go apeshit? Rio was visibly shaken, trying to understand what the fuck just happened. This dungeon, originally marked as a nice mid-tier C- or B rank stroll, had turned into an S-class disaster with a monster that could one-shot their strongest threats. As if to drive the point home, Ammit scanned the field like he was looking for the next fool to squash. He spotted Rio, poor bastard, and charged in faster than anyone could blink. Rio, panicking, crossed his sword to defend, probably preparing for death. But Suho wasn't about to let that happen. He appeared just in time and landed a solid punch to Ammit's jaw. Yeah, the man really just punched a boss monster in the face. Suho's hit didn't do much damage, but it did make a statement. He wasn't going to let this oversized freak go around clapping people just for not talking. Ammit, surprised, paused. He seemed intrigued by this whole values thing Suho brought up, then immediately threw that curiosity in the trash. In typical ancient monster fashion, he decided he was done talking and launched a kick strong enough to send Suho flying like a rag doll on launch day. The dude slammed into a wall so hard it cracked the floor and left him groaning in a heap of regret. Lesson of the day: don't try to lecture a tomb monster on morals unless your bones are insured. Essel lost it. Watching Suho get yeeted into a wall lit a fire under her ass. She screamed, not just pissed but full on, ready to throw hands with a monster that could erase her in half a second. Her voice cracked with rage and desperation, and Amit, calm, smug, and still dripping with menace, turned to her. He acknowledged Suho as her companion and even tossed out a fake-ass apology like, "Oops, didn't mean to snap your boy in half." But it wasn't empathy, it was because she was a demon, and he figured that made her potentially useful. So now he wanted answers. The ancient beast suddenly started asking questions about the Monarch War. Who won? Was it over? Did the Shadow Monarch come out on top? And Essel? She froze. Her brain hit the panic button, because how the hell did this prehistoric monster even know about that war? Amit's patience didn't last. When Essel didn't answer fast enough, he switched from interrogation to execution real quick. This dude didn't care if it was a mute beast or a scared demon girl. If they weren't talking, they weren't worth keeping around. His presence grew heavier. Just as he was about to end Essel like a side quest gone wrong, Suho, broken and bleeding on the floor, started moving. Through sheer plot armor and pure stubbornness, he activated his status recovery. A soft glow wrapped around him as bones popped back into place and his insides stopped screaming. Still spitting blood and clearly in pain, Suho stood up like the main character he was and called out to Amit. That stopped the monster mid-kill. Suho told Amit the truth, or at least what he hoped sounded true. The Shadow Monarch won. He killed every other monarch. That caught Amit off guard. For something that acted like it didn't give a shit about anything, this one clearly did. His voice boomed across the battlefield as he demanded Suho confirm it. The fact that the war had ended while he was trapped in this pyramid clearly messed with his ancient pride. Suho, now in mental chess mode, chose every word carefully. He could tell this wasn't just some brute. This thing had history knowledge and power on par with S-rank nightmares. Amit stepped closer, suddenly asking about Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body. The name hit Suho like a red flag. This wasn't just curiosity. Amit had ties to Tarnak. Maybe a brother in arms, maybe a simp, who knows? But it made everything worse. If Tarnak was his guy, and Suho confirmed he got clapped in the war, things were going to escalate. Without waiting for an answer, Amit slammed the ground near Suho, sending shockwaves across the dungeon. Suho barely dodged it, instinct saving him more than skill. Landing a few steps back, he glared at Amit and snapped, demanding to know what the hell this monster even wanted. Amit was throwing the tantrum of a lifetime. His roar shook the whole damn place, and he was clearly done playing 20 questions with Suho. The beast was straight up hissed, accusing Suho of stalling and lying through his teeth. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Suho's hesitation was about to get him turned into pavement. The more Suho waited, the more murdery Amit got. That massive ball of rage wasn't just unpredictable. He was a walking red flag with muscles. When he demanded a final answer about the fate of the monarch of the Iron Body, Suho finally gave it to him. One word, and suddenly Amit changed gears like a drunk philosopher, smirking, laughing, and thanking the Shadow Monarch for doing him a favor. Dude went from boss fight to weirdly grateful in 2 seconds flat, and Suho just stood there, confused as hell. Trying to make sense of the emotional whiplash, Suho asked the one question that probably shouldn't have left his mouth if Amit was somehow related to the Iron Body Monarch. That was all it took. Amit's ego shattered and the dude exploded. Not metaphorically, literally exploded into a rage charge, fists cocked like he was about to knock Suho's soul into next week. Suho braced for impact, probably already saying goodbye to his teeth. But plot armor said, not today. Out of nowhere, the same ancient chains that once held Amit came back with a vengeance. They wrapped around his beefy ass and yanked him back mid-attack like the world's angriest dog on a leash. Amit lost it, cursing Tarnak and every spellcaster involved. The chains didn't care, though they dragged him back into the shadows like he was grounded by the universe itself. Once the monster was sealed back into his dungeon of depression, silence hit hard. Suho just stood there blinking, trying to understand what the fuck just happened. Chains with a grudge had saved his life, and all he could do was stand there looking like he forgot how breathing worked. Essel sprinted over, eyes wide, asking if he was okay. Suho nodded. Shaking off the shock, he finally pulled it together. Amit was exposed now, so every move from here on out had to be tight. Then, just as he tried to focus on healing Gray and the half-dead Asura Guild squad, the system hit him with a surprise update. The quest changed, and now it wanted Suho to stroll right back into the gate and save the heir of the Iron Body. Confusion hit the group when Suho dropped the bomb about what he'd learned. Everyone looked rattled, and Essel was already side-eyeing Suho like he just volunteered them for a group suicide mission. His face said everything dude was clearly not okay but pretending to be functional, which has basically become his whole personality at this point. Still, with zero chill and even less self-preservation, Suho led them into the ancient pyramid. They kept moving deeper until they found the main event. Amut was just chilling in the shadows, still wrapped in the same chains that had yoinked him earlier. He wasn't happy to see them either. The moment he spotted Suho, he went into full sarcastic mode, mocking him for having the balls or the stupidity to come back. But Suho stayed calm and said he just wanted to talk. That confused Amut, because to him, conversation usually meant yelling and violence thanks to his fun childhood memories with Tarnak. And yet, beneath all the murdery vibes, Suho noticed something off. There was a weird raw honesty in the way Amit talked that made Suho wonder what kind of dumpster fire of a life made someone like this. Curious and a little reckless, Suho asked why Amit hated the Iron Body monarch so much, and surprisingly, Amit answered without trying to crush him. Turns out, he used to be just a regular guy until the monarch and some spellcaster decided to turn him into the ultimate muscle puppet. Then, like the assholes they were, they dumped him in a tomb and dipped. The chains weren't just magical, they were personal. A reminder that his creators didn't even have the decency to finish the job. Amit had been stuck down there ever since, literally and emotionally chained to a betrayal that never let him breathe. Suho took it all in, staring at the chains that seemed too cursed to break. He started thinking if Amit could have ripped them apart, he would have done it centuries ago. So clearly something else was going on. The system wanted Suho to free this beast, but it wasn't going to be as simple as snapping some shackles. His attention shifted to the stakes anchoring the chains. Maybe they weren't just decoration, maybe the key to ending this pyramid-sized trauma. Suho turned to Amit and started hitting him with more questions. First, he asked if the monsters already existed in the tomb when Amit got sealed in. Amit's answer was short and sharp yes, and he sounded one dumb question away from smacking Suho with sarcasm. Suho kept going anyway, asking if Amit was the dungeon's boss, but Amit quickly shut that down, saying he'd never left that room thanks to his magical leash. That part made Suho pause. If Amit wasn't in charge and wasn't allowed to wander, why the hell did the spellcaster put so much effort into keeping him contained? The chains weren't just there for decoration. Whoever made this setup clearly had something to hide, and Suho was determined to peel back the layers. With a half-baked plan brewing in his head, Suho hit Amit with a bold offer. If Suho figured out how to break the spell, would Amit owe him a favor? That caught the beast off guard. For a second, Amit looked genuinely surprised, but the moment passed and he started laughing. He straight up mocked Suho, pointing out that the kid probably didn't even know who the spellcaster was, let alone how to undo the curse. He warned Suho not to throw around promises unless he could actually deliver. But Suho stood his ground. He laid out his theory. The chains were designed to keep Amit from reaching the dungeon's boss. So if Suho wiped the dungeon master off the map and collapsed the dungeon in the process, maybe the stakes holding the chains would become useless, and the whole enchantment would break. Suho's logic was crazy and risky, and sounded like something he came up with after 2 hours of sleep, but damn if it didn't kinda make sense. Amit didn't know whether to laugh harder or respect the hell out of the kid. The plan was reckless as hell, but for the first time, he looked almost impressed. Then chaos broke out. Baru watching Suho make deals with what he called a reptilian meathead was too much. The ant started whining that Suho picked a lizard over him. Amit, still chained but full of smoke, called Baru a fruit fly and told him to buzz off. That was enough to push Baru over the edge. The ant flexed his pride and pulled out the original father card. Despite the verbal WWE match, Amit turned back to Suho, now actually curious about him. He finally realized the kid wasn't just anyone, he was the Shadow Monarch's heir. That little detail softened Amit's usual murder face into something more thoughtful. He admitted this was as far as he could go, stuck behind the magic chains, and everything from here depended on whether Suho could pull off the impossible. If Suho failed to kill the dungeon boss, the whole plan would fall apart. And even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee the chains would vanish. But something in Suho's voice, probably some insane level of confidence, made it hard for Amit to dismiss him. So, Suho did what Suho does best, jumped headfirst into chaos. He opened a portal to the shadow dungeon right there, hoping Amit could just step through and bounce. The moment Amit even thought about leaving, they tightened. The dude couldn't take one step without getting yoinked back like the tomb had abandonment issues. Suho expected that much, though. He didn't come in blind. Annoyed but still focused, he laid out the plan like it was a military operation. Step 1, he and Essel would wipe out the dungeon boss, which should break the magic holding the stakes. Once the dungeon collapsed, the chains should have no reason to exist anymore. Step 2, everyone runs like hell. Suho, Beru, and newly freed Amit yeet themselves through the shadow dungeon portal before the tomb crumbles on their heads. Suho had a plan B, but Amit didn't care. Dude was done waiting. Even if the plan failed, it was better than sitting in magical timeout for the rest of eternity. As they dove deeper into the tomb, a horde of giant monsters decided to play gatekeeper. But Suho wasn't in the mood. He launched into them. One poor bastard caught a full-force uppercut and went night-night instantly. The rest dropped just as fast under Suho's relentless beatdown. Finally, they reached the main stage where the real problem sat waiting. Warden Sheikah, dripped in sand and sitting on a massive throne. The sand swirled around him like an armored tornado, making sure no one got close. He stared at them with cold eyes. Sheikah didn't waste time with speeches. He launched a huge sand projectile, which exploded mid-air and dropped a reptilian nightmare into the arena. This thing looked like it ate dragons for breakfast. Suho didn't flinch. He charged, daggers out, and carved through the beast in one clean, savage strike. But the second it dropped, the heat hit. Waves of boiling air blasted out, forcing Suho to pull back. The sand shield around Sheikah was still up, and that glowing red aura screamed at least A rank, probably worse. Suho didn't have the mana or the time for a drawn-out fight. Just when the pressure peaked, Essel leapt in like a goddess of violence, her spear slicing through the air. Sheikah deflected it with ease, but it gave Suho the window he needed. While the warden's focus shifted, Suho dashed in, and right then, he shouted the order they'd both been saving for the final blow, calling on Essel to activate their bond skill. As Suho said, Essel lit up when Suho gave her the signal. She nodded, and the air around them exploded with magic as their bond skill kicked in. Suho and Essel's energies merged in a flash of light. Essel had spent what felt like a lifetime grinding for this moment, slaughtering goblins in the shadow dungeon and farming their souls, and now all that training paid off. As the transformation finished, Suho's power hit an entirely new level, and without missing a beat, he launched himself straight at the warden. Meanwhile, Essel collapsed, drained and low-key, hoping this badass moment made up for all the times she fumbled in the past. Sheikah, already vibing with the tension, braced himself as Suho charged. The clash wasn't just a fight, it was two walking nukes smashing into each other. Suho activated Demon Blast and fused it with the flames of the Descendant of White Flames. That attack didn't just hit, it erased Sheikah. The warden got shredded, his sand shield crumbled like it was made of tissue paper, and the tomb itself started throwing a tantrum. With the dungeon master gone, the whole place began to collapse. From a distance, Beru watched the whole thing like a bug-shaped battle analyst, and realized this mess meant victory. Amit, chained and seething, could feel the power holding him weaken. The chains Tarnak had locked him in were finally losing grip, and he started pulling against them with everything he had. Beru didn't waste a second. He told Amit to follow him and get to Suho's side. Amit, though still cautious, could feel hope creeping back in. For the first time in forever, those cursed chains weren't holding him back. His mind drifted to the nightmare that had brought him here, how Tarnak and that mystery spellcaster broke him down day after day. They turned him into a weapon through endless pain, regenerating his body just to torture it again. It got so bad the man clawed his own eyes out just to stop seeing the horror. And yet, deep inside, there was still that one memory, something beautiful, something pure. A vision of the world outside, untouched and peaceful. That dream had kept him going, and now he was close to chasing it. But the moment he moved, the past came for him. Those cursed stakes, symbols of everything that ruined him, came flying back, ready to pin him down again. Amit's face twisted in panic, realizing this wasn't over. The bastards who created him would rather see him dead than free. His roar shook the dungeon, a scream of betrayal and fury. Those chains weren't just physical, they were years of torment, a prison carved into his soul. But before they could lock him down again, Suho shot in like divine intervention. Out of nowhere, this madman leaped into the chaos and drop-kicked one of the stakes with enough force to launch it. It didn't break, but it sure as hell didn't land where it wanted to. The stakes spun like they were programmed to kill with style, sharp edges catching the light as they turned their aim towards Suho and Amut. These weren't done yet, if anything. They looked even more pissed. But Suho stood there, dead-ass ready to fight flying murder weapons with nothing but kicks and raw spite. His eyes burned with that classic protagonist stubbornness, and he made one thing very clear. If these cursed chains weren't letting Amit go, then he was going to throw hands with the damn stakes himself. And throw hands he did. He launched the stakes back with powerful kicks, sending them crashing toward the Shadow Dungeon portal. The chains, still coiled around Amit like cursed vines, were yanked along behind them and dragged into the portal's swirling mess. Suho's speed didn't slow, but his body was clearly falling apart. Every move was a gamble, bones cracking, muscles begging him to stop, but he refused. Amit, watching this madness unfold, was caught between awe and confusion. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a full-on meltdown of logic. Why was this bloody, barely standing monarch doing all this for him? And still, Suho kept swinging, kept fighting, pushing back chains that multiplied. Then it happened, one of the stakes slipped through and stabbed Amit in the back. The pain was brutal, but it snapped something inside him, something primal. In that moment, he understood. He finally got why Tarnak and the monarchs lost. It wasn't power, it wasn't magic. It was the sickening, stubborn will to keep moving, even when your body's already in the gutter. That's what made Suho different. Bleeding, barely upright, Amma turned to Suho. They were doing this together, even if it killed them both. Elsewhere, Essel finally started to wake up, eyes fluttering open. Everything hurt. Her body was weak, her mind foggy, but the memories returned fast. Baru was already there, watching like the bug version of a mom who'd seen too much. When she locked eyes with him, he quietly motioned for her to chill out and not get dramatic. He told her Suho and Amut were okay for now. They were resting. Their bodies had taken a beating that would have killed anyone else, but they were alive. Essel turned her gaze towards Suho, lying unconscious but calm, scars and bruises still fresh. Essel stared at the unconscious dumbass who somehow pulled off a win. Essel didn't throw a parade or anything, but the way her face relaxed said it all. This idiot had actually done it, and apparently, he'd also recruited Amut the Iron Body Heir. As if that wasn't enough, the system pinged him with a level up like a proud parent handing out gold stars. Meanwhile, miles away and in a whole different vibe, Wu Jinchul sat in his office. The world was finally calming down after my glorious king disappeared. But peace wasn't exactly in fashion. Gates started popping up again, and the hunter scene was buzzing with more activity. Thankfully, Jinwoo's leftover memories gave Jinchul a cheat code for running the new Hunter Association, and that little data dump pretty much saved everyone's ass after the Great Cataclysm tried to turn the world into an apocalypse-themed escape room. But the peace wasn't lasting, because now Stardust had entered the chat. Jinchul was suspicious, and rightfully so, because nothing that useful ever shows up without someone being shady as hell behind the scenes. The trail led to Lee Min-sung, the vice leader of the Grim Reaper Guild. With Lim Taegyu out of the country, Min-sung was clearly doing whatever he wanted, which made Jinchul side-eye the whole situation. His thoughts got interrupted by the rarest event of all, a phone call. The fact that someone actually rang him up instead of texting meant it was serious. When he picked up and heard Jinho's voice, his brain went on high alert. Jinho never called unless shit was burning down, and it was. His nephew had awakened as a hunter and was now stuck inside a gate. Jinchul was ready to brush it off until Jinho dropped the name Sung Suho. The convoy dragged its tired ass across the Egyptian desert, hauling a bunch of hunters who looked. Inside one of the trucks, Ryo Singh and his squad were doing the classic post-dungeon slump, heads bobbing like broken bobbleheads. Meanwhile, Suho, the only one still functioning like a human, poked Ryo awake. The dude barely twitched. Suho chuckled and hit him with another nudge until Ryo blinked awake, looking around like he forgot what planet he was on. Suho dropped the news dungeons done, game over, and asked for his phone. It took Ryo a second, but once his brain booted up, the realization smacked him. They'd survived that cursed pyramid. By the time they rolled up to the airport, the desert was behind them, and Ryo finally had enough energy to speak like a real person. He turned to Suho, eyes full of that cheesy post-battle gratitude, thanking him for the save back in the pyramid field. They were heading in different directions now, but Ryo wanted to stay in touch. Suho, being the polite menace he is, thanked Ryo right back for the plane hookup and for helping him get in contact with his uncle. While waiting for his flight, Suho replayed the conversation with Jinwoo in his head. The man had basically gone full panic mode when he found out Suho flew to Egypt for a gate run, probably imagining worst-case scenarios the whole time. Suho assured him he was alive and well for now, but of course things couldn't stay calm. Ryo, clearly still stewing over the weirdness of the mission, brought up the demon retreating at the last second. An S-rank level freak just giving up and letting the dungeon collapse? That wasn't just strange, it was downright sketchy. Suho played it cool, said he got lucky, but inside, he knew damn well that wasn't the truth. He remembered it all too clearly standing face to face with Amit deep in that creepy-ass shadow dungeon. The guy looked like a whole ancient nightmare, wrapped in chains and radiating menace. Suho knew the chains couldn't be undone, which meant Amit wasn't going anywhere. Still, Suho had doubts. Was the promise still valid if the dude was still locked up? Amit didn't even flinch. He basically told Suho to chill, saying the deal still stood. Apparently, the stakes had changed. The dungeon gave him more space to stretch his limbs compared to his old crypt, and for now, that was good enough. But Suho noticed something different in him. Amit wasn't just some ancient prisoner anymore. His whole vibe had shifted. The aura, the attitude, the sheer weight of his presence, it all felt more alive. Then, just to keep things uncomfortably weird, Amit reached out and pinched Suho like he was a snack, lifting him into the air. Essel screamed from below like she just watched her friend get snatched by a horror movie villain, which, to be fair, kind of happened. Amit scaled a skyscraper, casually holding Suho like luggage. Once he hit the top, Amit stretched his arms and just stood there, soaking in the breeze. After spending who knows how long chained up in shadow hell, just feeling wind again, probably hit like a drug. Then he looked at Suho, serious as ever, and reminded him that he still planned to follow the young monarch. Suho just smiled back, like, yeah, no big deal. I've got a chained-up demon warlord as my follower now. Back in the real world, Suho stood at the airport with his brain somewhere in the shadow dungeon. A gate had popped open in there, and an urgent quest dropped right on his metaphorical lap. Looking at it all now, the mission was clearly meant to lead him to Amut. The chaos, the monster retreat, the weird vibe, it all added up. Before leaving, he exchanged a final goodbye with Ryo, who watched him leave like he was trying to figure out if Suho was even human. The guy could summon creatures, transform his body, and solo a dungeon, yet people still labeled him B-rank. Ryo wasn't buying it. He decided then and there he had to tell his guild about this walking contradiction and scout him before someone else did. From inside the shadows, Baru popped up with his usual dramatic flair, reminiscing about his last plane ride. Suho didn't argue. With no gate open to Korea, they had to fly like normal people. Lame, but necessary. As they settled in, Suho reflected on his progress. Beating the boss and clearing that urgent quest didn't just get him some clout, it leveled him up 7 times. Curious, he asked Beru what rank he was now. Beru guessed he was probably A rank by now. That hit Suho like a wake-up slap. A rank meant he was nearly ready. With everything lining up, it was finally time to clap back at the bastards who made the first move, Lee Min-sung and that creepy Itarim apostle. Their turn was over. Meanwhile, over in Incheon, the Chivalry Guild was living its best life. What used to be a weak-ass C-rank squad had somehow scored the rights to a B-rank gate, and the office vibe was full-on celebration. They'd leveled up fast, expanded their reach, and they knew exactly why Stardust. That sketchy little mana booster had turned them into a real force, even if nobody had a damn clue where it came from. One of the staff even bragged that Stardust was cheaper now and flooding the black market. People were thankful, cheering whoever created it, but not everyone was buying the hype. Kim Sung-soo, one of their actual B-rank hunters, sat there side-eyeing the whole situation. Something about Stardust just didn't sit right with him, even if he couldn't explain why, and that gut feeling was the only smart thing in the whole room. The Hunter Association was thinking about banning Stardust. The room went dead silent. Confusion turned into chaos. Why ban something that gave power without drawbacks? Especially when small-time guilds were finally getting a seat at the table. Then things went from tense to straight-up horror movie. A group entered the guild hall led by a child, but not the lost at the mall kind of kid. This one had the aura of a final boss in preschool disguise. He walked in and demanded to know if this was the guild holding rights to the Incheon Gate. Sung-soo, already on edge, confirmed it and asked what the hell this kid wanted. With no hesitation, the boy said he wanted the gate. Sung-soo blinked, confused, until the kid repeated himself with that same dead serious tone. Then it happened. A wave of pressure exploded from the child like a spiritual nuke. The air thickened. Hunters dropped to their knees. One by one, everyone bowed, their voices echoing in perfect sync, pledging loyalty. All except Sung-soo. He just stood there, frozen, watching his entire guild get mentally hijacked. His heart pounded. Something unnatural was taking control. The kid watched the scene, noting which ones hadn't taken Stardust. That seemed to amuse him. Then, just because he could, he yanked away their sight and hearing like it was a party trick. And still, no one fought back. Sung-soo's patience snapped. He unsheathed his weapon, hands shaking, eyes locked on the monster wearing a child's skin. His voice cracked as he demanded answers. The boy didn't flinch. Instead, he explained, almost curious, not even hostile. He was a creation, sent by his maker to claim a place called the world without a master. Earth was just one stop on the map, but the kid's face went dead serious. Dude didn't flinch. Instead, he grabbed a weapon from one of his loyal followers. Sung-soo immediately felt the pressure coming off the blade. It wasn't just some overhyped toy. That thing was humming with energy, and not the good kind. The kid's eyes locked onto him like Sung-soo had just slapped his imaginary god. With one finger, the child boosted the weapon's power. Sung-soo, still thinking he was the main character, took that moment to scream and charge. But this wasn't an underdog story. Before Sung-soo could even finish the swing, the child moved fast, clean, and lethal. One slash. That's all it took. Sung-soo's chest exploded open. The kid looked over his work, calm like he just took out the trash. With a snap of his fingers or whatever magic crap he used, the mind control spell lifted. The guild members blinked back to reality, their heads spinning. Chaos, blood, confusion, probably wondering who the hell died this time. And then the kid just walked past them like he hadn't just murdered a man in front of everyone. His last order? Forget everything. Beyond the gate was no better. That place looked like a graveyard for nightmares. Lying still was a massive beast, cut up and clinging to whatever life it had left. It wasn't just hurt, it was grieving, mad, furious. And standing in front of it was that same kid again, still tiny, still terrifying. He didn't pity the creature, he just understood it, so he gave it a deal. Go destroy another world, go absolutely feral and burn it all down. While the beast got ready to ruin someone else's day, the child stayed behind, eyes locked on a different target, still following the so-called will of his imaginary god. Meanwhile, the airport was one heartbeat away from becoming a disaster movie. The gate was unstable, mana pouring out. The Chivalry Guild's hunters stood nearby, sweating bullets. The guild decided to follow the child's order and lie to the association, claim everything was fine. Seconds later, reality slapped them. A crack split the air and monsters came bursting out. Panic? Oh yeah. Screaming? Absolutely. But the child? He just stood there, cool and silent. To him, none of this mattered. Monsters, humans, chaos, it was all noise. He and his squad were built for one job: obey the creator. If that meant war, so be it. If that meant lying, killing, or letting the world burn, that was just part of the gig. But everything flipped the moment their so-called god opened his divine mouth and dropped a truth bomb that broke their collective brains. One of their own had died. That wasn't supposed to happen. They were supposed to be immortal chosen ones, not walking corpses waiting to be deleted. But God didn't want grief. He wanted action. So he gave them a holy hit list. The apostle rallied his fellow fanatics, gathered a cult-level army, and launched a crusade to take over a world left without its boss. The mission was blessed, brutal, and batshit insane. Getting there wasn't a simple road trip either. No portals, no shortcuts, just raw suffering. Crossing dimensions sucked the life out of them. The stronger they were, the harder it was to squeeze through that cosmic tunnel. Time turned into a joke. Minutes, days, centuries, no one knew. They just kept marching through the void like pissed off ants on a mission. And when they finally arrived, expecting easy land grabs and glory? Nah. What they got was an endless black hole of despair, literal darkness. The worst part? Dying didn't mean peace. Anyone who got clapped by darkness didn't just disappear, they got turned, absorbed, twisted, and sent back into battle. The more they lost, the stronger the enemy got. God's precious army found itself in a one-sided horror movie where every kill they suffered made the monster grow bigger. This wasn't divine justice, it was a cosmic slaughterhouse. Their grand holy war crumbled faster than a wet cookie. Defeated and dragging their broken egos, They limped into another dimension. That was the moment the dread kicked in. They couldn't win. Darkness wasn't just an opponent. It was the end of the script. But in their emo group therapy session, one guy spoke up. TL. This guy actually had a brain. He noticed something important. Darkness had chased them out, which meant he wasn't babysitting the empty world anymore. And better yet, the people left there had no mana, no magic. They were basically defenseless ants with feelings. Teal pitched a new plan. Skip the war and infect them instead. Enter the Mistborns. These were the weakest zealots, so cooked by devotion, they didn't even have working thoughts anymore. But they burned with holy power. And their job was to spread that madness. They didn't need strength, just a spark. Because if enough brain-dead followers worshipped hard enough, they could make a holy base camp right there in that godless world. And from that base, boom, miracle unlocked. The holy colonization speedrun begins, as they realized that the army of God didn't waste a second after hearing TL's plan. TL shattered his power into 5 chunks, like he was handing out cursed party favors, and the weakest fragment got the lucky job of going in first. That poor thing got tossed into the world without a master, sneaking in under the radar while Darkness was off doing whatever cosmic horrors do on their day off. Everything was going according to plan, until the fragment realized the mortals weren't as powerless as they thought. These little gremlins had mana now, and it was all thanks to some apocalyptic event they named the Cataclysm. Because obviously the drama level wasn't high enough. With mana now in the mix, the first fragment pumped the brakes and called for backup. Once the second fragment showed up, they pulled the old Dragon Ball fusion and powered up. But this wasn't a world spiraling out of control by accident. This had fingerprints all over it. Somebody or something had flipped the script, and now these mortals were leveling up. So the fragments made a call. Focus on the mana users, especially the hunters. Right on cue, Fate handed him a front-row seat to some chaos. The airport went from a busy terminal to a horror show real fast. The dungeon gate exploded with monsters. Civilians screamed. Security dipped. It was full-blown panic. People scattered like cockroaches, begging the Hunters Association to do something before they all got shredded. The Apostle didn't blink. He just stood there, watching the chaos, waiting for an S rank to show up and flex. If a beast with that much mana were loose, a top-tier hunter would have to step in. That was his shot to study them in action. But then he noticed something else. Every single hunter on site was juiced up on star powder, a drug made from burning Mistburn faith into pure power. Normally, it's harmless background noise, but under TL's amplify skill, boom, that leftover faith got dialed up to 11. That's when the Apostles snatched their minds like flipping a switch. The hunters, armed, trained, and probably thinking they were heroes, suddenly became meat puppets. He told them to leave, and they did. No resistance. With the actual defenders out of the picture, the real horror kicked in. Goblins flooded the airport. One woman, frozen with fear, hit the floor as the monsters circled her. They didn't hesitate. Their crude blades sank into her over and over, painting the floor red while she reached out in a last, desperate twitch for help. The Apostle stood in silence, watching the woman bleed out as her hand twitched one last time. Someone new entered the chat, and not just anyone. Suho stepped through the airport doors. His eyes scanned the hell unfolding before him. Civilians screaming, beasts rampaging, blood everywhere. A roar tore through the air as a monster lunged at a frozen man. Too slow to run, too scared to scream. But Suho didn't hesitate. In one blink, he was gone. In the next, his knee crashed into the beast's face. The creature flew backward and hit the ground. Just Suho turning to the civilian, dead serious. Get up, get out, survive. The Apostle tracked Suho's every move, eyes narrowing as this walking natural disaster sliced through goblins. One kick sent a goblin flying, one swing and a head rolled. Another strike, another body dropped. Precise, cold, unstoppable. Somewhere in the Apostle's brain, a memory clicked. Lee Min-sung once mentioned a black-masked hunter who wrecked the hyenas. Was this him? The saboteur who moved like vengeance incarnate? Because this wasn't just brute strength, this was surgical destruction. Suho danced through the battlefield with all the grace of a hitman who skipped warm-up. Goblins swarmed, but none could touch him. His punches landed like divine judgment. The Apostle realized something was seriously off. This level of destruction wasn't normal. Not in a place this populated. Not with the Hunter Association around. Something behind the scenes was broken. But Suho wasn't asking questions yet. He was clearing a path for survivors. One corpse at a time. Then it happened. Suho spoke one word. Arise. flames. The shadows around the dead goblins twitched, then slithered. Darkness pulsed as the corpses rose again, eyes glowing. No longer enemies, now soldiers. His soldiers. The apostle's mind short-circuited. This wasn't mana. This wasn't faith. This was something else. Suho hadn't touched Stardust. No mistborn influence. And yet, his power rivaled Lee Min-sung's, maybe even surpassed it. Now, with a literal army of undead goblins at his back, Suho pointed forward. Save the people. And his new army obeyed. For the first time, the apostle's blank expression cracked. This wasn't just a hunter. This was someone who could control the very darkness they feared. A human wielding the one thing even gods hadn't mastered. If that human really had ties to the darkness, then suddenly everything clicked. The Hyena Guild getting bodied, the Stardust Factory going boom. All of it was part of someone's messy plan getting stomped on. The Apostle instantly dipped into stealth mode. But right then, the universe said, "Fuck your secrecy," and threw a giant truck through the sky like it was late to a demolition derby. That thing came flying straight at the Apostle. Before the Apostle could even blink, Suho yeeted himself mid-air and slapped the truck away. The crash was loud enough to make the ground cry and debris rained down. Suho landed like a damn superhero and stood in front of the Apostle. He scanned the area, probably thinking about which dumbass sent that truck. Then the boss monster showed up, big, ugly, and mad as hell, with teeth clenched so tight it looked constipated. Suho's face hardened. This wasn't some low-level XP drop. This thing screamed final boss energy. From the shadows, Baru's voice piped up, saying he felt some Itarim vibes in the monster. That meant this dungeon break wasn't just an oopsie accident. It was part of some bigger hellstorm. For a second, Baru twitched like he felt something weird, or maybe his sixth sense just had a glitch. Meanwhile, the monster had zero interest in talking. It just cocked its giant fist and charged Suho. Suho didn't flinch. He squared up instantly with no hesitation. He dumped every single stat from his level up straight into strength, and then they collided fist first. The explosion from that punch shook the whole damn battlefield and echoed. The Apostle's brain tried to keep up. Suho just saved him, probably thinking he was some lost human baby, which was hilarious considering the Apostle could probably nuke a city. Suho had the aura of darkness, sure, but it was still baby tier compared to real cosmic evil. Still, there was something wild about him, something off script. Then Suho's fist landed again right in the monster's face, and the creature got launched like it forgot gravity existed. The Apostle watched from a distance, calculating whether to stay or ghost. But just as he was ready to clean up Suho himself, another guy entered the scene without knocking. This new dude had fire, literally flames, in his hands and no patience. He lit up the goblin horde with frozen fireballs hanging in the air like time said pause. With a flick of his wrist, the dude snapped his fingers and boom, those floating fireballs dropped like Judgment Day fireworks. Everything caught fire in perfect sync, like he choreographed it just to flex. The goblins started screaming while the flames torched them alive. Suho stood back and watched the whole thing unfold in slow-mo, wondering where the hell this inferno even came from. Whatever it was, it took out the monster horde instantly, and with terrifying precision. That kind of heat and control only meant one thing, that the discounted Ainz has entered the scene. Choi's eyes lit up not with shock but with interest when the boss monster strutted out of the fire. He looked more impressed than mad, like, damn, this one might be worth a second shot. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, summoned a literal bow made of flames, and whipped up a fire arrow that looked like it could vaporize a small country. Then, without blinking, he fired it. The shot nailed the monster dead on, launching that thing through a building like it was a punching bag. The structure exploded on impact, and just like that, the whole battlefield went silent. The crowd nearby started cheering. They recognized the fire-happy maniac instantly. Choi, the human flamethrower, was here, so everyone assumed the crisis was over. But while the people celebrated, Choi kept scanning the scene, eyes sharp. He could have sworn he saw a kid nearby just seconds ago, but now nothing. Suho was tucked away behind some narrow gap, holding his breath. Choi stood there trying to figure out why the previous fighter had dipped so fast. Suho let out a quiet breath, knowing Choi's dramatic entrance was the perfect excuse to vanish. No way he was letting anyone know who he really was. Not now, not when the risks were stacking up. And as he left, his thoughts spiraled deeper. The Itarim always worked from the shadows. Far away in some ominous tower, the Apostle stood like a brooding villain by a window while the world kept spinning obliviously. A portal appeared behind him without so much as a knock, and a voice drifted out, calling him. The apostle didn't react and just stood still like a robot with too many feelings. Before handing over his body, he had some tea to spill about this world, about hunters, especially the S-rank ones who could casually break physics with their pinkies. They were too powerful and too unpredictable, and one in particular was a problem. The wild card, the fuck-up in the system. The voice didn't want to hear more. It was like, shut up, we'll read your memories. Just hand over the meat suit. And so the apostle accepted his fate, not saying another word. But deep down, he had a weird feeling. Like maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to vanish completely. That emotion meant nothing, though. Not in his world. Everything was for the Creator. Always had been. Always would be. Then the portal surged, swallowing him in raw energy, and in one blinding flash, the apostle was gone, replaced by a new being. The third fragment had entered the chat. His body was new, but his brain was loaded with old memories. And one thing stood out. Someone else had the same authority as darkness. That wasn't supposed to happen. The second fragment had been an idiot trying to kill him. If that guy could be turned instead, they could raise the dead and run the world. Suho dragged his tired ass back to his place. He flopped down like a wet noodle, sighing loud enough for the gods to hear it. Meanwhile, Baru stood nearby, silently watching him. Suho's mind wandered back to his chat with Jinwoo, his uncle practically crying about how Suho was out here playing superhero instead of thinking about his own damn safety. The whole protector thing was noble or whatever, but Suho dying would kind of kill the vibe for his parents too. He lay there thinking about his mom and dad probably stressing out harder than an overworked intern. Then suddenly, because this man has the chill level of a cracked-out squirrel, he jumped to his feet. Ready to risk it all again, Suho announced his next destination like he was some shonen protagonist and declared it was Shadow Dungeon time. Beru clocked the shift. Instantly, the dude's energy went from half-dead to hyper-fixated real fast. Resting would have been smart, but Suho's brain said, nah, grind first, cry later. He still had a daily quest to finish, and the man wasn't about to let some free XP slip through his fingers like an idiot. But the second they entered the dungeon, Suho stopped. Confusion hit him square in the face. The daily quest was gone. Just poof, vanished out of existence before he could spiral into a full meltdown. Essel hesitantly explained the plot twist. Amit went full murder hobo mode overnight and wiped out every single goblin in the place. Amit calmly defended himself like, yeah, I cleaned up your house, bitch. You're welcome. Also added, don't worry, didn't touch the humans, which was the bare minimum. Really, Suho just sighed again, realizing this walking murder machine had unintentionally nuked his entire training routine. Amit saw Suho mentally combusting and decided to throw him a bone. If it's strength you want, I can train you, he said, looking smug as hell. Suho blinked. This was not on his bingo card. Ahmed explained that he wasn't always this strong and was willing to pass on his Rocky Balboa bootcamp tips. Just as Suho processed the offer, a new daily quest popped up with the classic death sentence, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. But wait, Ahmed wasn't done. This dumbass training arc came with a twist. Suho had to do all that while carrying Ahmed on his back, because why not suffer harder? Suho looked like he was about to uninstall life itself. But then Ahmed said, chill, I got you, and started shrinking like a cursed Pokemon. Apparently being shredded by Tarnak 1,000 times gave him body-morphing hacks, so now he was human-sized and fully prepped for piggyback torture. And with that, Suho's suffering officially began. Suho stared at Ahmed. His giant, hulking body was shrinking down. Suho blinked once, twice, then boom. Ahmed was already barking orders like some drill sergeant hopped up on creatine. Suho hit the ground for push-ups like a man possessed, trying to act tough while his brain was screaming, what the hell is this life? He wasn't just doing it for gains either. Deep down, he was eyeing that bond skill. He needed a partner. Someone who could survive these death quests with him. Just as Suho got into rhythm, Ahmed climbed onto his back. The pressure hit instantly. Suho gasped hard like a truck just parked on his spine. That's when Ahmed dropped the bomb. Yeah, I can shrink my body, but my weight? Still the same, congrats, bro. You're now bench pressing a literal tank. Isel and Beru stood in the distance, watching like two emotionally unavailable parents witnessing their son make terrible life choices. Suho's arms trembled like they were about to peace out. His brain was chanting 100 push-ups under this weight. Bruh. The pain was brutal, but Ahmed wasn't here to coddle him. This was his version of a love letter: get crushed, suffer, and rebuild. That was the only way this psycho trained people. Meanwhile, somewhere somewhere near Paju, inside a dungeon straight out of Silent Hill, the vibes were rancid. The air was foggy, cursed, and 100% haunted. A mistborn screamed in agony, echoing through the dungeon. This place wasn't just a battlefield. It was a damn mutation lab where humans got twisted into monsters against their will. Standing in the middle of this nightmare was Min Sung, looking like he'd had enough of everybody's bullshit. The wait was over, but his patience was long gone. He glared at the demon in charge, who started preaching about honor and devotion. The demon Murmu, acting like some holy prophet, started praising the Chosen One, claiming he saved them from their filthy lives. Wrong move, buddy. Min Sung didn't like that wording and made it known by slicing the bastard's hand open. Murmu stayed still, but the message hit hard. Min Sung didn't need sermons from bootleg villains. He wanted answers. Where was the child? The demon answered vaguely, blaming the apostle's busy schedule. Min Sung then brought up Lim Tegyu, warning Murmu to keep his end of their deal. But Murmu, being the annoying villain he is, decided to pivot to a sales pitch, reminding Min Sung about a power he hadn't used and spinning some backstory about how the Chosen One saved him after the demon realm got nuked. Apparently, the Stardust drug had been tweaked to wipe out some traitor clan, and Murmu thought that was enough to sell his loyalty. Then came the real bait: follow the Chosen One and get OP powers even better than Lim Tegyu's. But Min Sung was done. He shut that shit down immediately, not interested in god complexes or sketchy upgrades from snake oil demons. Murmu was out here flapping his demon gums like he knew jack about S-rank hunters, but the dude didn't even know how to shut up. He started calling Min Sung a fool for not embracing his edgy cult power-up plan, but Min Sung wasn't having it. He just turned around and dipped. Min Sung wasn't listening to some overgrown cockroach with a superiority complex. Instead, his mind was spinning. He wasn't here to save anyone. He was here to survive. And once that poor bastard of a kid took out Lim Tegyu, the whole operation would fall right into place. Then he'd snitch to the Hunter Association, let them do the cleanup, and boom, past glory reclaimed. This man wanted to press rewind on life and live like it was his golden era again. But what Min Sung didn't know was that he was already being watched. From the top of a tall-ass tower, some mysterious woman had eyes locked on him. The second he exited the dungeon, she was already on comms, snitching to the association chairman. Chairman Jinwoo got the call, processed it faster than a Google search, and immediately pieced it together. Paju field-type dungeon, Stardust factory. Yeah, that added up. Fast as hell, he gave the order. Minho was to tail Min Sung and not lose track of him for a second. Jinchul then turned to Choi, and they both laid out the ugly truth. The incident during the airport dungeon break, the staff losing memories, all those freaky hunters acting weird lately, every single one of them had Stardust in their systems. The drug was basically glitching the hunter system. With stakes climbing faster than Suho's daily quest reps, the association made the only smart move left: ban the damn thing. Stardust was now officially contraband. Meanwhile, Yongin brought up the next step. What the hell were they supposed to do with Min Sung? Jinchul was done playing nice. He wasn't just going after Min Sung now. He wanted whoever was puppeteering this whole mess taken out too. This was bigger than one rogue idiot. This was a full-blown operation. Choi didn't hesitate. His guild was in. They'd throw whatever it took to bring it down. But even with all that chaos, Jinchul's mind drifted to something personal. Jinho had just confirmed Suho was back safe and breathing. That news hit him hard. He looked at an old photo of himself and my glorious king, memories flooding in. And if Suho really was a growth-type hunter just like his dad, then the same cursed system that held Jinwoo back might come for Suho too. Jinchul wasn't about to sit back and watch that repeat. He made his choice clear. Whatever happened, he'd back Suho with everything he had. Meanwhile, back in the shadow dungeon, Suho was still suffering in silence, doing push-ups. Each rep shredded his body. He wasn't just training, he was dying and respawning every second. But my boy didn't give up. Suho hit the final push-up like he was about to ascend straight to the afterlife. His arms finally gave out with a nasty crack, the kind that said, "Congratulations, you're now medically fucked up." Bones shattered, breath struggling, life questionable. Amit stood over him, announcing that this was just the warm-up. The ancient bastard clearly didn't understand the concept of chill. From the sidelines, Esso looked ready to faint. Baru lost his damn mind. He snapped at Amit. Baru was fuming because Suho wasn't made of titanium. He was still a barely functioning baby monarch trying not to die during warm-ups. But Suho wasn't done being a stubborn idiot. With fingers shaking like he just got hit with electricity, he crawled toward the system interface and dragged his busted hand across across it. He barely managed to buy a recovery potion, chugged it like his soul depended on it, and boom! Bones snapped back like reverse Jenga. His body healed almost instantly thanks to the potion, but the pain, the grind, and the exhaustion, all still there. Still, Suho didn't back down. He had one goal: beat the ever-living hell out of Lee Min-sung. And what if this was the path he had to take? So be it. With only 3 more tasks left, Suho stood again, eyes burning with the kind of energy that said, "I have nothing to lose but sanity." Amit watched silently, probably impressed that Suho hadn't quit or exploded yet. Beru and Essel looked like they were watching a snuff film, but Suho kept going. He popped Beast Possession and fused with Gray, instantly feeling a power boost and instantly regretting it because Amit climbed back on and sit-ups were next. Now he wasn't just fighting gravity, he was fighting a whole ancient warlord chilling on his back. Even with the buffs, Suho was sweating. Muscles screamed, lungs begged for mercy, but he just kept guzzling potions and pushing through. Amit kept analyzing, and he realized that this wasn't about raw power anymore. This was about mindset. And Suho, dumb as hell but relentless. Eventually, his body finally collapsed again. Sharp pain cut through his back, and even Gray crashed beside him. They lay there dying, breathing like broken vacuums, when the system chimed in. Bless up rewards unlocked. Daily quest complete. Amit nodded satisfied, while Suho just wheezed on the floor, questioning his life choices. But he knew this grind was working. Slowly, painfully, but it was working. And tomorrow, he'd crawl back again. Amit saw Suho's dumbass determination and just nodded like, yeah, this one's crazy enough to survive. Suho had no quit in him, and that's exactly what a walking tank like Amit respected. After surviving his daily death quest, Suho dragged his broken body back home and face-planted into bed. The second his head hit the pillow, he passed out. Beru, ever the overprotective bug dad, gently covered him with a blanket. For once, there was peace. No screaming, no training, just sweet unconsciousness. Beru decided to enjoy a rare moment of freedom and turned on the TV, hoping for something light and brain-numbing. But nope, bad timing. The news smacked him in the face with a serious report. The Hunter Association had just dropped a new rule book targeting field-type dungeons, especially after that airport dungeon went full apocalypse. Turns out these dungeons were more chaotic than usual since they existed in the open world and let guilds farm monsters for magic crystals. That's why private guilds had been hoarding them. The association finally decided to bring the hammer down and start choking out the power-hungry guilds. Meanwhile, over at the Grim Reaper Guild headquarters, Lee Min-sung sat at his desk, glaring at a report like it just insulted his entire bloodline. A rep from the association had shown up and wasn't sugarcoating anything. They told him straight up the guild owned too many field dungeons, and the B-rank one in Paju was now public enemy #1. The association wasn't playing around, and unless Min-sung wanted his hunter license yeeted into the void, he'd have to join the raid himself, which was hilarious considering the guy hadn't done anything remotely hunter-like in over 6 months. Min-sung's brain instantly short-circuited with rage because he knew exactly who was behind this. But before Min-sung could throw a tantrum, Lim Taegyu strolled in and accepted the association's request. The man's voice was cool and calm and carried the kind of authority that made Min-sung want to throw hands. Taegyu didn't even look at him, he just agreed. The rep nodded, said, "Good job," and got ready to dip while Min-sung stood there clenching his teeth. It all clicked. Taegyu had rushed back from overseas not out of duty, but to throw a wrench in Min-sung's shady operation. And just to twist the knife deeper, the rep announced that the association would be sending their own hunters for the Paju raid, and the Grim Reaper Guild was expected to play nice and form a party. After hearing this, Min-sung was one emotional support straw away from losing his mind on the spot. Lim Taegyu stared Min-sung down. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. How the hell could Min-sung agree to give up a field-type dungeon that easily? That thing was basically a golden goose, and Min-sung had just handed it over. But Taegyu wasn't stupid. He'd already figured out what the Hunter Association was really up to. They weren't just trying to shut down the dungeon they were sniffing around because they'd caught wind of Min-sung's little secret projects. Taegyu had warned this dumbass before not to mess with the association, but Min-sung had the emotional intelligence of a potato and ignored every word. Worse, he'd started messing with the guild while Taegyu was gone. Taegyu had finally had enough. His eyes turned cold, the kind of look that says, You're one fuck-up away from getting drop-kicked out of existence. He made it clear he wasn't going to be Min-sung's personal janitor anymore. Min-sung froze, probably realizing he'd just lost the one guy keeping him from getting smacked by reality. Then Taegyu's phone buzzed and things got spicier. He checked the message, then looked up and dropped the bomb a recruiter had contacted him. A new S-rank hunter had appeared in Korea. Without missing a beat, Taegyu announced he was heading to the association to check it out. But before leaving, he tossed one last order at Min-sung. Prepare the contract wages. It was a lifeline or a warning, depending on how dumb Min-sung wanted to be. And with that, Taegyu dipped, leaving behind one frustrated mess of a man. Min-sung stood there looking like someone had just unplugged his brain. The fact that another S-rank had popped up made his blood boil. He hated them all, their power, their fame, and the way they strutted around like gods. Meanwhile, this clown was throwing tantrums in the dark, hoping his secret weapon would hurry up and become useful. The only thing keeping him going was the idea of getting his hands on that damn fragment again. And in the middle of his little rage spiral, his thoughts went full villain mode. If Taegyu died, everything would be back in his control, indulging in casual murder fantasy because why not, right? Then his phone lit up, and for once, something went his way. His scowl twisted into a grin when he saw the name of the new S-rank hunter. Over at the Hunter Association, things were heating up fast. The new S-rank had arrived, and the crowd was practically holding their breath. Everyone was gawking at Park Dojin. Then Choi Choi rolled up all calm and collected. He gave Dojin the usual congratulations, but even he couldn't hide the weird feeling crawling up his spine. Something about Dojin felt familiar. Choi asked if they'd met before, but Dojin shut that down with a smooth, "Nah, we haven't, but I know who you are" energy. Classy, cold, and already 10 steps ahead. Choi moved on to business, offering him a spot in the Hunters Guild. But Dojin smiled, declined, and straight up said he already had a guild in mind. Then he pointed toward the entrance. The crowd at the Hunter Association turned their heads like they were watching the final twist of a K-drama. At the entrance stood Lim Taegyu, slightly winded from rushing, but still carrying that "don't mess with me" energy. He looked around the room and asked if he'd made it in time. Fast forward a week, and now we're in Paju Field. Baek Min-ho showed up ready for business, introduced herself as a White Tiger Guild A rank, and looked like she was here to politely wreck shit. Lee Min-sung welcomed her with the fakest nice guy act on the planet, thanking her for coming. Min-ho wasn't fooled. She clocked his actor-level fake personality immediately. But even with her plan to expose him, there was a wild card: Park Dojin. The brand new S-rank alien menace had joined the Grim Reaper Guild. His presence made everything unstable. Min-ho had backup plans, though. If shit hit the fan, she was ready to flip the script. She gave the excavation team their orders like a general sending troops into battle, and just like that, the Paju raid began. But rewind a few days before the drama kicked off, and we find Min-sung staring down Dojin. Dojin had gone through a glow-up so intense, even puberty was taking notes. Min-sung tried to play it cool, saying his growth must be thanks to his alien DNA. But deep down, he was stressed. Dojin calmly explained that his child form was just a disguise. Now that he'd leveled up and collected enough fragments, there was no need to hide. But Min-sung's paranoia couldn't sit still. He asked about Dojin's name and why he became a hunter. Dojin laid it all out. He needed freedom to move, and being a hunter gave him that pass. Min-sung didn't like what he heard. The airport incident had already put him on the association's radar, and if they uncovered the hidden factory at Paju, both his ass and Dojin's would be grass. Dojin, however, was built differently. He'd already planned everything. His real plan was to turn every hunter in the raid into his own personal cult. If they were all under his influence, they'd see nothing at the factory even if it was lit up like a crime scene. Min-sung listened closely, realizing this alien bastard wasn't just bold, but there was still one major issue: Lim Taegyu. Min-sung asked if Dojin could actually take him on. Taegyu wasn't just strong, he was the kind of hunter that made villains piss themselves. Dojin didn't even flinch. He said he'd already promised to kill Taegyu, and now that they'd met, he was more than ready. That was enough to put a twisted smile on Min-sung's face. Whether Dojin lived or got obliterated didn't matter to him. As long as Taegyu got deleted from the equation, Min-sung would be satisfied. At the Hunter Association, Jinchul sat stewing in paranoia. The Paju field raid was about to pop off, and all eyes were locked on Lee Min-sung and the Stardust crew. This raid wasn't just another monster hunting picnic, it was their shot to finally drag Min-sung's dirty laundry out into the open. Thankfully, the raid squad was stacked. Baek Min-ho from White Tiger Guild was on site and packing heat as an A rank, and just in case the monsters or the bullshit got out of hand, Choi Choi and another S rank were already standing by. But one wild card kept ruining Jinchul's mental peace park Dojin. The new alien S rank had slid into the Grim Reaper Guild way too cleanly, right when the raid was about to start, and just so happened to be on Min-sung's side. Jinchul's stress level spiked higher when he remembered Suho. That kid was on the raid list not as a hunter, but chilling in the excavation team. At first glance, maybe it was nothing, but Jinchul had a gut feeling that screamed otherwise. He'd approved Suho's participation himself, but now that things were heating up, doubt was eating away at him. If Suho had something cooking behind the scenes, if this raid was just one piece of a much bigger play, then Jinchul knew he might need to jump in before it all spiraled out of control. Back in Paju Field, the entire place looked like hell had cracked open. Flames tore through the area as monsters breathed fire like they were trying to barbecue the entire raid party. A frontline hunter threw up a shield, trying to hold the line, but the heat was already cooking their insides. Just as everything was about to go to shit, Baek Min-ho entered beast mode. She rocketed in and punched a monster so hard it probably saw its ancestors. Blood and bone flew from the hit, but she wasn't done. She launched into the air and cracked it with an uppercut so savage the monster's skull practically snapped off. She danced on top of the beast and beat the life out of it with punch after punch until it dropped dead. While she wiped the sweat off her face and looked around, she noticed Min-sung standing in the back, doing jack shit as usual. Dude had awakened as an A rank and still acted like he was above getting his hands dirty. He stood there like a background extra while people were out here fighting for their lives. Min-ho mentally dragged him for it. A hunter who didn't fight was just a civilian with a title. But before she could roll her eyes too hard, another beast lunged at her. She barely had time to flinch, but Park Dojin came in like a missile. He crushed the monster with one hit, not even breaking a sweat. Min-ho just stood there stunned. She'd written him off as some poser in casual clothes, playing dress-up as an S rank, but now he was cutting down monsters like he was farming experience points for fun. Every strike was lethal, every movement was clean. By the time he was done, the battlefield looked like the monsters had never stood a chance. As the last monster hit the ground, the raid officially wrapped. Everyone regrouped, catching their breath. Lee Min-sung glanced around and with his usual smug calmness, said the raid ended faster than expected. Monsters dead, field cleared, all clean. But Baek Min-ho wasn't buying it. Something felt wrong. The field was way too empty. For a dungeon this size, the monster count was suspiciously low, like someone had already done half the work before they even showed up. Min-sung explained it away like he had a pre-written excuse ready. The Grim Reaper Guild routinely culled monsters to keep things from spilling into the outside world. It sounded noble on paper, but Min-ho wasn't fooled. No guild ran daily extermination missions for free unless they had skeletons to bury, and Min-sung's vibes were screaming guilty. Still, he waved everyone forward, leading them to the boss chamber with that same smug-ass grin he always wore when he thought he was 3 steps ahead. He wasn't worried about anything being found, because, as far as he was concerned, the cleanup crew already did their job. The factory was gone. The demons had packed their demonic luggage and dipped deeper into the field. And if anyone lingered too long in that place, they'd leave with foggy memories and trauma, not proof. Deeper inside, those same demons lounged around. They'd wanted a face-to-face with the apostle, but got ghosted. And now they were stuck sitting on a stash of stardust ingredients gathering dust in the dark. Meanwhile, Suho was wandering through the field. Something was pulling him, leading him right to a massive sealed door. He stopped, narrowed his eyes, and confirmed it with Baru. Yup, demonic energy up ahead. He didn't hesitate. The door creaked open, revealing a dim chamber and 3 demons looking like they just got caught doing something shady. One of them turned to react, but Suho blinked forward and hit the demon so hard its head turned into a projectile. The body was dragged back. Beru, like usual, admired the absolute violence. The kid was cracked. One hit and demon heads were flying. His past fights had clearly powered him up, but Suho didn't relax. Something felt off. These demons weren't fighting like living beings, they were more like puppets. That only confirmed what he'd suspected. This field wasn't just a monster nest. It was a goddamn stardust factory. But before he could process it, the demon he obliterated started pulling itself back together. And then, those eyes. The demon looked at him and saw it, the black mask. The same one that had been screwing up their master plan. The one the apostle warned them about. The demon's body bulked up, swelling into some roided-out beast form. The air crackled as it transformed. And Suho? He'd just been marked as the perfect sacrificial gift for the apostle. Deep in the dungeon, way out of earshot from the chaos up top, a mining crew was grinding hard. The clinks of their pickaxes smashing against crystal echoed through the tunnel. One of the miners wiped sweat from his forehead, looking like he just regretted every life choice that brought him here. The amount of magic essence crystals packed into that cave was straight up ridiculous. This was supposed to be a guild-run dungeon, but with resources stacked this high, something felt off. No way they were just selling crystals, there had to be some shady side hustle going on. Just then, another miner cut in, steering the convo towards something juicier. Apparently, an E-rank collector joined their squad today, in a B-rank dungeon. The first miner shrugged it off, trying to act wise. He figured the new guy was just a young buck trying to prove himself. But then his brain finally connected the dots. That newbie wasn't stationed just anywhere he got posted at the dungeon's entrance. The safest damn spot in the whole place. Somebody definitely knew the situation was sketchy, and made sure the weakling wouldn't end up as Monster Chow. While all this minor drama was playing out, Baru wasn't chilling. He had his eyes locked on the enemy. The demon standing before them wasn't just flexing magic power for show, it was real, dense, and heavy. Suho could feel it too. His upgraded stats had his senses on max volume, and this guy's pressure was just as nasty as that A-rank freak Randolph from Pyramid Field. That alone confirmed something serious was going on. The Hunter Association wouldn't drag the Grim Reaper Guild into a field-type dungeon without reason. Suho joined the collection team for a closer look, and now he was realizing just how deep the rabbit hole went. If the association had already sniffed out the truth behind Stardust, then everything was moving faster than expected. And if they started poking around Lee Min-sung too much, Suho's whole mission could get screwed. Getting info out of that smug bastard about the Atarim Apostle was already a pain. But Suho didn't flinch. He locked eyes with the demon and made his demand loud and clear. He wanted the apostle's location. The demon didn't answer right away. Dude was lost in thought, clearly putting together the timeline. Just like the apostle was hunting that masked mystery man, Suho was out here hunting the apostle. He told Suho not to bother looking for the apostle anymore, because the apostle would come to him. Only problem? Suho was going to be a vegetable by then. The demon wanted to beat him so badly he'd be left in a coma before being served up as a sacrifice. And he wasn't bluffing. In a flash, dark, writhing tentacles launched towards Suho, wrapping around him. The grip tightened around Suho like the demon was trying to squeeze out his soul. Those tentacles weren't just for show, they were locked in, and the demon was oozing smug energy, blabbering about how no one had ever escaped once he had them. He clearly thought Suho was just another bug to squish, but Suho wasn't panicking. He'd heard this same song and dance before. His mind flashed back to that hellish training with Amut. The beast who looked like gym memberships feared him. That monster had forced Suho into a brutal routine that should have taken weeks, but Suho had cracked it in 5 days. Even Amut, who probably bench-pressed mountains for fun, had to admit the kid wasn't normal anymore. Suho had dumped every single stat point into strength like he was speedrunning muscle gain, and it showed. On top of that, he'd picked up a new skill that boosted his power even more. Amit had straight up called him the strongest human he'd ever seen. That moment stayed in Suho's head as the present snapped back into focus. The demon's tentacles squeezed tighter. With zero effort, Suho shredded through them like tearing paper. The demon's face morphed into shock. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Suho didn't give a single fuck. He lunged forward, fury in full swing, and slashed through two demons like he was chopping up overcooked meat. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and the floor looked like a horror show buffet. Not even stopping to breathe, Suho locked eyes on the last demon and demanded answers again. Where was the Atarim Apostle? The demon, now fully unhinged, just screamed in rage, but Suho didn't wait. He grabbed the demon's head with one armored hand and tore it clean off like popping a stubborn lid off a jar. The howl that followed shook the tunnel. Suho wasn't done. He pulled out his dagger and went to work. Slash after slash, he carved the bastard up until there was nothing left to resist. Blood soaked the floor, his gauntlet dripping as he stood over what used to be the final threat. But even then, something felt off. The aura of that demon. It wasn't just dark, it was familiar. Wrong in a way that made Suho's stomach twist. He needed to figure out what the hell that was. With zero ceremony, Suho hurled the severed head toward Beru, who caught it and chomped down. And even in death, the demon's last thoughts lingered on his mission, praising the destruction of the Ridiru family. Traitors to demonkind. Apparently, that was enough to die happy over. Meanwhile, Essel suddenly froze. Something shifted in her body. Something light and strange, like a curse had just been yanked out of her chest. She stood there, stunned, trying to process what just happened. And Beru? She was still chewing, mentally noting that demon meat had the texture of a half-melted tire, but kept eating anyway. Suho wasn't celebrating. His eyes stayed locked on the mission. He turned to Beru, hoping the demon's memories had spilled something useful. If there was even a crumb of info about the Ataram apostle, they needed it now. But Beru came up short. The demon worshipped the apostle like some holy savior, but that was it. Pure fanboy energy, no real data. Suho sighed, frustration bubbling under the surface. Another dead end. The trail had iced over again. That left him with only one lead, Lee Min-sung, the shady bastard running the Stardust operation. If anyone had answers, it was that smug snake. But before Suho could deal with him, he had to handle something urgent, getting the civilians out of this danger zone before round 2 kicked off. Back with the strike team, Dojin was on edge. He felt the demon's presence vanish clearly. Someone took care of business, but he knew damn well the Hunter Association didn't pull that off. Something else had stepped in. The squad cautiously approached the boss monster's lair at Paju Field. Minho kept scanning the area, but she was finding jack shit. No signs of Stardust production, no weird residue, nothing. It was supposed to be a hotspot, but now it looked clean. She was visibly rattled. Min-sung, though? That bastard looked amused. He watched Minho spiral and smirked. She was looking for something that no longer existed, and he was enjoying every second of it. While she chased ghosts, Min-sung leaned over and whispered to Dojin the plan to brainwash the hunters was off. Dojin, though, wasn't buying that bullshit. He kept his mouth shut, but his face said everything. He wasn't about to let this whole mess just fade away. Meanwhile, Minho started piecing together a backup theory. If nothing was inside the ruins, maybe the evidence was somewhere else above ground, hidden in plain sight. She made a mental note to come back after they dealt with the boss monster. No other choice now. Min-sung gave the order to move forward, but then boom, something shifted. The air changed. He felt it. His smirk vanished. Confusion crept in. He turned to look, and that was his mistake. In that split second, a sharp sting hit the back of his neck. A slim, razor-sharp stone had been jammed into him. Dojin stood behind him. He'd never once hesitated. His true goal had always been crystal clear convert every hunter into a follower. Only the useful ones deserved to survive. Min-sung, he was just a disposable tool, a stepping stone. Dojin had never planned to team up. He was using Min-sung's A-rank body to take down even bigger targets, like S-rank powerhouse Lim Tegyu. The whole alliance was a setup from day one. Min-sung's rage hit the ceiling. The moment S-rank hunters were mentioned again, his pride took a direct punch to the throat. And when it hit him, what Dojin had really planned, he felt sick. That smug bastard actually believed Min-sung would roll over and get brainwashed, that he'd just hand over his body and mind without resistance. Min-sung was ready to explode. Fists clenched, power bubbling. But before he could do anything, reality cracked like glass. Everything vanished. The battlefield, the voices, his allies, it all disintegrated. He was stranded in a silent white void, standing there in confusion. Before he could even panic, something massive slammed into him, not physically, but spiritually. A command, absolute and godlike, tore through his very core. It didn't ask, it took. The will of the Supreme One flooded him with energy. Min-sung's thoughts, his rage, his resistance, they all got snuffed out. His body moved on its own now. His mind, gone. Dojin, standing outside that mind void like the smug apostle he was, smiled. Another one down. Min-sung was his now, just another pawn on the board. Without skipping a beat, Dojin turned to the next target. The conversion train wasn't stopping. With his new puppet trailing behind him, the team marched straight into the boss room. Outside Paju Field, A sleek car pulled up like a luxury death omen. Inside, Choi sat cool as ever, eyes sharp, brain working overtime. He'd planted a summons inside the dungeon as a tripwire. If it vanished, that meant shit had hit the fan. No comms in dungeons? No problem. This was his workaround, and it was genius. He'd basically installed a magical panic button without needing any fancy gear. Choi sat back, watching everything unfold from the outside. Ideally, he wouldn't need to send S-rank hunters in, and definitely not Lim Taegyu. He especially hoped Lee Min-sung wouldn't start throwing tantrums that made the cleanup worse. Next to him, Lim Taegyu was chilling. Choi glanced over, catching the worry in his body language. Yeah, Taegyu was stressed, and Choi, being the smug bastard he is, couldn't resist poking at him. His tone turned light, borderline teasing, just enough to mess with Taegyu's nerves. It worked. Taegyu's glare sharpened, but Choi stayed chill, completely unfazed by the reaction. When Taegyu brought up Park Dojin joining the Grim Reaper Guild, trying to stir something up, Choi didn't flinch. His guild was stacked. He didn't need to feel jealous of some shady apostle cosplay freak. But the news about Min-sung pushing that unknown stimulant hit him hard. As guildmaster, if this spiraled out of control, it would be on him to shut it down. He made it clear to Choi no interference. If this got ugly, Taegyu would handle it. Choi just nodded, saying that he had no intention of hurting others unnecessarily. If Taegyu had the skills to back up that title, nobody would have needed to step in. But inside the boss room, it was a shit show. Fire rained down like the monster was trying to host a barbecue, and the squad scrambled. Mages hurled spells back, the hunter spammed arrows, and the tank stood there holding his shield. It was pure chaos. Dojin, standing back like the lazy genius he is, was watching it all unfold with zero effort. Man was out there acting like an S-rank already, just supervising while the rest burned. Even the seniors were flailing with no grip on the fight. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung had clearly snorted some extra motivation. Dude was going full anime protagonist, swinging in full force. Dojin was connecting the dots in real time. Stardust wasn't doing much for anyone above B rank, but Min-sung, he wasn't just juiced, he was cracked. That wasn't regular Stardust, it was the hardcore stuff, star fragments. Basically performance-enhancing glitter for hunters. It could push a B rank up to A, but Min-sung looked like he was aiming for godhood. He landed a nasty cut on the boss, deep enough to sting, but not deep enough to kill. The monster snapped back, sending Min-sung flying. That crash landing? Brutal. Dojin didn't flinch, just nodded. But raw strength wasn't the full story. There was another cheat code in play, TL's blessing of amplification. Basically, a buff that cranked up whatever made you special. In Min-sung's case, it turned out he was built to boost magic power, and his sword was made to amplify the force of his slashes. Dojin knew Min-sung had the setup. The only question was whether it'd be enough to hit S-rank levels for real, and then it happened. Min-sung walked up to the boss and rammed his sword straight through the thing's guts. The energy explosion was so wild it literally blew a hole through the ceiling. Straight up sent shockwaves through the room. Lim Taegyu and Choi just standing there, Minho's brain short-circuited trying to figure out how Min-sung went from sweaty B-rank tryhard to walking natural disaster. The power jump wasn't just big, it was suspiciously insane. But here's the thing. After all that flexing, all that Lee Min-sung didn't move. Min-sung stood frozen. Not a twitch, not a breath, nothing, just pure glitch mode. Dojin watched with dead eyes, already putting the pieces together. Amplification wasn't free. It gave you god-level strength for a hot minute, and then yanked the soul tax right out of you. Min-sung had touched S-rank for a split second, but his body wasn't built for that kind of power. His strength fizzled out fast. Minho stood nearby, struggling to process what she just saw. That attack shouldn't have been possible for an A rank. Not even with Stardust, so that meant that something else was juicing this man. Something nastier than what they already knew. Then the silence shattered. A blade pierced through Park Dojin's back with a clean, smooth, surgical. Min-sung didn't just lose it, he fucking snapped. Dojin's breath hitched, blood dripping from his mouth as he tried to comprehend the betrayal. His big brain went from detective mode to dying mode real quick. Min-sung stood behind him with a psychotic grin. Without a word, he yanked the sword out and Dojin hit the ground. The entire team froze, mouths open, brains offline. Reality didn't just break, it disintegrated in front of them. Minho's fury lit up. She stared at Min-sung with pure hatred, struggling to believe what she just witnessed. A hunter stabbing his own teammate wasn't just betrayal, it was straight-up war crime behavior. Her mind raced, wondering if that power-up cooked his brain or if he'd been this crazy all along. Meanwhile, Min Sung stood there, zoned out, battling voices in his head, looking like a man possessed. He realized too late that the Hunter Association had S ranks waiting outside, and if he didn't dip immediately, he'd be a headline in 5 minutes flat. Min-ho caught on fast. She yelled for her squad to stop the bastard, but Min-sung moved like a lightning bolt with a grudge, sliced through them like they weren't even real people, barking warnings no one could match his speed. The dude was gone in seconds, headed for the exit while the squad scrambled to catch up. Min-ho didn't waste time. She called for Lee Chel-sung to send a signal to the S ranks outside, but the poor guy was still standing there. His hands shook as he finally moved. Park Dojin, somehow still vertical despite getting stabbed through the heart as if nothing had happened. That blade should have ended him, straight through the chest and out the back, but here he was silent, still on his feet. His body had no right to be moving, but Dojin didn't move out of pride or revenge. No, he moved because he'd found something more valuable than life itself. He had figured out that resisting the Mistborn's divine influence wasn't just about magic power, it was mental strength, sheer will. Min-ho looked at him like he was a walking glitch in reality. The wound said dead, but the man said, not today. Dojin didn't bother explaining, just stood there, unreadable, as if bleeding out was part of his to-do list. Meanwhile, Min-sung's villain arc was in full meltdown. He'd clawed his way up to S rank only to end up sprinting through the streets. Everyone was out to get him now. The alien puppet masters, the Hunter Association, and the Grim Reaper Guild. 0 allies, all enemies. His master plan had turned into a speed run to rock bottom. He tried hiding in a nearby city, but right when freedom was one step away, boom, a dagger planted itself in the dirt inches from his toes, and he stopped. That wasn't a warning shot. That was a you're done moment. And then came the voice. Suho walked out of the shadows with the kind of energy that made it clear he wasn't here to chat. He'd been watching from the sidelines ever since the explosion, and now he wanted answers. Stardust, the alien apostle, all of it. Min-sung immediately knew this wasn't some random hunter. This guy knew. He even started connecting dots rumors about a black mask hunter who took down Brocky and blew up the Stardust supply chain. Could Suho be that menace? Min-sung pushed the thought away. Didn't matter. All that mattered now was getting the hell out before backup arrived. He figured Suho didn't have the power to stop him. Min-sung dashed in with everything he had. A lightning-fast strike meant to end the fight before it could start, but Suho didn't even blink. At the last second, he reached out, caught the blade, and shoved it aside without effort. That's when Min-sung froze. His brain shorted out. The sword didn't move. His full-force attack got stonewalled. He yanked at the sword, but it was locked. Min-sung was not ready for that smoke. Suho didn't wait for him to finish his little internal monologue. Dude just launched a kick straight to Min-sung's chin. Min-sung's head snapped back so fast he probably saw his ancestors. His vision went fuzzy, and his brain was trying to reboot, wondering how Suho, with lower magic stats, was able to deal so much damage. Everything about it was wrong. Suho had less mana and less flashy nonsense, yet he smacked Min-sung around like it was personal. Meanwhile, Beru was chilling in the shadows, watching the chaos unfold with those creepy bug eyes. He wasn't even surprised. Of course, Min-sung was confused. These clown hunters have been ranking each other by how much magic juice they've got since forever. But Beru knew better. Real power wasn't just flashy numbers and magic spam. Suho had been grinding under Amut, and that training hit different. The man's physical strength wasn't just good, it was on demon time. Back in the dungeon, Min-ho was losing it. Park Dojin, the guy who should have been dead 3 times over, was standing there like he didn't get stabbed through the heart. He didn't explain a thing, just grabbed a stimulant with murder in his eyes. Min-ho, being the innocent background NPC that she is, had no clue Dojin was about to start round 2. But before Dojin could throw hands again, a voice sliced through the tension. Choi and Lim Taegyu had finally shown up fashionably late, but still better than nothing. Min-ho nearly cried from relief. 2 S-rank big boys on the field meant someone was finally going to put a leash on this chaos. Choi walked in, scanning the scene. The explosion had clearly gotten their attention, and now he wanted answers. Min-ho didn't hold back. He spilled everything how Lee Min-sung went full psycho, dumped more mana than he should have had, and attacked Dojin out of nowhere. Choi's face darkened. Min Sung having that much power wasn't just sketchy, it was dangerous. His eyes flicked over to Dojin again, who was still standing there. There wasn't a single scratch on him even after getting skewered minutes ago. That alone was sketchy as hell. When asked, he brushed it off like it was nothing, saying he had a recovery skill. Choi clocked that immediately. Normal hunters don't bounce back from near-death situations like that. This was elite-level healing, and it set Dojin apart from the regular from other hunters. Choi didn't waste time. The second Minho explained the urgency. He and Taegyu were locked in. Min Sung had gone rogue, blown up a chunk of the area with mystery-level mana, and they had no idea what else he was cooking. They couldn't let him disappear, not with whatever shady deals and cosmic cheat codes he had up his sleeve. But while they were preparing to chase him down, Dojin was having a mini existential crisis. His connection with Min Sung still hadn't broken. That meant Min Sung, the little rat, had resisted the divine mind control. Now that was a twist. Dojin hadn't expected a human to fight off the faith. The problem was, if Min Sung started running his mouth and people listened, Dojin's cover might be blown. He had no choice. Min Sung had to go. Dojin decided to force the guy into a suicide mission using divinity. It would be costly, but at this point it was necessary. Min Sung was just an A rank after all. Expendable. Replaceable. But when he tapped into Min Sung's eyes, something didn't add up. Min Sung wasn't alone. He was already mid-fight, and it wasn't just any opponent. It was someone who could go toe-to-toe with him. Dojin's internal alarms went off when he spotted the black mask. That guy wasn't part of the plan. The Hunter Association was one thing, but now this wild card had shown up too. The whole operation was spiraling, and Dojin couldn't control any of it. For once, the divine script had gone off book, and Dojin, the faithful puppet, found himself smiling. Even he didn't know why. Back in the battlefield, Min Sung was spiraling too. He knew he couldn't afford to drag this out. One wrong move and it was over. So he pulled the classic, wait, I can explain move mid-fight. Suho hesitated. Min Sung claimed he was betrayed by the Atarim apostle, said nothing had gone to plan. Suho didn't buy it right away. Min Sung had been slinging stardust, so this sudden victim act wasn't lining up. If he was really stabbed in the back, why was he neck deep in all the shady business to begin with? Suho wasn't letting Min Sung weasel his way out with half-truths. He wanted the real reason, no fluff. And Min Sung, oh, this little drama queen had a whole monologue ready. Turns out he sold his soul to the Atarim not for power, not for world domination, but to kill one specific person he hated. That's it. Petty vengeance level 9,000. Suho was stunned. This man really teamed up with space demons just to settle a personal beef. Then Min Sung started trauma dumping about the Great Cataclysm, how the world went kaboom, and how some irrelevant background character from his past climbed the ranks to S-rank status. Basically, Min Sung couldn't handle the glow-up. His pride got cooked so hard he thought murder was the only way to feel like a main character again. Then he flipped it, questioning Suho's own motivations. Wasn't Suho also hunting down the alien? But Suho wasn't out here thirsting for blood. If there was another way, he'd take it. Min Sung hated that answer. The dude's face twisted. He mocked Suho's whole moral compass, laughing at the idea of mercy. But just as Min Sung was about to spill the tea and reveal the identity of Suho's future target, his body suddenly locked up. Park Dojin had stepped in and pulled the emergency brake. He hijacked Min Sung's body. Turns out Dojin finally saw the value in this angry little failure. Min Sung had been more useful than expected, and now his meat suit was about to serve one last dramatic purpose. Min Sung tried to resist, but it was a wrap. Their bodies merged, and an explosion of energy tore through the space. Suho's eyes widened, Baru's bug senses went haywire, and the whole damn area lit up. Min Sung's form cracked open, wings sprouted, energy surged, and everything around them shook. This wasn't your average power-up scene. This was divine possession on steroids. The dust cleared, and from the glowing horror that stood before them, Dojin's voice came through. He congratulated Suho. The Stardust Factory, the chase, all of it had been orchestrated to bring Suho here for this moment. The meeting between Hunter and Puppet Master had finally begun. Suho was trying to piece together the chaos, but his brain was playing ping-pong with the nonsense Dojin just dropped. Min Sung? That dude was gone. Whatever was standing in front of them now was not the same guy. And when Dojin admitted, dead serious, that he was the apostle sent by some knockoff god from another world, Suho knew he found the final boss behind all this bullshit. These were the bastards keeping his dad trapped. Suho charged in without hesitation, fists clenched and ready to throw hands. But of course, some fun police had to show up. Lim Taegyu rolled in with the loudest voice and the most over-the-top entrance possible. The man came in swinging authority and told everyone to sit the hell down. One wrong move, and he'd start poking holes in people. He had his bow up, arrow ready, and eyes darting to Min Sung. Both of them realized this wasn't the right time to start their anime boss fight. Dojin, being the dramatic bitch he is, told Suho to meet him later, at the highest point in the region, of course. But Taegyu wasn't here to let anyone monologue. The dude warned them once, and then immediately started firing. Suho and Dojin dipped instantly, dodging with zero effort. Taegyu didn't care. Man went full machine gun mode and fired off 3 more arrows, rapid fire. Still no hits. Baru asked if it was time to fight back, but Suho had already clocked it. Taegyu wasn't on the enemy team. Guy wasn't tied to Dojin or the Atarim nonsense. In fact, he wasn't even using his full power yet. That meant he was still holding back, but why? Taegyu smirked. He gave them props for dodging his shots. But he had one goal now. Take down whatever the hell Min Sung had turned into. Saving the guy? That dream was over. Min Sung was basically a magical nuke now. Taegyu lined up another shot, focused and ready to finish it. But before he could release, the entire battlefield just glitched. Both Suho and Dojin blinked out of existence. And standing there in their place, a goblin, just vibing. Taegyu looked like his brain had blue screened. Nothing made sense anymore. He scanned the area, tried to find logic in the nonsense, but it was all just awkward silence and cursed vibes. And then it hit him. Min Sung had pulled some twisted trick, and everything was spiraling. With zero idea what the hell just happened, Taegyu did the only smart thing left. He called the Hunter Association immediately. The call connected straight to Jinwoo, who immediately sensed the mess had leveled up. Min Sung had dipped, and Taegyu straight up took the L like a responsible adult. He admitted something was seriously wrong with Min Sung. And it wasn't just Min Sung acting out. A random hunter had popped in too. Whole mystery man energy, face hidden under a black mask, just vibing in the middle of chaos. Jong-in overheard and went on high alert. The moment he heard Black Mask, he cut in, asking if that hunter specialized in close combat. Taegyu blinked, caught off guard, because yeah, he was. Taegyu immediately grilled Jong-in, like, how the hell did he know that? Jong-in didn't hesitate. He'd seen the same masked menace during the Riftport Pujadi incident. Dude had wiped out an entire black magic beast infestation solo. Jinwoo, hearing all this, got that detective stare. Black mask, one-man army, could it be my glorious king? But then logic kicked in. Nah, if it was Drippy Woo, the fight would have ended before lunch. Meanwhile, Dojin was off brooding, wondering why the hell Suho helped him earlier. That wasn't part of his plan. He didn't expect backup from the guy who clearly hated his guts. Suho didn't sugarcoat it. He called out Dojin's bitch behavior, ready to ditch Min Sung the second things got risky. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Dojin didn't even deny it. He told Suho that the demons had mentioned Suho before calling him the Shadow Monarch. Now Dojin wanted answers. Was Suho the real deal, or just cosplaying with spooky vibes? Suho told Dojin that if he wanted answers, he'd have to survive long enough to get them. And when Beru warned that Min Sung's power was now off the damn charts, Suho didn't flinch. He just nodded and gave the command. The earth split open and shadows exploded from the ground, and out came the army, a parade of nightmares. Suho didn't bring backup. He brought a full raid boss roster. Dojin just stood there smirking. That aura, that pressure, same energy he'd seen before, the real Shadow Monarch stuff. Out came the familiar monsters from Suho's highlight reel. The blue Kasaka Venom Fang, the giant desert centipede, the High Troll, and Sheikah the Tomb's Warden. And right there in the middle, radiating pure I'm him energy, stood Suho, dead serious and fully locked in. Ezel and Gray rolled up too, ready to throw hands, and now the whole Shadow Dungeon gang was assembled. As the tension on the battlefield hit its peak, a notification pop-up smacked Suho across the brain. The instructions were painfully clear. Take down Lee Min Sung, who was now basically an Atarim meat puppet, and claim his memories. The weight of it hit hard. This wasn't just another fight. This was the point where Suho had to kill someone who used to be human, but there was no time for regrets now. He was in too deep. Meanwhile, inside the Apostle's hijacked brain, some weird emotional malware was booting up. The Apostle, cold, calculated, and alien, was starting to feel things. Min Sung's leftover memories were creeping through the cracks, stirring stuff like curiosity and fascination, and all of it was centered on Suho. The Apostle wasn't just here to win anymore. He wanted to understand. What kind of monster stood alone in the center of his army like that? This wasn't strength for show. This was something else, and the Apostle was hooked. But thinking time was over. Suho's shadow army surged forward. The Apostle responded with sharp surgical moves. His blade sliced through the dark soldiers. But Suho wasn't just standing around. He spotted his opening and blitzed forward, slamming down a strike meant to split skulls and shatter worlds. The Apostle caught it and countered immediately. Their blades clashed, sparks flew, and Suho's tactics became clear. He was using his shadow crew to open up space for his attacks, staying on the front lines like a close combat freak. The Apostle didn't hesitate. He lunged. Suho ducked. The rhythm was brutal. Then Essel jumped in, trying to make it a 2 versus 1 with her spear aimed straight for the Apostle's chest, but it didn't work. The Apostle caught the spear mid-thrust and stopped her dead in her tracks. Now she was just dangling there, looking confused and terrified. Before the Apostle could make her regret every decision in her life, Suho flew in like a missile and drop-kicked him square in the jaw. But dude just shrugged it off and snapped his neck back in place and glared at Suho with that same cold, unbothered stare. And that's when Suho said screw it and went all in. He gave the signal, and Tomb Warden Sheikah moved from the shadows. The second the Apostle was distracted, Sheikah struck. Sand burst from his hands, wrapping around the Apostle, restricting his movements. Suho saw his shot and went full send. But the Apostle wasn't just standing there like a target in a tutorial fight. He'd been watching Suho. The second Suho got close, the dude nuked the sand prison holding him, and just like that, the sand was gone. Sheikah yeeted across the battlefield, and Suho almost face-planted trying to brace against the shockwave. The Apostle stood there deadpan, not even a twitch in his face. Then shit got real bloody real fast. The Apostle started swinging that blade like he was speedrunning a massacre. The first victim, High Troll, got sliced in half. Then he spun on Essel and she barely moved before catching hands. While bodies dropped, he kept side-eyeing Suho. The soldiers of darkness used to move like an army with brains, but now under Suho they looked like glitchy NPCs. The Apostle wasn't impressed. Suho had the power, but none of the grip. And ever since Min Sung got body snatched by the Apostle, things had been downhill. Min Sung's power was now pushing S-rank territory, and Suho was trying to keep up with a rusty toolbox and trauma. Apostle walked toward him slow and cold. In his head he kept thinking about some being who stood above everyone else, someone too strong, too alone, and too built different to be understood. He wasn't here to win. He was here to understand darkness, whatever the hell that meant. So when he brought his sword down on Suho, he wasn't playing anymore. Suho blocked with his gauntlets, but they cracked hard. Vulcan's horn shattered, and a pop-up on screen basically screamed, "Your shit's broken, dumbass," before the second hit drove straight through his gut. Essel screamed, but it was useless as Suho hit the dirt, bleeding everywhere, while the Apostle stared at him. And then came the monologue mid-murder, the Apostle talking about how Suho didn't get the power he held. He wanted to strip that power from Suho and turn him into a believer. Suho tried to process the words while coughing up blood. Min Sung had said the same shit earlier, that Suho was all stats, no soul, just raw numbers without any understanding. And now, with death hovering over him and his stomach ventilation upgraded, he finally remembered Baru's voice urging him to use shadow-transformed weapons. Suho had straight up shrugged off Baru's advice earlier. Vulcan's horn had better attack stats, and that was all he needed to hear. Why juggle ruler authority, a swarm of shadow soldiers, and a whole-ass new weapon type when his hands were already full? Baru tried to hype him up, calling him a genius, but Suho wasn't having it. He even pulled the "my dad never used that stuff" card. And to be fair, Baru shut up after that, probably wondering how someone this stubborn still hadn't been smacked into enlightenment. But the silence left Suho alone with his own thoughts, and that was somehow worse than bleeding out on the ground. When exactly had he started selling himself short? Probably way before the system ever called his name. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he'd been in a cycle of settling ever since failure became familiar. Dude hadn't drawn a single thing since awakening, and art used to be his whole personality. Now he was just a walking stat sheet with trauma. Min Sung's words came back to haunt him too. The dude said Suho didn't even know what he wanted, and he was right. Suho had been dodging responsibility, dumped the reunion with his dad on the system, assuming his mom would just appear once he got stronger. But for what? Why did he even want strength if he didn't know what to do with it? That's when something inside him snapped back into place. Beat up and bleeding, Suho finally found some clarity. He stretched out his hand hand and said the word that flipped the script: arise. The battlefield shifted immediately. Shadows churned and the dead started dragging themselves back up. The apostle narrowed his eyes. He'd seen shadow summons before, seen them fall and rise and fall again, but this time something was off. These shadow soldiers weren't just rebooting individually anymore. They started merging, limbs twisted, bodies fused. Even the apostle froze for a second, confusion creeping in as this unholy chimera beast was born from pure abyss juice. Gray stepped up too, dragging himself forward. As the air cracked around them and the energy spiked, something huge was coming. This wasn't just a respawn. This was a whole new level. A transformation was beginning. The story decided to pull a classic One Piece move. Right when shit was about to pop off, boom, we're dragged into backstory mode. Suho's flashback kicks off with streets glowing like the world just got sponsored by Christmas lights. Standing between his parents, our boy wide-eyed and bursting with dreams. He turned to his dad and announced he wanted to be a detective just like him. Jinwoo blinked like someone just asked him for his browser history, caught off guard but listening. Then Suho's ADHD kicked in and he pivoted to his mom, Cha Hai-in, imagining himself becoming a track star like her. He stared up like she was a Nike ad, asking if it'd be cool to chase that route. Mommy Hae-in smiled, hit him with the loving head pat, and dropped a wholesome bomb. She and Jinwoo had promised to never force their dreams on him. Kid could pick whatever future he wanted, as long as it was really his. Of course, Suho, being a certified dream sponge, said he wanted to be strong and cool, like both of them. Hae-in smiled, but threw in a life lesson. Make sure it's your dream, not just some hand-me-down power fantasy. And for a while, that message stuck. But like every protagonist with daddy issues, Suho eventually said, fuck it, and went full Jinwoo mode. Dude wasn't chasing a dream. He was speedrunning an identity crisis. In school, his obsession hit peak weird. He kept drawing ants all the time. His art teacher clocked it and told him he couldn't improve if he kept drawing the same thing. But Suho, being the quiet little philosopher, said, nah, each ant was different. Even if they looked the same, he was giving them personality. The teacher finally saw it, but then came the plot twist. One ant looked nothing like an ant. That moment slapped Suho in the face with an existential paintbrush. It wasn't just a drawing mistake, it was his breakthrough. He finally got it. The reason he awakened shadow transformation earlier than Daddy Jinwoo intended wasn't some glitch in the Matrix. It was because the system saw something in him, something original, something not even Jinwoo had. And for the first time, Suho stopped resisting. He wasn't going to half-ass this power anymore. No more trying to fit into someone else's combat boots. He'd master shadow transformation like it was an art form, bending the darkness however he damn well pleased. And just like that, his vibe changed. The shadows around him started tweaking, like they knew their guy had finally figured out he wasn't a knockoff. Baru sensed the shift instantly. The darkness wasn't just reacting anymore, it was syncing with Suho on a whole new level. As Baru saw that he started glitching like a busted video game character, his form flickered, his stability wobbled, and for once, this bug-eyed menace didn't have answers. Essel noticed the change instantly and rushed over, gripping him like he was about to fall apart. She asked what the hell was going on with Suho, but Baru was just as lost. The best he could come up with? Maybe Suho was finally snapping out of the emotional straitjacket he'd been wearing his whole life. Meanwhile, the apostle, watching from his corner villain seat, narrowed his eyes. Up until now, he thought Suho was just another monarch in training. Strong, yeah, but nothing to lose sleep over. But now Suho was oozing an energy that screamed Final Boss DLC. So the plan was to push him to death's edge and slam a star fragment into him before it was too late. But that plan got bodied instantly. Suho's shadows snapped like they just heard the final whistle, whipping up into a storm and blasting upward. The apostle had to jump back, his smug grip broken, eyes wide in disbelief. This wasn't normal. According to every rule he knew, hunter powers were a one-and-done deal. Once awakened, that was it. No power-ups, no second chances. But Suho, this dumbass, was out here rewriting the laws of power scaling. His wounds sealed up with shadow bandages like some edgy anime medic. And when his fingers turned into black claws, it was official. Second awakening unlocked. The shadows roared in unison. Shadow soldiers emerged like a damn marching band of doom, and Suho stood in the center like a whole new breed of monster. But it wasn't just the power-up. Something in Suho's eyes had changed. That soft, unsure boy was gone. Now he looked like he'd seen the void and decided to live in it. His thoughts were clear. Shadow transformation wasn't just some flashy attack tool. Shadows were meant to change, adapt, twist into anything. That meant limitless power, and Suho was done playing by old rules. The battlefield quaked as his chimera sprinted straight at the Apostle, jaws ready to take a chunk out of him. But the Apostle wasn't phased. With one clean swing, he turned the beast into dust. Poof, gone. But Suho wasn't done throwing bodies. He sent in a high troll with fists the size of refrigerators. It landed a punch that echoed like thunder, and the Apostle didn't even blink. Bro blocked it casually, like someone swatting a mosquito. Then the Apostle, smug as hell, decided to remind Suho of the earlier roast. These shadow mobs were useless. And just to prove he wasn't bluffing, he deleted the high troll with one blow too. Gone. Suho's army was dropping like flies, but this time, he wasn't rattled. He didn't flinch. He just activated Bond skill, Demon Blast, charged up with pure rage and energy, and flew toward the Apostle like he was ready to put this bitch in the ground. This was it. Suho had one shot left in the chamber, and if this failed, he might as well roll credits on himself. He stomped down hard and shot forward like his life depended on it. The dude moved faster than your Wi-Fi giving up during a Zoom call, but the Apostle wasn't even sweating. He sensed Suho's energy. Yeah, it was strong, scary even, but still too basic, too predictable. The Apostle wasn't impressed, so when Suho came charging in all dramatic, the Apostle just casually sliced him up like he was prepping a stir-fry. Slashes rained across Suho's body before he even got close, and blood sprayed. The Apostle grinned, smug as ever. Sure, Suho could still fight, but slowing him down was enough. Enough to remind everyone who was still daddy in this battle. Suho hit the dirt, panting and bloody, but then something weird happened. Behind the Apostle, a new presence dropped in hot. Sheikah, the Tomb Warden, his shadow soldier. Suho's eyes widened as he realized something wild. He could use shadow transformation not just for bodies, but to arm his soldiers with skills. And just like that, Sheikah served up divine retribution with a flying punch that kissed the Apostle's face so hard it echoed across the battlefield. The hit launched the bastard like a human projectile, smashing him through boulders and cratering the earth. The guy went from smug villain to emergency evacuation in 2 seconds flat. Suho followed behind Sheikah. The Apostle tried to rise, dazed and disoriented, his jaw shattered, mouth hanging useless. He just witnessed a soldier, not even the monarch himself, use a move the original Shadow Monarch never pulled off. Bro couldn't even speak. He was too busy choking on his own broken pride. But the fight wasn't done yet. The Apostle, desperate and humiliated, reached deep into Lee Min-sung's body, trying to suck out whatever mana was left. He still had a sliver of fight in him, but now he knew one more mistake could end him. His brain was still reeling from getting face-checked into the Stone Age when a new wave of dread rolled in. Something was wrong. His link to Min-sung started glitching. The horrifying thought hit him. Lee Min-sung might be waking up. That punch didn't just break bones, it might have broken the Apostle's grip on the poor guy. A low-ranked hunter, the same guy he used like a rental body, was now pushing back. It was embarrassing. It was unacceptable. It was happening. Then came the voice. Clear, loud, and done with the bullshit. Lee Min-sung wasn't whispering, begging, or hiding. He was furious. Not because he was about to die, not because he wouldn't be remembered, but because he was sick of being ignored, treated like background noise. He no longer feared death. He no longer gives a fuck about glory or recognition. What he hated most was being ignored, being treated like he didn't matter. And now, if he couldn't be the hero, he would gladly embrace the role he was given. If this was his final scene, he would end it on his own terms. Min-sung's pushed back. The Apostle's grip on his body as he did his body began to shatter into pieces. He roared with all his remaining strength, announcing his final act, not as a hero, but as a villain, accepting his fate. As the Apostle's presence began to fade, breaking away like dust in the wind, Suho stood before him. His fist, wrapped tightly with mana, began to glow with raw power. Suho's punch didn't just wreck his face. It stripped away his armor, his dignity, and any last hope he had of talking shit in his final moments. Dude couldn't even curse Suho out because his jaw was shattered. And honestly, for someone as full of himself as Min-sung, that was probably worse than dying. As the blood drained from his body, Min-sung had a whole mental movie reel playing. Flashbacks to when he first met the Apostle and got suckered into thinking he was the chosen one. He truly believed he could fix this world, But in reality, the only thing that got fixed was his place in the dirt. His final brain cells were spent reminiscing about Lim Taegyu recruiting him. And even in his last seconds, he was salty as hell. Like, imagine being on the verge of death and still being pissed off at a dude you've been plotting against since day one. God really hit him with a cruel joke. But the real comedy was Min Sung's final thought. With all his strength fading, his body giving out, and his soul clocking out of existence, he still had the audacity to think, this brat Suho doesn't get to pity me. Even with death looming, he was out here flexing about how his life was more fulfilling than Suho's. And with that, he punched his one-way ticket to the afterlife. System panels popped up like annoying ads, congratulating Suho on clearing the urgent quest and leveling up. But the kid wasn't in the mood to celebrate. He gently placed Min Sung's lifeless body down and sat beside him, lost in thought. His friends, meanwhile, rushed in, ready to hype him up, tears in their eyes, thinking he was a goner. And then there was Baru, resident fanboy, still running his mouth about how Suho was destined for greatness, and how wrecking the Apostle of Itarim was just another Tuesday for him. But Suho, he wasn't feeling it. He just sat there, staring at Min Sung's corpse, having what could only be described as an anime protagonist moment. This was the first time he had to kill a human. No matter how messed up Min Sung was, he was still human, and that weighed on Suho. He finally spoke, saying he didn't talk to Min Sung much, but at least the guy stayed true to his desires. Beru caught on to the pain in Suho's voice, realizing this wasn't just another victory, it was a turning point. The kid was learning the hard way that some battles don't end with a clean win. Suho, still caught up in his existential crisis, turned to his team and dropped some wisdom. Well, at least his version of wisdom. He admitted that, yeah, Lee Min Sung was a shitty person, but somehow even that bastard managed to teach him something. He opened up saying that ever since he awakened as a player, he had only one goal: to be like his father and find his mother. That was it. No hobbies, no side quests, just straight-up tunnel vision. And because of that, he never really developed a personality of his own, which, now that he thought about it, made Min Sung's earlier insult hit way too close to home. Min Sung had called him a worthless extra, someone without an ego, and Suho was starting to realize, damn, maybe that asshole had a point. He remembered his fight with Jinwoo at the end of the tutorial, how his old man completely bodied him without breaking a sweat. Ever since then, all he wanted was to be that strong, to close the gap between them. He looked back on how desperate he was, how frustrated that loss had made him. Then, in the middle of his deep reflection, he suddenly turned to his team and hit them with, having high ambitions is good, right? And both Essil and Baru just stared at him, wondering where the hell this monologue was going. Then he really lost it. With all the confidence in the world, he pointed up dramatically and declared, if my goal is to become strong, I might as well become the strongest, stronger than the apostles, stronger than the monarchs, stronger than my glorious king. Essil and Baru looked at each other, then back at Suho. Yeah, he was definitely concussed. No way this dude just said he'd surpass Jinwoo. That's like a side character in a shonen anime saying they'll surpass the main character. Everyone knows it's not happening. Essil, being the best girl she is, decided to keep it real with him. She straight up told him how dumb and unrealistic he sounded, but hey, she'd still cheer him on. Meanwhile, Baru, loyal but not delusional, let Suho know that he had officially set the bar so high it left the stratosphere. Suho, hearing all this disheartening talk, just nodded like, yeah, I expected that response. Because even with his two remaining brain cells, he knew deep down that surpassing Jinwoo was a pipe dream. Deciding not to embarrass himself further, he shifted his attention to the system rewards. Panels started popping up, listing his level ups, XP points, and rewards. But one notification caught his eye. Class change available. Suho blinked. Huh? His last two brain cells scrambled to process this new development. After staring at the panel like a caveman discovering fire, he finally remembered, oh right, I can change classes at level 40. Looking at his status window, he muttered, so that empty space is finally going to be filled with something. His eyes lit up with excitement. Whatever this class change was, it was about to take him to the next level. And for the first time in a while, he wasn't just chasing his father's shadow. He was about to carve out something for himself. The scene shifts to the apostle floating mid-air, striking his best manic villain pose. This dude was looking at Suho while making weird hand symbols, like a kid who just binge-watched Naruto and thought he could summon a Rasengan. Then, for extra dramatic effect, He hit that classic T-pose before running his hands through his hair, mumbling to himself about how careless he had been in their last fight. He had completely underestimated Suho, but now, oh now he wanted him more than ever, and he'd do anything to get him. Lucky for him, merging with the other fragments had awakened one of his original abilities, the scale of equivalent exchange. Basically, he could trade something he had for something he wanted, so long as the values matched. And since sacrificing civilians is literally Villain 101, he didn't even hesitate. He started draining the life force of the nearby believers, turning their souls into mana. This wasn't just painful, it was years off their life expectancy. But what's a little suffering for world domination? With his new pool of stolen energy, the Apostle materialized an even bigger Stardust fragment, this one looking way deadlier than the last. As he launched it towards Suho, he grinned like a lunatic, muttering about how this was exactly the feeling he remembered. Meanwhile, Beru, who was less concerned about getting obliterated and more focused on his latest detective mission, asked Suho for permission to dig into Min Sung's memories. He wanted to know why that dipshit had done what he did and how he was connected to the Apostle. Suho, still staring into the void like he just had an existential crisis, barely reacted. He just told Beru, "Do what you want. I trust you." But before he could dwell on it any longer, the Stardust fragment hit him, and half his body almost got blown clean off. Blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, Essel was just standing there with the biggest confused Pikachu face, and Beru was crying like it was the saddest K-drama finale ever. Suho, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious, trying to process who the hell had just hit him. He had already taken down Min Sung, so who could have pulled that off? Meanwhile, the Apostle was floating above, grinning like he just won the lottery. In his mind, he had secured the bag. That attack was a direct hit, and better yet, the Stardust fragment was now inside Suho, weakening him and increasing his chances of taking control. And just like he had predicted, the fragment started taking effect. Suho could feel something trying to force its way into his mind. His body was screaming in pain, and the system was going into full battle mode, trying to stop the invasion. His longevity skill, which made him immune to diseases, poisons, and all harmful substances, was doing its best to purge the curse, but it failed, then failed again and again. Suho clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The system was going through it. On its third attempt, it realized the curse affecting Suho worked the same way as the mistburn infection. So, like a desperate student recycling old assignments, it used past data to try and dispel it, but no dice. Not only did it fail, but the fragment was now actively messing with the system, making it unstable. Still, the system wasn't about to give up. It kept throwing everything it had at the problem, failing, learning, and trying again like a stubborn gamer stuck on a boss fight. Meanwhile, the Apostle, watching Suho struggle, was convinced that the darkness they had been after was finally within their reach, until reality smacked him in the face. The star fragment had been nullified. The system had finally cracked the code, using its longevity effect to remove the curse. With the curse gone, it wasted no time patching Suho up. Essel and Beru, seeing their guy barely clinging to life, rushed to his side. As Suho lay there, barely conscious, he realized just how much he owed to the system. Without that longevity effect, he'd be a dead man. But even though the system did the heavy lifting, he still had a major problem. He had lost a lot of blood, so he needed to stop the bleeding ASAP, but he was so drained that even using his shadows to seal the wounds felt impossible. His body was shutting down fast, and his mind was slipping. That's when a desperate thought hit him. What if the class change panel could help? He reached out, barely able to move, and accepted it, hoping it would somehow patch him up. The moment he did, a shadow dungeon door appeared before him. The system informed him that only he could enter the class change quest, so to keep things running smoothly, his companions were yeeted into the shadow dungeon. The Apostle, still trying to process this absolute mess, stood there questioning if reality itself was just gaslighting him. Before he could react, Suho was transported to the quest change area. When Suho opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness. For a second, he genuinely thought he had died, but the pain made it clear that he wasn't dead. Not yet, though. Just to be sure, he pinched his cheek. Then he touched his stomach, expecting to feel the gaping hole, but it was completely healed. No wound, no pain, just a perfectly fine torso. That confirmed it. He wasn't dead. Now the real question was, where the hell was he? As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, a torch flickered to life, casting light on the corridor he was standing in. The moment he saw it, a chill ran down his spine. He knew this place. It was way too familiar. Back in the shadow dungeon, Alligator Face was about 5 seconds away from drop-kicking Baru out of pure frustration. The bug was spiraling through the air like a lost balloon, whining non-stop about Suho's disappearance. Amut, who had already reached his limit, finally snapped and told him to cut it out, because flying in circles wasn't going to magically bring Suho back. Meanwhile, Brocky and Ezel just stood there, looking tense, but not saying much. They were definitely freaking out too, but they just got to exist awkwardly in the background. Baru, of course, ignored Amut entirely and found a new reason to be dramatic. He gasped like a soap opera character and demanded to know how Amut could be so heartless. How was he not losing his mind right now? Didn't he realize they had no clue where Suho was? Apparently, Baru thought turning this into a full-blown international crisis was the best way to handle the situation. Then, just to really drive home his dramatic bitch energy, he started crying, actual tears. He even threw in some weepy nonsense about not being able to sleep because he was so worried. Ezel finally stepped in, saying she kind of got why Baru was acting like a malfunctioning alarm system. Suho had been in the gate for over 2 weeks. She didn't say it outright, but Amit could tell from her voice that she was also worried. That was when he hit her with a reality check. Was she really expecting him to freak out too? Because one emotionally unstable bug was already more than enough. Ezel frowned and turned to Amit, calling him cold-hearted, asking him, wasn't he supposed to be on the same team? So how could he not be worried about Suho? But Amit just shrugged and hit her with a counter-question. Did she even know who Suho was? He pointed out that everyone treated Suho like a helpless child, probably because they kept comparing him to Jinwoo. But Amit had never met Jinwoo, so he had no reference for that comparison. What he did know, though, was that Suho was a stubborn idiot. Bleeding, broken bones, mental exhaustion, none of it mattered to him. That dumbass would keep going no matter what. Amit had seen it firsthand while training him. Finally, he looked up and told Ezel that the reason he wasn't worried was simple. No matter what kind of hell Suho was in right now, he was sure that kid would crawl out of it stronger than ever. Ezel and Baru weren't expecting that. For once, they shut up, realizing that, yeah, maybe Amut had a point. They had to trust Suho. Back in the dungeon, Suho was officially done being a pathetic punching bag. No more moping. He was charging straight at his adult self, fists swinging. Suho thought to himself that if he was going down, he sure as hell wasn't going to whimper about it. But this time, felt different. He was inches away from landing a hit when his adult self turned him into a fine mist with one punch, and bro got insta-killed. Sent straight back to the respawn altar like he had just lost a PvP match in the most embarrassing way possible. And what did this dumbass do? The exact same thing. As soon as he respawned, he sprinted forward like an unhinged speedrunner, only to run into his kid self this time. But did that stop him? Nope. He leaped at the tiny menace with the same energy, aiming to bring down a whole-ass meteor strike, but the kid Suho erased him with a lazy flick of his finger. And just like that, back to the altar he went. At this point, Suho had died so many times he'd stopped counting. He wasn't even keeping track anymore. Just another day in the life of someone getting farmed by a boss fight. But after countless humiliations, he finally picked up on something. The boss status windows. Turns out, baby Suho, the one yeeting him with the ruler's authority, didn't have any player levels, because that little monster had maxed out his skill instead. This brat could move objects with his mind like he was using telekinesis hacks. Meanwhile, adult Suho, the one who broke his bones just by touching him, had the class Soul Striker, and was a level 99 walking nightmare. Basically, Suho was fighting 2 busted raid bosses, and he was the tutorial enemy in their story. Respawning again, Suho dashed down the corridors, thinking back to all the times he got folded before even making it anywhere new. At this point, fear had become irrelevant. He had died so many times that he became buddy-buddy with death. He recalled the times he thought he was close to clearing the quest, only to get immediately humbled. Over and over again, he got sent back, but instead of breaking down, he adapted. He realized that while death was meaningless here, that wouldn't be the case outside. He needed to survive, no matter how many times he got his ass handed to him, because every attempt made him tougher. After countless retries, Suho had nearly mapped out the entire labyrinth, and only one unexplored section had remained. Standing before it, he had one terrifying thought. If there's no door here, I'm absolutely screwed. His only other option would be to somehow beat one of those overpowered versions of himself, and considering how that was going, yeah, not happening. Even worse, there was no way to complete his advancement quest without doing one of these things. Then, as he stood there overthinking his inevitable doom, it hit him. He has been running into those two faster and faster the closer he got to this part of the maze. Something was there, something they didn't want him to reach, and just as he put the pieces together, that damn kid version of himself, looking smug as ever. Now Suho was sure. Whatever was in that part of the labyrinth, Tiny Terror was here to stop him from finding it. Suho was now convinced he had cracked the code. He charged at his kid self like an overconfident idiot. His grand plan was that if Ruler's authority worked like an invisible hand, then surrounding himself with it should let him break through. Smart in theory, dumb in execution. Because this genius forgot one tiny detail, Kid Suho's Ruler's authority was maxed out. The moment Suho tried to flex his power, Tiny Suho absolutely manhandled him, like a pro wrestler tossing a toddler. Another invisible hand came flying straight at him, and if it had landed, it would have been straight back to the respawn altar. By sheer luck, it missed him by an inch, giving him just enough time to try and bolt past. As a kid, Suho turned to chase him down. Suho's dumb brain finally sparked a genius idea. He ripped off his coat and threw it straight at the little menace's face. Blinded for a second, Tiny Suho flailed, giving Suho just enough time to make a break for it. He hit top speed, barreling down the passageway he hadn't explored yet, praying that the pint-sized executioner wouldn't catch up before he got there. Then, at the very end of the corridor, he saw it. A massive door that was almost identical to the ones his adult self and kid self crawled out of. Suho froze for a split second as he realized that this was his ticket out of this nightmare, as there was no way in hell he was beating those two monsters. So whatever was behind this door, that was plan B. And judging by how hard those two were trying to keep him from getting here, Suho liked his chances. But just as he reached for the door, the air in the corridor turned heavy. Silent, crushing pressure filled the space. His heartbeat slowed. And then, like an angry bull, his adult self came charging in 0 footsteps. Just pure destruction. Everything in his path was getting obliterated. Suho didn't even think he doubled his speed, threw himself at the door, and yanked it with everything he had. If either of those two caught up, it was over. Game over. No retrees. And considering he barely made it here after countless deaths, there was no guarantee he'd get another shot. It was do or die. And Suho, he wasn't planning on dying again. Just as Suho thought he was in the clear, his adult self closed the gap in an instant, now standing on the other side of the corridor dangerously close. The moment Suho sensed him, every instinct in his body screamed the same thing. Shit, shit, and more shit. Meanwhile, adult Suho just stood there, exuding that final boss energy, staring him down like he was about to deliver a world-ending cutscene. And then he charged. 1 second, he was at the far end of the corridor. The next, he was about to treat Suho's head like a soccer ball in a championship match. By some miracle, Suho managed to yank the door open in time, dove in, and slammed it shut behind him. His hands stayed locked on the door handle, body trembling, lungs burning. Holy shit. He was supposed to be dead. The sheer panic, a close call, it all hit him at once, and he was panting like he just ran a marathon while being chased by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. But there was no time to dwell on that. The real question now was, could those two follow him in? He didn't even want to consider what would happen if they did. Instead, he forced himself to focus on what lay ahead. He took a deep breath, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. For now, no more getting his ass handed to him. But he wasn't dumb. This wasn't over. He still had to figure out who or what was in this room. Judging by everything he had seen so far, the most likely scenario was that another past version of himself was waiting inside. But which one? Suho's gut told him it could be him from the first half of the tutorial, back when he was still figuring things out. Or maybe the version of him that used multiple weapons like a try-hard RPG build. But if it wasn't either of them, then who the hell was it? Before he could think too much about it, he sensed a presence in the shadows. A figure stepped forward, their face still obscured. But as they got closer, Suho's eyes caught a detail that made his stomach drop. 2 swords. The guy was dual-wielding. Suho side-eyed him, watching as he stepped further into the light. Even if this version of him was weaker than the previous nightmares he had fought, he still carried an overwhelming aura. And then just like that, his entire body, along with his twin blades, started glowing in that signature blue. Suho's face went stone cold, as he thought, of course it's another me. He'd already figured out the pattern, as every boss in this dungeon so far had been a past version of himself. But this time, it wasn't past Suho he was up against. It was currently him. No mistake. Examining the weapons, Suho recognized Rakan's fang in one hand and Vulcan's horn in the other. Both weapons he knew too damn well. For a second, he wondered if the system glitched or if God himself was trolling him. And when he checked the boss's stats, he couldn't help but start giggling like a villain as Dude finally got a chance to fight someone on equal ground. After all the times he got ragdolled through this dungeon, here was his punching bag. Suho thought to himself, finally. After getting clapped, ragdolled, and turned into an unwilling chew toy by every other boss in this PTSD simulator of a dungeon, Suho had a fight where the numbers were in his favor. His strength stat outclassed this knockoff version by miles, so it's time to turn this overconfident clone into his personal stress ball. He didn't waste a second. Suho charged in at full speed and dropped a kick hard enough to dislocate reality. The boss blocked with his swords, but the sheer force still sent him skidding back. But before he could get too smug, the boss activated body enhancement and started stacking buffs like he had a cheat menu open. Attack power up, defense up, speed up. Suho's smile twitched. Hold the fuck up. He knew that skill, as that was Amit's move. Suho wondered, how was this boss pulling out skills that weren't even his? Not giving Suho time for another dramatic inner monologue, the boss lunged with wild, clean strikes, trying to dice him into sushi. Suho dodged everyone, but the boss wasn't done playing. He popped Storm Slash, which was Suho's own move. Suho didn't even hesitate. He whipped out a dagger and countered with his own Storm Slash. The collision absolutely nuked the battlefield, sending shockwaves through walls and floor. Suho mentally gave himself a high five for being prepared, but then one of the boss's attacks grazed his cheek. To Jim, it wasn't a big deal until a blinding pang of pain hit his head, along with a flash of memories. Not his memories. He saw himself fighting some colossal monster he'd never encountered. What the hell? He shook it off, rushed back in, only to get clipped again. Another memory, and this time of a girl carrying him somewhere. Suho started panicking internally, wondering if this bastard was inflicting mental attacks with every hit. That wasn't in the patch notes. Before he could recover, the next blow launched him across the room. The boss decided to level up the chaos and drop the magic words. Arise! Out popped a shadow soldier, a night rank shadow soldier to be exact. The second Suho saw the system panel confirming it, he almost rage quit on the spot. This dude had been annoying enough on his own, and now there were two of them. The knight charged at Suho like it had beef dating back generations, landing brutal blows and showing zero mercy. Suho blocked, parried, and dodged, but this shadow was grinning like a psycho, clearly enjoying the violence way too much. Suho was holding his own barely, but things were spiraling fast. As Suho was tangled up dealing with Ki, the shadow psycho, the boss decided to get sneaky and tried to flank him from behind. Suho caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, his heart dropping into his stomach. The tag team from hell was about to commence. Suho was standing in that chaotic mess of a battlefield, and all he could think was how this shit is absurd. The boss had just casually summoned a shadow soldier out of literal nothingness with no corpses or shadows lying around. And what really fried his brain was that this walking error was pulling that off at level 30-fucking-2. That's toddler level for Shadow Monarch shenanigans, and here this boss was flexing like he'd skipped all the tutorial quests. But as the battle raged on, it all started to click in Suho's mind. Those weird-ass memories that kept invading his head, they were not random. They belonged to this boss. Suho was sure that this belongs to an alternate world. In that world, this Suho apparently had a different Baru, a different Esil, Gray, and a different Amu. Basically a whole different cast, with his own story. And that other him? He handled his shit, fought his fights, cleared trials that made sense for his situation. Meanwhile, here was Suho, thrown into this cracked-out dungeon where the difficulty curve looked like a middle finger. He couldn't help but curse the system for the 1000th time, grinding his teeth as Ki's sword stabbed right through his palm while he blocked. Suho cursed the system, thinking, why do I always get shafted like this? These trials are never balanced. By this time, he died hundreds of times in this busted place, constantly fighting enemies that had no business existing at his level. Every time he thought he was catching up, the dungeon threw another absurd enemy his way. And now, as if mocking him, the boss tried once again to sneak up from behind, while his shadow psycho was keeping Suho occupied. But after dying and respawning more times than he could count, Suho had learned one thing, and that was that sitting around whining changes nothing. You either move or you rot. With that resolve, he roared and swung a punch at the boss, but it got blocked again. But this time, the boss didn't budge. Instead, the fucker fought back harder, swinging those dual blades with ferocity that should have been illegal. Suho didn't back down either. He charged in head first, not bothering to dodge. He pulled out another dagger and slashed, thinking, I don't care if this system's glitched to hell. I've been using using it all wrong anyway. His eyes burned with defiance as he shouted, "From now on, I'll be the one using this system and not the other way around." And all this time, they were still beating the ever-living crap out of each other, leaving the room in absolute ruins. Suho took it a step further, channeling his abilities into his feet, wrapping shadows around them until they turned into literal blades. And then he dropped the most emo-ass line ever. "I'll no longer walk the path the system made for me. My future changes with my choices." Buddy, chill. With your 2 functional brain cells and a documented history of bad decisions, maybe don't trust yourself. Like, seriously, if left to your own choices, you'd end up grinding level 1 mobs thinking it's a secret quest. Stick to the damn script. But Suho was already mid-flight, and with a kick strong enough to reshape the room's architecture, he cratered the floor and sent the boss skidding back. Not wanting to give him even time to breathe, Suho closed the gap instantly and sucker punched the boss so hard the guy embedded into the wall like a cartoon character. As he hit the wall, debris rained down, dust filled the air, and for the first time in this stupid dungeon, Suho had the upper hand. He didn't waste it. He went full gorilla mode, fists flying, dropping haymakers and jabs like he was unloading months of trauma. Finally, after what felt like an exorcism by Knuckles, the system chimed in with that boss-defeated notification. Suho exhaled for what felt like the first time in years, his lungs burning, his hands shaking. Then the notification flood began informing him that he'd cleared the advancement quest, and the system blessed him with a shiny new title, the one who overcame adversity. He stared at the boss's wrecked corpse, already half expecting it to get up again, but instead, another panel popped up, showing the title description. And this title? Oh, it was broken. Straight up pay-to-win broken. For every 1% of stamina he lost, he gained 1% of all his stats. Suho just blinked at the screen and laughed. Then came the real deal. The system offered him a choice between 3 classes. First up was Shadow's Heir. The system would guide him to inherit the power of shadows. Second class was Soul Striker, a hidden class based on past data, which sounded cool until the system casually mentioned that his stats wouldn't be restored and all of his shadow skills would disappear. And the last one was a big, fat question mark. Apparently, this class was the recommended choice based on his achievements, but it also came with the same catch. Suho, being the whiny little bitch he was, immediately started complaining. 3 choices? After dying hundreds of painful, bullshit-filled deaths? Is this it? He ranted internally, mentally filing a lawsuit against the system. How was this fair? After surviving what was basically a Kaizo-level dungeon from hell, he got a measly class selection, no bonus rewards, no apology letter for emotional damage. This, not good enough. And then, like the greedy little gremlin he was, he threw out the most ridiculous demand. "I'll take them all." Bro thought he was in a gacha game pulling for SSRs. The system, obviously not giving a single shit about his whining, began analyzing his choice. Suho held his breath as the screen processed his selection, expecting some overpowered result. But just as the system was about to reveal his brand new class, chapter ends. Manhwa really took notes from anime cliffhangers, huh? Baru, as always, was deep in his drama bag, bawling his eyes out for his young monarch like he was auditioning for a soap opera. With rivers of tears and an Oscar-worthy grief, this ant was in full meltdown mode. Mommy Ezel, already over it, scooped him up like a misbehaving toddler, patting his head just to get him to shut the hell up. But she was just as worried like this bug, if not more, as 3 whole weeks had passed, and their favorite airhead was still missing. Baru, still sniffling, turned to Amit, the resident ancient alligator philosopher, and asked if Suho was gonna be okay. Amit, putting a claw to his chin like he had just discovered the meaning of life, muttered that even he hadn't expected Suho to go radio silent for this long. He thinks that something bad must have gone down. Meanwhile, Brocky was sulking in the background, looking like an abandoned puppy. Just as Baru was gearing up for another tsunami of tears, Brocky suddenly perked up, sensing something familiar. And right on cue, a blinding light burst open behind him. It was the gate Suho had used to enter the shadow dungeon. And then, like he hadn't just vanished for 3 weeks, Suho casually strolled out, completely ignoring their collective anxiety, and asked, "What's up, boy?" The whole squad froze. Brocky whipped around, the rest already staring in sheer disbelief. And then, as if a switch flipped, the dramatic duo launched into their usual theatrics, sobbing, wailing, reaching out for him but too overwhelmed to move. Amit just stood there with a proud look, like a father watching his kid come home from war. Finally, Ezel broke through through the emotional chaos, shouted Suho's name, and they all ran to him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jinwoo was having his own personal crisis. His dumbass nephew had been missing for 3 weeks, and this man was stressed. He summoned Jinchul, desperate for any news, but even he, with all his connections and power, came up with nothing, not even a rumor. Jinchul had to come in person just to tell Jinwoo that despite all his efforts, there was still zilch on Suho. Jinwoo, already on edge, clenched his fists. But before he could spiral, Jinchul tried to change the subject. He mentioned how things at the Hunters Association were tense. Lately, people were starting to believe that Suho was the one who killed Min Sung. Oh, hell no. That had the opposite effect Jinchul was hoping for. Jinwoo snapped, telling him straight up that Suho wasn't that kind of person. Jinchul, trying to keep the situation from escalating, quickly reassured him that he didn't believe it either, but he suspected that it might have something to do with that mysterious invader Suho had mentioned the Apostle of Itarim. Jinwoo's expression darkened. He admitted that in the previous world, he hadn't been much help to Jinwoo, and he refused to let Suho walk the same path alone. He'd help in whatever way he could, no matter how small. Jinchul didn't say anything, just looked down, because he felt the exact same way. That's when his phone buzzed. He picked it up, and just like that, the situation went from bad to worse. Another dungeon break. Jinchul exhaled sharply, thinking about how the hunters must have already been dispatched, but this was happening way too often. Dungeon breaks were supposed to be rare, but lately, it felt like the world itself was warning them. How many times had it been now? And more importantly, how many more were coming? At the break site, things were going horribly. B-rank monsters poured out of the gate like they had beef with humanity itself, tearing through the city like it owed them money. The hunters on site were useless against these beasts. They were getting tossed around like rag dolls, some flying through the air, others being smacked into buildings like they were part of a demolition crew. The ones still standing had no idea why a large-scale dungeon break was happening here of all places. Weren't the big shot guilds supposed to handle this? Where the hell was the Hunters Guild? They were supposed to be the first line of defense, and yet the city was turning into a monster playground. Meanwhile, sitting close enough to enjoy the chaos, the Apostle of Itarim was watching like he was front row at a disaster movie. He muttered about how dull this was, but in his mind, it was all part of the plan. To get deep into the heart of the Hunters Association, he needed an accomplishment, something that would make him trend. The more destruction, the more people talked about it. The bigger the catastrophe, the bigger the clout. And when the time was right, he'd swoop in, save the day, and become the hero everyone needed. He had studied humans carefully, and it turns out they were dumb as hell. When disaster struck, no one remembered the first responders. The hunters who actually put their lives on the line were forgotten. The ones who died trying to save people. Their names would barely make it past a news cycle. But the one who arrived at the peak of the crisis, the one the media framed as the savior, that was the person who mattered. And the Apostle had no intention of being just another nameless hunter who got overshadowed. No, he wanted the spotlight. He wanted to be the name in every headline, every trending topic, because the deeper he got into the Hunters Association, the closer he'd get to his real target. The battlefield was a complete disaster, just how the Apostle liked it. But then, like a glitch in his perfect plan, someone actually put up a fight against the monsters. Enter Hwang Jae-hyung, a B-rank hunter who, despite his mid-tier ranking, was giving the beasts a decent struggle. The battered hunters cheered like they'd just found a cheat code as finally someone who wasn't useless had showed up. But the Apostle wasn't having it. No way was he letting some random B-rank steal his spotlight. With a flick of his fingers and a casual activation of his powers, he ordered a centipede beast to get rid of the problem. The creature launched itself at Jae-hyung, sending him flying into a building like a rag doll. The poor bastard might have survived the first hit, but the Apostle wasn't taking chances. As he sent 4 more monsters ganged up on him, ensuring he'd never see another sunrise. The hunter's brief hope was instantly shattered, like literally 1 second they had a hero. The next, they were right back to being helpless. And then there was this guy, a D-rank hunter who had just gotten his legs treated and spent his hard-earned cash on a new sword. As reality set in that he was about to be Monster Chow, he started a dramatic monologue about how stupid he was to think he could actually make a difference. But while he was busy narrating his own death, the monsters were already charging at him. Just as he was about to get erased, something blitzed past, stopping the attack in the nick of time. Then, in the blink of an eye, the remaining monsters were wiped off the battlefield. The surviving hunters hunters turned to see a figure in black, their brains lagging as they tried to process who just saved their asses. It was him, the masked man who had been hiring hunters and soloing dungeons. The hunter whose ass Suho just saved thought to himself, wasn't this masked dude was supposed to be a D rank? Then how did he just one-shot those monsters? Meanwhile, our dumbass protagonist just stood there, completely unfazed, thinking about how this was the perfect chance to test out the new skills he got from his class change. Without hesitation, Suho glanced at the dead monsters and uttered, "Arise." Darkness swallowed the battlefield, creeping over everything like an unstoppable force. The hunters watched in stunned silence as the void-like shadows engulfed the fallen creatures. And then, when the darkness cleared, their own equipment had transformed, now pitch black and radiating an eerie power. Confused as hell, they stared at their new gear, wondering what the fuck just happened. Baru, the ever-loyal fanboy, immediately asked if Suho had just unlocked the ability to equip others with shadow form. But Suho told him that this wasn't a form change, but rather a new skill that categorized them as items. The hunters, still struggling to comprehend, marveled at how not only had their equipment changed, but their bodies felt lighter too. As they were busy gawking at their new upgrades, a system panel popped up, explaining the effects of their new gear. Meanwhile, Baru's little ant brain was racing, thinking how this was something else, as even Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch, never had an ability like this. Baru wondered if this the power of Suho's new class, the irregular white shadow. Suho, on the other hand, was having his own epiphany. He didn't need to hide his identity anymore. With that realization, he canceled his mask, revealing his face to the stunned hunters. Then, as if he hadn't just shaken reality itself, he casually asked the hunters if they were planning to continue the fight, and if so, would they be willing to lend him a hand. But before they could even process that, a new wave of monsters charged at Suho, hoping to take advantage of the moment. The Apostle, watching everything unfold from a distance, jerked forward onto the terrace, his grin stretching wide. Finally, after weeks of waiting, Suho had revealed himself. The sight of his new abilities made the Apostle's mind race. The Apostle thought to himself that this wasn't something Suho had shown before. But what really caught his attention was how Suho wasn't fighting alone. Instead of soloing like Jinwoo, the OG lone wolf, Suho was rallying the other hunters to fight with him. The Apostle wondered if this is how he planned to prove he was different. A system panel displaying Suho's level popped up. His new level 42 was gleaming next to his brand new class title. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, absolute chaos was breaking out in India. The Asura Guild was being torn apart, buildings obliterated, and hunters slaughtered left and right. In the middle of it all, Rio lay in a puddle of his own blood, his body barely holding on as he mentally apologized to Suho for not repaying his favor. And the cause of this destruction was the GOAT himself, Thomas Andre. Rio had managed to spill everything about what had happened in Egypt. And Thomas? Oh, he was beyond pissed. Someone had dared to mess with one of his people, and he wasn't about to let that slide. Without hesitation, he turned to Laura and declared that they were heading to Korea. But as the scene shifted once more, things took an even crazier turn. In an unknown location, the sky cracked open, forming a shadow dungeon, dark, ominous, and humming with terrifying energy. Beneath it, standing in the snow like an absolute queen, was Mommy Cha. The entire area was shrouded in fog, but she didn't even flinch, her eyes locked onto the portal above. Then, emerging from the shadows of the gate, a massive dragon descended. A familiar figure, Kaisel, or at least something like Kaisel, bowed before Mommy Cha. And just like that, the stage for another A helicopter hovers over a ruined city, smoke rising from the wreckage like someone threw the world's worst block party. A giant monster with glowing eyes came out of nowhere, seen getting punched in the gut in 4K. Then he got hit with a crazy left punch. Turns out it was our boy Suho that appears in a blink of an eye, as sprinting so fast the first thing the monster sees is a flash kick. As the kick landed on the monster cheek, the impact was so strong that it sent the Mosander flying away. Right after Suho displayed his aura, he walks away calmly, thinking nothing. Turned around because something caught his eye. Another hunter leaps in, throwing a punch so strong it sends a shockwave through the air. One of the guys noticed after he gained black armor, and his body feels much lighter with this on. He got so confident that he leaped up with his new upgrade from our saucy boy Suho and took a swing at the monster, dealing some pretty good damage. Suho looked on with quiet pride, like a father seeing his son handle things exactly as he should. The fight was going well, so there was no need for him to step in, and he could already tell that the shadow item was pushing the hunter's strength higher with every move. Suho whispered, "Arise," and with that command, the skill he had gained from his recent job change revealed its true power. It allowed him to shape shadows into items, drawing the exact materials he needed from the memories of his soldiers. Piece by piece, he could break their forms apart and rebuild them into whatever weapon or tool he desired, a talent so overwhelmingly powerful it almost felt unfair. As Suho slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him left him stunned. The ground was torn apart, shadows curling, and he couldn't help but be surprised at the overwhelming power that had taken shape around him. Suho raised his hand and finally noticed the armor forming across his body, forged from the Naga monster he had defeated. The pieces came together one by one, a shoulder guard, gauntlets, and a belt, until he stood there fully clad in shadow, every part of him wrapped in the power of what he had claimed. He was completely shadowed out. Suho clenched his fist, realizing the items he created weren't all the same grade. The armor came out rare, but the gauntlet he forced into existence ended up only common. Suho studied his status window, questioning if the grade of what he created depended on the material he used. His stats were strong, but the thought lingered. Maybe higher quality shadows meant higher grade items. Suho's job change gave him a new skill. He could now store shadows inside himself. Anything he created could be absorbed and brought back out at will, like carrying a pocket full of shadow gear ready for battle. Suho realized the contract skill came with strict rules. To activate it, he needed a shadow item of hero grade or higher, one that could grow stronger once given a name. Anything weaker wouldn't cut it. Suho kept thinking about what his new job title really meant, but before he could figure it out, his aura grew so massive that it caught the monster's attention. They roared and charged straight at him, ready to attack. Out of nowhere, someone dropped from above, stomping down on the monster's head and crushing its skull, while Suho stood still for a moment, caught off guard as debris flew past. The man just smiled, calm in the chaos. The monsters instantly turned their focus on him, ready to attack. With a flick of his arm, he blasted all the monster like he was double XP farming. Suho and the others could only watch. After every monster was wiped out, he turned to Suho, smirking, but Suho only felt uncomfortable. As the battle was broadcast on screen, Suho's uncle froze as he shed tears. The moment he realized Suho was safe, he rushed up to the TV, almost shouting with relief. Jinwoo finally let out a breath he'd been holding. He then looked down as he heard his phone ring. Choi's voice came through fast, asking if he'd caught the broadcast about the Black Mask Hunter. At the same time, the scene cut to Lim, sprinting full speed toward Suho, sure this was the same guy he'd met during the Minsung incident. Jinwoo was ready to call Hunter Park Dojin for a full restraint and extraction on Suho, since they don't have full evidence as the true criminal. But Lim hungry ass didn't care, since Suho only hides his face because of the fight, and accuses him in the connections to Stardust and the death of Lee Min-sung. Choi stepped in saying he didn't think Suho was bad, but agreed they should bring him to the Hunters Association. He added that Suho was the nephew of President Yu Jinho, who was tight with the association's head. Choi finished by saying he only backed the Hunters Association because he believed the head was fair and just, and he hoped they'd make the right call. Not far away, the apostle spoke into his phone and confirmed to Jinwoo that Suho was right in front of him. Suho watched the exchange and quickly recognized who he was dealing with. The man standing there wasn't just anyone, he was Park Dojin, the newest S-rank hunter. Park Dojin kept that same calm smile, which only made Suho wonder why he was staring like that. Park called out to Suho and walked up to him, and Suho was thinking, "Why is this weirdo smiling?" Park explained, "The Grim Reaper Guild's master wants me to bring you into the Hunters Association." Pointing out that Suho had already shown himself in front of a lot of people proof, he really had no clue how big his own moves had become. Laid it out straight that Suho was wanted for the murder of Vice Guildmaster Lee Min-sung, and for charges tied to Stardust, and his aura began to shine. Before Suho could answer, the other hunters jumped in, shouting that Suho had saved them, and there had to be a mistake. Suho told them it's fine, kept it cool, and said he'd go on his own, since he was planning to visit the association anyway. Park nodded and agreed. The hunters behind Suho talked about how generous he'd been, even giving them shadow armor. Suho then called his shadows back, using his skill to store them. He thought to himself how much easier things were now that he could keep all his shadows with him. From Park's view, Suho's whole vibe felt different. so much so that his aura was way stronger than before. He wondered what could have happened to power Suho up this much, even thinking the star fragment might not work on him anymore. The chance of turning Suho into a believer had dropped, so Park figured they'd need to upgrade the star fragment if they wanted it to affect S-rank hunters like him. He even considered if he should stay close to him until the time is right. A sharp alarm cut through the air as his phones lit up. One of the hunters' phones suddenly blared with a disaster warning as a mass breakout at Jisan Correctional, the prison that held awakened criminals. Park looked back as Suho stopped walking. Park Dojin tried to brush it off, saying other hunters were already on the scene. But Suho cut him short, pointing out that if the prisoners had used stardust, the hunters stationed there wouldn't be nearly enough. He told Suho if he doesn't go to the association, it would be annoying, but Suho didn't give two fucks. Suho unleashes his beast bond as he told Park he didn't care if the association came after him, dashed away letting Park know he'll deal with the Hunters Association later after handling business. Now Park is back to Apostle and thinks this is the perfect chance to see just how much Suho has changed. We fast forward to multiple hunter corpses. Inside the prison, chaos was already spreading. A freed inmate held up the metal collar saying how funny and cruel humans can be after shoving mana stones into their necks to end them. More prisoners stepped forward and poured out with a storm of rage. They were awakened criminals who felt wronged, claiming the Hunters Association had branded them monsters after the cataclysm. Fueled by anger and newfound freedom, hundreds of B-to-D ranked prisoners gathered behind their leader, Kwang Dong-suk. This asshole lit the fires behind every prisoner back and turning the breakout into a full-scale dungeon breach. City sirens blared as the alert for a full-scale breakout echoed off the high-rises. Jisan Correctional was spilling its worst into the streets, and the loudspeakers ordered everyone nearby to bail out fast. While the city scrambled and everyone evacuated from their homes, a door glowed hot red began to burn. A glowing hand enters from the hole made in the door to open it. A group of inmates slipped in, casual as if they owned the place. No panic, no rush, just prisoners using their awakened powers to turn a quiet home into their new hideout. One prisoner fusses over a crisp jacket, dressing up like he's got a job interview instead of a jailbreak. One guy flexes that, since they have the star fragments, nothing can stop them after getting a pure stat boost. They also talk big about a mystery, S-rank, ready to back them up, basically a raid boss in the squad. Prisoner B yells that they discovered a hidden booze vault and lost all focus, while the crew argues about price tags and loot priority. A pair of wide eyes watches from the closet like a horror game jump scare. His trembling hands grip the phone as he reaches out for help. But it was already GG's for the kid because they smelt his weak-ass aura and asked him if he wants a drink. Comment F to pay respects. On a rooftop, Dong-suk stands on the rooftop watching the city burn. His skyline is lit orange and smoke rolls through the streets. Below, prisoners swing pipes and blades at hunters. Civilians get caught in the mess as fights break out everywhere. Dong-suk grins like this is his happy place. His grin fades fast, replaced with a grim look as someone orders him to hurry up. Kang Tai-shik steps out of the smoke behind him. Dong-su reminds him he's still his brother servant, so he should know his place. But Kang lets him know he's doing this for his own benefit, and how his mission is to smuggle Dong-suk out the country. Dong-suk grabs Kang by the collar, trying to flex his strength and demand respect, even though he's ranked lower. Kang stays cold, thinking how fake the act is. To him, Dong-suk is just a coward, too scared to use a star fragment and face the side effects. Kang remembers the real mission. He thinks back to a meeting with Dong-suk's brother who explained the chaos was only a distraction. The plan was simple. While the prisoners create havoc, bring the brother back and the job is done. Dong-suk leans in and demands an answer as he grips him tight, but Kang just breaths out and backs down, remembering the S-rank waiting in the shadows. He knows crossing that level means death, so he agrees to finish the job and take Dong-suk to his brother. From above, a helicopter rests on a skyscraper helipad. Choi walks with Jin-chul through the smoke, explaining this is the first time since the Great Cataclysm that the association chairman himself is stepping into battle. He says the chairman can't stay idle while citizens are in danger. Choi updates him on the prison situation. The control center is wrecked, the prisoner restraints are gone, and several association hunters nearby were ambushed and left in critical condition. Jin-chul listens while checking his gear. Choi pushes his glasses up, pointing out how serious it is. A control center guarded by an A rank was destroyed, and the attackers are using illegal star fragments. He says only someone powerful could pull that off. Lim Tae-gyu walks up asking if there's really a mastermind behind the chaos. Jin-chul greets him and thanks him for showing up. Lim breaks the news that Sung Soo-ho ignored the association's summons. Jin-chul's eyes widen, caught off guard. Lim explains further. Soo-ho left a message saying he went to Jisan Correctional Facility, the same place tied to the illegal Stardust trade. Lim says if Soo-ho is heading straight to where the fragments are being moved, the reason doesn't need explaining. Lim Tae-gyu thinks back on Soo-ho's actions. He figures Soo-ho showed up in disguise aiming to kill Lee Min-sung and cover his own part in the Stardust trade, even registering as a false awakened to hide his real strength. Lim grips his bow and calls Soo-ho a high-risk villain, saying he'll join the mission to bring him down. Choi questions that judgment, asking if Soo-ho might have gone to Jisan to help instead. Jin-chul points out how strange it is. Disappearing for so long, dodging the association, and hiding his rank doesn't fit with someone just trying to help. Hunter Choi Jong-in steps forward and says they should treat Sung Soo-ho as a villain because he's unpredictable. Meanwhile, Apostles thinks to himself that he can't fight the S ranks in his current state and wonders if Soo-ho planned for this reaction. He reflects on how far Soo-ho has gone. Even with the Hunter Association banning Stardust, Soo-ho risked the harsh side effects to get a star fragment. He decides he can keep watch from a distance while Soo-ho makes his move. Meanwhile, we see Soo-ho speed blitzing like Sonic, pushing his speed to the limit using beast possession, sprinting through the forest with his companion Gray hanging on. He scans the area and asks if this is the right place, senses on edge. Inside the prison, chaos screams back at him, civilians and hunters begging for help as prisoners tear through the halls. Soo-ho's senses spike, every scream and death cry in the prison hitting him at once through his bond skill. He smashes through the building in a blur of speed and force, kicking down the barrier between him and the chaos inside. Sweat and rage mix on his face as he charges forward, ready to tear through anyone hurting the civilians. Soo-ho steps into a hallway littered with bodies and blood, the prisoners staring back in shock. One of them laughs, realizing a man and a dog literally dropped from the sky. Soo-ho gives Gray a nod of thanks, telling his buddy the rest is on him now. The prisoners sneer, knives ready, mocking Soo-ho, and assuming he's already half dead before the fight even starts. Soo-ho dashes right past him, blitzing one of the goons that the others were shocked. Soo-ho questions the prisoners, asking why they're hurting people instead of just escaping. He plants a foot on the thug's chest, calm but heavy, the kind of move that shuts a room up. Purple energy leaks off him as he gives the last warning as my boy is ready to fuck shit up. A quiet flashback opens on a sunlit garden and a clear pond, the chaos of the present fading out. Young Soo-ho looks up, surprised, calling out to his grandfather. His grandpa stands bare-chested, scars crossing his body like old battle maps, and Soo-ho can't help but ask where they all came from. Soo-ho's grandpa calls his scars medals, each one a story of stepping in when no one else would, pulling a kid from a fire, stopping a drunk gone violent. Young Soo-ho watches fish break the water and asks why his grandpa risks so much for strangers. The old man says he isn't fearless, but when someone needs help his body moves before his mind can catch up. Back in the prison, Soo-ho's posted up over the knocked-out crowd, purple aura dripping. He tells what's left of them they got two choices, tap out quiet or catch hands. The last two inmates freeze, eyes wide. One whispers he didn't even see the kick, the other's like, is this dude secretly high rank? Their buddy behind them tries to play tough, flashing a glowing star fragment like it's a get-out-of-jail card, saying they're still good. He bites down on the star fragment, crunching it like candy as the crystal snaps and flares. Golden energy blasts out of them as the shaking of the floor and tossing bodies like ragdolls. The crew lights up with fiery auras, one guy grinning wild with a glowing cross in his eye, bragging he's strong enough to drop an S rank now. Soo-ho hits them with a reality check, purple eyes glowing as he asks if they really think this is sweet or if they plan to drop quietly. From the shadows, a strange presence creeps in, a ghostly shape that looks like Min-sung watching the chaos like it's entertainment. Soo-ho pauses for a beat, feeling that eerie vibe behind him while the prisoners tense up, ready to fight. Min-sung's ghost taunts Soo-ho, calling out his hesitation and reminding him the convicts took star fragments to fight. He walks closer, spitting insults, saying Soo-ho's still a rookie who couldn't kill anyone even if he tried. Soo-ho moves first, one clean blast through the gut, cutting the trash talk off mid-sentence, and tells Soo-ho to show him. Soo-ho's rage snaps. He stomps down, crushing a prisoner without hesitation. The room goes dead silent before panic kicks in. The convicts' faces twist in shock, realizing this dude isn't bluffing. Fear turns into desperation as they rush him all at once. One inmate lunges first, but Suho flips it, snatching his weapon mid-move and cutting him down in a single slash. Another prisoner, stunned, mutters that he ate a star fragment, so why can't he track Suho's speed? He doesn't get an answer. Suho's fist caves his face in with a brutal right hook. The rest of the mob leaps in fury, thinking numbers will save them. Suho stands calm, his aura crackling as if he's about to swing. But it's a fake-out. Instead of throwing hands, he triggers his shadows. Black spears erupt from the ground at his feet, skewering the charging inmates instantly. Bodies hang frozen in mid-air, impaled by the spears, while Suho stands untouched. Minsung's ghost slides in behind Suho, hand on his shoulder, saying he's impressed at how fast Suho's grown. The ghost side-eyes the bodies, asking if wiping them out was really the move, calling Suho a hunter who can't tell humans from monsters. He fades with one last jab. Suho's become a monster too. Unbothered, Suho summons Baru. The ant shadow drifts out of the dark with a quiet, young monarch. Suho orders Baru to eat the convicts' memories and find who's pulling the strings and why these prisoners chose slaughter over escape. Baru checks on him, asking if he's all right, but Suho brushes it off with a calm, "I'm good." Baru warns him about exposing himself too openly. Acting like this without hiding his identity could put a target on his back. Suho looks down at the bodies, frustrated. He came here to save people, but the longer it drags on, the angrier he gets. He admits this chaos is holding everyone back. While they should be preparing to face Itarim's apostle, they're stuck dealing with pointless Awakeners fights. At this rate, they'll only keep slowing down Daddy Wu. Suho stands over a fallen body, calm but fierce. He says he's done hiding and will step up to pull every side together himself. He lays it out. Every item, every monster, every bit of strength that can fight Itarim is on his list. His eyes burn purple as he adds that he'll do it by any means necessary. No bluff, just facts. Baru tilts his head, grinning, and asks if Suho really means to bring the whole world under his command. But Suho means allies. Baru can't help but blush, hyped by how bold his monarch sounds. Bodies on the floor. Suho stands over the wreckage like a final boss. He says the city's crawling with villains, and the only way to face them is to match their numbers. Purple light pours off his hand as he lifts it, eyes locked. "I won't hesitate anymore," Suho commands. "Arise." Every fallen convict is about to become part of his shadow squad. A sleek Rolls-Royce cuts a sharp turn down a narrow street. Seconds later, the car erupts in a sudden blast, flames spilling across the road. Seconds later, the car erupts in a sudden blast, flames spilling across the road. From a rooftop, a small group of escaped convicts watches the fire. One of them calls the driver unlucky, while the others stay quiet, taking in the chaos below. One of them leaned on the railing, noting how badly fate had played the driver, while the rest barely blinked. Through the swirling smoke, silhouettes moved inside the inferno. A father shielded his daughter, both strangely calm amid the chaos. The man tightened his grip on the scorched car door, unfazed by the heat. With a single motion, he tore the door free and hurled it upward. The slab of metal cut through the air like a missile, slicing past the rooftop edge and forcing the convicts to jerk back. The message was wordless but clear. Whoever walked out of that fire wasn't a victim. They were a warning. Beside him, Miho stays locked in calm but clearly ready to throw down. White Tiger Guild's vice guildmaster doesn't need an intro. She's already proven she can handle anything. The man tugs at his collar, more annoyed about the delay than the danger. And there it is. Yunho's signature shift. Eyes light up, claws slide out, hair kicks back in that half-beast flare we've all seen before. He's not here for small talk. Handle this quick, head home before Mom starts calling. 3 convicts lie sprawled across the ground, already handled. Miho and Baek Yunho stand over the bodies, surveying the scene. 3 convicts lie sprawled across the ground, already handled. Miho and Baek Yunho stand over the bodies, surveying the scene. Miho adds that the Hunter Association is sending 3 S ranks and the chairman by helicopter, about 10 minutes out. Yunho's eyes narrow. There's word that Sung Suho, wanted for spreading stardust, might be here. Putting thoughts aside, he orders Miho to start rescues immediately, his firefighter roots showing through. For Yunho, saving lives always comes first. A flicker catches his eye, something moving where it shouldn't. He asks if there's been any dungeon break in the area. Out of the fading smoke, a shadowed figure steps forward. wrapped in violet energy, clearly not human. A young girl freezes, eyes wide and trembling, barely holding back tears as the chaos rages around her. Her teammate armor battered and bleeding turns just enough to shout a final warning for her to run. Convicts close in. He calls her name, Mina, one last time before the fight is ripped from him. He collapses hard, blood spreading beneath him while the girl drops to her knees, horror etched across her face. Two convicts stroll up with twisted grins, blades flashing. They mock the scene, joking about the fallen man and teasing that the pair must have been lovers. Mina, shaking, whispers her partner's name through choked sobs, unwilling to believe he's gone. Mina, shaking, whispers her partner's name through choked sobs, unwilling to believe he's gone. One of the convicts lunges, blade raised high, promising she'll be reunited with her fallen teammate soon. Before the strike can land, a swirl of dark violet mist floods the street. A single word rolls out of the shadows, arise, and everything changes. Out of nowhere, the fallen hunter, now wrapped in black-purple flames, shoots upright. The sudden burst of shadow energy makes everyone freeze, the girl stumbling back in shock. A blade lunges for her face, stopping a hair's breadth from her eyes. She's too stunned to even scream. The shadow soldier, aka her boyfriend, reborn in dark armor, blocks the strike, its glowing eyes locking on the convicts. One of the attackers stares, wide-eyed. That dead guy just stood back up? Panic edges into his voice. Suho watches from above, aura farming, tells the revived hunter that his willingness to answer the summon proves he wants to protect Mina. Suho grants him power to guard what matters until the end. Suho equips the shadow soldier with a Naga warrior belt. This rare item boosts defense by 20 points, making each incoming hit feel lighter, and adds 4 points of agility so the soldier can move faster in close combat. Next comes the Naga Warrior Shoulder Guard. Another rare piece, it stacks an extra 28 defense, turning the soldier's upper body into near stone against blades and claws. Finally, Suho arms him with the Shadow Naga Warrior Sword. The sword raises attack power by 55 and adds 5 agility for quicker strikes. Its special skill, Enhanced Penetration, lets every swing ignore 10% of an enemy's defense, cutting through armor like it isn't there. Dark energy surges through the shadow soldier as the gear locks in place. His entire form glows with lethal intent. He launches forward, sword raised, and drives the blade straight through the nearest convict, ending the fight in a single strike. Suho raises his hand, purple energy pulsing through his fingers. He drops a single command, "Arise," and the fallen convicts light up with shadow flames, their bodies twisting back to life. The new shadow squad stands ready. Suho orders them to hunt the rest of the villains hiding in the city. Baru hovers nearby, noting that the army is growing exactly like Suho planned. At this pace, the city's criminals won't last long. Baru reports the Shadow Army is growing exactly as planned, and Suho answers that, at this pace, they can wipe out the city's villains soon. Suho allows himself a small smile, sunlight cutting across his face. The rescued girl clings to her shadow soldier boyfriend, crying into his dark armor. Mina clings to her shadow boyfriend. Beru asks if Suho's leaving that soldier. Suho says yes, it fades after a day, so he's letting them have their goodbye. Beru adds that Suho feels different when he isn't fighting. A sudden flicker of dark energy catches Suho's attention, pulling his gaze to the side. Something's off. Suho adds that hopefully this time they can track down the mastermind behind all this chaos. The scene cuts to another street where Suho's soldiers are locked in a brutal fight. Purple blades clash as several shadows are sliced apart, their dark forms dispersing into smoke. We finally see who's wrecking them. A calm but deadly Kang Tae-sik, his eyes glowing red as he cuts down another soldier without breaking a sweat. Nearby, Dong Seok's younger brother watches with wide eyes. He mutters that he's never seen creatures like these black monsters before, clearly unsettled. He turns and yells for Kang, calling him Fixer, ordering him to clean this mess up and finish the fight as more of Suho's shadow soldiers charge in. Kang barely glances back, dismissing the urgency. He says if they'd arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. Then he boasts that after consuming the star fragment, his power is well above A rank. He insists there's no way he could lose to low-tier C or D rank monsters. But mid-sentence, Kang freezes. His sharp eyes catch something strange. Every shadow soldier suddenly drops to one knee, as if paying respect to someone unseen. Dong Seok's brother stiffens too, confused as he notices the kneeling. Before he can react, a quiet but commanding presence approaches from behind. Suho walks into view with Beru floating at his side. Baru gives a sly grin and tells his young master that they've hit the jackpot. Hwang Dong-seok finally turns around, scowl deepening as he recognizes the newcomer. He sneers at Suho, calling him a brat and asking if he really dares to speak to him so casually. Suho closes the gap with calm confidence. He calls out Dong-suk directly, saying he knows he's the one behind the creatures. Suho then asks a straight question. Does Dong-suk know about the Itarim Apostle, the same name Lee Min-sung once mentioned? Dong-suk lifts his hand slightly, acting casual. He tells Suho to relax and keep some space if they're going to talk. With a smirk, he admits he's heard of the Itarim Apostle. Dong-suk points downward, as if signaling something, casually saying, "That, right? That one." Kang Tae-sik catches the hint immediately. A sly grin spreads across Dong-suk's face. The sound of movement cuts through the air. Kang has already launched forward at Suho, taking the signal. Kang dashes in a blur, trying to ambush Suho while Dong-suk plays the distraction. Kang's eyes widen in shock. Suho isn't where he expected. Suho's already past him. In one clean motion, Suho appears right in front of Dong-suk, grabbing his shoulder before Kang can even react. Suho notes coldly that Dong-suk clearly isn't tied to Itarim, then demands to know how he got a star fragment. Suho's aura flares purple and dark. He leans in, asking why Dong-suk attacked the village. Dong-suk can barely keep his composure, realizing this is no ordinary summoner-type hunter. Desperate, Dong-suk warns that if Suho harms him, his younger brother will make Suho pay. But Suho's grip only tightens. Suho doesn't budge. With raw strength, he slams Dong-suk into the ground, cracking the pavement beneath them and ending the bluff instantly. Without a hint of hesitation, Suho tells him that he doesn't care if his brother is an S-rank awakened. He only wants answers. Panicking, Dong-seok blurts out that his brother was the one who got the star fragment for him and insists he had nothing to do with it. Pressed tighter under Suho's grip, Dong-seok admits there was no plan behind the city attack. He just enjoyed ordering people around and watching them obey. Suho's eyes darken, furious that innocent lives were hurt for something so pointless. Dong-seok starts to bargain, promising he'll convince the other escapees to surrender, but his words trail off as he notices Kang. He calls out, demanding to know what Kang is doing. Kang, realizing Suho is far too dangerous, decides to abandon Dong-seok and escape. A deep, commanding voice cuts through the air. "That won't do." Golden eyes appear above Kang, radiating authority. Kang freezes mid-step, his face twisting in shock as the strange power grips him. Far away, Park sits calmly in a helicopter, deciding he wants to witness Sung Suho's true strength before the S-rank hunters arrive. His thoughts reach Kang like a command: obey the impulse within you. Park's eye glows bright gold as he activates his control. Kang is instantly overwhelmed. Golden light and raw energy engulf him, forcing his body into a battle stance as he draws his blades, now nothing more than a puppet driven to fight Suho. Kang charges in with his blade glowing gold, swinging fast enough to split the air. Suho doesn't even flinch. He tilts his head just enough for the strike to miss, the flash of power sparking past his cheek. The missed strike tears into the ground. Stone tiles explode upward as Kang's momentum drives a golden arc across the courtyard, cracking the pavement and sending shockwaves through the air. But Kang's attack doesn't just miss, it lands on Dong-suk instead. In an instant, the older brother's eyes go wide as the blade slices across him, leaving a deep, brutal cut. Dong-suk collapses, blood pooling around him while the last rays of sunlight hit the wrecked street. F in chat for this loser. Beru drifts to Suho's side. He reports that he senses the Itarim Apostle's aura. Suho realizes Kang's body is being controlled through the star fragment. Suho rolls his neck, a small smirk forming. "That actually saves me some trouble," he says, calm and collected. "I've been meaning to talk to you anyway." The fallen convicts and shadow soldiers surround the courtyard while Kang crouches low, his stealth skills still active. Kang reappears in a blur, eyes glowing with a fierce golden light. His blade swings with deadly speed, slashing through 3 of Suho's shadow soldiers before they can react. But when Kang's attack reaches Suho himself, it stops cold. Sparks flare against an unseen force as Suho stands tall in the center of the courtyard. Suho gets a small cut across his cheek. He realizes the attacker is using an assassin hunter's stealth skill. He listens carefully and catches the faint sound of footsteps. He knows he can only dodge for now and can't counter. Up in a helicopter, Park sits with arms crossed, quietly watching the fight below. Park notes that Kang Tae-sik's strength is around upper, a rank, and wonders if Suho can win against someone at that level. Suho looks toward Park while Park keeps his gaze fixed on Suho, both aware of each other. Suho speaks to the hidden Itarim apostle, saying he knows it is listening. He explains he has moved carefully so no one would notice him until now. His shadows start to shift and spread across the ground. He says the apostle must stay hidden because being exposed would be too risky. Suho recalls how the apostle revealed itself during the Lee Min-sung incident, showing it is preparing for something larger. The shadows rise higher as he points out that a being who stayed hidden for so long is finally showing signs of action. Suho says that the apostle might also be growing in power, just like he is. Park's golden eye glows in response, a silent sign that he hears every word. Suho stands with shadows swirling around him, declaring that he will no longer hide who he is. He calls for the hidden enemy to show themselves and sends a surge of shadow energy forward. Kang Tae-sik charges through the darkness with a wild scream, blade in hand. Kang's eyes widen as Suho appears right in front of him, cloaked in shadows. Suho closes in, his weapon aimed straight for Kang. Shadows pierce through Kang in multiple strikes, spears and blades hitting his limbs in one motion. Kang is left suspended and pinned by dark spears while Suho stands firm below, shadows rolling around him. A system notification appears. Suho's level rises. He recovers his strength and quietly says, "Let's fight," signaling the real opponent to step forward. Inside the helicopter, Park flinches as a faint trickle of blood runs from his eye, reacting to the defeat of his puppet. Hunter Lim Tae-gyu notices and asks if something is wrong. Park wipes the blood away, gives a casual, "It's nothing," and smirks to himself, intrigued by Suho's display of power. Suho raises his hand and commands the fallen Kang Tae-sik and Dong-suk to rise as shadows. Both men reappear as dark soldiers under his control, their new forms radiating the purple glow of shadow energy. He addresses them without a hint of sympathy. They had bragged about causing the massacre, but Suho points out the countless innocent lives lost because of their actions. As punishment, he binds them to his army, declaring that from now on they will fight for him. Dark mist surges around him as the shadow creation skill completes. From their remains, 2 items take shape. The first is a rare grade armor piece called the Armor of the Swindler. It adds +30 attack power and +4 stamina, solid defense equipment. The second is even more impressive, a hero grade ring titled the Ring of the Murderer. It grants +10 agility and the stealth skill at level 1, letting the wearer hide their presence at the cost of 10 mana per second while active. System notifications confirm that Suho has unlocked hero-grade shadow item creation and prompt him to give the item a name. Remembering Kang Tae-sik's brutal past, Suho calmly names the ring Kira, sealing it as a unique weapon that can grow stronger over time. After naming the ring Kira, Suho immediately received a flood of system messages explaining the mechanics behind named shadow items. Once named, they could grow, level up, and share experience directly with him. Unlike ordinary items, they would forever be bound to their first wielder, meaning no one else could use them. The more they grew, the more their stats would transfer to him. Suho looked at the ring on his hand. Kira, Levy 1. It already carried agility, strength, stamina, and even heightened senses. Alongside its stealth effect, the ring made him sharper and faster with every passing second. He flexed his fingers, feeling the power course through him. The realization hit him. If even one item could boost him this much, then collecting more hero grade or higher items would multiply his growth rate. He wouldn't just be catching up to the apostles, he'd be surpassing them. A faint smile crossed his face as he clenched his fist. With this ability, he could accelerate his progress beyond anything before. He could reach his father much sooner. Fur-covered hand with glowing yellow energy flexes. Suho's summoned shadows are suddenly cut down, shredded before they can react. He immediately feels their loss through the link. Baru asks, "What's happening?" Suho answers that something is defeating his soldiers and closing in fast. A blazing figure bursts through a distant building, launching into the air before crashing onto the plaza. Shockwaves and debris scatter everywhere. A falling chunk strikes Baru. From the settling dust steps a towering furry, holding a severed head of a shadow soldier as if it weighs nothing. Explained that he had seen a black pillar rise and came rushing to the scene. He looked at Suho and asked if he was a hunter and what exactly he was. Suho thought to himself that it was strange to hear a monster speak. Bayek corrected him, saying he wasn't a monster. He introduced himself as Bayek Yunho, the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild. Suho realized this was the S-rank hunter known for his rare transformation ability. Baek leaned in, catching the strong scent of blood, and questioned Suho again. What exactly was he? Suho replied that he was a hunter who came to save people. When Baek asked for his name, Suho answered that he was Sung Suho, and added that he knew the Hunter Association considered him wanted, but that he was innocent. Baek laughed loudly, saying Suho was bold to admit that so openly. He reminded Suho that the White Tiger Guild had also suffered losses from Stardust. He raised a clawed hand and set it under Suho's chin, demanding to know how Suho planned to prove his innocence. Suho calmly moved Baek's hand aside and said they could settle that later. They were short on manpower, and he was glad an S-rank hunter was here. He told Baek they should hurry to save people. Baek paused, surprised, and asked if Suho even understood the position he was in. Suho kept his tone steady, telling Baek that, even so, as a hunter, saving people always comes first. His words, paired with his eyes, struck something inside Baek Yunho. Baek was reminded of his past. Back when he was a firefighter, one of his comrades had once told him, for a brief moment, that if they hesitated for even a second, someone who could have been saved might die. That comrade stressed that, instead of agonizing over choices, they had to make the call immediately and figure the rest out later. That, he said, was the essence of being part of a rescue team. The memory faded, and Baek's gaze sharpened back on Suho. Something about his name finally clicked. He muttered to himself, realizing the familiarity. Then, grabbing Suho by the collar with ease, he pulled him close and exclaimed, "Sung Suho, wasn't that the grandson Captain always bragged about?" He confirmed it out loud. Suho was the grandson of Sung Il-hwan. Two armed soldiers stand beside a jeep at the barricade. One asks if they'll even be able to subdue the awakeners who have gone berserk, worrying that bullets won't work. His partner shrugs and says they just have to follow orders, but then adds that the city's atmosphere feels strange tonight. The first soldier agrees, answering yes, while the view widens to show the empty bridge. Something definitely feels off. A massive shockwave rips across the bridge. Baek Yunho, in his semi-beast form, charges forward and shreds a group of convicts with flaming claws. Suho joins the fight, shadow energy wrapping around his fists as he strikes through the enemies, scattering them in all directions. The two stand side by side on some joined forces, LR from Dokkan battle. Yunho glances at Suho and says he's impressed. To be this skilled in direct combat despite being a summoner explains why Captain Sung Il-hwan spoke so highly of him. Suho thinks to himself that it's incredible. The White Tiger Guild's master is the same man who took over his grandfather's rescue squad. Aloud, he tells Yunho that his strength truly shows the difference of an S-rank hunter. Yunho laughs and tells Suho he can just call him uncle, clearly pleased. Among the fallen convicts, Suho comments that he's been making plenty of noise as instructed, but wonders aloud if this will only drive the hidden villains to stay hidden. Baek Yunho looks at Suho and says he's still a rookie rescue squad member. Suho thinks to himself that he's not actually part of the rescue squad. Baek's eyes glow as he explains that catching villains isn't their main job. Their real duty is rescuing people. A burst of flame and force surrounds Baek as he stands tall. Suho faces him from a short distance, feeling the heat of his power. Baek continues, saying that the more they make their presence known, the harder it becomes for villains to act. If they focus on the safety of the people, this approach is best. Suho realizes Baek is right. He's been too focused on hunting villains. Suho reflects that this is the mindset of a true guildmaster. Baek gives a small grin and says, "Anyway, back to it." As they walk through the quiet street, Baek casually asks Suho if he has a girlfriend. Suho replies that he doesn't. Baek smiles and says that's perfect, mentioning his own daughter is single. He jokes that this might be the perfect chance to form family ties with Captain Sung Il-hwan. Jinchul looks outside the window as Hez on the phone. Miho lets Jinchul know that everything is good to go. Jinchul thanks Miho on the other end for their hard work, explaining they helped evacuate both hunters and ordinary citizens. Jinchul scanned the streets below and noted that, among the chaos of terrorists and villains, he kept spotting strange black humanoid shapes. He wondered aloud what they were. Miho admitted she wasn't sure either. For the moment, she said, those figures couldn't be identified. Lim Taegyu rose from his seat and moved toward the open side door of the helicopter. Without hesitation, he decided that if those dark shapes were unknown, he would treat them as enemies. Jinchul called out urgently for him to wait, trying to stop him before he acted on his own. Ignoring the warning, Lim launched himself from the helicopter. Jinwoo could only watch in frustration while Park, sitting calmly nearby, remained unfazed. As Lim plummeted toward the city, his eyes sharpened and a hunter's skill activated. Crimson targeting marks appeared across the rooftops, each one locking onto a shadow soldier below. The cityscape lit with countless red reticles as every shadowy figure came into his sights, leaving none unmarked. Lim drew his bow, his movements precise and steady, the arrow glowing with concentrated energy. He released a sweeping volley. Energy arrows streaked across the skyline in perfect formation, striking every marked shadow soldier in a single, devastating strike. Suho notices a sudden presence and looks toward it. Baek Yunho, standing beside him, calmly explains that the newcomers are allies and there's no need to worry. Baek adds that the Hunter Association has sent S-rank hunters to provide support. Suho feels a wave of relief at the news. Suho thinks to himself that with S-rank hunters here, the villains will no longer be able to run wild through the city. Far away, Lim Taegyu's eye narrows with deadly focus as he locks on to Suho's location. Lim Taegyu silently targets Suho, his bow glowing as he charges a powerful arrow. He mutters that he has found his mark. A sudden memory flashes in Lim's mind of a funeral portrait of Min Sung, the loss still burning in him. Fueled by grief and anger, Lim's arrow ignites with violent energy as he releases the shot toward Suho. Suho senses the attack and quickly moves, preparing to defend himself as the arrow streaks through the air. Baek Yonho catches the blazing projectile with one hand, stopping it cold before it can harm Suho. Lim Taegyu descends rapidly from the sky, landing in front of them. He confronts Baek, demanding to know why the guildmaster is protecting someone the association has labeled a wanted criminal. Baek Yunho calmly telling Lim not to misunderstand and to talk first before making assumptions. Lim dismisses the idea of discussion, coldly stating that Suho refused the Hunter Association's summons, fled, and rejected every chance to explain, branding Suho a villain. Baek pushes back, saying it's wrong to call Suho a villain out of nowhere. He points out the confusion around Lee Min Sung, but makes it clear Suho was trying to save people. A flash of blue energy slices the air as Lim fires a warning shot close enough to make Baek pause. Lim steps forward with his bow ready, asking Baek what his relationship is with Suho. Baek's eyes narrow and glow as he realizes Lim isn't here to talk. Baek shifts fully into his beast form, flames rising, and tells Lim it would be better to calm down. Baek and Lim face each other across the field, fire and energy building around both. Their auras collide, splitting the ground between them. Suho watches, tense, thinking that if this keeps up, the two of them will fight and wonders what to do. A sudden ring of flames erupts around all three of them, cutting off the space. Another S-rank hunter arrives through the fire, telling everyone to cool down before it gets worse. Jinwoo, Choi, Miho, and Park arriving on the scene. Choi looks around at the tension and asks why hunters are fighting each other when the city is already in crisis. Suho silently notes that several S-rank hunters are already present, and even Association Chairman Woo Jin-chul himself is here. Baek Yunho relaxes a bit, thinking that finally there's someone they can reason with. He steps forward and offers, "Did you know Suho is the grandson of the captain who once helped me? I'll vouch for him." The group remains quiet, their expressions unreadable as they face Baek Yunho. Miho tells her father that just having a connection to Suho's grandfather from the old rescue squad isn't enough to prove Suho's innocence. She warns him that he knows this too. Choi says he agrees with Hunter Lim Taegyu, stating there's no reason not to apprehend someone who fled from the association and betrayed their trust. Lim says that it seems the other hunters share the same opinion. He asks Baek Yunho if he plans to defend a criminal out of personal feelings. Lim orders Baek Yunho to step down. He warns that if Baek refuses, they will have no choice but to subdue him first. Baek Yunho glances back at Suho and says they should at least talk this through before anyone makes a move. Another voice cuts in, calm but firm, saying that Suho deserves to be heard. Suho stiffens at the sudden question, eyes locked on the chairman. He asks if Suho can prove his innocence. Jinchul reflects inwardly, admitting he has always wondered why he regained memories from a past life. He guesses that Daddy Jinwoo also understands that, eventually, he himself will disappear from this world. Jinchul resolves that, for the sake of a world thrown into chaos by the great cataclysm and for the battles ahead, he must act. His determination sharpens when he thinks of Suho, who will ultimately have to fight alone. Jinwoo faces Suho directly and asks with firm resolve, "Can you prove your innocence?" Jinwoo's eyes narrow, signaling how dead-ass he is on Suho's answer, cause he's beating all on him. Suho punk-ass hesitates under the pressure. Choi tight-pants-ass steps forward, addressing Jinwoo, and states that this isn't the right place for such a conversation. He explains that Suho has already fled once. Even if it was to save people, he must still take responsibility. Jinwoo, watching him, thinks to himself that Hunter Choi might be the biggest obstacle here. Saying Suho deceived the association by faking his registration, was present at all incidents connected to Stardust, and even murdered Lee Min-sung. Lim snaps that, with Hunter Choi already voicing his concerns, it sounds like the decision to punish Suho is basically set. He insists they need to arrest Suho right now. Woo Jin-chul thinks to himself that Choi's argument is technically correct. By the book, Suho should be detained first. But Jin-chul also reminds himself that Suho has always had solid reasons for every action he's taken. He thinks to himself that Choi's argument is technically correct. By the book, Suho should be detained first. But Jin-chul also reminds himself that Suho has always had solid reasons for every action he's taken. Choi pushes his glasses up and silently notes that he's known Jin-chul for years, but this is the first time he's ever seen him make what Choi considers a serious mistake. Choi wonders why Jin-chul would risk a fight with the Grim Reaper Guild just to defend Suho, especially knowing how dangerous Lim is. Suho's shadow energy flares around him as he steps forward, declaring that he'll prove his innocence himself. Suho adds that his method might be a little extreme. Jin-chul reaches out and yells for Suho to stop, realizing the situation is about to explode. Lim sees Suho power up and takes it as a challenge. He won't let Suho slip away again. Lim fires a charged arrow straight at Suho, the shot streaking across the field and slamming into Suho's shoulder before anyone else can react. Baek Yunho shouts Suho's name in panic as Suho slides back from the blow. Suddenly, Lim's eyes widen. Shadow energy pierces straight through him. It's Suho's shadow key, striking Lim, forcing him to relive memories buried deep within. Lim begins recalling the truth of the past world, the history tied to Suho's father, and what this battle is really about. His body collapses to the ground, while Choi and Miho call out to him in shock. Meanwhile, Suho clutches his shoulder, still feeling the sting of Lim's arrow. Baru's voice cuts in, worried. The ant asks if Suho is really going to restore all of their memories. Suho thinks fast. If hunters from his father's generation could regain their past lives' memories, then they'd finally understand and listen to him. That was the only way. To make it happen, he'd have to act, without hesitation. Suho launches himself toward Choi, shadow energy bursting from his body. His plan is clear. Force Choi to remember just like he did with Lim. But Choi doesn't flinch. The moment Suho closes in, flames roar up around him. A massive fire pillar erupts, cutting off Suho's advance. Baek Yunho calls Suho's name again. But Choi stands firm, eyes blazing. He tells Suho that charging in so recklessly only proves Lim was right all along. Choi's eyes went wide as something suddenly broke through the wall of fire, catching him completely off guard. Suho burst out of that blazing pillar, leading with his fist like he was about to land the coldest combo. In his mind, there was only one thought running on loop: please let this hit reach him. Suho eyes, WAS on timing. Before the strike could fully connect, Miho and Part pulled up and blocked Suho's path without hesitation. Their eyes locked onto him as Suho ate the counter hit, taking the full damage. But the shadow key had already pierced through Choi's chest. A dark glow started spreading across his body as the memory mark took hold, looking like some cursed technique activation. Choi froze up completely. Visions flooding his mind, scenes from the original world of hunters and monarchs were rushing back all at once, hitting different. His knees gave out, body folding. Miho called out his name, shocked to see him collapse like that. Suho, bleeding and exhausted, dropped to the ground and said quietly that he'd done all he could. Now all that was left was to wait for whatever came next. Miho's sprinting towards Suho, ready to throw hands. She stopped abruptly when Lim Taegyu's voice cut through the heat of the battlefield, interrupting her revenge arc. Lim stood there with tears suddenly in his eyes, questioning what this memory was. His hands were trembling as he realized this wasn't just a skill. It felt like something he'd already forgotten, hitting him with that deja vu type beat. Choi started processing the whole situation. thinking how absolutely wild it was that he'd forgotten something this major until now. The whole thing seemed mad Sue's. Park glanced back at the scene unfolding. Choi's eyes started welling up as he asked Suho to break down what exactly he'd done to them, needing the full lore drop. Suho slowly pushed himself up, relieved they could finally have a proper conversation without throwing hands. Taking a deep breath, he explained that those were their memories from the previous timeline, before the world got that hard reset like a new save file. Choi repeated the word reset, like his brain was still loading. Suho kept explaining that this world had been completely reset once before. The reason peace managed to last until the Great Cataclysm arc was because of that whole reset situation. Choi adjusted his glasses in that classic anime moment, his big brain connecting the dots. He questioned whether this world reset was linked to Sung Jinwoo, aka Daddy Woo, going straight for the main plot point. Suho couldn't hide being impressed. Choi immediately deduced his father's involvement after recovering his memories, showing he was absolutely cracked at pattern recognition. Man was truly built different. Park finally started catching what Suho was really pulling off. This kid wasn't just leaking minor spoilers, he was about to reveal the entire main questline, deadass. Suho continued his exposition dump, explaining he didn't know his father as a hunter, only that he'd always soloed every burden like those lone wolf protagonists. Even now, his pop stood alone tanking an invasion from foreign entities, while Suho had been grinding against those same invaders as backup support. The whole narrative sounded absolutely unhinged, but somehow Lim found himself believing it. Choi wasn't calling cap either. That's when Jincho pulled the clutchest support move, vouching that Suho was spitting straight facts. He revealed he was also a hunter who'd unlocked his previous timeline memories. Those past life memories as a hunter let him speedrun the association's establishment when the Great Cataclysm event triggered. He suggested they let Suho finish his explanation. Suho stood there, low-key shook. Jinchul really came through with that ride-or-die energy. Suho went full exposition mode, breaking down everything to the hunters who'd just unlocked their memory files. The hunters started piecing together the invasion of the outer god Itarim, the Itarim apostles still operating on Earth, and those awakened stimulants they'd been spreading like some cursed gacha currency stardust. Choi connected the dots, realizing almost every incident until now was part of the bigger picture. Lim caught on too, understanding everything linked back to Itarim. When Lim brought up Lee Min-sung's death, Suho didn't even need to respond. Lim already knew the answer deep down, that death was on Itarim too. Facts. Jinchul pressed Suho while he was chugging a healing potion, questioning why he'd kept them in the dark this whole time. Suho explained that if the Itarim apostles discovered his existence, he'd become his father's weakness, a vulnerability they couldn't afford. He needed to stay low-key until he'd leveled up enough to handle the heat. Lim then asked if Suho was a growth-type hunter like the legendary Sung Jinwoo. When Suho confirmed it, all the hunters went dead silent, processing this information. Another Sung Jinwoo was about to enter the meta. The Shadow Monarch build was getting a sequel. Choi approached Suho, grabbing his hands like he was about to drop the most important lore bomb, looking ready to propose or something. He revealed that Hunter Cha Hien was once part of his guild. Suho's brain short-circuited for a second, realizing Choi meant Mommy Cha. He started blushing, finding out his mom was also a hunter man, didn't even know how to process that plot twist. Meanwhile, Lim just put his head down and started walking away, feeling some type of way, while all the hunters were having their kumbaya moment with Suho, and Lim was in his feelings dipping out. Park, the low-key apostle who'd been moving mad suspicious this whole time. Park's inner monologue was running calculations. He acknowledged Suho had played a strong hand. If Park had been more powerful, this could have been a serious problem. For Suho to reveal his identity so openly without even knowing Park's true nature, did he think his growth rate would outpace Park's? This kid would definitely be a crucial piece in the upcoming war. He couldn't be allowed to move completely unchecked. The next fragment needed to arrive ASAP. Baekhyunho finally spoke up, noting that while it was good, Suho's misunderstanding got cleared up with everyone gathered, he was still lost on what was actually happening. Suho acknowledged that without context, the whole situation must be mad confusing for him. Suho then suggested they should just take a look at the others' memories. At that moment, Park's face froze like he'd just encountered a game-breaking bug. Man's whole demeanor shifted because he knew he was absolutely cooked if Suho accessed his data. Meanwhile, Suho just stood there smiling confidently, thinking he was about to help clarify the situation, not knowing his biggest op was right there about to get exposed. Suho announced to everyone that they could share the memories of the previous world timeline. He pulled out the key, explaining that the previous world's memories were stored within it. Baekhyunho questioned whether he really had memories from a previous world. Miho voiced her doubts, acknowledging things had been moving mad different since the Great Cataclysm, but this seemed impossible. She asked her father if this wouldn't be dangerous, but Baekhyunho stepped forward without hesitation, catching Miho off guard. He grabbed Suho's hand, declaring he trusted him completely. With that, he helped Suho activate the key, and darkness began swirling around Baekhyunho like some awakening cutscene. Miho called out for him to stop acting impulsively, while Park just watched the whole scene unfold. After Baekhyunho's memory files finished downloading, his hands started trembling and tears began falling. He expressed how wild it felt to experience such warmth from memories he'd completely forgotten existed. Choi and Lim stayed quiet, processing what they'd just witnessed. Miho stood there, shook by the whole situation. Park's inner monologue was going crazy. This was bad news for him. He never anticipated this world being one that had been reset. The key wouldn't react to him since he wasn't originally from this world. If that happened, everyone would clock him as Seuss immediately. Park was about to make a decisive move that would have changed his whole position and current standing. But when Suho tried to activate Miho's memory using the key, nothing loaded into her mind. Park was completely stunned by this plot twist. Suho expressed confusion, noting that the memories from the past world should be surfacing by now. He told her to wait a moment. Beru pulled up to Suho's side, explaining it was entirely possible that, just like this woman, there were those who couldn't access their memories. Suho was shook by this revelation. Miho caught sight of Beru and called him a weak-looking ant. Beru got heated immediately, couldn't believe the disrespect coming his way. He was ready to throw hands, questioning who she was calling weak and threatening to tear her apart. Suho told him to just finish his explanation. Beru continued his lore dump, explaining the previous world existed 20 years ago, back when mana still flowed through everything. Considering the peaceful world without mana from 20 years back, it made sense there'd be differences between then and now. Basically, this woman hadn't been born in the previous timeline. Miho processed this information, repeating that she didn't exist back then. He tried activating the shadow key on Park, the moment everyone had been waiting for, and nothing happened. Park played it cool, saying he also couldn't recall any memories. Beru stayed quiet while Suho processed that Hunter Park Dujin didn't exist in the previous world either. Park, feeling like he'd just dodged the most insane exposure of all time, turned and walked away smoothly. Miho started tearing up, asking her father if it meant she truly didn't exist in the other world. Baekhyunho struggled to find the right words to explain it. Jinchul approached Suho, suggesting this was actually something wonderful. Suho was surprised to see Jinchul come to his side. Jinchul continued, explaining this was the peace that Jinwoo had chosen. Countless lives that couldn't even spawn in the previous world were now living happily in this one. Suho looked at the hunters and the world around him, understanding this was his father's choice, but his expression stayed serious. He addressed everyone, warning that if they allowed the outer gods to invade, this world would get completely destroyed. Suho placed his hand on his chest, dead serious with that protagonist energy, and asked if they would lend him their strength. A TV broadcaster was breaking down the current world situation, explaining how the prison break incident at Jungsun Correctional Facility that had the entire nation shook finally got contained. The number of escapees still unidentified dropped to less than 1%, and the situation got suppressed quickly thanks to the Hunter Association pulling up with that clutch response. Citizens who were there during the incident testified that if that black humanoid entity hadn't spawned in, the casualty count would have been way worse. As everyone tuned into the news, the anchor went deeper into the details, revealing they'd obtained intel that the black figure was actually a hunter skill. It was confirmed to be the ability of an E-rank hunter, Sung Suho. The news explained how Suho arrived at the scene faster than anyone else to help civilians, testifying that he underwent reawakening during that critical moment, and through witnessing others' self-sacrifice, he unlocked the power to protect people through his reawakening. The broadcast continued hyping up how Hunter Sung Suho used his newfound strength for good, saving countless lives and becoming a hero. They wrapped up delivering the story of a hero born in chaotic times. Suho pointed at the TV, incredulous about this reawakening narrative they were pushing, calling it complete nonsense. He was in a room with all the S-rank heavy hitters. Jinwoo explained they discussed this angle beforehand and fed it to the media. Reawakenings were rare but not unheard of, so the public would buy it without too many questions. Jinwoo then expressed his concern about Suho wanting to stop hiding. Taking a deep breath, Choi questioned whether Suho really intended to publicly declare himself as a growth-type hunter. He warned that a being who broke the meta like that would only bring chaos. People would judge him through their own lens, and an irregular's appearance would only breed resentment. Choi then brought up Suho's three main objectives. Suho stood there stunned, couldn't even formulate a response in that moment. Jinwoo continued laying out what Suho had shared. First, he wanted to level up enough to fight alongside his father. Second, he needed to gather hunters capable of fighting the outer gods, uniting this world's forces to oppose them. Third, he had to defeat the Itarim apostles in this world. During this breakdown, Suho had gone deeper in his original explanation, saying once he'd achieved these goals, he'd go support his father who was still solo grinding against the threats. Choi sipped his tea and dropped the real talk, saying if Suho truly intended to rally this world's power against Itarim, passion alone wouldn't cut it. He needed to carefully consider his image, how to influence people's hearts in the direction he wanted, and make strategic decisions. Suho's internal monologue acknowledged Choi was spitting facts. He couldn't even argue against it. Suho asked if this advice meant Choi intended to help him. Baek Yoonho slammed the table with that main character energy, declaring of course they would. Suho was the grandson of Captain Sung Il-hwan and the son of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, humanity's hope. More importantly, Suho's actions had moved his heart. The White Tiger Guild would have his back, no cap. Choi continued, saying even if Hunter Sung Jinwoo was grinding against an entire realm solo, he didn't know how much help he could provide, but he refused to just stand by and watch Earth get destroyed. The Hunters Guild would cooperate as well. Jinwoo's inner thoughts revealed that Hunter Baek Yoonho and even himself had been persuaded. Now, the only one left was Lim Taegyu. Lim sat there with that final boss energy, eyes closed and arms crossed like he was about to drop some serious lore. He hit them with the wild accusation, questioning if Suho was really the one who PK'd Lee Min-sung. Baek Yoonho was shook, but Suho kept it 100, confirming he was indeed the one who eliminated him. Lim continued his interrogation combo, demanding to know what exactly was happening to Lee Min-sung during that encounter. Suho explained the man was completely addicted to Stardust and got possessed by Itarim like some corrupted NPC. When Lim questioned why Suho approached him in the first place, Suho revealed he'd confirmed Min-sung was working with Itarim and needed to farm information from him. Lim pressed about why Min-sung would cooperate with Itarim, but Suho admitted that intel wasn't in his database. Lim Taegyu's internal processing was going crazy. He already knew Suho wasn't guilty of anything Sue's, so why was he even running this dialogue tree? Then Lim looked up as Suho had that light bulb moment, deducing that Hunter Lim wanted the details about Min-sung's final cutscene. Suho dropped the revelation that at the very end, Lee Min-sung was actually smiling. Lim Taegyu's composed mask cracked for a second, caught off guard by this plot point. Suho reflected on that moment, admitting he still couldn't decode that expression, whether it was pure hype, complete emptiness, or just letting everything go. All he registered from that smile was straight bitterness. But what hit different was that the man never lost his core identity, even in his final moments. He hated admitting it, but Min-sung left a good impression. Lim let out a heavy sigh, calling Lee Min-sung the same self-centered player he'd always been. Putting his hand over his face, Lim announced the Grim Reaper Guild would also cooperate. Jinwoo was low-key amazed. His thoughts revealed that Suho had secured cooperation from all three great guilds. It was Suho's sincerity that moved everyone's hearts. He reflected that Suho wasn't Jinwoo, yet there was something about him that reminded people of those intense hunter days. On the battlefield where Hunter Jinwoo stood alone, he looked forward to the new wave that Suho would bring. Suho then cleared his throat, saying he'd explain the plan moving forward. He announced what the very first thing they needed to do. Jinwoo's eyes went wide after hearing it. Actually, all the hunters in the room were absolutely shook after hearing what Suho proposed. They all thought the same thing. Suho's choice would definitely bring a storm, a straight-up bloodbath in the Hunter Association, because what he just suggested was absolutely unhinged. Back in Suho's shadow dungeon, he was grinding through the most brutal 100 squats imaginable. completing his daily quest as the notification popped up announcing the preparation to become strong had been completed. The system prompted whether he wanted to check the quest completion rewards. Amut returned to normal size and observed how Suho initially struggled with the training, but now could handle the regimen solo, finding it mad interesting. He looked down at Suho, who was completely gassed on the ground, breathless. Suho pushed himself up, checking his status screen while adjusting his shoulder. He mentioned how he'd gotten so accustomed to the training that skipping it made his body feel off-meta. He gave Amut props for the solid workout. As Suho was about to chug a healing potion, Isao's internal monologue noted the young monarch felt different since their last encounter, not just physically or in his mannerisms, but his whole aura had shifted. She approached Suho, asking if he's bouncing right now since he had business to handle outside, and even the dogo looked disappointed. He told her things would likely get even more intense from now on since he was about to clear field-type dungeons. She asked about this field-type dungeon clearing mission. Suho's thoughts flashed back to his conversation with the S-rankers, where they'd discussed with the higher-ups and the Hunter Association yesterday. As a countermeasure against the Stardust factory operations, they needed him to help eliminate field-type dungeons. The other guilds would definitely push back against this decision, so certain conditions had been established. As Suho opened the gate to leave his dungeon domain, he waved goodbye, explaining he needed to get moving to fulfill those conditions. Isao got hyped and excited. Even the dog was feeling the energy. She asked if he'd call them to help, right? Suho agreed, saying if he needed backup, he'd definitely summon them. But her excitement instantly crashed when she realized Suho was really about to solo this mission. He just walked out by himself, leaving them behind. After Suho left, Amut, Aesel, and the dog just stood there in the empty dungeon, completely bewildered that he actually left them on read like that. The scene transitioned to a D-rank field-type dungeon setting. Miho couldn't believe they'd just handed over ownership of all field-type dungeons to one individual like that, knowing how badly this would nerf the guild's income stream. She stood there with Park and another hunter, still pressed about the whole situation. She continued venting about Hunter Sung Suho, then turned to Sung Ki-hoon, pointing out how they didn't even assign A-rank and above hunters to this D-rank field dungeon raid. Instead, they got called in just to fill the roster like NPCs. Ki-hoon mentioned he actually found it low-key interesting. This Sung Suho claimed he could handle all three objectives, subjugation, mining, and gathering completely solo. He asked if she wasn't even a little curious. She looked tight, calling it cap, just Suho acting tough. Her inner thoughts revealed she couldn't believe her father was so caught up in this whole previous world memory situation. Ki-hoon smiled to himself, thinking about this growth-type hunter concept, wondering if Guildmaster Choi Jongin's words would prove valid. Park just lurked in the background, not saying a word, just observing. Suddenly, a massive energy shift hit different, and an earthquake rumbled through the mountains. Ki-hoon and Miho were shook, recognizing the seismic activity. Ki-hoon noted Suho hadn't even been there an hour yet, but was already done. Across the distance, they spotted Suho pulling up with his shadow soldiers, all equipped with carts. Suho really had his shadow soldiers stacked and loaded with minerals, diamonds, and resources. Looking low-key bashful, Suho thanked everyone for waiting, explaining the boss fight was quick, but mining the magic essence stones took some time. He showed them the Hall of Magic Crystals, and they were absolutely gassed. Suho announced he wanted to clear 3 more locations today, asking if they should head to the next field-type dungeon. Ki-hoon and Miho's inner thoughts were bugging. Even if it was just a D-rank dungeon, this man cleared it solo in just an hour. They couldn't figure out what his deal was. Park stayed silent because everyone knew his situation. Man was not feeling positive about any of this, just standing there pressed while watching Suho. Meanwhile, Suho was just happy he could contribute. The scene shifted to all the S-rankers gathered together. Choi questioned whether giving up ownership of every single field-type dungeon to Suho was really the right play. He pointed out these were infinite resource generators, providing permanent supplies of magic essence stones and monster materials. Baek Yunho placed his hand on Choi's shoulder, calling him the incarnation of money itself. He reminded him that if the world got destroyed by Itarim, dungeons and currency wouldn't matter anyway. Choi then looked to the corner, noting something wild. The one who pushed most aggressively to delegate the field-type dungeons was actually the guildmaster who owned the most of them. They all looked at Lim Taegyu, who seemed to be dealing with some guilt. His whole vibe had shifted after learning the truth about the other world and finally giving Suho a chance. Lim finally spoke up, pointing out that the factory producing stardust was discovered inside a field-type dungeon. If they could eliminate the awakening drug that corrupted Lee Min-sung, it would be worth the sacrifice. Choi brought up the worst-case scenario. What if the outer world invaders brought monsters like the ones from before, referring to the monarchs, the beast monarch, the insect monarch, and others from that era? Remember the insect monarch and how she barely got screen time before Baru put his claws through her chest and ended her run. Jinwoo wasn't playing around back then. Choi continued questioning whether they'd even be able to handle such threats. Baek Yonho recalled that one time he faced the beast monarch in the other world, how completely powerless he felt. The memory hit different. Baek Yonho stood at 6'7", but the beast monarch towered at nearly 8'9", making him feel absolutely insignificant. But Jinchul shut down the doom posting, noting how unusually worried everyone seemed. He presented himself confidently, reminding them they all knew this wasn't something they could avoid just because they wanted to. If it was Suho handling it, he'd get it done. He acknowledged that abolishing guild ownership of field-type dungeons would trigger massive backlash from the guilds. This seemed to be a flashback to a conversation Choi had with Suho about persuasion tactics. Choi points out that hunters like Baek Mihul or Part Dujin, who didn't have memories from the previous timeline, wouldn't even believe the talk about outer-world invasions. Convincing them wouldn't be an easy quest. Jinchul then brought up the only viable strategy to convince them, reaching National Hunter class. He name-dropped my kinging my goat, my second big daddy, Thomas Andre of the United States, the absolute beauty of Hunter-S, Lu Jiakang of China, Siddharth Bachchan of India. Jinchul explained these hunters were irregular existences whose personal power stats matched entire nations. Many hunters got drawn to that level of strength. He told Suho that if he could reach National Hunter class, or even surpass it, that achievement alone would be the most convincing argument possible. Suho repeated the words, National Hunter class, processing the requirement. After a brief pause, he declared that within the upcoming month, he'd become a hunter so cracked that he could convince any hunter he encountered. That's what he promised all the S-ranks. Back to the present, Jinchul told the S-ranks around him to focus on the immediate fight ahead as he pointed to the door. The other S-ranks walked through, ready to see what awaited them. On the other side stood guild members from the Azure Cloud Guild, Lava Guild, and Hosung Region Daesung Guild. Meanwhile, Suho was absolutely popping off, charging up his fist, speed blitzing through multiple mobs, with kicking combos like they were tutorial enemies. Man continued flexing his protagonist energy, using Ruler's authority to summon black spears that impaled monsters in the coldest way possible. As he walked out with his shadow soldiers, Ki-hoon asked Miho if what they were witnessing was actually real. Miho responded that she wanted to ask the same question in just 2 days. Suho had cleared and mined field-type dungeons, 2 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. Currently, Suho was straight aura farming, clearing all this content with ease. Ki-hoon's thoughts revealed that solo clearing was impressive enough, but on top of that, with each dungeon clear, Suho's mana visibly increased. They could literally see the aura radiating from Suho. He stayed collected around other people, but his shadow soldiers in the background were cheesing hard, hyped about their master going crazy with the grind. Suho looked down, thinking about how his stats measured by magic power rank showed his MP climbing. His mana rank increases made even his shadow authority easier to use. Baru crawled onto Suho's shoulder, offering to help compare the mana between Suho and that S-rank hunter with the long eyelashes. Suho told Baru it was unnecessary. Baru seemed confused, but Suho explained he already knew just by feeling it. Suho's confidence was peaking. He sensed he was somewhat matching Park's energy level, though he didn't know Park's secret identity. The aura oozing from Suho was so intense, and his nonchalant attitude about it had Park getting pressed just from proximity. Park could feel Suho leveling up his game, and it was getting him tight. As Suho returned home and walked in, something immediately felt off. The air in his house was completely different. He heard someone saying, "What a shame. If his family had arrived first, they would have put them in the same miserable state." Suho found someone sitting in his house, having broken multiple things. The intruder smiled, finally greeting Sung Suho by name. The person grinning turned out to be Hwang Dong-soo, the S-rank villain. The intruder's words cut through the tension, explaining if Suho's family had arrived first, he would have put them in the same situation as himself. He introduced himself as Dong-soo while smiling, stepping on the family portrait and looking at Suho with an unhinged grin. Suho immediately got pissed, seeing his family photo disrespected. As Dong-soo stood up, Suho recognized him as the crashed-out S-rank awakened that no one in the Korean streets. He remembered Jinchul's briefing about this man. Jinchul had explained that Dong-soo was the younger brother of Hwang Dong-suk, the mastermind behind the Jungsun prison incident. Rumors suggested Dong-soo orchestrated the whole prison break to free his brother. If true, he might target Suho, who'd been hailed as the hero from that incident. He warned Suho that Hwang Dong-soo was one of the strongest among Korea's S-ranks and advised Suho to run if they ever crossed paths. Dong-soo's eyes started glowing, grinning because he knew he was about to throw down with Suho. But Suho kept his composure, acknowledging Dong-soo and asking if he came for his brother's revenge. He pointed out he wasn't the one who killed Dong-suk, that was Kang Tae-shik. Dong-soo's inner thoughts revealed surprise that Suho knew about Kang Tae-shik's existence, not just his own. He responded that it didn't matter, he wasn't here for his brother's revenge. He came because Suho messed up his plan and that annoyed him. Suho suggested they move somewhere else. Dong-soo wasn't having it, his aura starting to manifest as he questioned why he should follow Suho's suggestion. Suho wasn't playing around. He punched the nearest wall to his left, smashing through it. Immediately, alarms started blaring and sirens began beeping throughout his house. Suho had deliberately created an alert for everyone to know something was going down. Suho explained to Dong-soo that his uncle lived nearby. In less than 5 minutes, security firms and hunters would swarm the location. He asked if Dong-soo still wanted to stay. The look in Dong-soo's eyes showed he low-key respected the move. He couldn't even be mad about falling into Suho's trap. He just grinned, calling Suho a brat. They relocated to an abandoned building where nobody could find them. They squared up, Suho and Dong-soo in the center of the abandoned structure, giving off the same energy as when Jinwoo faced Dong-soo in the previous timeline. Dong-soo started stretching his shoulders, noting Suho wasn't intimidated in front of him. He questioned if it was true Suho had reawakened and whether he'd even been given an S-rank rating. Suho stood there nonchalantly, saying they wouldn't know until it got remeasured. He then asked Dong-soo directly how he got the star fragment. Dong-soo responded mockingly, asking if Suho needed awakening drugs since those were hard to come by these days. He questioned why he'd even tell him. Suho's inner thoughts wondered if Dong-soo didn't get it from Itarim after all. Dong-soo removed his shades, grinning as he called out weaklings who relied on drugs. He mentioned how Suho got lucky reawakening to S-rank and seemed excited about it. He equipped his enhanced brass knuckles designed for combat. He explained that since Suho didn't know, he'd educate him. Not all S-ranks were equal. With that declaration, Dong-soo flared his aura intensely, the energy radiating off him like he was powering up using Kaioken. Suho's thoughts acknowledged Dong-soo looked far stronger than Lee Min-sung from their previous fight. This would be his first time fighting a genuine S-rank hunter. But Suho didn't crack a smile, thinking he wanted to test something. Without wasting time, Suho launched forward toward Dong-soo, ready to land a solid punch. Dong-soo simply lifted his foot in a split second, creating a pillar from the ground that knocked Suho upward, countering his attack. The impact sent powerful shockwaves through the area. Suho felt the force in his gut as he clenched his teeth. Dong-soo wasn't slowing down. He mocked Suho, questioning why a summoner type was trying to fight him hand-to-hand. He told him to bring out the black humanoid thing or whatever it was. Dong-soo charged up his fist and punched through both Suho and the boulder in one strike. The impact sent Suho flying toward the wall. Suho quickly recovered but looked up to realize the assault wasn't over. Dong-soo wasn't letting up on his combo. Looking up, Suho saw Dong-soo's grin as his massive foot came crashing down, creating a huge crater on impact. Suho dodged backwards quickly, then tried to counter with his signature leg sweep aimed at Dong-soo's face. But Dong-soo tanked the hit to his face without flinching. The hit only left a slight bruise on Dong-soo's face. He clenched his teeth, looking back at Suho and admitting the attack was pretty irritating, but it wasn't over yet. Dong-soo unleashed a barrage of punches, hitting Suho with combinations from left and right, pushing him back and keeping him on defense. Dong-soo kept talking shit while doing punchy punch, questioning if Suho really thought he could win with raw power. He claimed that even if Suho used every ability he had, beating him would be impossible. While defending, Suho's thoughts acknowledged he could definitely feel the gap in power, but his eyes narrowed as he remembered his reawakening journey. He realized he didn't feel the same overwhelming pressure as when he fought his baby version, or the martial artist version of himself, basically concluding Dong-su wasn't on that level, not even compared to the toddler version. While Suho stayed on defense, Dong-su suddenly stopped attacking, catching Suho's attention. Then Dong-su followed up with another punch, calling out Suho for getting distracted. The punch sent Suho flying out of the building with massive force. Something caught Dong-su's eye in that split second. Looking down, he noticed a sword impaled in his forearm, wondering when Suho had pulled out a weapon. As the dust settled, Baru approached Suho, asking if he was all right. Suho admitted that fighting an enhancement type S rank without using abilities was still tough, revealing he'd been holding back this entire time. Walking out of the dust, Suho explained he'd wanted to invest all his stat points into strength, but had another use for them. His energy began flaring ominously as he announced he'd go all out from here on. Suho leaped from the ground like Superman and landed in front of Dong-su with black armor materializing around his body. A closer look revealed Suho had equipped multiple shadow items: the Minotaur's helm, Kira armor, Cockatrice pendant, Crimson mane armor, and Lizardman boots. He'd gone full shadow armor mode, using everything in his inventory. His stats displayed level 58 with base strength 144 and vitality 80. With the equipment buffs, his strength jumped to 68, vitality to 94, agility to 101, intelligence 97, intelligence 97, intelligence 97. Suho glared at Dong-su, declaring he'd now fight with everything he had. The real fight was about to begin. Dong-su replied mockingly, saying Suho was mistaken if he thought piling up gear would help beat him. But internally, he wondered where all those items suddenly came from. Then reality hit Dong-su like a truck as his eyes widened in fear. Something sinister triggered his deepest nightmare. He looked closer at Suho, recognizing that black haze surrounding him. The shock in his eyes was evident as memories came flooding back. He remembered Song Jinwoo from the previous timeline. In that memory, Jinwoo had looked at him saying he'd consumed himself with greed, so he'd call him Greed. Jinwoo had turned back to Dong-su's shadow form, asking if he liked the name, Hwang Dong-su. The realization hit him hard. Dong-su felt the ominous feeling of having once been a shadow soldier. He remembered being part of Jinwoo's shadow army, half human, half shadow, or something equally dark. He couldn't fully comprehend what he'd been, but the memory left him completely shocked and thrown off balance. Suho stood fully equipped in his darkness armor, cloaked in the armaments he'd put on. Purple and dark aura radiated from him, even his eyes glowing purple. But after letting the feeling sink in for a moment, he decided to turn off the item appearance feature, basically keeping the equipment active but invisible, like an MMORPG where you get the stat benefits without showing the heavy armor. On the other side, Dong-su was shivering. Suho looked confused, trying to figure out what was wrong with him. Dong-su put his hands on his head and crouched down, shaking uncontrollably. He was going through his worst nightmares and trauma, recollecting what happened in the previous world during his encounter with Song Jinwoo. Everything came flooding back from their first face-off, to Jinwoo completely destroying him, stomping him into the ground and making him his shadow soldier. The realization hit Dong-su hard. He thought this had to be an illusion, but the moment he saw the black haze around Suho, memories came flooding in. He realized these weren't someone else's memories. They were definitely his. Those purple eyes, he knew the name of the man who'd looked at him with such condescending eyes. Dong-su gritted his teeth, questioning why he forgot until now. Song Jinwoo, that piece of shit. At that moment, Dong-su began removing his clothes enraged because he couldn't handle that generational lose. Baru came to Suho's side. Suho asked why Hwang Dong-su knew Jinwoo's name. Baru explained that greed was recalling memories from the previous world. When Suho asked what he meant by greed, Baru went into more detail. He explained that Hwang Dong-su wasn't on good terms with Song Jinwoo in the previous world. In the end, he was slain by their liege and became a shadow soldier known as Greed. He must be recalling his past life's memories. Suho questioned whether someone could recover those memories without the shadow key. Baru pointed out that since Wu Jinchul remembered the previous world on his own, it seemed possible. Meanwhile, Dong-su kept muttering about Song Jinwoo and Song Suho, getting increasingly pissed just thinking about both of them at the same time. Dong-soo remembered the family photo in Suho's house showing Sung Suho, Sung Jinwoo, and the mother. He wondered why Jinwoo, that absolute monster, wasn't active as a hunter in this world. Maybe there was a reason he couldn't move or act here. Regardless, Dong-soo was done thinking and talking. He burst through the ground and speed blitzed straight into Suho, landing a direct left hook. Suho blocked with both hands while standing his ground. But Dong-soo wasn't finished. Looking like one of those chimera ants from Hunter x Hunter, he unleashed a barrage of punches in pure rage. His thoughts raced. This black humanoid ability was like the necromancer skills Jinwoo used on him. Even if this kid had similar powers, he was still just a rookie. This was the perfect chance for revenge. As he kept swinging, Suho used his shadow gauntlets to block every attack. Dong-soo's memories of being a shadow soldier surfaced. Though hazy, he remembered the humiliation of serving under Jinwoo, that forced submission. For all those disgraceful moments, Jinwoo's son would pay. The look in Greed's eyes showed he wasn't playing. He was dead serious about eliminating Jinwoo's bloodline to prove he was no longer a slave, but free. While blocking, Suho equipped dual weapons and asked what was with that scared look, glaring back at Dong-soo. Dong-soo was shook. Suddenly, cuts appeared on Dong-soo's arms. As Suho switched from dual blades to a lance, spinning it behind him, he delivered multiple strikes in a blitz, basically turning Dong-soo into a pincushion with various weapons. Suho kept the combo going, making Dong-soo bleed and putting him on defense. Dong-soo couldn't understand how this guy suddenly got stronger. But Suho wasn't done. He reached into his skill set, utilizing the stat-boosting effects of his shadow items, countless weapons he'd collected while grinding field dungeons. Using shadow storage instead of regular inventory, Suho could summon any weapon, bow, gauntlets, sword, shield man, had the whole arsenal. Suho kept leveling up his technique mid-fight. Drawing another sword, he continued attacking Dong-soo, making him bleed more. Then he went even harder, equipping a scythe and dealing massive damage. As Dong-soo bled, he wondered if Jinwoo ever had this ability to freely pull weapons at will. Baru watched from the sidelines, noting the young lord was getting stronger even during battle, not just in levels but in technique and instinct. He thought if Jinwoo could witness Suho's progression right now. As Suho continued unleashing combos with multiple weapons, Baru realized the day Suho would meet Jinwoo might come sooner than expected at this rate. In that moment, Suho delivered the final strike, flipping Dong-soo in the air while cutting him up with dual blades and multiple weapons simultaneously in one devastating blitz. As Dong-soo was basically on the brink of defeat, bruised and bleeding everywhere, this man opened his eyes one last time. In the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow looking like the Shadow Monarch himself. Looking closer, he realized it was Suho, but standing behind him was the silhouette of Jinwoo, like it was Jinwoo's second coming. Seeing that shadow aura around Suho with the shadow spears floating around him, straight aura farming with weapons surrounding him just like Jinwoo used to do, Dong-soo had enough. In that moment, before the final KO, he slammed his leg down, creating a crater, and yelled out, still not giving up. He put all his remaining strength into raising his upper body in both hands, eyes still full of rage, and slammed the ground with everything he had. The entire building collapsed from the massive impact. As he created a crater, he fell, thinking he didn't expect Suho to be this strong. He needed to retreat and regroup. Basically, Dong-soo was running away from the fight. He tried telling himself this wasn't running. It was simply preparing for the kill. But facts. Everyone knew what it really was. His thoughts raced about ambushing Suho when his guard was down in everyday life, or kidnapping someone close to him for leverage. No matter how strong someone was, that wouldn't help. But Suho wasn't giving him that chance. At that very moment, Dong-soo's face went pale, losing all color as he felt Suho's presence behind him. Suho was in the air, ready to deliver a diving kick. The impact when it landed was massive. As the dust settled, there was Suho with his purple aura, and Dong-soo kneeling like he'd been put in his place. Suho had stabbed Dong-soo with a dagger. Leaving the dagger in Dong-soo, the defeated hunter raised his hand, asking if Suho would make him a slave too. He threatened to resist desperately and kill Suho, kill Sung Jinwoo too, declaring this while completely beaten and bloody. But Suho just looked down at him, a greedy man with greedy dreams. He told Dong-soo that someone who couldn't even beat him could never reach his father. Try if you dare, though he doubted Dong-soo could even think that far. Dong-soo screamed Sung Suho's name, and in that very moment, Suho delivered the final blow, ending Dong-su's life. Dong-su really said, "Third time's the charm," but forgot he only got 2 lives to work with. Man caught the same L twice like he was collecting them. First getting turned into Jinwoo's shadow soldier named Greed in the previous timeline, now getting bodied by the sun in this one. Talk about a family tradition of putting this dude in the dirt. Homie really respawned in a whole new timeline just to speedrun getting eliminated by the same bloodline. Like, imagine waiting through an entire world reset just to run it back and lose even worse. Dong-su out here proving that some NPCs are destined to stay NPCs no matter what timeline they're in. Natural selection really said, "Let me make an example out of this one, because there's no way you die to the father, get a second chance at life, and then immediately go pick a fight with the son. That's not even bad luck anymore. That's just poor decision-making skills carrying over between timelines." Bro's permanent record really got 0-2 against the Sung family, written in Cosmic Ink. Multiple level-up notifications popped up as Suho stood over Dong-su's dead body on the floor, bleeding out completely. After analyzing the corpse, Suho realized the man had remembered his past life memories without the shadow key. He figured this showed just how much Dong-su hated his father. Suho asked Baru what he thought about becoming a shadow soldier. Baru turned, saying he considered it a great honor to serve the Shadow Monarch, though he felt the question was low-key disrespectful. Suho's thoughts revealed that becoming a shadow soldier was basically punishment bound to fight eternally as a loyal soldier even after death. Each shadow soldier had their own will and could make judgments, but shadow equipment only contained abilities, like the soul faded, leaving only karma clinging to the body. Suho stepped forward to Dong-su's corpse, placing his hand above it and saying, "Arise." Shadow energy swirled around the lifeless body but then dispersed. A notification popped up. Shadow extraction failed. 2 attempts remaining. Suho looked tight, glancing down at the body. He'd keep trying despite the resistance. "Arise," he commanded again. The shadows swirled, but another notification appeared. Shadow extraction failed. 1 attempt remaining. Baru was getting pressed just watching this disrespect. How dare Greed defy the young monarch when he was just a soldier? Suho paused, kneeling down and placing his hand directly on Dong-su's body. He acknowledged there must be some last scrap of willpower left. He told the corpse to resist all it wanted, but he had no intention of understanding an evil man like him. Pouring more shadow energy than ever before, Suho looked genuinely pissed this time. His energy swirled around him as he declared that even if he had to take it by force, he'd make sure Dong-su would wield his strength for the world. "Arise," he commanded one final time. The scene transitioned to a car pulling up in front of the building, where the fight went down. Choi and Jinchul quickly sprinted toward the explosion site. Choi noted this was where it happened, while Jinchul observed it was close to Suho's house. If Suho had engaged the intruder, they needed to hurry. After the alarm went off, they'd lost contact with Suho, and now there were massive cracks in the walls, definitely signs of an intruder. They stopped when they heard Suho's voice asking what they were doing there. They called out his name in surprise. Suho looked up casually, realizing the Hunter Association had been notified. Jinchul expressed relief. He was safe, asking what happened and where the intruder was. Suho explained that Hwang Dong-su had come. Jinchul confirmed it was really the S-rank villain, and Suho clarified it was close, but he'd managed to end the fight. Choi couldn't believe it. Suho had defeated Hwang Dong-su. Suho smiled, confirming his victory. With that, Suho flexed his newly equipped arm gauntlet with the Greed emblem on it, glowing with purple, fiery energy. The status notification revealed, Shadow Item Greed, Level 1, Creation Grade, Heroic, Type, Gauntlet. Stats showed 10% implementation rate, 280 attack power, with various stat boosts, including plus 114 strength, plus 1 stamina, plus 17 intelligence, plus 17 intelligence, plus 110 sense. The active skill, Smash, cost 400 mana and delivered massive damage to structures with 200% damage to solid objects. The scene shifted to reporters crowding outside the Hunter Association building, inside the testing facility. The same place where Jinwoo once tested to become an S-rank. It looked like Suho was about to follow in those footsteps. One person walked out looking completely disappointed, while his friend threw an arm around him, saying D-rank could still get mining jobs. The guy mentioned he'd been happy just to awaken, and his friend pointed out at least he wouldn't have to risk his life inside gates. Another guy watching this looked pressed. thinking to himself that so far they'd had 4 D ranks and 2 E ranks. This was Kim Chun-suk, 37 years old, unemployed, recently awakened. He clenched his fist thinking he had a good feeling about being next. He didn't need S rank, but even A or B would completely change his life. The receptionist called for the next person and he thought it was his turn, but then heard them call Sung Suho's name instead. As Suho got up, his hair had grown out a bit and he looked more mature. Meanwhile, the other guy was desperately hoping for anything but E rank. When Kim finally got measured, he pulled another E rank and his fate was basically sealed. Back to the main character though, a new S rank hunter had been born in Korea. When Suho stepped out, the paparazzi went absolutely wild. Cameras flashing everywhere, reporters asking if he was the reawakened hunter, the hero from Jungsun Correctional Facility. Breaking news about Sung Suho becoming S rank. He just smiled awkwardly, trying to keep composure without knowing how to respond. From a different building, Jinwoo observed that Suho had reached S rank just as promised. The other S ranks gathered around the table, with Choi noting it was inevitable. At Suho's growth rate, he might soon rival national-level hunters. The foundation was set. Now they needed to clear every remaining field-type dungeon in Korea and beyond, gathering hunters worldwide for the upcoming war to strengthen Sung Jinwoo's position. Baek Yunho pointed out the real problem while they completed their task. Jinwoo mentioned that, even though Stardust was outlawed, it evolved into star fragments and kept spreading. They were evading every investigation like they knew the association's moves. If enemies were hiding among them, they'd need to narrow down who they could trust. Their opponents were more cunning than imagined. Park stood in the corner, eyeing Suho with pure hatred. Then he just vanished, like he was never there, like a ghost. The scene cut to a dungeon in the forest, where Park commanded his star fragment zombies to immobilize a monster with spears. After they'd stabbed it repeatedly even though it was dead, Park told them to stop and gather around him. All kneeled immediately. Park's thoughts revealed that unlike Lee Min-sung, an A-rank hunter couldn't resist star fragments anymore. The issue was the fragments hadn't evolved enough to elevate ranks yet. Since Suho became S-rank, he'd been aggressively expanding territory and assimilating other guilds, basically challenging Park to a recruitment game. With Korea's S ranks under Suho's wing, recruiting here was pointless. Park wondered if he could even win facing Suho head-on. With that unknown growth rate, victory wasn't certain even if he exhausted all his followers. He needed the 4th fragment to obtain the authority of darkness. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hunter Park Do-jing." Park froze, yearning to see another hunter, some clueless girl happy to have found him after getting separated from her party. She asked if she could tag along. Without hesitation, Park shot her straight through the head. He thought nobody really tried talking to him like they were equals. But then something unexpected happened. Bugs started crawling out of her pierced face as her body mutated with grotesque insect parts. She commented on his sharp instincts but questioned his manners, addressing him as Park Dujin, or should she say Itarim Apostle. Park was shook, demanding to know who she was and how she knew him. Her insect body reformed into a silver-haired woman holding a dagger. She introduced herself as Arsha, a resident from another world here to offer the Itarim Apostles a certain proposal. As Arsha walked through the doors, Park demanded to know who the hell she was. She introduced herself as Arsha, a resident from another world who'd come to offer the Itarim Apostles a certain proposal. Park's whole demeanor screamed disbelief. Who did this bitch think she was, walking in here trying to negotiate with him like he was some low-tier scrub? This woman really thought she could just pull up and offer proposals to a god among gods? She must have thought he was fucking stupid or something. The sheer audacity had him looking at her like she was playing in his face, completely disrespecting his entire existence. Park questioned how the fuck she even knew about him. Arsha explained that, by coincidence, she'd been investigating the origins of the stimulant known as Stardust and had approached Lee Min-sung, who was the distributor. And in the process, she found out about the Itarim Apostles beings from another world. Basically, she pulled the classic move, get a guy drunk, sauce him up, let him pillow talk his way into spilling everything. And Lee Min-sung, being the typical finance bro he was, couldn't help himself. As long as the substances were flowing and making him feel good, he'd run his mouth all night. Give that type of dude some attention and validation, and he'd spew all the beans. Rest in peace to that loose-lipped bozo. She continued explaining that her subordinates specialized in gathering information, as Park looked up at the insects swarming around them. In a split second, a quick slash cut through one of the bugs, but Park wasn't done. He commanded his zombie subordinates to stab her, and all three of them impaled her simultaneously from different angles, face, side, and throat, basically cutting her in half. But as one subordinate kept their weapon impaled in her, she began reforming through insect parts. As the bugs reconstructed her body, she looked at him with that sadistic expression, saying it was useless to attack her. The one standing before him was just a simple body clone. With most of her body nearly regenerated through the insects, her eyes showed she knew exactly what he feared. She called out his fear of being exposed to the world, but assured him she was actually there to help. She reformed completely right next to Park and presented a yellow item, explaining it was a modified version of the star fragment currently on the market. With this, he'd probably be able to brainwash even S-rank awakeners. Park took the item and examined it, his thoughts racing. The flames of corrupted souls contained within this star fragment were stronger yet stable. He couldn't believe she'd managed to stabilize something this fucking complicated. She moved close to Park's ear, whispering that she'd supply him with modified star fragments from now on, but in return, she wanted to defeat Sung Suho and the Shadow Monarch together with him. Park's side-eye basically screamed, "There's no fucking way," as he processed this proposal. Park questioned why a resident from this world would help an invader like him. She pointed out his narrow-mindedness, explaining that just because she was a resident here didn't mean she had to side with this world. Park's eyes narrowed as he called out her half-baked excuses. He argued that if she truly wanted to help, she could have approached him when Lee Min-sung was still alive. She mentioned that guys who asked too many questions weren't popular as she started walking away. She explained her choice of sides depended solely on what benefited her most. She revealed she was also a monarch heir like Sung Suho, but had judged that she couldn't work with someone who was the Shadow Monarch's successor. As she walked away with her insects, Park asked if she possessed unusual power like Sung Suho. She clarified that if he meant shadow powers, then no, she had a different kind of ability. To demonstrate, she gestured toward the monster behind Park that had been stabbed to death but somehow rose again like a zombie. Park looked back, noting her finishing touch was rough. The monster roared in rage, despite being essentially dead, trying to strike back. But an insect arm suddenly materialized and choked the monster, squeezing it even harder, despite it already being dead. After a split second, the insect ripped the monster's head clean in half, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The insect retreated back into her finger as she revealed that, as the Plague Monarch's heir, she could do things like this, basically complete manipulation of bugs and insects. Her power was different from Suho's shadow abilities, but equally terrifying in its own right. She looked at Park, pointing out that the enemy of her enemy was her friend, and suggesting they could both gain something by working together. Park stayed silent, processing her proposal. But what she just did, we know he's folding. A dimensional portal opened, and a woman stepped through. As she emerged, two other figures became visible, waiting outside. One was a small mage who acknowledged that Arsha had worked hard. The kid asked how the negotiation with Itarim went. Arsha confirmed he'd agreed to lend them his strength. The kid praised her, saying he expected nothing less. She was amazing. Arsha thanked Pia for the compliment. Meanwhile, a shirtless guy stood in the back with his arms crossed, not saying shit. Arsha's thoughts revealed her assessment of Pardujan, the Itarim apostle. She'd only answered a few of his questions about this world, but he'd agreed surprisingly easily. She figured the Shadow Monarch would get in the way of Itarim's plans anyway, not that it mattered to her personally, she thought while smiling. She mentioned there was also a reason behind the system's directives as she looked at her notification screen, which was radiating red and black energy. Her system showed a quest called Path to Becoming a Monarch. The fourth objective stated that to become a monarch, the Shadow Monarch's existence was an obstacle. It instructed her to form an alliance with the Itarim Apostle, an enemy of the Shadow Monarch. The reward for completing this was unlocking the fifth quest in the Monarch Path. She declared it wasn't far now, for them, the heirs, to become monarchs. These three were apparently all heirs working toward becoming the next generation of monarchs, each with their own system guiding them toward that goal. The game was getting more complex, with multiple players positioning themselves against Suho and the Shadow Monarch's legacy. On a sunny day at a different location, two agents placed a permission slip on the table, explaining this was the best offer they could make. They asked if the person would be willing to participate in an A-rank gate subjugation with the Fame Guild. The guy sitting across from them, Lee Min-seok, a freelancer hunter, reminded them he'd already said multiple times he didn't participate in subjugations above A rank. The agent questioned if it wasn't a waste of his S-rank talents, suggesting if he joined the Fame Guild, it would surely be worth it. Lee shut them down, saying no conditions or persuasion would make him take that risk, and asked them to leave. He covered his face in pure disappointment. This man was already scarred and tired of everything. The agent pressed further, pointing out he was one of the few S-rank hunters in Korea and asking if an A-rank dungeon wasn't reasonable enough. Lee revealed he had nightmares every night of being devoured by monsters. He described how countless monsters gathered to feast on him, gnawing at his arms, legs, and torso without mercy. He questioned what the point of being an S-rank hunter was when in front of those monsters he trembled like a frightened child. The scene showed booze bottles, waste, and clutter everywhere. This guy was clearly depressed as fuck, looking completely dead inside. Lee asked them not to come see him again. The agents left and closed the door, while Lee stood by the window, completely broken, thinking about the PTSD from his dungeon experiences. As the agents walked away, one asked if they were really leaving like that. The other pointed out they'd seen his eyes. He was dead inside and they couldn't reason with him. What did rank matter if he couldn't fight? Then, one agent looked back, noticing someone approaching. She recognized it was Park. Park knocked on Lee's door, getting his attention. When Lee saw Park through the door, he identified him as an S-rank member of the Grim Reaper Guild. He mentioned hearing that Reaper Guild members were rude, but questioned if Park thought it was acceptable to barge into somebody's office without notice. Park told Lee he came because he heard there was an S-rank who trembled before monsters. Lee asked if Park came to pick a fight, stating he didn't need help. As Park began walking closer, Lee flared his aura, radiating energy while commanding him to stop. Lee showed his dominance, warning Park not to come any closer unless he wanted to get roasted alive, his eyes, body, and spirit glowing white with power. But Park didn't give a single fuck about the threat. He swiftly placed the new star fragment straight into Lee's head. With a flash, Park told Hunter Lee not to worry. From now on, the things he'd be facing wouldn't be monsters. Lee's eyes began transforming into those of the Itarim zombies. As Park released the fragment, it slowly got absorbed into Lee's body. Lee collapsed, hitting that fentanyl fold for a second before going down completely. Park looked down to observe how this would turn out. Park's thoughts revealed his assessment of the situation, the Shadow Monarch's heir Sung Suho, and the emergence of other Monarch heirs who opposed the darkness. The tide of the game had begun shifting with the appearance of unforeseen variables. He noted they focused too much on invasions from other worlds and failed to notice the cracks forming from within. He decided he'd make good use of that crack, having just possessed another S-rank hunter. The corruption was spreading through Korea's S-ranks from the inside out, and Park was orchestrating it all while everyone else focused on external threats. Lee Min-seok, the traumatized S-rank hunter who couldn't fight anymore, had just become another. At a different location in the control tower, multiple people worked on computers, navigating and directing air traffic. An orange-haired guy with headphones received a radio call from Flight CAL-472 requesting the control tower to respond. The control tower operator responded affirmatively, asking them to proceed. The pilot reported they were currently at flight level 350, coordinates North XX East XX over South Korean airspace, and had a question. He asked if it was possible for snow to fall at this altitude. The control tower guy stated the obvious. Of course, it didn't snow above the clouds. The pilot agreed. That's what common sense dictated, then questioned how he should explain what he was seeing. As the pilot looked out, he spotted a portal in the sky, basically a dungeon gate up in the atmosphere that was somehow producing snow. The pilot's face went pale with dread as he took a closer look at the portal, realizing something was inside it. He reported a gate detected above South Korea's airspace. The control tower operator freaked out, repeating, "A gate?" in disbelief. The pilot continued reporting that a violent snowstorm was forming around the gate and, at this rate, they might crash, initiating emergency landing procedures. At that moment, the control tower operator's face went completely pale as the communication cut off. He'd just lost a plane. Everyone in the control tower looked at their colleague in complete shock, asking what the hell just happened. In a different location, a monster with furiously glowing eyes and menacing teeth looked ready to tear into something. The creature lunged forward, charging at whatever it was attacking. A second later, purple lines appeared all over the monster's body as it got sliced into pieces. In that split second, its body obliterated completely. The attacker turned out to be a hunter wearing shadow armor and a cloak, dual-wielding a dagger and another weapon, having just diced the monster into bits like it was nothing. This hunter turned out to be the goat himself, Song Suho, rocking his new greed gauntlet and fresh haircut. Then he realized something. He still hadn't tested out Greed's skill yet. Looking at the gauntlet, he noted he could feel his stats increasing after equipping Greed. It was a shame he couldn't check the skill properly, though. He wondered if the manifestation rate rose with levels. Could he eventually reach S-rank stats? The display showed shadow item Greed at level 1, creation rank, heroic, type, gauntlet, with stat manifestation at 20%. Attack power at 280, strength plus 28, vitality plus 22, agility plus 20, intelligence plus 20, intelligence plus 21st, perception plus 20. The active skill, Smash, cost 400 mana and delivered a powerful strike dealing massive damage to solid structures, with damage to solid objects increased. Suho figured since the Mana Stone bonding was finished, he'd better wrap things up before the dungeon collapsed. His thoughts revealed that shadow soldiers only lasted a day, so he needed to turn them into shadow items if he wanted to keep them permanently. Currently, he had 340 stored shadow items. First, he'd release the lower-ranked ones, then create new ones using the shadow soldiers he'd gained here. He released the shadow soldiers, calling them back as they gathered around him in one spot using his shadow skill. A notification popped up. Shadow skill creation had leveled up. The chances of creating higher-ranked items with shadow creation had increased. Suho's eyes went wide with surprise at this development. In that moment, man manifested multiple shadow weapons, swords, axes, daggers, shields, literally the whole arsenal floating around him. Looking at all his shadow weapons, he noted that as the skill level rose, higher-grade items were definitely appearing more often. The proportion of common-grade items had decreased. With this, he might be able to get heroic grade or even higher items. But then Suho looked down and noticed something that made him pause. He'd gotten another hero-grade item, but why another gauntlet of all things? It hadn't even been long since he got Greed. He thought it was a shame you couldn't customize the appearance of hero-grade gear. Compared to the new gauntlet he just received, Greed seemed to have higher stat bonuses. He decided he'd just store it for now. As Suho stored the Manticore gear and walked out, he noticed 2 Hunter Association workers outside. His thoughts acknowledged that, thanks to the association convincing the other guilds, he could keep clearing field-type dungeons. Still, he hadn't been able to find any Stardust factories in the dungeons. Did they anticipate his movements and relocate ahead of time? One worker approached Suho, congratulating him on his work and starting to mention the next field dungeon, but Suho looked away. His phone buzzed with a notification telling all summoned hunters to report to the Hunter Association immediately. He wondered what the hell happened that required immediate attention. At the Hunter Association, S-ranks gathered in the building looking like some serious shit had gone down. Park Jong-soo, an A-rank hunter and Night Order guildmaster, noted internally that all guild leaders representing South Korea were gathering. He was the only A-rank present. Maybe he got called specifically because he was A-rank. Baek Yunho addressed the room, assuming everyone knew why this emergency meeting was called. Choi responded. It was probably about the gate that appeared in South Korea's airspace. Lim Taegyu added that this meeting was to determine the gate's ownership. Ma Dongwook declared that was funny. The Fame Guild would be taking this gate. He then looked at Lim Taegyu, mentioning he'd heard good news about Lim recruiting the S-rank hunter Lee Min-seok. He questioned how Lim convinced that stubborn bastard when their guild couldn't, no matter how hard they tried. Lim responded it wasn't him but Hunter Park Dujin who achieved that feat. He just happened to have capable guild members. Choi looked completely pressed hearing this. At that moment, Suho burst through the door, apologizing for being late. He was sweating, explaining he'd been finishing a field-type dungeon. The other hunters looked up, surprised to see S-rank Sung Suho arriving. They immediately swarmed him, one greeting him warmly, while the A-rank hunter pitched for Suho to join the Night Order Guild, promising the best treatment. Another suggested the Fame Guild. Choi observed this felt familiar, probably remembering similar recruitment attempts from the past. Sung Suho politely declined both offers, saying he had no plans to join a guild. Both hunters looked absolutely crushed, like they'd just gotten rejected by their high school crush, sulking defeated in the corner. Suho pulled up a seat and greeted Choi. Choi's internal thoughts noted that, once again, Suho turned them down without hesitation. Suho's thoughts revealed that looking around, He was the only one present without a guild. Maybe creating his own guild would make recruiting others easier. He should seriously consider founding one. Wu Jinchul walked into the building with his assistant. Another hunter called out, noting Jinchul looked like shit and asking if he had a stomachache or something. Jinchul apologized, explaining it took time to organize the data, but thanked everyone for responding to the association's summons. Jinchul sat down and got straight to business, having his agent distribute briefing papers. He explained that, as everyone was aware, a gate appeared above Korean airspace yesterday. It was first discovered by a passenger aircraft pilot in flight, but the plane got caught in the surrounding mana and crashed, causing many casualties. The Hunter Association quickly dispatched A-rank hunters to measure the gate's mana output. However, the mana emitting from the gate far surpassed that of an A-rank gate. They'd classified the gate that appeared in the sky as S-rank. All the hunters went pale with shock. Suho's thoughts questioned if this was the first S-rank gate since the Great Cataclysm. Choi stated the thing they feared most had finally appeared, his eyes glowing red and trembling. Suho noted that even hunters who remembered the past looked terrified. Were S-rank gates really that dangerous? Suho suggested that if they all prepared together, they could handle it, right? Baru appeared on Suho's shoulder, stating that would be difficult. He explained that even if all their strength was gathered, it would amount to nothing more than food for the ants. Other hunters noticed Beru, recognizing him as the summoned creature everyone had been talking about. Hunter Sung Suho's familiar. Out of nowhere, one hunter got crazy chills and began shivering, wondering why his body was trembling suddenly. Suho smacked Baru, asking what he knew that was making the atmosphere this tense, threatening to put him back in his shadow. Baru responded that he knew better than anyone, because the ruler of an S-rank gate that appeared in the previous world was none other than himself. Beru declared he was the ruler of the S-rank gate in the previous world, looking sad with tears in his eyes while everyone just stared at him. One S-rank hunter was still shivering in the corner like a whole bitch. Suho's internal thoughts processed that Baru was the boss of an S-rank dungeon, a beast that even S-rank hunters feared. Looking at Baru with that knowledge hit different. Choi mentioned that now that he thought about it, the summoned creature reminded him of something. Lim Taeju in the back was shaking and sweating bullets, looking like a straight boosta about to fold. Baek Yunho noted it looked like the ant hunter Sung Jinwoo used to summon. Even Jinchul was startled by this revelation. Baru began emanating aura as everyone discussed him, laughing a little. He went on about how the moment they faced this mighty predator, they instinctively realized they were nothing but prey. He told them to bow their heads and beg for their lives before this predator, calling them pathetic weaklings. While Baru was straight aura farming, feeling himself, Suho's fist came flying from behind and knocked him upside the head. Suho questioned why Baru was threatening their allies while Baru's head got sent flying like a volleyball that just got spiked. Baru apologized to the young monarch, admitting he got carried away by superiority he hadn't felt in ages. Choi continued, asking if what Baru said was true. Could this summon clear an S-rank gate? Suho explained it would be difficult, that was in the past, but right now Baru had lost all his abilities and was basically useless. Baru was devastated, wondering why Suho would do him dirty like that. They were all glazing him, and now Suho just ruined his whole aura. The A-rank hunter admitted he didn't really understand what was being discussed, and another S-rank agreed. Choi adjusted his glasses, stating that a single experience was better than 1,000 words. He asked Hunter Sung Suho if he could help those two recover their past memories as well. Suho agreed, pulling out the shadow key. Shadow energy emanated from it like crazy, spreading across the entire room. Suho smirked as he pulled out the shadow key, knowing these hunters were about to get the craziest PTSD flashback of their lives. All the hunters reacted with confusion, questioning what he meant by past memories. As both hunters regained their memories, their faces went pale, completely hollow like dead zombies. One hunter processed that the world had been reset, while the other questioned if it being similar to the Jeju S-rank gate meant they'd have to fight monsters like back then. Jinchul explained that a dungeon break happens 7 days after a gate appears. If the S-rank gate in the sky broke, the damage would be immeasurable. One hunter raised his hand, asking if the break happened in the sky. Wouldn't the monsters just fall and die immediately? Meanwhile, another hunter was shivering in the corner, reliving all the traumatic shit from the past. Jinchul clarified that the association had investigated that angle too. However, they'd confirmed the gate's altitude had been steadily dropping since discovery. At this rate, by day 7 when the break occurred, it would be positioned right in the center of Seoul. With that revelation, one hunter sat his ass down, stating that with a moving gate, the only option was to clear it. Baek Yunho was shaking in the corner, thinking about how, right when they needed to face the foreign threat called Itarim, they were struggling with just an S-rank gate. The fact that Suho defeated S-rank Hwang Dongsu meant Suho's growth might have surpassed theirs. At this rate, their presence would only drag him down. It had been a long time since he felt this powerless, he thought while banging his head on the table. Lim Taegyu mentioned that even the S-rank raid in the previous world was only possible because he was there. Choi added that if Hunter Sung Jinwoo was here right now, things would be different. Everyone went dead silent after that. Suho observed that everyone seemed uneasy. Baru chimed in, telling him not to shoulder the burden alone. When Jinwoo defeated him back then, his level was higher than Suho's current level. Suho's thoughts raced. His dad's level was higher back then. Did that mean it was impossible for him now? Was it really impossible? His mind flashed back to that hellish dungeon training, breaking himself, torturing himself, going through absolute hell to unlock that job advancement. That moment had felt pretty much hopeless too. Suho wondered if he even had the courage and mentality to go through what Jinwoo had endured to get that much stronger. But that no longer mattered. Everyone here felt terrible. Everyone felt his dad's absence deeply. Ready or not, the S-rank gate had already appeared. At this rate, they'd fail this trial and perish. He needed to find something he could do, not his father, but him. He needed to find the answer somehow. With that determination, Suho clenched his teeth as a quest notification appeared. The quest information read, S-rank raid. Use everything the player can do to clear the S-rank raid in the sky. Suho looked at the notification with surprise, confused about what it meant at first. Then he felt an ominous touch on his shoulder, like Jinwoo was actually using the system notification to communicate with him. After feeling that presence, Suho quickly turned around, sensing something behind him. But when he looked back, there was nothing there except the door. Choi asked if Hunter Suho was okay. Suho didn't respond verbally, but thought about the quest description. Everything the player can do felt like the system was telling him the answer was within him. Then Suho's eyes widened as he realized something. He addressed Baek Yunho, confirming he was a physical combat type hunter like himself. Baek Yunho confirmed this, but seemed confused. Suho's thoughts raced. He still had that item. He pulled out the gauntlets he'd gotten earlier from the field-type dungeon but hadn't used. He suggested the name White Tiger's Fist, or maybe Byakko, would work perfectly. Suho presented the Byakko Level 1 Creation Rank, heroic gauntlets with their stats, manifestation rate 10%, attack 130, STR plus 6, vitality plus 4, AGI plus 5, INT plus 1, PER plus 4. Suho called out to Baek Yunho and handed over the gauntlets, saying he wanted to test something and asking if Baek Yunho could help him. With that, they headed to a gate to test Suho's theory about empowering the other hunters with his shadow equipment. All the S-rank hunters gathered right behind the gate. Choi realized this was a B-rank gate and wondered what Suho was trying to do by bringing them here. Suho and Jinchul stood next to each other while Suho pondered his next move. What they couldn't believe was seeing Hunter Baek Yunho actually hunting monsters. With the gauntlet Suho gave him, Baek Yunho went into his beast transformation and was going absolutely ballistic on the monsters. Jinchul asked what it meant for Hunter Baek Yunho to be hunting monsters like this. Suho explained he wanted to test equipment created with his ability. Jinchul questioned if this was an ability to create equipment, noting it wasn't like Hunter Sung Jinwoo's summoning ability. Suho confirmed it was similar but different. His father's shadow soldiers were permanent and could form a growing army. But Suho's shadow soldiers disappeared after one day. He couldn't do what his father could. Jinchul went silent at this admission. But Suho wasn't about to kill the vibe, telling them not to get too quiet since his aura was still valid. Even if it wasn't the same method, there was something he could do. He showed off his shadow gauntlets, looking at his shadow hand while explaining his shadow creation ability let him turn soldiers into shadow gear. Some shadow gear could level up and grant the wearer the stats the soldiers had in life. Jinchul was shocked, asking if the gauntlets he gave Baek Yunho were growth-type gear. Choi questioned if what Suho said was true. Could the wearer grow stronger by hunting monsters? Suho confirmed he thought it was possible, but the problem was he didn't know if anyone besides him could actually level up the gear. That's why he was watching Baek Yunho slaughter ants left and right, going absolutely crazy on them. Baek Yunho's thoughts revealed the gauntlets Suho gave him were beyond imagination. Forget the performance stats, just wearing them taught him a skill naturally. He activated the skill Ambush, mana cost 20 Wei, which let him suddenly leap forward to close distance and deal damage, with movement speed increasing by 30% for 1 second after use. He was blitzing through monsters with ease, using this new acquired skill. With that, Suho smirked, knowing shit was about to get real good. Even though Baek Yunho just got this new gear, he felt completely different, much stronger, much faster. Baek Yunho looked at the glove, noting how his body felt lighter. Suho turned to address all the S-ranks, declaring they had 6 days until the S-rank gates dungeon break. He'd create gear for all of them before then, no matter what. He clenched his fist, telling them that for the trial ahead, they should fight and overcome it together. Something ignited and sparked in the S-rank's eyes. Choi asked if Hunter Sung Suho could make fire enhancement gear too. Lim Taegyu jumped in, demanding Suho make his bow first. Suho had to explain that wasn't something he could choose. The gear type wasn't up to him. All the S-ranks started going crazy, basically fighting for Suho's attention. They were like, yo bro, think about me, come on, support me, I need something too. You gonna forget about me though? Another hunter questioned if, even as an A rank, he could grow as strong as an S rank. Someone else suggested they should receive gear by seniority. In the back, Jinchul was smiling because people finally started seeing Suho's magic. He remembered that Hunter Sung Jinwoo's power was absolute. He needed no one's help. But Suho's power was the opposite. It was designed to lead everyone. To those who couldn't help in the previous world, Suho's power represented hope to fight again. If they could fight beside Jinwoo, Suho would be the one to make it happen. Jinchul believed Suho would bring all the hunters together to achieve that goal. Though it was still a distant dream in Jinchul's mind, he hoped that day would surely come. The contrast was perfect. Where Jinwoo stood alone as an absolute power, Suho would stand as the one who elevated everyone around him. The S-ranks who felt powerless against the upcoming threat now had real hope, all because of Suho's unique ability to share his power through shadow equipment. At a resort, 2 people were chilling by the pool area. Thomas Andre was laying in his chair while his assistant talked to him. The assistant mentioned that she thought he'd forgotten something. Thomas asked what she meant. She reminded him that not long ago he said he'd go to Korea after the scavenger guild visited. Thomas acknowledged he meant the meeting with Sung Suho, calling it a fruit that was still too ripe for harvest. She was confused by his analogy, asking what the fuck he meant by fruit. He explained that after making an example out of the scavenger guild, their public image had deteriorated. Plus, Sung Suho had gone through a second reawakening to become S rank. Even if they went to Korea right now, there was nothing to gain from it. She questioned if he didn't want to avenge Hwang Dong-soo. Thomas clarified. It wasn't about revenge. He simply wanted to ensure Dong-soo's death had great worth. Wasn't that the greatest form of honoring him? She passed him a tablet, suggesting maybe the time had come. She showed him details about Suho and explained that after the Great Cataclysm, the first S-rank gate had appeared in Korea. They were currently requesting different countries to dispatch hunters for help. Thomas smiled, processing what she'd said. The fruit was finally ripe. He stood up, telling Laura to prepare the private plane and contact Korea that the Scavenger Guild would be sending help. They were going to Korea immediately. She acknowledged his orders. Thomas made a promise to Dong-soo that he'd make sure a great price was paid for his death. The scene transitioned to Choi, looking down at what the hell he was holding, a shadow item made by Suho. It was glowing with menacing shadow energy, and the bracelet was even looking back at him. The item turned out to be a torch-type item, creation-grade heroic, with stats implementation rate 10%. Defense power 40, STR plus 3, AGI plus 5, Sense plus 4, Stamina plus 4, Intelligence plus 9. Flame damage increased by 50%. The active skill, Rapid Burn. Level 1 required 300 mana for 1 minute, reducing cooldown time for flame skills by 30%. Choi was basically holding growth-type equipment that would make him even more cracked at fire magic, courtesy of Suho's shadow creation ability. Claude can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. Suho told Choi this was the shadow item he prepared for him, named Torch. Choi was surprised by the name, but thanked him. His internal thoughts revealed he was processing that this was growth-type equipment Sung Suho made specifically for him. Could he also become stronger using this to hunt monsters? Choi snapped back to reality and mentioned he'd heard Suho gave other hunters growth-type weapons too. He asked if this wasn't too much strain on him. Even though Suho was clearly shaking from the pressure, he held his composure and said he was all right. He'd already made weapons for all the hunters present at the previous meeting. Choi's thoughts noted Suho didn't look all right at all. Beru popped out explaining it couldn't be helped, that Suho was exhausted. He'd been hunting monsters day and night to create heroic-grade weapons. Man had been grinding like crazy, using his remaining time to complete Amut's daily quests. He'd been going for 2 days straight without rest, only using potions to recover. Choi thought to himself that Suho had pushed himself way too hard to keep his word. He needed to work harder so Suho's efforts wouldn't go to waste. Suho mentioned that once he delivered the gauntlets to Associate President Woo Jin-chul, he'd be done. Choi offered to go with him to the Hunter Association. Suho said that wasn't necessary, but Choi insisted he had business there anyway. Thomas Andre was scheduled to visit. Suho was shocked, asking if he meant the American national-level hunter. The scene transitioned to the building where Suho and Jin-chul were walking down the path. Something caught Suho's eye. There were a lot of people in front of the association president's office. All different faces turned to look at them. Different races, different aesthetics. The international hunters had arrived, and the atmosphere was tense with all these foreign S-ranks gathering in one place. Suho noticed all the different hunters. Guy with the beard, guy with tats, guy in a hoodie, guy with rings. They were all there. Choi and Suho crossed paths with them, and Choi turned back to tell Suho those were probably members of the scavenger guild led by Thomas Andre. He asked Hunter Sung Suho to wait there for a moment. Choi walked away, leaving Suho surrounded by Thomas Andre's hunters. Suho's thoughts revealed these were the scavenger guild members, the same guild that attacked them in the pyramid dungeon and monopolized the rewards. Now they were participating in this S-rank gate too. As Choi slowly opened the door, he saw Jin-chul, Thomas Andre, and his assistant inside. Jin-chul acknowledged Choi had arrived. Choi sat down as Jin-chul introduced him as the commander of Korea's raid strike team. Choi introduced himself as being from the Hunters Guild. His internal thoughts acknowledged this was America's #1 hunter. Thomas Andre sat there with his absolutely shredded physique, 12-pack abs on display, arms open, man spreading like he owned the place. He said it was a pleasure to meet them, doubting he needed any introduction. Choi felt that overwhelming presence. Laura, Thomas's assistant, got straight to business about the conditions for the Scavenger Guild's participation in the S-rank gate. First, except for the Scavenger Guild, Korea wouldn't accept support from any foreign countries. Second, their guild would take 80% of the gate's rewards. Jin-chul was shocked, questioning if 80% wasn't outrageous. Thomas repeated outrageous and put his leg on the table, slamming it down. He declared this was a perfectly reasonable offer. The fact that the Korean Association requested foreign support meant they judged they couldn't clear the S-rank gate alone. Considering the damage from a potential dungeon break, this was cheap. Choi and Jin-chul exchanged side-eyes. Jin-chul's thoughts noted they weren't here to negotiate, but to threaten them. Inchul explained they requested support because they couldn't accurately gauge the danger levels of an S-rank gate. Besides, they should already know that 2 additional S-rank hunters had recently appeared in Korea. The power play was obvious. Thomas Andre was flexing hard, trying to strong-arm Korea into accepting his terms while they were desperate for help with the S-rank gate. They clarified that 2 additional S-rank hunters had recently appeared in Korea. No matter how they looked at it, Thomas's conditions were absurd. They'd refuse the Scavenger Guild's support and request aid from another nation. Thomas Andre asked if they were aware of the incident that occurred in the field-type dungeon in Egypt. He explained that, regrettably, due to that incident, they lost their lead member Hwang Dong-soo and several other valuable guild members. He'd heard that aside from Scavenger Guild members, the Asher Guild and a party of Korean hunters were also present at that time. After that incident, rumors started spreading that the Scavenger Guild was below the Asher Guild. To clear that disgrace, he went to the Asher Guild himself. Through one of their members, he learned the name of the Korean hunter who was with them. He asked Laura what that name was again. Laura stated it was Sung Suho, and both Jin-chul and Choi were shocked. Thomas Andre started scratching his head, confirming it. Sung Suho seemed to be involved in Dong-soo's death. Andre's anger started showing as veins popped on his forehead. He declared that if they refused his proposal, the damage incurred by the Scavenger Guild must be paid with the life of Korea's S-rank hunter. Did they still intend to refuse? Or perhaps their ultimate weapon, the raid commander himself, would stop him? That was another option. Choi gritted his teeth but started sweating. He realized he had to hold back because they were dealing with the Itarim apostles and the S-rank gate. If they made enemies of even the Scavenger Guild now, it would only end up shackling Suho even more. His internal thoughts revealed how pissed he was. He thought they were getting reinforcements, but it turned out they were just dealing with bandits. The tension in the room was thick as fuck. Thomas Andre was basically threatening to kill Suho if they didn't accept his extortion-level demands, using Dongsu's death as justification for his power play. Some young punk interrupted the meeting, barging in despite the Scavenger Guild members trying to hold him back. Suho didn't give a single fuck, just telling them to get out of his way as he pushed through. After making that entrance, Thomas Andre started getting heated, eyeing both Suho and Choi. Suho looked at Choi and Jinwoo, with Choi calling out his name. Suho apologized for cutting in suddenly, saying if this caused trouble, they could scold him later. Choi asked what he was trying to do. Suho pushed all the Scavenger Guild members away and shook them off, addressing the fact that Thomas was an American national-level hunter. He proposed that if the Scavenger Guild wanted 80%, they should actually earn it. For anything that came out of the gate, whoever took it first owned it. If the Scavenger Guild really was superior, then grabbing more than 80% of the resources should be easy, right? Choi and Jinwoo were surprised by this bold proposal. Thomas Andre found it interesting. He stood up, walked over to Suho, and looked down at him with that intimidating height difference. He threatened to turn Suho into paste right there, asking what would happen then. His aura started flaring as he glared at Suho, clenching his teeth. They were having a straight-up aura battle. Suho responded that if Thomas did that, the Scavenger Guild would walk away with the reputation of being the guild that flew all the way to Korea just to cause a ruckus and leave. Suho flared his own aura back, making it clear he wasn't backing down. He also questioned what made Thomas so sure he'd be the one to lose. This was unprecedented energy. Thomas Andre took off his shades, glared at Suho, and called him a fucking brat. Both of them began having an intense aura showdown, their power clashing in the room. The tension was absolutely insane as these two S-rank hunters faced off, neither willing to back down. The confrontation between Korea's newest S-rank and America's national-level hunter was about to pop off, with everyone else in the room caught between these two absolute units refusing to yield an inch. Jinwoo stood at the podium in front of everyone, announcing they'd begin the S-rank raid operation briefing. He explained the major problem with attacking the gate located above Seoul to the group of S-ranks. Even if they entered by aircraft, due to the dungeon's nature-disabling machinery, there'd be no way to escape after clearing it mid-air. In that sense, the gate's altitude gradually dropping was an opportunity. As the dungeon break approached, the gate would descend low enough to be seen from the ground. At that point, hunters aboard aircraft with pilot hunters would enter the gate. After safely landing inside the dungeon, the best plan was to defeat the boss within a day and return safely through the lower gate. Someone in the crowd questioned if it was this difficult just to enter the gate. Could they really defeat an S-rank boss in just one day? Thomas Andre, with his cocky ass, interjected, saying their Scavenger Guild would enter separately from the Korean hunters. Jinwoo argued it was a dangerous raid and everyone must work together. Thomas Andre shot back. That wasn't it. The Korean Association who suggested making it a competition. They'd said they'd fight over limited resources inside the gate. He then noticed Song Suho wasn't present, mockingly asking if he got scared and ran away. Jinwoo didn't respond verbally, but his thoughts revealed yesterday's incident made Thomas Andre target Suho. Yesterday's conflict was barely diffused with Laura's help. It was dangerous to let those two meet. Park Dujin spoke up, explaining Sung Suho was currently in a raid. Thomas Andre commented that Suho didn't even manage his condition, overclocking like that, typical rookie hunter. He then asked who Park was supposed to be. Park introduced himself properly. Thomas Andre recognized him as the one who became S-rank around the same time as Suho. Park said it was an honor to meet the national-level hunter. Thomas Andre told Park that unlike Suho, he had potential. If he ever wanted to work together, he should contact him. He'd treat Park better than his current offer. Park said he'd think about it, while Lim Taegyu got offended just hearing that recruitment attempt. Thomas Andre suggested they decide who enters the gate first with a coin toss, heads for Scavenger Guild, tails for Korean Association. He flipped the coin, asking if there were objections. Everyone was locked in watching the coin. Jinchul, Choi, Baek Yunho, and even Park. Park smiled mysteriously as the coin fell, knowing something the others didn't about this whole situation. The scene shifted to Park's flashback with Arsha, the Plague Monarch descendant. She mentioned hearing he was joining the S-rank raid too. Park just glared at her. Before finally telling her he told her not to spy on him through bugs. She claimed she'd learned it by coincidence while monitoring Sun Suho. Her thoughts revealed Suho had only one goal, defeating Thomas Andre. He was raiding day and night, so focused he didn't notice their presence, which worked in their favor. She asked Park how it felt getting close to the Shadow Monarch's heir, suggesting it would be fun to stab him in the back once he trusted Park as a friend. Park responded that he didn't understand the concept of friendship enough to exploit it. She found it sad he had no friends. Then she brought up the gate they were entering. When Park asked why she'd go in, she dropped the bomb. They were the ones who created the gate. Behind her stood the two other Monarch descendants. Park was shocked, asking if they'd artificially created a gate. She confirmed that with Pia's ability, they could create gates. Pia ran up enthusiastically, confirming this. Arsha explained the ability wasn't stable. Not only did it create the gate in the sky, but it kept falling toward the ground. Pia complained that Arsha didn't have to explain everything. Park admitted that was actually really useful, asking if the ability could also open passages to other worlds. Arsha shut that down, saying obviously not, even a monarch couldn't do that. If he even thought about targeting Pia, she'd tell Suho his true identity, so he better prepare himself. She mentioned that if he was entering too, it would be their first time actually cooperating, reaching out her hand to Park. Park declined, saying he had something else to do. He planned to use the chaos of this S-rank gate to recruit Thomas Andre as a believer. Arsha noted that after S-rank Lee Min-seok, now a national-level hunter, Park was moving fast. Well, if he succeeded and the hunter entered the S-rank gate, it worked in their favor. Park turned and started walking away, saying they should just hope not to interfere with each other. She asked if he wasn't going to ask why they created the gate. Park said he wasn't interested. Their relationship existed because they had a deal. If she wasn't telling him, it meant she wasn't confident it would persuade him. The revelation that the Monarch descendants deliberately created this S-rank gate as part of their plan added another layer to the already complex situation. Everyone was playing their own game within this raid. She smiled, saying he was such a difficult man. But thinking about it, she admitted she definitely couldn't be friends with this guy. With that, he walked away from the gate area. Pia talked to Arsha, asking if it was really okay to form a friendly relationship with the Yataram Apostle. It was scary thinking about what would happen if they actually succeeded in invading this world. Forcing the gate open had caused her body to deteriorate significantly. Cracks were visible on Pia's face as she questioned if the system was really on their side. Arsha placed her hand on Pia, asking if she doubted the system that had been helping them. Arsha's aura started getting intense, calling Pia a naughty child. She reminded Pia what happened when she followed the quest exactly. With her unstable ability that normally couldn't even open a proper gate, she managed to create an S-rank gate. She grew because of the quest. Arsha insisted the system would definitely make them monarchs. She hugged Pia, saying she must not doubt the system. Arsha had been able to find Pia, who was wandering alone in the dimensional rift because of the system's guidance. Its quest had led her there. If they followed the quest, they'd become perfect monarchs. Pia began crying, apologizing, and saying she wouldn't doubt anymore. Arsha called her a good girl, while the other monarch descendant with the axe and masculine build stayed silent in the background. A notification popped up in front of Arsha. She said it was time to greet their new companion. The quest read, Path to Becoming a Monarch 6. The player has successfully opened the S-rank gate. Find the Frost Monarch's heir inside the gate and recruit them as an ally. Recruit the Frost heir. Reward. Unlock quest path to becoming a Monarch 7. The scene transitioned to an aircraft station where all the hunters gathered, ready to raid the gate. Thomas Andre stood next to his assistant, commenting on how even B-rank and above hunters had to serve as minors in this raid. Thomas asked Laura if she knew what this crisis signified, an unprecedented S-rank gate appearing for the first time. She asked if anything ever mattered to him besides money and power. He admitted that was correct, but suggested adding a spoonful of romance to it. What was needed in a moment of crisis was a hero. Thomas's massive frame looked up at the gate, declaring that a hero was born in situations just like this. The pieces were all moving into place. The monarch descendants had their own agenda inside the gate. Park was planning to recruit Thomas Andre, and everyone was about to enter, not knowing the gate was artificially created with a specific purpose in mind. She asked if he intended to become one. Thomas Andre laughed, saying if it made money, that was fine. Suho walked up right next to Thomas Andre. Thomas commented on Suho finally showing up, reminding him that the Scavenger Guild had first entry. The gap would be huge from the start. What would Suho do about it? Suho didn't respond verbally, just glared at him. But he walked forward, raising his right hand dismissively, telling Thomas to think of it as a handicap. Thomas asked Laura how many days it had been since they met Suho at the association. She said 3 days ago. Thomas's thoughts revealed he was shook. Was he imagining it? It seemed like Suho was a completely different person from just a few days ago. He was sensing a different type of aura from him. Suho looked up at the gate, thinking to himself that this S-rank gate felt like a completely different level of danger from any gate he'd seen before. Choi called out, asking why Suho had such a serious expression. Didn't he finish the preparations perfectly? The scene showed all the S-ranks gathered together with Suho's equipment, looking absolutely cracked. Choi looked badass, Bayek looked badass, even Lim Taegyu for once looked badass. They all had Suho's shadow armaments equipped and ready. Choi asked if Suho thought they'd lose to Scavenger Guild. Suho looked back smiling, saying, "Of course not." After hearing that, Thomas Andre couldn't help but get pressed and angry. Park stood in the back with his S-rank puppet, chilling, while Arsha's bug monitored the situation, spying on everyone. With that, the planes took off with all the S-ranks aboard. They flew straight into the S-rank gate. The S-rank raid was starting now. The scene transitioned to inside the gate. There was a massive plane crash in a snowfield with fire everywhere and broken trees. Suho was laying on the ground, shocked, with snow and ice on his face. His thoughts revealed his confusion, wondering how the hell he ended up in this situation. The raid had barely started and shit had already gone sideways. The S-rank gate was living up to its dangerous reputation right from the jump. Claude can make mistakes. The scene flashed back to before entering the gate. Suho sat inside the aircraft, tapping his feet rapidly with a serious expression on his face. Someone called out to him, noting he looked anxious. Suho glanced over to see it was Hunter Park Do-jin. Suho told Park he was thinking about how the Scavenger Guild, going in ahead of them, could take all the rewards first. His thoughts revealed frustration about Thomas Andre. He couldn't believe they chose who entered first with a coin toss while he wasn't around. Park pointed out that being anxious didn't change the fact they were going in after Scavenger Guild. Bakuno told Suho not to worry too much. Scavenger had to bring a separate mining team, while Summons had a much bigger advantage in that aspect. Suho perked up, asking if Bakuno really thought so. Park observed Suho, noting internally that his magic power had increased compared to a couple weeks ago. It wasn't just him either. All the Korean hunters' magic power had increased. He wondered if it was because of the weapons Suho gave them. All the S-rank's auras had completely leveled up. Even Lim Taegyu's depressed ass had improved, though he still looked sad as hell. Every other hunter was locked in and focused. Suho stuck out his hand with purple energy swirling around it. He realized he hadn't given Park any items yet. Suho reached out, offering Park a shadow item he'd gotten yesterday. He said to take it as thanks for turning a blind eye during the Jungsun Correctional Facility incident. Park's eyes widened slightly. He mentioned hearing this item was created with Suho's ability and asked if it would invade his privacy or anything like that. Suho was taken aback, assuring him it didn't have any surveillance functions at all. If it made Park uncomfortable, he really didn't have to force himself to take it. Park's mind flashed to his conversation with Arsha. She'd suggested that since he'd be raiding with Suho, why not get close to the Shadow Monarch's heir, become friends, gain his trust, then stab him in the back when his guard was down? Wouldn't that be entertaining? Park had responded that he didn't understand the concept of friendship enough to exploit it. Arsha had found it pitiful that he had no friends. Back in the present, Park took the item, saying if Suho was telling the truth, he'd make good use of it. The irony was thick. Suho genuinely trying to build camaraderie, while Park was an interim apostle playing a long game, though even he seemed uncertain about the whole friendship angle. Choi sitting at the cockpit, he told everyone to make sure they succeeded in this raid and to stay focused. The plane approached the gate's entrance. The pilot announced they were entering now. They passed through and entered the S-rank gate. All they could see was pure frozen wasteland and mountains everywhere. The A-ranks came to the windows, amazed at the S-rank dungeon's size. It was bigger than they'd imagined. Some questioned if they could really clear this. The scene cut to the plane's propellers starting to make concerning noises. Choi noted that, as expected, the airship lost its propulsion and wouldn't stay airborne for long. He told everyone to board the prepared safety capsules and get ready. He reminded them their prime objective was clearing the S-rank gate. This party's formation itself would become a foothold for the upcoming Great War. They needed to combine their strength and overcome this trial. All the S-ranks and A-rank hunters responded affirmatively. Park stayed silent, just observing. His thoughts revealed this party was meant to fight Itarim, but it wouldn't be that easy. The scene showed Park's S-rank puppet sitting next to him. Park thought about how this party would get in the way of his activities. He needed to do something about it. His S-rank puppet's hand began moving with lightning surging around it. Activating the ability, lightning surged down and a bright flash exploded before everyone. Suho looked down, realizing the plane had just exploded and combusted mid-air. As the plane exploded and crashed, the scavenger guild saw it from a distance. One hunter informed Thomas that the Korean team's airship just exploded. Thomas Andre commented it was quite a flashy way to enter a gate. He walked away, turning to ask if they were planning to put up gravestones for them, when another hunter asked if they'd just leave them be. Thomas put on his shades and reminded them those were S-rank hunters too. That wouldn't be enough to kill them. He told them to quit yapping and get ready for the raid, as monsters were already gathering on the cliffs above, ready to attack Thomas's team. The scene cut back to Suho flat on the ground in the snow. His thoughts raced about how the airship suddenly exploded and why this had to happen. The blast had scattered everyone in different directions. Judging from how the shadow items were fine, it seemed everyone was safe at least. Suho decided to use shadow soldiers to search for the others, as he began manifesting random shadow soldiers to scout the area. His thoughts raced about whether he should find the party and regroup. No, the scavenger guild had already gone ahead. If he spent time finding everyone, they'd fall even further behind. Hunter Choi Jong-in would probably gather everybody and start the raid anyway. Most of the hunters participating were experienced veterans, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. His help probably wouldn't be necessary. He'd go solo. With that decision, Suho hit the dash, sprinting forward with his eyes glowing, ready for action. The most likely place for the final boss would be that snow mountain, right? He headed straight for the snow mountain area. But as he was rushing toward the mountain, a massive boulder came hurling toward him. He quickly dodged left, watching the ground explode where he'd been standing. Turns out monsters were hiding underground, trying to ambush him. 3 of them emerged from the snow. These were his first enemies in the S-rank dungeon. Suho activated the skill, Destruction, the one he'd gotten from Hwang Dong-soo. He used destruction straight to the monster's head, causing massive impact damage that made the monster's mouth gush blood. Suho got into position, thinking the real raid started now. At another location inside the mountain, someone stood in front of a statue of the Ice Elf monarch. A little elf girl addressed the statue as grandfather, asking how they were supposed to live from now on. Her thoughts revealed she knew that sooner or later, the elder would leave the village. When that time came, she'd be the oldest one there, meaning she'd have to lead everyone. She questioned if she'd really be able to lead them by herself. She reminisced about the time when all the adults in their village disappeared and only children remained. A messenger of the heavens riding black wings had descended, a wyvern. They'd looked up to see a massive black wyvern that appeared to be Song Jinwoo's wyvern descending from the sky. She continued thinking about how, under the elder's care, the young ice elves had been able to withstand the threats of the snowy field. Everyone in the village came to follow Cha-Cha, and before they knew it, she became an indispensable part of their family. But whenever Cha-Cha talked about the world she originally came from, the elf couldn't shake off a certain uneasiness. One day, Cha-Cha would leave, she thought. Walking out, she reflected that when that day came, she'd be the oldest one in the village. She'd have to take responsibility for everyone. But then she heard a loud monster roar and looked up. A giant monster was charging straight at her with massive hands ready to crush her. She wondered why an ice mountain giant was in this place. This monster shouldn't be here. Her nervousness quickly shifted as her eyes became serious and the air grew thick with tension. She dodged the incoming attack with ease and drew her weapon, thinking she had to kill it. But before she could deliver a decisive blow, Suho's shadow soldiers came out of nowhere and delivered a two-piece combo on the monster attacking the little ice elf girl. The elf was confused, wondering why he attacked his fellow monster. She then heard Suho saying he didn't expect one of them to run away. In the corner of her eye, she saw Suho and Beru talking. Beru noted it looked like a cunning type of monster that abandons its group and flees when at a disadvantage. Suho mentioned that if he didn't want them to escape, he'd have to pay more attention. The ice elf girl quickly dashed left and right, then charged straight at Suho, thinking he was the one who drove the ice mountain giants out of their habitat. For the sake of the snowy field's balance, she needed to eliminate him. She charged up a powerful kick ready to attack Suho. But she quickly realized it wasn't effective. Something caught her attention. Suho had easily caught her attack and asked if she was also a monster. The little elf found herself completely outmatched. Her kick stopped cold by this mysterious intruder who just saved her, but whom she'd immediately tried to attack. The little elf girl charges straight at Suho and starts blasting while he's just chilling on top of some shadow creature. Suho hops down from his shadow monster real quick and takes one look at her, thinking she's way too young to be out here fighting. Of course, he runs into some monster that looks like a kid. She gets into her fighting stance with twin swords, then suddenly dashes through the air. Before Suho even knows what's happening, she teleports right behind him, going for a sneak attack. She thinks she's got him, but the second Suho turns around and senses trouble. Her face meets the icy ground hard. He pins her down and tells her he doesn't want to kill her if she promises to chill out and stop attacking, assuming she can even understand him. Suho stares down at her, but the girl gives up way easier than he expected. She just says, "Please don't kill me." Suho's caught off guard by how fast she surrendered. Then she starts explaining how she's got younger siblings to look after and needs to get back to them, crying her eyes out and begging him not to hurt her while his shadow monsters circle around them. And even Beru comments on how scary Suho's gotten, that he can make a kid shake with fear. Suho tells Beru to shut up, then opens his inventory looking for something that might work for a kid. He grabs some chocolate, walks over to pat her head, and tells her to eat this and stop crying. While she's munching on the chocolate, Suho asks if she's an ice elf who actually lives in this dungeon. He figures she was probably heading back from visiting her grandfather's grave and attacked him because she thought he was messing with it. Suho asks what her name is, and she tells him it's Circa, so he introduces himself back. She tries saying Song Suho, but keeps messing it up, going Song Shu Shu Ho Ho, until she just gives up and calls him Ho Ho. Suho's thinking she already quit trying to say his name right, then explains he's a hunter who came to clear the dungeon but got separated from his partner. When she asks about hunters, he says they're not exactly monster hunters. They fight to protect humans. Circa gets all excited and says she and Ho-Ho are the same, since she's a proud ice elf hunter who hunts for her siblings too. Suho's impressed she takes care of her siblings like that. She jumps up saying she's the oldest ice elf left in their village. She was looking after everyone even before Cha-Cha showed up, which makes Suho wonder if this Cha-Cha might be the dungeon boss. Circa throws her hands up and explains how all the adult elves in their village just disappeared one day, and then Cha-Cha randomly fell from the sky. She describes how Cha-Cha is totally different from them, but super strong and protects all the young ice elves. She says Cha-Cha feels warm and cozy when you hug it, has black wings, and a crazy good sense of smell. Suho's brain starts putting the pieces together, different species, warm hugs, black wings, good nose. And he's thinking, this sounds exactly like a manticore. He starts stretching and says, if this Cha-Cha thing fell from the sky after the dungeon formed, then it's probably not the actual boss, so he needs to get moving. Circa panics and says if Ho-Ho stays at their village, everything would be fine since he can pull tasty stuff out of nowhere. Suho looks back at her and says, he's really sorry, but he's in a rush and has to go. Her face goes dark and she asks if there's really no way to convince him, and when Suho apologizes again, she pulls out her dagger saying if he won't come willingly. She's got tears in her eyes saying she's sorry, but she has to do this for her siblings, even if it means betraying someone who helped her. She says if they bring Ho-Ho's abilities back to the village, her siblings might actually survive even if Cha-Cha ends up leaving them. There's pure desperation in her eyes as Suho just stares back at her in silence for a moment, then says she's really trying her best to protect them too. In a quick flash, Circa's weapon shatters and she looks down in complete shock. Suho puts on his gauntlet and tells her he's desperate too. If she keeps blocking his path, he won't go easy on anyone. But when Circa stays quiet, he drops some food and rations for her instead, saying she should take this back as a compromise, which catches her off guard as he starts walking away, explaining he can't come with her because someone important to him depends on what he's doing. Suho starts thinking that leaving this kid alone up in the mountains feels wrong. Maybe he should at least leave one of his shadows behind to watch over her. Circa gets mad and yells at him. She asks why he won't just kill her, and Suho says because killing her wouldn't feel right. She's someone who should be protected, struggling to take care of her siblings. He tells her he's sorry he couldn't do more to help. After that, Circa starts eating the rations Suho left her while sitting alone in the snowy forest. She thinks back to everything that happened with Suho, realizing he spared her twice even after she tried to kill him and even shared his food. Ho-Ho was hard to figure out, but felt like a warm adult, kind of similar to Cha-Cha. Out of nowhere, someone approaches Circa while she's alone in the forest, and this woman greets her, but when Circa turns around to ask who she is, it turns out to be one of the monarch descendants who showed up earlier. The Bud monarch tells her they're searching for something and asks if she could help them out. Circa asks if they're looking for the guy she was just talking to, but Arsha says she doesn't know anything about that. They're actually searching for the Frost Monarch's legacy and wants to know where it is, which makes Circa realize they're talking about her grandfather. Arsha says there's no way the Frost Monarch could have a granddaughter. Then it clicks for her that Circa must be the Frost Monarch's successor. Circa gets confused and asks if she's really connected to the Frost Monarch somehow. Arsha's eyes start glowing red as she steps closer to Circa, explaining that they're both descendants of monarchs, basically people who were born to become monarchs themselves. She gets even closer and asks Circa if she wants to join them and become a monarch too. With those creepy glowing red eyes, Arsha waits for an answer, but Circa just grabs her food supplies and says she doesn't get what's happening. She just needs to get this stuff back to her village, and thinks this woman might be dangerous like that warm guy warned her about. But before she can escape, a monster bursts from the ground and wraps around her legs while Arsha decides talking isn't working. The monster destroys all of Suho's food that he gave her and ties Circa up. As Arsha pulls out some kind of green stone, telling her to just be a good girl and become their ally. Choi pulls out his shadow item torch level 16 and fires up his hand like he's about to go crazy. His shadow creation grade heroic bracelet is stacked with a 26% implementation rate. The stats are wild: SDR plus A, AGI plus 12, Strength plus 12, Intelligence plus 23, and Sense plus 10. He flicks his hand, and the flames spread everywhere as he activates Rapid Burn level 1, which burns through 3,300 mana but cuts fire skill cooldowns by 30% for a whole minute. Choi charges forward with the other S ranks behind him, all locked in and ready to throw down. From far away, you can see Choi's skill lighting up the whole area while massive snow monsters are crawling over the mountains. The fire attacks absolutely destroy the monsters one by one, and the other S ranks are like, yeah, Hunter Choi's built different because they don't even need to help. Someone yells at Master Ma about a monster coming straight for him, but he just grins and turns around. The monster slams into his shield, but Eos just shrugs it off, then activates Titan's Form level 1, which only costs 10 mana, and turns him into a giant, though it drains 1 mana per second. Another hunter jumps into the fight with his shadow item Gabolt level 11 armor, and he's charging up some serious energy in his fist to unleash his skill. Attack is the best defense level 1 kicks in, needing 100 mana to turn his defense stats into pure attack power. If he takes a hit, though, the skill's done, but right now he's converting 50% defense into 30% attack power and absolutely launching himself at the monster like a human missile. He punches straight through the thing, leaving a massive hole in its body and sending it flying forward. When he regroups with Master Ma, the guy tells Ma he can't believe he's actually contributing in an S-rank dungeon. Ma says it's gotta be from all that gear Hunter Suho hooked him up with, plus that intense training he went through. Looking around, they can see the situation's pretty much handled, and Baek Yoon-ho with his daughter and son Ki-hoon cleared out their section too. Ki-hoon's checking out what looks like a pair of boots, feeling kinda bummed that he couldn't get an item because they ran out of time. Baek Yunho walks up to Choi and points out that the Scavenger Guild already went deeper into the dungeon than they did. Choi says they need to pick up the pace, then thanks him for reading the situation so well and helping them regroup fast. But he asks what Choi's planning to do about the 4 hunters who are still missing. Choi just tells him he doesn't need to worry about it. He explains that Hunter Suho's obviously going solo instead of teaming up because he's keeping an eye on the Scavenger Guild. The Grim Reaper Guild guys are super independent too, so they're probably split up and doing their own thing. Either way, everyone's heading to the boss room, so if they keep moving forward, they'll bump into each other eventually. That means their real competition is the Scavenger Guild, which has the national level hunter, Thomas Andre. With that thought, they all grin and get ready to move. The scene switches over to Thomas Andre, this absolute unit of a guy who's basically a walking mountain wearing shorts and an open shirt. Dude's literally dressed for summer while everyone else is freezing in this Arctic wasteland, just casually strolling with the Scavenger Guild. But lurking in the shadows behind them, someone's been watching. It's Park with his S-Class zombie. Park mutters that he finally tracked down the national-level hunter Thomas Andre. If he can somehow steal the power of a national-level hunter and then grab the other S ranks, he'll have all the pieces he needs to start his war. Or sacrifice a card to pull off something crazy. Park starts charging up his attack with the shard and lines up his shot, targeting Thomas Andre with his arrow. Thomas Andre keeps walking ahead, completely clueless about what's about to go down. But then someone steps up behind Park and says he knows this is all competition, but he'd rather Park didn't attack another guild. Park immediately spins around to see who called him out. Who called him out? It's Lim Tae-goy from the Scavenger Guild. Lim tells him that as his guildmaster, he can't just ignore this and asks what Park's doing here without checking in with them first. Lim grabs hold of his arrow. Park tries to play it off, saying after he landed, he spotted the Scavenger Guild and thought he might be able to snag some loot. Lim immediately calls him out for lying. Lim keeps going, telling Park he's been tracking his movements since they landed, so when Park said he landed near the Scavenger Guild, that's total BS. And he asks if that plane explosion was something Hunter Lee Un-suk did with his ability. Then he straight up asks what Park's really planning. Park basically told him straight up that he should have minded his own business if he wanted to keep breathing, since rangers like Lee Ming-sung were always too smart for their own good. Lim's expression completely dropped when he heard those words. He couldn't process what Park just said and asked him to repeat it, but Park just shrugged and said even though Lim wasn't national hunter level, he'd have to make do with what he had. The fight kicked off immediately as the S-rank hunter moved behind Lim and started powering up a massive attack to turn Lim into his next zombie slave, while the scene switched back to Arsha holding her crystal and staring down the elf girl. Arsha told her that once she shoved the crystal into her body, they wouldn't need to waste any more time talking, calling her the heir of frost repeatedly. The kid with Arsha said the elf should have just listened from the start and called her stupid, while the elf girl panicked about not understanding what was happening and just wanting to protect the younger elves. She started thinking about her grandfather and wishing he was there to help her. But as the insect got closer to turn her into the next monarch, she cried out that she didn't want this. Then Suho's shadow arm came out of nowhere and grabbed the bug. Arsha and the other heirs were completely shocked when they realized it was one of Suho's summoned beasts, and the full shadow monster appeared while the elf girl stared in disbelief. Arsha immediately figured out that Suho must have already made contact with the shadow heir, which meant he'd be showing up soon. And since they were out of star fragments and she didn't want to fight him, she broke her contract and started powering up. We're snatching the frost air and bouncing. Gringa, you better not mess this up. The elf girl suddenly felt this crazy pressure hit her. She gritted her teeth, thinking she wasn't going to hold back anymore since they attacked first. This time, she'd be the one doing the killing. She pulled out her blade and charged straight at Arsha, but one of the other monarch heirs jumped in her way, blocking her path completely. He slammed his weapon right into her chest and knocked the wind out of her. Suho's shadow beast wasn't about to let that slide, though. The monster started charging up his fist. The monarch heir wasn't going to take that hit lying down. This absolutely jacked dude with insane muscles sliced right through Suho's shadow beast. Arsha told them if they made this any more annoying, they'd regret it. But then our boy himself dropped down from the cliff without hesitation, crashing from the sky and sending all the monarch heirs scrambling. They immediately went into defense mode and got ready to fight because they knew things were about to get real. Suho's eyes were filled with rage as he demanded to know who they were and why they were messing with the kid. The elf girl started crying, completely shocked that Suho actually showed up. Then Suho and the monster air went at it, creating this massive whirlwind and impact that shook everything. The shock waves were so intense that the ground where Suho landed cracked. The monarch air looked like he was taking serious damage, but he wasn't backing down. He swung his axe down in a counterattack, and Arsha plus the other monarch air used that moment to basically make their escape. The kid asked Arsha what they should do since the shadow air and Gringa were going at it. Arsha told him to hurry up and get the portal ready. Arsha figured that based on what they learned from spying on Sung Suho, his fighting skills wouldn't be enough to take down Gringa. But then Arsha felt this scary presence right behind her, and a voice asked where she thought she was going. Gringa was already down for the count, completely wrecked on the ground while Suho didn't even have a scratch on him. Gringa was literally shaking when he looked back, couldn't believe what just happened, and even the elf girl started tearing up. Suho was standing there radiating this intense energy, demanding they give the kid back, and his player status showed he was now level 75, with all his stats completely maxed out. Suho stood there, ready for whatever was coming next. He told her to let the kid go since he was obviously prepared to throw down. Meanwhile, Pia was still trying to get the gate working on her end. Pia mentioned that Gringa had taken an L in whatever they were doing. Arsha pointed out that the shadow energy was spreading way faster than they thought it would. The little girl tried calling out to Suho, but Arsha wasn't having it and used some kind of bug creature to jab her in the neck and told her to just chill out and stay put. As the kid passed out, Arsha turned to Suho and said she only used enough to knock her out for a bit, which made Suho realize something crazy when she said, "Arrow for us." Was she saying Sheikah was also a monarch heir? Which made Suho realize something crazy when she said, "Arrow for us." Was she saying Sheikah was also a monarch heir? Arsha said survivors wasn't quite right. They were basically created because of that war, since all three of them were monarch heirs too. And right then, Gregor came out of nowhere behind Suho, swinging his massive axe and sending Suho flying with a crazy shockwave. That left him wondering how this dude still had working arms. Arsha takes her shot and summons this massive bug that starts charging up with crazy energy. The thing's mouth opens is about to burst open wide, and you can tell it's about to unleash something devastating. The attack blasts straight at Suho while he's still dealing with Grega. After the bug goes back to normal size, Arsha yells at Grega to keep fighting. He tells him they need to stall for time until Pia can get that gate open. Right then, a quest notification pops up on Suho's screen. The quest gets an update about finding the monarch heirs and making them allies. It says, the Shadow Dungeon residents won't respect some weak guy as their master. Suho needs to survive and prove he's worth it. The notification shows Grega, Arsha, and Sheikah as 3 of the 8 heirs he needs to find. Suho gets back on his feet after taking that blast and realizes what just happened. He's actually found other heirs in this place. Beru shows up and gets excited, telling Suho this is perfect since he already found 3 of them. That's going to save them a lot of time. Suho points out that these guys definitely aren't looking to team up willingly. Beru just shrugs and says they'll make them join by force then. Suho powers up and rushes past Grega, slashing him multiple times in one quick move. Suddenly, 3 massive bugs crawl out from Arsha, and she points directly at Suho to mark him as their target. Suho quickly dodges the incoming bugs and figures out that since she's using ranged attacks, she must be some kind of distance fighter. But Arsha just grins like a maniac because she knows Suho has no clue what her real abilities are. One of the bugs disappears into a portal and pops out right beside Suho, catching him completely off guard with a surprise side attack. Arsha glances over at Pia and gives her props for the solid teamwork, and Pia just laughs it off. Suho's mind starts racing as he wonders if that portal trick was actually the little kid's special power. Meanwhile, Gringa just stands back up like nothing happened and his wounds start healing. Suho's getting frustrated because this dude keeps getting back up no matter what he throws at him, and at this rate, he'll never be able to save Shiko. The battle lines are drawn with Gringon and Arsha teaming up against Suho while Pia works on getting that gate open. That's when Suho suddenly hears someone calling out to him. A familiar voice shouts, "Young Monarch," and Suho immediately recognizes it as Isel. While Suho's getting jumped by Gringon and Arsha, Essel hits him up saying, "Let me and Gray out of here so we can back you up in this fight." Suho's low-key thinking these two aren't strong enough for this level of combat, but he doesn't want to say it out loud. Isol keeps pushing, though, telling him it's all good and to just trust them on this one. She says they want to fight alongside him and prove they can be real allies too. Suho figures, whatever, just don't get yourselves wrecked, and pulls out the key to open his dimension portal while still blocking incoming attacks. Isol and Gray burst out immediately and go straight for Arsha without hesitation. Isol gets hyped, saying it's finally their time to shine, asking Gray if he's ready, and Gray's totally locked in. Arsha looks at them and asks if they're supposed to be the Shadow Heir's little servants or something. She decides maybe she should capture them too while she's at it, then sends a bunch of those long bugs exploding up from the ground that slam into Isol and Gray. Suho yells out for them, but Isol tells him not to stress too much, though she's definitely hurt and realizes just how crazy strong the enemies Suho's been dealing with really are. She remembers why he stopped looking for them. He was trying to keep them safe because the power gap had gotten too wide. But suddenly, bugs start getting sliced up everywhere, and Suho's jaw drops. Isol and Gray actually fuse together, and Isol realizes just how frustrating their situation really is. Suho couldn't believe what he was seeing and wondered if this was their bond skill called Beast Possession. Isol wasn't done yet, though. She fired up Demon Blast, one of 3 bond skills, sending crazy powerful shots right at Arsha that tore through all the bugs, and nearly took Arsha's head off before she dodged. Then Isol rushed in for a direct hit that Arsha barely blocked. In that exact moment, Isol dropped the Beast Possession and Gray broke off to the right side, and Arsha was absolutely furious. Turns out Gray was going after the elf girl, and Pia freaked out saying she wasn't supposed to be a fighter. But Gray just zoomed past her, grabbed the elf and took off, while Isol praised him for the solid play. Isol told Suho they got the kid out safe, and Suho was genuinely impressed by how well they handled their bond skills together. Arsha was getting heated, saying bond skills were just some annoying privilege that only worked in their system. In that split second, Arsha stabbed Isol straight through the chest, making her gasp in shock. Suho's face went pale when he saw what happened. Arsha was like, the fact that there's no quest telling her to accept them as allies meant. The system decided she didn't need them, so they could just die. Granga's body came flying down on top of Arsha's head, catching her off guard, and making her rage out as she called out to Suho. Suho didn't care about anything else as he sliced through Arsha's arm and her bug spear. He pulled Isol to safety. Suho quickly opened his storage, grabbed a healing potion, and poured it on Isil's wound. While Isol was slowly getting her strength back, she weakly told the young monarch she was sorry. Suho told her it was fine and to just focus on resting while Gray tried licking her wound. And the portal to the Shadow Realm started opening up. Suho told Gray to take Isol and the others into the Shadow Realm. Then Granga showed up again. Arsha called over to Pia, and Pia said she'd already figured out how the gate worked. Even though it was a special domain that would drain her energy, she promised to keep opening gates for Arsha as much as needed. Arsha thanked her and told both Grangas and Pia to bring back the Shadow Frost. Then they opened the portal and headed into the Shadow Realm. Suho looked at Arsha and said, since she could obviously see the system too, he wondered if she was using the same one his father, the Shadow Monarch, created. But Arsha laughed and said, no way, her system was way better than his, and he should have figured that out when her system detected the Shadow Frost. Suho said he was actually relieved his father never gave someone like her access to the system. She's like, do you really think you have time to just stand around talking? My crew already went into your little shadow world. Suho says, whatever, doesn't matter. Arsha fires back asking if he's really gonna ditch his friends like that, saying it's typical for someone related to the Shadow Monarch to mess everything up. Suho tells her he's not abandoning anyone, he just doesn't need to worry about them. Then immediately rushes at her with a full attack. She blocks his strike, but Suho spawns a bunch of shadow daggers around her, telling her she should be more concerned about her own situation as she clenches her jaw. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Realm, the elf girl finally opens her eyes and asks where the hell she is, but Gray is standing protectively in front of her while Isol's unconscious body lies on the ground and he's growling. Turns out Gray was standing off with Granga and Pia at the Shadow World. The elf girl recognizes those two as the guys who tried to grab her earlier, but then they started hearing voices. Someone speaks up saying they've got one question, and depending on the answer, someone might end up dead, so they better think real carefully. Even Pia, Gray, and Granga look shook hearing this voice. The voice is coming from above, and it's a mutt. who's asking if they're the reason for something. He's specifically asking if they're why that demon woman over there ended up in such a messed up condition.